Someday down the line, I will be able to watch back all of these videos, and if watched in a certain order, we'll be able to tell the story of my life. Gotta stop starting videos like this.
Okay.
During my Xbox and Adult Swim videos, multiple Adult Swim videos, I talked about being a kid and going into high school, becoming a teenager, but I never really talked more in detail about that story. I mean, the Xbox video basically ended when 2018 started. So what happened in 2018? I said in the first ever Adult Swim video that the only thing I remember from my senior year of high school is watching Xavier Renegade Angel over and over. But that's not entirely true. A lot of the time when I'm making a video like this, or making any of my videos really, I need to decide who I'm making it for. Am I going to explain a situation to people that may not understand any of what I'm saying, or am I about to tell my side of the story to a famous internet thing? The Wrestling Society X video is a middle point between the two, so it didn't really capture the wrestling aura properly. That's why I changed it a lot in the Bray Wyatt video, where I tried to explain everything. Wrestling is the perfect example because if you know, you know, and if you don't, it can all be very strange and confusing. And I like that video. I like both of those videos. I don't want anyone to ever think I'm not proud of the content I make. I like how they turned out. I just know that you guys didn't. Sometimes you have to make a decision whether to explain everything in excruciating detail or explain nothing and just hope people understand. I imagine a lot of you at least know what Smash Bros is, and maybe you did get to be a part of the most recent hype cycle, but if you didn't, let me do a quick recap. And by quick, I mean the year is 1999. No, I wasn't born yet. The year is 2001. I didn't start with that game. The year is 2005. It was E3, and this was back in the day when everyone wanted to do in-person presentations. Nintendo had finally given an official name to the console we had only known previously as the Revolution. And the title was the Wii. It'll take a little bit to get used to. And as we should know by now, you can't have a new Nintendo console without a new Smash Bros. Game, so we saw it. In a separate showcase, for some reason, we saw new designs for the characters to show off how much more powerful the Wii was than the GameCube. It wasn't. Final Smashes, Nintendog, Meta Knight, Pit, Zero Suit Samus, Wario.
Showtime da.
Oh my god. Snake! It's Snake! As impactful as Super Smash Bros. Melee was to the internet and the community at large, I mean, we still hear about it to this day, it didn't really have an active hype cycle leading up to the game. Sure, after the release of the game, a lot of people were tricked that they could unlock Sonic and Tails by doing insane stuff in the game, which you think we can laugh at now and be like, oh, how silly. But if you think about it, a lot of the unlock conditions in those games are crazy. Anyone else leave their GameCube on overnight to unlock Mewtwo? Oh, everyone? Okay. Super Smash Bros. Brawl was a little ahead of its time. Of course, not gameplay-wise, but with the Smash Bros. Dojo website that would update daily with posts about new items, new stages, new Sonics. This is how Sonic was announced for Super Smash Bros. No live stream, no reaction, just a compressed video file. It was awesome. No other games were doing it like this. In the year of our Lord 2007, Masahiro Sakurai, the creator of Smash Bros., I think I'm gonna use the real picture and not the that one. You know the one. Was updating the website daily to drip feed us about information, and it worked. We got so many videos speculating the roster, mostly made in Windows Movie Maker, leading up to the release. I mean, they threw everything in there. Bowser Jr., Ridley, Mega Man, Pac-Man, King K. Rool. Can't believe how wrong these idiots were. What a bunch of idiots. And when I say us in relation to the hype cycle of this game, I mean, I didn't know this game existed until I saw it at my friend's house and instantly knew I had to have it. That's just how it is as a kid. You don't watch trailers or commercials. You just see someone else play it and neuron activate, I want that game. I distinctly remember getting it from Target with my grandpa. I think it was a birthday present or something. And I broke down crying because I also wanted the strategy guide, the guidebook. I don't know why. I had access to the internet at the time. I could have just looked up a walkthrough. As a kid, my parents got me a book light to, you know, read books late into the night because they thought I would stay up reading, when in reality, I stayed up every night studying the Smash Bros. Brawl strategy guide. And I loved this game. I still love this game. It was such a huge event when we were kids. Despite all of us owning it, we would go to each other's houses to play it, and it became like a tournament. You know, you wanted to win, but also you enjoyed playing. I even have my childhood save file that started when I got it in December 2008, with glorious screenshots and pictures such as was a blue Yoshi main. I'm not anymore, but I was kind of hoping I could keep it on my shoulder throughout the video, but I do not have the balance or strength. And then when I got a little older, the new Nintendo console, the Wii U, dropped, and I knew I had to be the only kid in a 100-mile radius to own one. We had gone a long time, and by we I mean the Wii U populace, the fan base, without a proper Wii U seller. There weren't a lot of games that you could play exclusively on the Wii U, and don't say Wind Waker, because you could play that on the Cube, until E3 2013, where we would finally get the new Smash Bros. Game announced. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. On one hand, everyone I knew had a 3DS, and this really spruced up the library. On the other hand, why did I buy this? And I didn't care at the time because I was caught up in the euphoria of having a new Smash game, but Super Smash Bros. For the is a terrible title. Before the game came out, people were speculating that the inevitable new Smash Bros. On the Wii U would be titled something like Super Smash Bros. Universe, and while that is corny, it's a much better title. You could have called it Super Smash Bros. Ultra. That would have been cool. Oh, but Andrew, isn't it cool that it has a double meaning where the 4 means it's the 4th entry, but also for the Wii U and for the 3DS? Yeah, but that doesn't take into account that internally, 3DS and Wii U are listed as separate games. They're 4 and 5, respectively. Despite being basically the same game, they still count them as 2 different titles. Sorry I had to get all that out. It's been bugging me for a long time anyway. Mega Man! Mega Man?
Don't worry, Mega Man drops January 7th. Listen.
Villager, Mega Man, Wii Fit Trainer. A little after we got Little Mac, and a little after that we got Rosalina. Palutena, Dark Pit, Mies, Amiibo, Lucina, Robin, Chrom? No Chrom? Okay, not Chrom, sorry. We had to wait a whole year to see this game come out, which seems kind of bad, but if you compare it to Brawl, which got delayed over and over and kept getting pushed back, it's not that bad. In retrospect, I think they spaced out these announcements perfectly to keep people invested up until the release of the game. And truthfully, looking back, I wasn't really a huge part of this hype cycle. Like, I was hype at E3 early on, but I kind of fell off slowly as it took longer and longer for the game to come out. Maybe I was more interested in the new Pokemon generation coming out at the time, but truthfully, in all these videos where I go down memory lane and talk about my childhood and nostalgia, for whatever reason, the years 2013 and 2014 have, like, left my brain. I'm worried something awful happened to me because I seriously don't remember them. We had a steady amount of announcements leading up to the game's release, and this was back when you could actually have secret characters and secrets in general discovered when the game comes out. But because some of the characters were going to be surprises at launch, of course the game got leaked. August 19th, 2014 on 4chan's V-board. Most video game information tends to leak to 4chan because unlike other social media, they have no reason to take down spoilers or copyrighted material. Of course, the downside of this is now anyone with internet access can fake a leak or screenshot and post it, and even worse, people will believe it. From 3 separate accounts, images of Duck Hunt Dog, Bowser Jr., Ness, Dr. Mario, and Shulk were leaked in images that also captured the player's name, which was ESRB0083. Look, it spells boobs. If you didn't know, the ESRB, the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, see, I knew off the top of my head, is in charge of rating who certain video games are appropriate for. Whereas movies are rated PG, G, R, PG-13, video games are rated E, T, E10, these nuts. I'm sorry, when else am I going to get an opportunity to do that? So for the ESRB to properly rate the game before its release, they needed to be sent finished copies. It's so they can rate the game properly, or potentially the company making the game can cut some stuff out that would raise the age rating. Because there are some risque photos in the ESRB leak that don't appear in the final game, mostly for that reason. So clearly someone who works for the ESRB risked their job to take screenshots of the game, leaking information, and then post them on the internet for all to see. And of course, what I'm going to talk about in this video is a hype cycle, is speculation. I think little leaks and hearsay are fun and can inject a lot of adrenaline into a hype cycle or just leading up to a game and getting excited in general. But leaking the entire game, all the secret characters, all the secret stages, every mode in the game, every little thing that could have been revealed upon actually playing the game, why? It's pointless. Who is going to enjoy this big of a leak? Who wants to know everything about a game before you even play it? Would you believe me if I told you this was the thing that made them decide to never have secret characters again? because it was. However, on October 23rd, 2014, after the release of the 3DS version, but before the release of the Wii U version, we got the, what's it called? Super Smash Bros. For Wii U 50 Fact Extravaganza. I should really learn these lines before I start talking. Where we would get such information like Ridley's a stage hazard, Bowser Jr. is in the game, and Mewtwo! Mewtwo! Oh my god! Mewtwo! 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 Oh my god! Prior to this, Super Smash Bros. Had dabbled in online functionality, but it stunk hard at it. It was bad. But this was the Wii U, the next generation, which was technically hardware behind the current generation. DLC had become a very common thing, specifically in fighting games, and now the floodgates were open. People were upset about the final roster, but DLC could open up so many doors and mean so many new characters could join the roster. And not only that, but the choice was up to us. Or so we thought. April 2015, before any DLC had officially been released, the Smash Bros. Website updated in the form of the Super Smash Bros. Ballot. The Smash Ballot was simple. All you had to do was submit a character you want in the game and the game they're from, and bada bing, you got your entry put in. Of course, there was no quality control, so most people put Shrek or Goku. Maybe in multiverses. I want to give you guys a little peek behind the curtain. Into how long I've been working on this one. Like, I've been writing this one for a long time. It's a big topic. Multiverses lived and died in the time it took me to post this. That either says a lot about how long it took me or a lot about how quickly people got bored and dropped this game. And it was fun for a while. There were specific sub-communities on the internet all rallying behind their guy to get in. Some had content creators begging you to join their cause. It was like a world war, except not cringe. But the question of whose side you were on or what your favorite character was didn't really matter, as well, basically all the DLC got leaked by some people who hacked into the source code of random updates for the game. And back to the spoiling argument, speculating on what DLC character who you wanted in the game next could be fun. You know what isn't fun? Hey look, it's Roy. You guys know Roy. Hey look, it's Ryu from Street Fighter. If you didn't get, that's why I'm doing this and not... I don't know what this could be perceived as, but that's what the costume is. I didn't have a lot of ideas. Stream gets taken down. And you may be asking, Andrew, what was your experience with the Smash DLC at the time? I mean, this video is you telling your side of the story, your experience with the Smash Bros. Hype cycle. And the answer to that is... I didn't get any of it. That's right, resident Smash player didn't pay a cent for extra DLC, but I did buy both versions of the game on 3DS and Wii U. And remember, this was the era of the Wii U. The gaming landscape was rapidly changing and very few people had the Wii U. I was a hardcore Nintendo fan. Any other company that had any different business practices could not touch Nintendo in my eyes. I, like most, make fun of Disney adults a lot, like, oh, they're obsessed with Disney and they go to the park and dance with Goofy or whatever. But then I saw a clip of that Toad costume at Mario World or Nintendo World and I think Universal, and I realized, oh, okay, Nintendo adults are just as bad as Disney adults, maybe slightly less annoying. I thought DLC was evil. I thought every little bit of extra content released that you had to pay for was stuff that easily could have been in the launch game. And to be fair, a lot of it still is. But game developers have deadlines. Maybe they had a lot of ideas they wanted to put in base game that they couldn't get in before launch. It's not the people making the game fault, it's the higher ups. Remind you, I didn't buy any of the DLC, but I owned both versions. I had both a 3DS and a Wii U. Also, years later, I would go back on my word and eventually spend thousands of dollars on GTA Shark Cards, which is expounded upon in the Xbox video, kind of a companion piece to this one. We're spending too much time on Smash 4, and this video is already long enough. That's not why anyone is here, so let's wrap this up. Just know that despite not wanting to buy the extra characters, I still had some great times in Smash 4 with my two friends in middle school and high school playing Pac-Man and Ganondorf in my mom's basement. Also Miiverse. Miiverse was great. I miss it every day. December 15th, 2015, the Smash ballot polls have been tallied and we would finally see the character everybody wanted in the game. Within reason.
You can't be serious! Bayonetta! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm so happy! Bayonetta! What? No way! Fuck yeah! Bayonetta! Oh! People are gonna be so happy. Oh my gosh, Bayonetta. Wow, I'm actually rather surprised they chose this.
It's not like anyone was strictly against Bayonetta getting in, but something didn't seem right. Bayonetta won the Smash ballot. Like, I know she's popular, but Smash ballot winning popular? On the bright side, we got all the other characters people wanted as Mii costumes. We will come back to that, trust me. And then she joined the game and was super broken, but they had already released the last update, so there would be no more patches, so we were just stuck with busted Bayonetta. She won a bunch of tournaments and people got mad, and it basically killed the game instantly. But we're not here to talk about competitive viability. Are we? Something you should know is that despite playing it all the time and being a huge Smash fan and this video being about my experience in the community, I didn't really care about the competitive viability. I didn't care about the competitive community that much, like, at all. And even throughout this video, we'll dip our toes in that information, but it isn't the most important part. Not even was the game dead on sight as soon as Bayonetta was added, but even before then, people were already speculating about the next Nintendo console. The Wii U definitely disappointed a lot of people with its lack of cool functionality and also a strew of really bad games. And the internet as a whole was already hyped up about the rumblings of the NX. The NX was a leaked patent and a ton of fake leaked images for Nintendo's new revolutionary console. A gaming device that serves as both a home console and a handheld. What a novel concept! The history of these NX leaks are a lot longer and a bigger story than I'm letting on, but in reality it's not that important to this story. But you know what is?
Whoa. Whoa! No, what?
Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
What? Those leaked images are totally right.
It's official. In 2017, we would be getting the new Nintendo console, effectively killing off the Wii U after only 5 years. Most consoles tend to last about 7 years. So close. And now in this story, after all the leaks and speculation, we get the most important character. Me. December 25th, 2017, after I wrapped up the Doomsday heist in GTA Online. Watch this Xbox video, or don't. A 16-year-old boy would get the first taste of a drug that would basically ruin his life. The Nintendo Switch. He played Mario Odyssey for hours. He played Breath of the Wild like an absolute dumbass. I can't really explain to you how much I didn't understand about Breath of the Wild any better than just showing you this image, the screenshot I took facing Calamity Ganon. Look at my loadout. Look at my gear. I learned that you could cook things for the first time playing Tears of the Kingdom. I beat Breath of the Wild. Also, Kirby Star Allies was there. All right, enough with the third person. Me, I. This is me story. I'm me. It's about I. I knew that a new Nintendo console would eventually mean that there would be a new Smash Brothers game. But remember, the final DLC character for Smash 4 only came out 2 years prior. Is that enough time to make a new game? I don't actually know when you're gonna see this. A lot of stuff moved around this year. Initially, my goal was to have this out October 2023, because that marks the 2-year anniversary of the final DLC character for Smash Ultimate getting released, and it'd be a cheeky little, oh, it's been 2 years, is that enough time? Oh, new Nintendo console. You're either seeing this in November because, oh, November is the middle point, or you're seeing it in December because that's when the game came out, or you're not even seeing this in 2023. This is a really daunting project. I don't know when or if this will ever come out. Super Smash Bros. Melee was a very rushed game, so that timeline is a mess anyway. But the gap between Melee and Brawl's release was 7 years, and the gap between Brawl and Smash 4's release was 6 years. Even if we're not factoring in DLC, in December 2017, Smash 4 had only come out 3 years ago. Is that enough time to make a new game? The general consensus among the populace was no. When the Switch first came out, I was pretty okay with the concept of not having a Smash game. Little Andrew thought we wouldn't get one, or maybe he believed we wouldn't get one because he was and still is a pessimistic optimist. If you always assume the worst will happen, you'll be pleasantly surprised. How sad. The Switch wasn't a huge seller in my local community yet, so I took it upon myself to make sure everyone got this console. It doesn't get more shill than that. I busted this thing out during class, during lunch, during rehearsal, if you couldn't tell by the way I carry myself in these videos. And while I did love the handheld personalness of owning a Switch, the console also came built with 2 controllers attached to it. It was made for multiplayer chaos. I needed to get party games to play with my friends during school, or maybe after, but mostly during, let's be honest, for this machine. So I picked up beloved classics like Neo Geo Soccer Brawl, versus Super Mario's Scribblenauts Showdown, and Brawlout. Brawlout was basically supposed to be our replacement for Smash had one not come out, so I pushed it very hard. Me and my friends were like, oh no, we love Brawlout. I mained the Ice Guy, and then Of course, this story goes on, and I dropped the game and haven't played it since. I also picked up that Mario Tennis game that every Nintendo YouTuber at the time was saying a fantastic game, and guess what? It was a Mario Tennis game. Look, I know we all have nostalgia for Wii Sports, but tennis and golf do not make fun video games. The most popular of those genre are ones that are like, oh, you know what? Fuck golf. Let's make it fun. They do not translate to fun video games. Speaking of translate, I also played Celeste. It's not really relevant to the story, but I really wanted to get that joke in there. So hope it was worth it. The two big ones to play at the time that were actually fun were Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Pokken Tournament DX. DX is short for Deluxe, probably. An important note about these two games is that both of these games were Wii U titles that, because not a lot of people had a Wii U, not a lot of people played, but had their own individual DLC cycles. So the ones released on Switch were released very early into the Switch's timeline and were just complete versions, adding all the DLC from the Wii U versions and some new content. So if we already have two examples of the whole Deluxe Edition thing working, I mean, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is still one of the best-selling games on Nintendo Switch, like to this day. What could this mean for Super Smash Bros. On the Nintendo Switch?
Hi everyone. The time has come for today's Nintendo Direct. I'm Yoshiaki Koizumi, and I'll be your guide.
The first full Nintendo Direct of the year. Strangely, it was taken up by a lot of 3DS games. Knowing what we know now, it seems foolish to still try and support the handheld when we already had a much better one, but at the time it was probably the safest thing to do. Way back in the day when Nintendo initially showed off the DS, they said it was going to be their third ongoing console, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, and DS, all three separate things, because they were being careful, and then as soon as the DS blew up, they dropped the Game Boy Advance immediately. At the very end of this Direct, we see the Inklings from the first Splatoon game, except this can't be game footage. It looks too good. As the Squid Kids are fighting, the light begins to dim, along with the music. The orange Squid Kid looks up to see a horror beyond her comprehension. Smash Brothers.
Oh, Nickelodeon? We're getting the platform fighter Nickelodeon?
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
Fucking throw water in my fucking face.
This was our first look into what a new, maybe new, potentially a port Smash Bros. Game for the Switch could be. And I know it's been 5 years. Holy shit, 5 years. Maybe even 6. I actually don't know when you're seeing this, but let's analyze this. Obviously, we have the Inkling, considering every Smash game up until this point was a celebration of the previous console's timeline. This is a smart decision. I mean, out of all the most iconic Wii U games that aren't Mario spin-off, and Mario spin-off, it's also the biggest new IP Nintendo has created since... I was gonna say Pikmin, but I think Splatoon might be bigger. Sorry, Pikmin fans. Also, sorry, Xenoblade fans, but you know it's true. And this is a CG trailer. A lot of the fighting could just be visual flair to make it more interesting, but we do see the Inklings do some maneuvers from their home game. We see them ink swim, splatter shot, splat bomb. Is it possible that these could be a part of their potential Smash moveset? That's what people thought at the time. Half of this video is going to be me telling my story with the Smash community at the time. That sounds very solemn. It was exciting. I love this hype cycle and I want to tell this story, and I remember it vividly. The other half is just me summarizing what the majority of people said at the time. But I didn't have a whole lot of moveset theories, considering I didn't really know that much about Splatoon, despite owning the game, because Wii U fans, Wii U owners were starving. If you don't like Mario, you must have been pissed. But just know that at the time, I watched thousands of videos, and even for this video, I assembled a playlist and went back to a bunch of them. So I know what the general zeitgeist at the time was. I may not understand it, but I know what people were saying. We see the silhouette of a lot of characters standing in front of this flaming Smash Ball, and we'll get more into them in a little bit. But two characters we do get a close-up on are Mario and Link. As you can see, Link is shown very clearly as Breath of the Wild Link, which could mean a lot of things, or it could mean nothing. Because Link's model has changed in every Smash game to represent his most 3D outing, except for Melee, which represents Ocarina, which is what 64 already represented. It's weird to think that there was once a Smash game that came out at the end of a console's life cycle, because Smash is so synonymous with being a celebration of the previous console's lifetime. Rosalita, Shulk, and Little Mac added on the Wii U after being on the Wii. Olimar, Luigi's Mansion, Toon Link added on the Wii after being on the GameCube. Ganondorf, Sheik, Young Link, we forget sometimes that they were introduced in Ocarina of Time on the N64. Also Pichu. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is technically a Wii U game if you squint really hard. While it's true that most Smash games represent the previous console generation, Breath of the Wild had been in development for basically the entire lifetime of the Wii U. But Breath of the Wild Link could just be a skin. I'm gonna nip this in the bud real quick. This Link right here, the Smash 4 Link, while he still dresses like Twilight Princess Link, he's clearly remodeled to look more in line with Skyward Sword. And this Skyward Sword Link in Smash 4 still has the same moveset and does a lot of things that aren't even possible in Skyward Sword. But if it's not a skin, and this Smash game is in fact a new game from the ground up, he could do a lot. I mean, Breath of the Wild Link doesn't have a hook shot, doesn't really use boomerangs that much. His bombs are blue and glowy. He has a hang glider. If you wanted to go all out on this character, you could make his recovery Rivali's Gale, and you can make his shield or counter Daruk's protection. I hope they at least factor in, I don't know, let's say 2 of those things. But that raises an important question about the Italian man standing next to him. If this is potentially Odyssey Mario, this could be the first Smash game that references the generation it's currently in, except for Ike. And technically, Lucario. Okay, so Fire Emblem and Pokemon don't count. But think about how Mario's moveset could change. I mean, the newest part of his kit is a reference to a GameCube game. They could incorporate Cappy, he could do the Galaxy arm swing thing. They can even use the new popular power-up of the cat suit. There's a lot of things you could do with Mario that would be better than nothing. But like I said, Odyssey may have been too early in development and maybe not even made yet by the time this game was being worked on. And if it is a port, it's very likely that none of these old characters would change. But the wide shot of the silhouettes is a different story. Everyone had a different theory about who was actually featured in this silhouette, and by extension, who would come back. There were some artist renditions that people used as guides, but we don't really know. The only ones everyone could make out for sure were DK, Samus, and Marth. Basically, everyone agrees this is Marth, when it really could have been any tall human. Also, this is 100% Yoshi. I don't know how people missed this. He's got his big ass iconic head.
Until, if you pause here, you can actually see a reflection of a large Yoshi in Splatoon's eye.
Although some people did think it could be Yarn Yoshi, as he had a new game coming out with that design, and they changed the design of at least Link. A lot of people had different theories about who was featured in the silhouette here and who would come back, but it was probably safe to say that everyone that appeared in Melee onward, meaning they appeared in every game after Melee, would be safe. Like, every new Smash game, people are like, oh no, are they gonna cut Jigglypuff? Like, that isn't a slight to the common man. Of course, this cut out roster members like Young Link, Pichu, depending on how you count DLC, Mewtwo, and Roy, but not everyone is made for every game. They can't bring everyone back. And Mewtwo wasn't in Brawl, but it's okay to miss one game. You know who else only missed one game and everyone was clamoring to come back? The Ice Climbers. They clearly didn't play the game. The only reason the Ice Climbers were not in Smash 4, the Wii U and 3DS, is because they couldn't get them to work properly on the 3DS hardware, and they wanted to keep the rosters of the games the same. The same reason they split up Zelda and Sheik and Samus and Zero Suit Samus. That's what they always say. They always equate it to the 3DS, but I also think it has something to do with the fact that they implemented 8-player Smash for the first time in Smash 4, and having 16 Ice Climbers on screen might have been really hard to follow, especially if you were looking at the Wii U pad. Little ants and specks running around. Even if this new Smash experience was 3DS and Wii U mashed together with all their modes, all the DLC, and the returning iconic Smash characters, Ice Climbers, it's a pretty decent package. And that perfectly leads us to the first big debate at Smash Bros. In the Switch's lifetime, but don't worry, it will not be the last. Is this a port or is this a new game? Let's hear both sides of the argument. I didn't open 2 bottles in the same time a couple minutes apart, okay? This is a different day. We have a pattern here. Everyone likes to say Nintendo is unpredictable, but it really isn't if you know what you're looking for. Oh man, I hope we get a new Nintendo Direct. They're every February, June, and September. They have been for the last 4 years. But at least Pokemon Company doesn't have a pattern. They're unpredictable. Yeah, it does. 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 2, 5. We're getting a Johto remake next year. Or this year. I don't know when you're seeing this. We're getting a Johto remake in 2024. If I'm wrong, I won't do anything. The Nintendo Switch had been around for about a year by this point and already had some major games. The Nintendo Switch was all about local multiplayer, but they still had some pretty heavy hitters this year. From a multiplayer standpoint, of course, we would get the launch title and new IP in ARMS, and we would also soon get the sequel to their previous biggest IP, newest biggest IP in Splatoon 2. Those are sequels and new games, but also we have Pokken Tournament DX and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Pokken Tournament was a 3D fighting game released on the Wii U, not exclusively, they had arcade cabinets, but console exclusively. and they had a lot of DLC. But way more people already owned the Switch than the entire lifetime of the Wii U. So they ported the game to the next console, the Switch, and called it DX, added all the DLC for free, and some new characters. Mario Kart 8 was a kart racing game released exclusively for the Wii U, and it also had a lot of DLC. But way more people already owned a Switch than the entire lifetime of the Wii U. Do you see where I'm going with this? So they ported the game to their next console, the Switch, called it Deluxe, added all the DLC for free, and some new characters. So you see where I'm going with this, and where everyone else was going with this. Well, half of the people. Whatever this game is, just off of precedent, would likely be a deluxe package, which at the time I was fine with. Again, I didn't buy any of the Wii U DLC, so all these characters were new to me. I already went into my first year of the Nintendo Switch, assuming we wouldn't get a new Smash game either at all, or not until years down the line. So the fact that we already know a Smash game is coming out, I was gonna say stoked. I was excited. Fine, I was stoked. If you look into it with conventional wisdom and just precedent, they weren't gonna leave a console without a Smash game, a new home Nintendo console. They do it every time. But I didn't want to get my hopes up and be disappointed. Similarly, I assumed this game was going to be a port because I didn't want to get my hopes up for a new game and then be disappointed. This whole optimistic pessimism thing sounds like a vicious cycle. Also, just in general, I don't know if it's an anxiety thing, but I need to prepare for the worst outcome at all times or else I will die. And I was honestly okay with having a deluxe version. I'm not in denial. I'm being serious. 3 deluxe ports alongside with new ARMS-based IP that people played for a little bit, they would be perfect to usher in the paid online service Nintendo was rolling out in late May, or so they said. And if you didn't own a Switch early on, you may be thinking, oh man, they didn't have online until May 2018. No, they did. You just didn't have to pay for it. They just later added that you did have to pay for it. So they could have done it for free. Take of that what you will. I didn't buy any of the Smash 4 DLC characters because at the time I believe DLC was evil. And even now, I could still go either way. I know this isn't DLC, it's a pre-order bonus, but I really want to unlock Gollum's famous phrases. So this deluxe package would have a bunch of characters that were new to me, and considering the precedence of the other 2 deluxe packages, maybe even characters new to everyone. Of course, it would still be Smash 4 and control like Smash 4, but I was fine with that. At the time. It was the newest Smash game, it's all I knew, but knowing what I know now, I don't want to go back to it. I don't ever. Not when this one exists. Honestly, I think most of the people claiming it was a port were doing the same thing as me. I don't think anyone realistically thought or wanted it to be a port. We were all just so used to getting burned by Nintendo. And still are. Nintendo fans are all in a very abusive relationship with Nintendo where sometimes they bring you flowers, Tears of the Kingdom, and you think, oh, maybe they have changed. This is a really dark analogy. Of course, now looking back in hindsight, we know the answer to this, but even at the time, there was more evidence pointing toward it being a new game. First and foremost, the branding. The branding is the most important part of every Smash game. It's what sets them apart. You know these games are all in the same series, but they're also all presented differently, except for 3DS and Wii U. For obvious reason. I know they're supposed to have the theming of home and stadium, but they're the same, at least when it comes to branding. And they all have different fonts. You may not notice it at first, but they do. Smash 64 is the most different with its pseudo-comic style, and then Melee with its more futuristic font, and then Brawl with whatever the Brawl logo is made of. That being said, they do all feature something similar. A raging fire in the background. Smash 64 opens with fire behind the logo. Melee opens with a bomb explosion leading into the logo. Smash 4 logo has fire behind it. And what happens in this new Smash trailer? A flaming Smash Ball. If you notice here on the Smash 4 logo, which you should be looking at right now, it has little fangs on the bottom on each side, whereas the new logo they showed off in the trailer does not. I know it seems like a strange detail to focus on, but these deluxe packages do not have new logos or new fonts. They just add adjectives. Speaking of the title, checking the official Smash website and Smash for Switch websites after this trailer, the URL would say title pending and working title. So, like, obviously they're not going to call it Smash 4 Switch, because that's a terrible name. And we know that the gaming company Bandai Namco was heavily involved in creating Smash 4, but their copyright information isn't anywhere on the website. In the end, that ended up not being true anyway, in a roundabout way, as Bandai Namco did work on the new game, but still, it's worth noting, it's a point for new game. And when I talk about branding, I'm not just talking about the menu and the logo and the art, I'm also talking about the music. Every Smash Bros. Game has a different, unique theme. Call me mama, So was it me? And I flee a tsunami. I don't remember what this theme sounds like. But Andrew, there's no possible way we could have known if this new potential Smash game would have gotten a new theme just from this trailer. Oh, couldn't we? I think I messed that up. Because eagle-eared Smash fans watched this trailer over and over and over and realized you can ever so faintly hear music when the Smash Ball appears for the first time. But unfortunately, it's covered up by sound effects, mostly fire-related sound effects. So while the 3D modeler and artist fans in the community tried to answer the silhouette question, the more musically inclined fans tried to answer the music question. Smash Bros. Fan Javier Santos sent a message to gaming news aggregate GameXplain. Put a pin in them because they're going to be very important. I've gotten better about mentioning other YouTubers, my peers, but I'm just going to view this whole story like they're all fictional characters. This is an important character in this story I am telling. Like, it's weird to talk about other content creators still making stuff that were tied to this hype cycle, but just know, while the hype cycle was building up this entire year 2018, I was watching all of these people religiously. And Javier recreated the quiet choir in the background of the Inkling video, and it yielded... And it's pretty close. I know I'm telling this current part of the story as if it is just post March 2018. Like it's I forgot what month, April 2018. But of course, in hindsight, we know the answer to these questions. Speaking of which, so is this game a port? You thought we dropped it, huh? I think the answer we landed on is there is a ton of evidence pointing to the fact that it is in fact a new game, but Nintendo has broken my heart so many times that I don't want to allow myself to get hype or get excited. Final answer. And not that it matters, but the era between March and June 2018, which I will call the new game versus port era. Some dude on Reddit hit everyone with the whole, oh, my dad works in Nintendo and Smash is a new game, and of course nobody believed it. If we are to believe every kid who says my dad works at Nintendo, we'd all be beating the Elite Four hundreds of times to unlock Mew 3. Also Sonic and Tails. But some Redditors thought that this story was worth looking into, so they delved deeper into his Reddit account and found his father's name. Now, the dad's name was posted and was part of public discussion around this time, but this is a real guy, and I really don't feel like name dropping this real person who's just trying to live his life and drudge it up 5 years later. So let's just call him Tony Hawk. There's going to be a lot of code names in this video. So then those same Redditors looked the dad up on LinkedIn because now they had his full name and learned that he did actually, in fact, work at Nintendo. The first time in the history of video game speculation where the my dad works in Nintendo kid was telling the truth. Everyone had expected the Ice Climbers to return, but that was basically a given. But after the port versus new game era of speculation, everyone was coming out of the woodwork with their wish lists. New Mario character, new Xenoblade character, expected Pokemon and Fire Emblem characters, even some strange choices like Steve from Minecraft and Sora from Kingdom Hearts. I mean, could you imagine? After going back and assembling this playlist and watching as many videos from the time I could during the port versus new game era, there was a handful of names that kept coming up. A lot of character from ARMS, character from Xenoblade, a lot of Isaac from Golden Sun for some reason. Speaking of Sun and Moon, people figured that the newest Pokemon generation at the time would have representation in Smash, and everyone had basically locked in Decidueye. I mean, it has to be Decidueye. This was because I believe by this time he had appeared in Pokken. The ARMS and Xenoblade characters actually weren't that vague. The issue is that everyone I listened to said a different name. The most popular ARMS pick was obviously Springman. I mean, he's the character on the box. Why wouldn't it be him? See, if you do know anything about Smash, then these bits are probably very funny. And Xenoblade was either Rex or Pyra and Mithra, or all of them together and Rex controlling them like Pokemon Trainer. I have never played a Xeno game in my life, but Decidueye was a shoo-in. I don't think anyone argued about that. Those games had just come out, and if we are counting Switch games into the Smash speculation sphere with ARMS, the newest Nintendo game that had released at this time was Kirby Star Allies, which was kind of trashed at the time for not being a big enough change, which at the time of early Switch, where all the main Nintendo franchises were changing everything up and going into the next generation. Fair criticism. It's a good Kirby game, but it's just a Kirby game. But what Kirby Star Allies did do was make almost every popular character in the Kirby franchise playable. And while Bandana Waddle Dee dominated the Kirby character speculation around the time, and still to this day really deserves to be in the game. But now that characters like Marx and Magalore are playable in modern Kirby games, it opened up a lot of opportunities, mostly for those two. There was a tussle, an argument, if you will, about the potential of getting a new Square rep and who that would be. The two frontrunners, assuming that Cloud would come back, if not Cloud is the third one, is Sora from Kingdom Hearts and Geno from Super Mario RPG. And let's talk about this guy because he's going to come up a lot. Geno was a playable party member in Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo that came out March 1996, and he had not made a playable appearance since then. He appeared as short cameos in one of the Mario and Luigi games and then was edited out for later releases. If you really wanted to, you could reverse engineer the script of this video to figure out when exactly I wrote it. A good clue, a big clue, is that I said Geno's last game was on the GBA and not Nintendo Switch. The problem with Geno is that his rights are split between Square Enix and Nintendo, meaning that the only games he is legally allowed to appear in, or at least would make it easier for him to appear in, are games that both of these companies are involved with. And you know what crossover game series involves both of these companies? Mario Hoops 3-on-3. You know what else? Okay, but who cares? It's just some guy from an old game nobody remembers. Why do people want this character specifically in Smash Bros? That's because despite not being as popular as everyone else, maybe even Bayonetta, a lot of dedicated fans in the Smash community have been very vocal about wanting him, no, needing him in the Smash Bros. Franchise for a very, very long time. And on top of that, Smash creator Masahiro Sakurai went on record, he wasn't in court, he said this publicly, that Geno was heavily considered for the roster of Super Smash Bros. Brawl, which is, if you think about it, insane. That's crazy. Putting Geno in Brawl is like putting King Bulbin in Smash Ultimate. The same amount of years have passed, and also, who is this guy? And yet, despite this, throughout Smash's history, Geno was constantly in the conversation. At a certain point, he just stopped being a Super Mario RPG character and just began becoming a Smash Bros. Character known for being in Smash Bros., which he wasn't even in. That's what happened to Captain Falcon, but he's in the games. He was so popular that enough people put him down in the Smash 4 fighter ballot that he got a Mii costume as compensation. This was meant to appease people, and all it did was the opposite of that. If they could make a Mii costume of Geno happen, they could make him a character in Smash. I wanted him in, not because I cared about him or his game series of origin, but because I cared about Smash Bros. Speculation, and I've been watching for a long time. It would bring the story full circle and make so many people happy. But Andrew, it would make other people unhappy. If you really get upset that someone else's character is in Smash Bros., shut up, dude. Of course, I could be saying this from a point of bias. There are a lot of characters I don't like in the game, but I don't think anyone doesn't deserve to be in Smash. There's no such thing as deserving, you know? Earlier I said Bandana Waddle Dee deserves to be in. I want him in. All of this is subjective. All of this is personal, all right? I don't get mad about someone else's character being in Smash. I could be disappointed, you know, but I'm not going to argue on the forums to be like, oh, they wasted a slot with this guy. Who cares, man? If you honestly would get mad if Geno was added to Smash Bros., your priorities are way out of whack. If people get upset about someone else's character being in the game, I don't care what they think. They should be miserable. Except for Goku, all right? That's different. If he ever gets in, I'm dropping the game. That's the only exception. It's like opening Pandora's box. It's not a video game character. There's this argument that every single slot is something characters deserve, and they need to fight each other to steal that slot. This whole character stole slot from other more deserving character. I'm not gonna lie to you and say I've never thought that exact same thing, but that was never on message boards or Reddit or a YouTube video. It was just between friends. I've never played a Xenoblade game. I'm sorry, Sora fans. Again, very funny saying right now, but Geno deserves to be in Smash. He's the face of Smash Bros. Speculation. He's Mr. Smash Internet. And it'll also be our only chance to see him in a modern game unless they make a new Mario Hoops 3-on-3. See, this would be a really funny joke if they didn't announce a remake while I was working on this video. Actually, after. There was also some speculation on whether a character would appear on the Nindies Direct, Nintendo Indies Direct, on March 20th, prior to E3. Like that's ever gonna happen. Nobody watches these Nindie Directs, and the people that do not want the indie games to be overshadowed by a random Smash character. It's not gonna happen. It was becoming more and more clear as the days passed on that we wouldn't get any more information until E3. Probably. While people were arguing whether the game was a port or a new game, or arguing if Isaac Golden Sun deserved to be in the game, Nintendo would announce that there would be a Super Smash Bros. Invitational at E3 2018, where a bunch of hand-picked competitive Smash players who were all also internet famous. I don't know if they would be driven or flown out to E3. I think they were just invited to compete in a tournament containing the new Smash Bros. Game at E3 2018. That's a very roundabout way of saying what I wanted to say. And the invitational logo would be the same logo that we've already talked about, the new logo for the working title, meaning we were going to get new info on this game at E3. And just like most major games that would headline E3 events, it was also very likely that this game would be playable on the showroom floor. I've always wanted to go to E3, but not because of the press conferences, because those are rarely good. I always wanted to go because, first of all, growing up watching YouTube, it was like the big thing. And also, I wanted to play and document games before they came out. But now E3 is officially dead. And by the way, what Nintendo is trying to do currently to replace E3 is purposefully obtuse and really annoying. You can go to their event that has different things each day, but you can't choose what day you go. And even then, you can't confirm you'll get a ticket. And you're just put in a raffle that you might be able to go if you link your Nintendo account or get a ticket to PAX. I just want to play new stuff. So if people weren't already planning on going to E3 then, they definitely were now. And Nintendo understood this. E3 lines are famously long and everyone wanted to play this game, so they made it so that you could pre-register to specifically play Smash Bros. If you had an E3 ticket. Unfortunately, not everyone knew this, and a lot of people got upset. There was a leaker that said that the theme for this E3 was Smash Bros. And there was a bunch of props being set up, and they were from various Nintendo series, and this did end up being true, but it was also vague enough that it could have just been guessing. A general rule of thumb for trusted sources in this story is if it easily could have been guessed, it probably was. I didn't know a whole lot about the competitive Smash scene at the time. I only really knew the heavy hitters. But when Nintendo showed off the hand-picked roster for the first ever Smash Switch Invitational, it wasn't just a bunch of Smash 4 guys, it was players from different eras of Smash Bros. History. By this point in the story, we had already known that the new game was going to come out in 2018, but 2019 would mark the 20th anniversary of Super Smash Bros. And the one trailer we've already seen in the pocket seems like it's building up to be a celebration of all the games. Speaking of 2018, December 2023 would mark the 5th year anniversary when the game came out. But if this video is coming out in 2024, the 25th anniversary of Smash Bros. Hey, see, I lined it up perfectly whenever you're seeing this. And this was going to be a celebration for everyone. Everyone was going to love this Smash game, and yet people were still yelling about Isaac Golden Sun. He keeps coming up. But people did also speculate on what features could be featured in this new game. Even if it was a port, they could still add new stuff. But the most popular choice is that people wanted a stage hazard toggle to be able to turn off stage hazards because specific stages like Dr. Wily's Castle made it really annoying to play on them. Especially if you're playing competitively, Omega stages aren't gonna cut it. They're boring. Some people wanted All-Star Versus from Project M where you could pick multiple characters to play as in one match. And a lot of people wanted a actual single-player story mode proper.
An adventure mode similar to Melee's would be nice. I was so disappointed in the single player options in Smash 4 that I was actually hoping a Subspace style single player was going to be paid DLC, because I would pay for that in a heartbeat.
There's no like story mode, there's not even like, there's no adventure mode, there's no Subspace Emissary. You know, they have like Target Smash, but Target Smash sucks. Like, give me break the targets with everyone having an individual course, give me board the platforms, give me Subspace, give me adventure mode, something like that.
And like, I get it. Super Smash Bros. Brawl had the Subspace Emissary story mode, which was a fun enough single-player mode with cutscenes connecting these characters together. But allegedly, the creator of the series, Masahiro Sakurai, was so upset that everyone posted these secrets and cutscenes on the internet in 2008. So for the next game, Smash 4, they decided to not have any cutscenes or any secrets, and the ones they did want to keep in the game got leaked, so I guess he was right. But in the modern age, it's impossible to keep video game cutscenes off the internet. The best every individual gamer can do is just go out of the way to avoid them. Avoid YouTubers who put spoilers in the thumbnail of their boss rush videos. Because of the story mode and cutscene avoidance, the single-player modes of Smash 4 sucked. They were sucked. Also, I'm gonna say it before you guys say it. Oh, Andrew, I thought you don't like cutscenes. I never said I didn't like cutscenes. I said I didn't like games that rely too much on story and have no other substance. I like cutscenes in Smash Bros. Games because Smash Bros. Is fun. But The port versus new game debates. Yeah, they never really stopped. Of course, this working title could just mean they haven't named the official whatever the deluxe version is going to be, or could mean a new game. I don't know why I keep explaining this. I feel like you understand. You guys get me, right? Or at the very least, it'll be a new game built on the previous game's engine that takes heavily from it with new features and new characters and maybe a new art style. At least that's what Vergeben said. Right, okay, so... Remember earlier when I talked about the difference between little hints and giving the whole game away before it comes out? This isn't a code name, but I will use code images. Vergeben, represented here by a weird-looking flower, for some reason, was a very trusted leaker, sort of. First off, he leaked stuff to GameFAQs and not 4chan, which already puts him way above all the other leakers. He was most well known for saying that all the Ninja Turtles would be guest characters in Injustice 2 and Soul Calibur 6 would be coming out. Dude, I could be gaming. Alright, gamers, one of those was a pretty easy guess, and the other one easily could have been luck. I know this stuff. I was in the trenches of every Smash game's hype cycle. I learned to be mindful of every fake leaker's tells. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. But it's okay, you can trust me, the guy who multiple times on r/Smash Bros said that King K. Rool would never be playable in this series. So what did this guy leak anyway? Prior to E3 2018, Vergeben stated that Ridley would be in the game, Simon Belmont would be in the game, Ice Climbers would return, as well as every character from Smash 4, and that the new subtitle would be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. You may have noticed by the amount of official art I used for that section that some of that stuff may have been true, but I was still erring on the side of caution. He also said there would be some type of Minecraft representation somewhere in the game. This is me, current, future Andrew, talking about this after the fact, though. I didn't see any of these leaks prior to E3. I think it would have ruined the moment for me. I loved that E3 presentation. Speaking of which...
When we launched Nintendo Switch, our vision was a home system you could play together anytime, anywhere.
One of the first days of E3 2018, Nintendo had fully moved on to doing online-only presentations, but they still had a booth there. A booth that was obscured from the crowd before opening. Normally, the booth is revolving around whatever the big game is, announced at E3 or at least shown off at E3, meaning that whatever it was is something we didn't know about yet, or at least didn't know a whole lot about. We got some decent announcements, mostly just ports of other games coming to the Switch.
I can't wait to drop off the battle bus and meet some of you on the battlefield in Fortnite.
All right, and then I'll turn it over to someone I think you know. Aw man, this direct just barely started. How long are we gonna talk about Smash Bros? A long time. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to smile. I can't help it. I remember being in the basement the second time and trying to prevent myself from jumping off all the walls after I saw this logo appear. Me and my friends, and I'm not trying to be mean, all right? But me and my friends a little bit ago had like an inside bit about stimming, because as soon as we heard the word, we're like, oh, that's silly. Like, oh, people are making shit up again. And then I realized looking back that I've been doing that my whole life, literally down to flapping my arms. I didn't touch my hair all the time in these videos because I was worried about how my hair looks. It's because I need to do something with my hands. But now it's all gone, but at least I could do this. That's basically just as good. I was smiling so hard throughout this whole presentation, even thinking about it now, I get a little emotional. My face hurt, because I was smiling for so long, I thought I was gonna get stuck like that. Even now, I feel the same excitement I did at the time. We see Sakurai as he starts off with a little joke before we delve deep into the belly of the beast. The thing about Smash Ultimate speculation is we were basically starting from scratch. People could cry about it being a port until the cows came home, but we knew from the jump there was going to be new content. A new game where we knew relatively nothing. Leading up to the game's release, we were simultaneously drip-fed and starved and bombarded by information. That's what this video is. But because I'm covering everything as thoroughly as possible and telling the story as it went on, I'm going to pinpoint only the most important things that were shown off in this E3 trailer. So... New Battlefield, covered in ice and everything. Graphics look remarkably better than Smash 4. You can shit on Switch graphics all you want, but this game is gorgeous. The bomber enemy from Kirby series is in this game. Bowser's new Final Smash makes him a bigger Giga Bowser that punches the screen. Also, he's seen on a stage that was only previously seen on the 3DS version. We get to see Breath of the Wild Link in all his glory with his new remote bomb. I'm struggling from an editing standpoint to not just use Etika's reactions to these, because still to this day, I know it by heart. I know all the words. It's like lyrics. Like it goes in my... I've seen that video thousands of times.
Yo, Breath of the Wild Lunk from Pennsylvania.
There was a lot of reaction videos at the time, and while they're all iconic or good in their own way, just... God damn, he really just was the best to ever do it. I was gonna wait to mention this until a later part of the story, but his reactions were actually a big component of me getting into this game. Getting into this game as much as I did. Donkey Kong and Captain Falcon's punches activate a slowdown. This is a new mechanic added in the game where killing moves in one-on-one matches will result in a dramatic zoom. Star Fox is wearing a Star Fox Zero getup. Do I have to explain Star Fox Zero? I haven't even played it. I feel like most people haven't played it. I do own it though, because, you know, Wii U. We didn't have options. Zelda's cute new design is based on her appearance in Link Between Worlds, or A Link to the Past. It's heavily contested whether it was the translation error or not. We're never gonna get through this if I keep stopping the long-winded analysis to go in depth about every little detail, but thank God. What kind of gamer would I be if I didn't piss some people off? I despise the designs from Twilight Princess. Like, the characters made with that design in mind, like Midna and Zant, look fine, but the iconic Zelda 3 or any of the iconic Zelda characters in this art style, blech, ew. These are, and I'm taking everything into account, the ugliest the Triforce Trio has ever looked. I love Brawl and I'm really nostalgic for it, but God, I hate how these Zelda characters look. Even Ganondorf. He looks like this in the game. My point is, it's a marked improvement. I appreciate it. Mewtwo returns, Toad appears, and Peaches grabs and has actual personality. Actually, a lot of the fighters show a lot more personality now, as Donkey Kong's expressions are used as an example later. Ice climbers appear on screen to uproarious applause from everyone at home. I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times in this video. It's supposed to be about the hype cycle and interesting characters and modes and just learning new things about this game leading up to its release. It's not really about the competitive viability of stuff. However, the last 2 games, and the only 2 games prior to this that Ice Climbers were featured in, they were broken in different ways in each game, but they allegedly weren't broken in this game. Allegedly. Everyone was really happy to see them back because they're iconic to the Smash franchise, but if you watch specific reaction videos, you could see their smile fade towards the end because they remember getting grabbed. It's like whenever there's a new Pokemon game that updates months later with Pokemon Home connectivity, like you're all excited, like, oh cool, they're bringing old Pokemon in this game, but then you realize Landorus. Speaking of which, Pokemon Trainer shows up with Charizard, Ivysaur, and Squirtle. That's weird. You see, the Pokemon Trainer character initially debuted in Brawl, where the gimmick is they could switch between 3 different playable Pokemon that all controlled differently. There were 3 unique characters. But the caveat was they worked off of a stamina system, so if you kept one Pokemon in for too long, they would get tired and become weaker. So to avoid this, you had to constantly switch out Pokemon. And everyone hated that. So then they just made Charizard his own character, gave him his own character slot, and replaced the down B with Rock Smash. Nice use of an HM move. But now they're back, and you can freely change between the Pokemon whenever you want. And you can even be a girl this time around, catching up with Pokemon Crystal that released in the year 2000. Not only does Zelda look better, but Ganondorf got an upgrade too. Another Smash lesson from Dr. Ultra, if you don't know anything about the game. Ocarina of Time was the first Zelda game to drop on the N64, and it was a huge hit. Its sequel, Majora's Mask, was always received well, but looked exactly like the previous game. It was built on the same engine and used the same models. But Nintendo fans were excited to see what modern graphics, and by modern graphics I mean the year 2000, could do for the Zelda series. So Nintendo showed off this GameCube tech demo of Ganondorf and Link having a little sword fight to show the fans what modern to the early 2000s Zelda game could look like. Zelda fans got super hyped seeing this tech demo, thinking it could be the next Zelda game. This is what Zelda's going to look like in the next generation. And then the next console, the GameCube, released with its newest Zelda game, the Wind Waker, that didn't look like that at all, and people were not happy. Sure, they're happy now, but they weren't back then. And that story would end right here had it not been for Super Smash Bros. The only reason Ganondorf was in Smash Melee at all is because this Space World demo model had the same proportions as Captain Falcon, so they just cloned him onto it, gave him the same proportions, gave him the same moveset. I repeat myself, the main villain of one of Nintendo's tentpole important franchises was a clone of this guy, and stayed that way up until 2018. His Smash Switch model isn't the same as the Space World model, but his sword that he uses in the trailer is. Because in Melee, they had the forethought to give Ganondorf his signature sword in his taunt animation. So this sword, the sword we see him swing in this iconic trailer that didn't go anywhere, has never actually been in any Zelda game. It's a reference to a Space World tech demo that was stolen from to put Ganondorf in Smash Bros, and now it's being used again in a full circle moment, and here we are. Doria! Oh man, a lot of characters have come back from the grave. Oh, is that Snake? Everyone is here.
Everyone!
Pichu pops up, the music swells as the Koopa kids swing their scepters. I'm not even looking at the trailer, I just have it burned into my memory. I can't control my body whenever I hear the trailer again and it gets to that point because I feel like I'm right back there. This is the only video where I'm being like this earnest about something that I don't know why specifically Smash Bros is something I imprinted on that means this much to me, but it does. I wouldn't be making this long video if it didn't. Young Link, Wolf, the music fades as the title drops, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We see this gorgeous banner art of all the characters. Trust me, this is not the last we're gonna see of this art. If you know the story of this hype cycle, if you were there, then you know. There's a lot of mechanical changes in this new game, but for speculation's sake, let's only focus on the characters. Let's start with what is basically the main character, Mario. He just got a new major release. How has he changed? He's got a Cappy taunt, and he has wedding and construction worker outfits. That is all. It seems like the costumes in this game are more like actual costumes the characters wear, not just the alternate colors we got in previous games. I mean, we get both versions of Ike that have appeared in Super Smash Bros. Truly, everyone is here.
The two different versions are even voiced a little differently.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself.
Sure. Even Marth is getting in on the voice acting fun as he's finally voiced in English. It is kind of crazy looking back that Marth didn't get an English voice until 2018. 17 years after he made his Smash debut. Like, I understand Melee because that game was held together with mud and sticks, but Brawl in Smash 4? I hate that title. Anyway, what I'm saying is that costume speculation was also very rampant. There was an interview with the Pokemon person before this trailer dropped, which was basically just about the rules of what costumes certain Pokemon could wear and how Detective Pikachu changed a lot of that. I guess Detective Pikachu did end up being important in a weird way. So we get to see Pikachu Libre from Pokken as a skin in this game, and they finally acknowledge that female Pikachu looks different. Big win for the Pokemon Company's relationship with women. Also, we got girl Pokemon trainer, let's go. People got to play a demo of this game on the show floor with a handful of characters. And a lot of these characters had some pretty interesting skins, and by that I mean they didn't. Eagle-eyed Smash fans realized that Samus didn't have her Dark Samus inspired alt from Smash 4, and Ike didn't have his Chrom inspired alt, also from Smash 4, and that the Meta Ridley skin we saw in the Ridley trailer before this wasn't in the demo. Oh yeah, I forgot about Ridley, sorry.
Ridley?
It's Ridley! Ridley!
Might not be Ridley.
It's Ridley!
It's Ridley.
Oh yeah! Let's go! I waited for so long!
Oh, y'all talking about these two big Smash? Chuck right up what the fuck he wants to do! Oh my god!
The music is hype!
Really actually happening! I can't believe it!
Ridley hits the big time.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god!
Holy shit!
For those of you not in the know, I'll go over this fast because there's a lot to cover. People have wanted Ridley in a Smash Bros. Game since the first game came out. There's a video out there of a live crowd reacting to the opening cinematic of Melee for the first time and seeing all these characters and going crazy when they see Ridley appear on screen, even though he wasn't playable in that game. He wasn't even in that game at all, I think. Like, why even put him in this? It seems cruel. And then he was a boss fight in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Actually, 2 boss fights, but people still wanted to play as him, so much so that he's featured here in this Windows Movie Maker video from this year at the top of the list. So Masahiro Sakurai said, fine, here's a compromise. What if we made him not playable, but a stage hazard on one of the worst stages in Smash 4? To which everyone responded, that's not at all what we wanted. The argument the team had behind not wanting Ridley in the game was all about proper representation, but that was boiled down into the term, he's too big. Which not only became a huge meme in the community, but also became the main argument point about him not being playable. The team thought that they could not realistically fit Ridley into this game while keeping him accurate to his game series. But in the end, because of how badly fans wanted him, Ridley hits the big time.
No way they're pulling Ridley off. How big is he?
Ridley hits the big time!
He's gonna be banned. Oh, he's so big. He's gonna be so big. I cannot believe this. No, I knew this is sick. This is sick. Is he gonna be stage?
Oh, y'all talking about these 2 big Smash?
About the same size as Charizard.
And that's the story of Ridley and Smash. It ends here. He's in the game. We know this now. I was talking about the beta, right? Anyway, Mario and Pikachu look really off. Pikachu has a new Final Smash, Donkey Kong has a new Final Smash, Little Mac has a new Final Smash, Wario has a new Final Smash, Game & Watch has a new Final Smash, Pit has a new Final Smash, Sonic has a new Final Smash, Pac-Man has a new Final Smash, King Dedede has a new Final Smash, Zelda. A common theme with all of these changes is the absolute deletion of transformation Final Smashes. The kind of Final Smashes where you still had control over your character and could move around the stage. Final Smashes like Giga Bowser and Giga Max stuck around, but they just couldn't move around. After E3, all the individual character trailers about each character we know about in the game were posted to the Smash Bros. Website. And I watched every single one of them for this video. Again. I watched every single one of them the first time for fun. Because Smash speculation was fun. People speculated that we may get some kind of Smash meter implemented now that they're trying to make Final Smashes competitively viable. Yeah, because the second I laid my eyes on Zelda's Final Smash, I thought, God, I wish I could get hit by that in online. Speaking of Zelda, combining all of these individual character trailers and all the little bits of gameplay we saw from the E3 trailer, there are only a handful of characters whose Final Smash we didn't see. Sure, we were missing Meta Knight, Diddy Kong, and Duck Hunt's Final Smashes, but I'm more interested in the other characters. The two I want to focus on are Yoshi and Young Link. Yoshi had one of those transformation Final Smashes I mentioned earlier, and as much as I love Brawl and has a special place in my heart, it sucked. Blue Yoshi was my main in Brawl, and even back then I hated this. I get it's supposed to be a combination of all the powers he gets when he eats shells in Super Mario World, but he's been in so many of his own games since then. The most likely outcome is that we would still get Super Dragon Yoshi, except instead of flying around, it would be in a quick animation, but some of us were hoping we would get something entirely new. Maybe the giant egg, maybe a crying baby. The other guy, Young Link, who hasn't appeared since Melee, because of which never had a Final Smash. And this game's whole gimmick was bringing everyone back and updating them. I mean, they sped up his milk drink animation. They can do more. Earlier in the trailer, we see Breath of the Wild Link getting a brand new Final Smash. The last two Smash games, Link and Toon Link, have shared a Final Smash that isn't really anything. And I don't just mean it's not a reference to anything specific in a game, I mean it's a couple sword swings. It's very clear that Link, Mario, Pikachu, and Kirby were the first Final Smashes made for Brawl, and Kirby was the only one they put thought into. But now that this new updated main Link uses the ancient bow and arrow, we have the potential to get 3 Links with 3 distinct Final Smashes, which has never happened. I was about to say hasn't happened since, but it's never happened. Because Young Link isn't listed as an Echo Fighter like Lucina and Dark Pit, and neither is Pichu and Dr. Mario. God, I gotta explain everything. You see, Echo Fighters was a name coined for characters in this game, which is just a friendly way of saying clone characters. And it worked like a charm. After this, everyone stopped complaining about clone characters taking character slots, which is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Clones, in the nature of existing, are built on top of already existing characters, meaning that they weren't going to make a wholly new character in his space. They just added it as a little extra. Why do you want less characters? Because they couldn't be new characters with wholly new movesets. They would have ended up being wildly similar anyway, except for Ganondorf. There's really no reason he's a clone of Captain Falcon other than the one we already described. But we do get another reveal in this explanation part of the Direct, where we're talking about Echo Fighters.
Who is it? Who is it? Daisy! Oh, cool! Daisy!
Who is it?
Ridley.
Daisy!
Daisy's in fucking Smash! Holy shit!
Uh-oh. Yo, Daisy's in here too. Okay, I always like the better than Peach. Fuck.
Daisy joins the game as Peach's Echo Fighter. Of course, an Echo Fighter is a fighter that's more or less a color swap of a character with possibly some small changes, but is also unique enough personality-wise to be its own character. This will be a very pertinent argument in speculation later. Back to Young Link, we do see Dr. Mario and Pichu's Final Smashes, and they are exactly the same as the characters they are clones of. Okay, maybe not exactly the same, but they're the same. They're similar. Incredibly. On the other hand, just like Yoshi, we could potentially get a wholly new Final Smash from Young Link that is a reference to his source material games. And there's so much source material there. Although Young Link was introduced in Ocarina of Time, he is the main playable character in Majora's Mask. Think about all the potential cool Majora's Mask Final Smashes we can get. He could transform into the Fierce Deity. He could transform into any of the transformations in the game. He could summon the Skull Kid or Damoon. There's so much potential here. They wouldn't just throw away Young Link's first potential Final Smash to be something interesting and just make it a clone of an already existing Final Smash. right? While we're in Final Smash territory, we should probably talk about the Spaceys. The Star Fox characters of Fox and Falco are based off their Star Fox Zero designs. We know this. But remember, they're trying to do away with transformation Final Smashes, and these two share the same one. And in the new Final Smashes, we see Fox do this cool move where he calls his team and flies all the ships into the opponent, and then we see Falco's Final Smash, and it's the same thing. More unruly than Fox. It's an MP4.
Fox's design is now based on Star Fox Zero in his final smash.
Why would you do that?
An overhaul.
That game's horrible.
I love this, man. That's not important. What is they go out of their way to say the Landmaster has been retired. From a nostalgic standpoint, where I've been playing Smash Bros. Ever since Brawl, that's really sad. From a I like playing Smash Bros. Standpoint, good riddance. So this clearly means that Wolf, who also had the Landmaster, will also be getting a new Final Smash, even though it was missing from his character trailer. Kind of. You see, his trailer opens with him flying in with a bunch of his bros, and we know this is all in-game footage, and it looks an awful lot like the two Final Smashes we just saw. We don't get to see Wolf pull off this Final Smash, but it's very likely he will have the exact same Final Smash as the other two Spaceys. Damn it. You guys know King DDD? Every time we see this masked DDD in a Kirby game, there's always at least one Bandana Waddle Dee sitting in the crowd, who's mysteriously missing in his Final Smash. Suspicious. Also, I know why they changed it, alright? There's a lot of models on screen, but nothing can replace the big gay dance. I mean, look how well it runs on the Wii. I'm not gonna gatekeep, I just want to keep all the children out. Alright, I'm for adults only. But if you don't know what the big gay dance is, I'm not going to explain it to you. You kind of just had to be there. Bandana Waddle Dee had also been a very requested character for a long time, probably since Return to Dreamland on the Wii, but that speculation revved up a little bit more because he was playable in Kirby Star Allies, the most recent Kirby game that came out only a little bit before this was revealed. And they purposefully kept him out of a reference they easily could have slotted him into. Just saying, it's a little strange. Because there's other Final Smashes that feature more characters. Mega Man has new characters in his Final Smash, Ness has new characters in his Final Smash, Lucas has new characters in his Final Smash, Shulk has new characters in his Final Smash. That's apparently a huge spoiler. Sorry. Again, haven't played Xenoblade. And don't forget about Robin. You see, like Shulk and Mega Man, in the last game, Robin had a Final Smash where other characters would appear. Smash 4 had already been out for a decent amount of time once Ultimate was revealed, so the game had already been heavily leaked in data mine. Chrom, a character from the Fire Emblem franchise, I think, was planned to be a fighter in Smash 4, but was cut very late in development. That's why we got this really confusing trailer where he says he'll get another chance, and then it cuts to him in Robin's Final Smash, with the introduction of new clone characters under the name of Echo Fighters, a rebranding so that people will stop complaining. Earlier I mentioned that Samus was missing her Dark Samus ult, and Ike was missing his Chrom ult. We could see those as actual playable characters as Echo Fighters in this game. But you see what they're doing. They want to streamline and speed up Final Smashes so that people actually want to use them. It's an interesting tactic. We have thoroughly talked about Final Smashes and skins, so it's probably time to continue the direct. Yes, we're still watching it. Anyway, the Smashers rejoice as every character to ever appear as a fighter of the Smash Bros. Franchise is playable all in this game. Everyone is here. Because of this, everyone is happy that their main is returning, and they can continue to play them yet again.
My boy! He looks... Yes! Yes! Oh my god!
Ryu's back. What the fuck? Yo, he's second. He's second. He's second.
Robin and baby girl.
I ain't seen no wolf yet.
He's coming. He's coming.
You already know. 50
We see some moves from Inkling. You may be hearing it in the background now, but God, I love this trailer. I love how the music crescendos right here. It takes me back to my room, running in circles out of hype. I come back to watch this all the time. Not just the trailer, but I love to see the reactions of everyone in the community. I need to stop gushing and move on. I'm smiling again, aren't I? I love this game. I really like how the art looks on the banner because it's not meant to be accurate to the game, but the box art was also shown off soon after this, and I don't know. I mean, I have the Steelbook, not to brag. I don't even know how I could, considering they cost the same. So I haven't actually seen the box art in years, because it's not on that one. Just like, Donkey Kong, is he okay? He doesn't look okay. And now comes the list of little changes that go a long way. Pikachu has a new Nair. Seriously, I have to stop taking an aside and talking about every little change in this game, but this little change cost us everything. One little move and the mouse never gets nerfed. Sakurai prefaces the Ridley trailer by saying, "I kind of hope you aren't expecting too many new challengers," a line that will be contested months after this. Could not too many mean 10 new characters, making it the fewest amount we've ever seen in a new Smash game? Or could it mean as little as 3 and these are the only characters? It surely couldn't mean 12. I just wanted to say right here that past Andrew was already content with this game. He would have been content if it was the deluxe package, but seeing this, seeing the new designs for all the characters, seeing the character changes, and just Ridley and the Echo Fighters, it was enough to sell him. As soon as he saw, he was going to buy the game anyway, but as soon as he saw E3, he's like, oh my god, this is the best game ever, I'm going to play this forever. And I was right. The Ridley trailer opens not with fire, but a more minimalist animation. And a trend in these trailers starts here as Mario dies a tragic death. This will not be the final time. Why am I circling back to this trailer? There's so much ground to cover. Oh, finally, Bayonetta. You know, the character that killed Smash 4 by being too broken. We're finally gonna get some nerfs.
Listen closely, and you'll hear differences in the sound effects.
Oh. Also, what were they thinking showing off Rodon's assist trophy like this? I feel like they might be getting off on baiting people. There's no way this wasn't on purpose. Speaking of assist trophies... we got 3 new playable characters in Inkling, Daisy, and Ridley, and we got some extra speculation to boot. But now comes the part of every Smash Direct, every Direct in general that every Smash fan dreads: Death Row. Assist trophies. If you're not huge into Smash and just kind of play it recreationally, you may be shocked to learn that a lot of Smash fans look at extra representation and seeing their character in the game by any means necessary as a death sentence, and in a way it is. The thing is, we've seen characters be assist trophies in one game and then fighters in the next. It happened to Little Mac. But they've never been assist trophies and characters in the same game. If your character, the one you won in Smash, is listed as an assist trophy, it means that they cannot be playable as a character in that game. So seeing Lyn, Crystal, Midna, Knuckles, and Waluigi as assist trophies kills off any capability of being a character in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. They even take the presentation aside to show that long-speculated Konami gaming legend Bomberman is now an assist trophy. Ouch. Obviously, another very important cultural touchstone, if you want to call it that, is the internet's outcry for Waluigi. We got some fun memes, some not so fun ones.
Maybe I'll play Fortnite.
I deleted Fortnite.
What about Super Smash Bros?
I won't be in Super Smash Bros.
I'll play Skyrim.
Which Skyrim?
These were dark times. But we did get the beautiful wall elegy out of it. Even after months, the joke never died. And it never will. He could still make it in, guys. Waluigi still has a chance. There are some assist trophies from previous games missing here. Dark Samus, Ashley, Isaac Goldensun, Isabelle have all been on potential character rosters. I mean, during demo play, Midna and Girahim were spotted, but Tingle and Skull Kid weren't. That's 2 more characters. But delving deep into the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, this new Knuckles assist trophy was shown off to either replace or match the Shadow the Hedgehog assist trophy that has been in the games ever since Smash Bros. Brawl, but was weirdly missing from the demo. Almost like he was replaced by Knuckles. Sonic did still have his Shadow ult, clashing with the theory that Samus and Ike's special ults being missing. But they made a really big deal about these new Echo Fighters. You'd expect that we'd see a lot more. And yeah, Shadow is different from Sonic, but not really. Sonic doesn't even really act like Sonic at Smash Bros, so having a new character to pad out representation isn't the end of the world. On the Pokemon end, we got a Beware item. Everyone and their mom, I guess also their moms, was speculating that we would get new representation from the most recent generation of Pokemon Sun and Moon, but it never went any farther than that. Prior to E3, it was really just a matter of if it was going to be Mimikyu, Decidueye, or Beware, and now it can't be Beware, so it's either Mimikyu or Decidueye. So many little things that really go a long way to reinvigorate the roster and rebalance old characters that got left behind. Samus can jump while charging laser, Ryu always faces opponents in one-on-one, Pichu still hurts itself, but it's a clone of Pikachu in Smash Ultimate, so I'm sure he'll be alright. No Pokemon trainer fatigue and can change whenever. Like we saw earlier in one-on-one matches, there's a dramatic slowdown on powerful moves, and the final move of each match always does the zoom in. On top of that, there's now an on-screen indicator that tells you the stock counter in one-on-ones, and a nice little box over here in the corner that lets you know where you are as you fly off the stage. The character portraits are tilted ever so slightly from Smash 4, and the damage percentages have decimal points for some reason. To this day, I still don't know why they did that. If you release the shield button at the correct frame, you can perfect shield and leave your opponent open to attack while tanking the shield damage. I have never once done this on purpose. Ladder attacks and swimming returns after being absent in Smash 4. Partially. It's easy to forget about these changes having played the game because they're so small and you just get used to having them. But jumping back to Smash 4 after having gotten used to all these changes, it controls like a hot bag of shit. If you ever go back to a previous Smash game after playing the current one for a while and it feels strange, it's likely because of the knockback. Early on, immediately after E3, the community coined the knockback in Smash Ultimate as balloon knockback because you get shot away really fast and then slowly float down as if you've punched a balloon. I had to shuffle through a bunch of old videos and posts and accounts for this, and it's really fun to actually go back like a time capsule and see what people thought at the time. And what people thought at the time immediately after E3 was they hated this knockback, but that's probably just because it was new and people hate change and love to complain about it. Nobody complains about it now. Although people did complain that Fox could not side B through shield, which seemed like the end of the world at the time. Gauges for meters like clouds, robins, and villagers appear by their icons. Their icons are also changed a little. They're turned slightly. The little details go a long way. Not only do the facial animations look better, but now Mr. Game & Watch's animations all reference their games of origin. He's even got...
Oh my goodness!
I'm gonna talk more about it later because it will be important later, but this Native American face, Mr. Game & Watch, got cut out of the game very close to the game's release. I can't imagine why. Shulk can pick Monado arcs faster. Ganondorf has his sword. The Mii fighters are ripped. They have voices. They're gonna be playable online because we've given up on caring about online bullying. I'll drink to that. Olimar gets a crack in his helmet when he's hit, which was an idea left behind in the code of Super Smash Bros. Brawl that never went anywhere, and it also never went anywhere here, but it's still cool. You know what else was an idea that was left behind? Hey, look, it's Sukapon, the character I only know because he was planned to be an assist trophy in Brawl, and everyone put that in their fact videos. Did you know that Sukapon is actually the color pink? Hire me, did you know gaming? I know gaming. Wii Fit doesn't look like a corpse anymore. Palutena was the poster girl for custom moves in Smash 4, but no one used her because custom moves were banned. So now she has an actual moveset that's an amalgamation of all the custom moves that fell flat in Smash 4, and she's a force to be reckoned with now. Rob has a gauge on his chassis, Rosalina has a different nair, Toon Link has a new forward smash, Shulk can quick change his mana, I already said that part. Daisy uses Blue Toad instead of regular Toad, so that's an automatic advantage. Blue Toad is one of my favorite Mario characters. I'm not even joking or exaggerating. Make him playable. Just a bunch of little itty bitty changes that I think are really cool.
Did a little something to his stone abilities.
Me!
Inkling as a goth girl alt, let's go! Press and hold for rapid strikes, cancel dash attacks. Directional air dodging is back, but you get punished for using it too much to prevent people from wave dashing and camping on one side. As someone who had a Link friend in Smash 4 that I constantly had to play against, thank God. Short hop with A and jump. Perfect shield by letting go right as you get hit. One-on-one damage does more than multi-man matches. Person in first place in multi-man matches glows so you know who to gang up on. You can hold smash moves for way longer. The rage mechanic, where you do more damage the more you take, and ledge trumping, if you grab a ledge while someone else is on and it pushes them off, return from Smash 4. We got to see how the new sudden death works while people play the demo. Instead of dropping bombs, the screen shrinks with a growing ring of fire, which I like way more. Just like the Squid Sisters assist trophy I forgot to mention. I can't talk about every single thing, despite the fact that it sounds like I am, but we do see some items in the beta gameplay footage that weren't listed anywhere else at the time. Killer Eye Drill, Ore Club, and the Sheriff Assist Trophy are among the few that weren't mentioned, but we saw. Is this important? No, but I watched an hour of blurry gameplay footage and I need to put it somewhere. And also, due to personal accounts and podcasts afterwards, some people said allegedly that you could cancel taunts, and this could change the game. Think of all the things that you could do by canceling a taunt into an attack.
Hands off my... Hands off my...
You may not like these changes, but I do, and I'm always right. Also, they make the game way more fun to play and more inviting to new players. Please and thank you. Decimal points on the percentages and eyes glowing in the matchup screen are both things I remembered being hype about, but have since forgotten they existed despite playing this game all the time. I remember seeing a glimpse of the result screen in Daisy's reveal, and a noise escaped my mouth that no mere mortal man alive could ever make. The starting roster could be as small as the original 8 from Smash 64, and the way to unlock all characters characters is supposed to be fun, considering so much of the branding of this trailer is about the order characters were added to the game. Fun fact, Sheik is actually listed above Zelda because technically in this opening cinematic from Melee, where we see them both for the first time, we see Sheik ever so slightly before we see Zelda. It's interesting to think that when Melee came out, Sheik and Zelda being the same person was still kind of a secret. I mean, Ocarina only came out a handful of years prior. They did show it in the game, but they wanted to keep it on the down low. Sorry, Xenoblade fans, you do not get the same respect. And look, some people were upset about the idea of having to unlock all the characters, but not me. I know that video games, specifically fighting games, have changed a lot in the modern era, but there's no reason we have to leave behind secret characters and unlockables. Like, we knew that they were going to tell us all the characters before release because they learned their lesson last time, but unlocking all of the characters in a new Smash game is an integral part of the experience. I unlocked all the characters in Smash 4 on day one, both times. I don't care if you want to play online immediately out of the box. You better start unlocking characters, brother. I like fun. There are some other items like the Healing Field, Black Hole, Fake Smash Ball, and Warp Star. I only mention these because it's not an item you think about a lot, but in Jigglypuff's character trailer, they put out the hardest Warp Star combo I've ever seen in my life for no reason. I kind of mentioned it earlier when I mentioned the missing Final Smashes, but these individual character trailers did show off some new moves and techniques. Dr. Mario has a spike, Little Mac's side B doesn't lead into free fall, Ike's neutral B can change and reach farther, Donkey Kong's cargo grab goes over his shoulder like the video game Donkey Kong. People who played and watched the demo at E3 said that Ness had a new up air and that Ridley's command grab actually goes a lot farther than was shown in the video. Toon Link is almost exactly the fucking same, but if you look closely in Mario's video, you could see what looks like new Donk City in the background. I don't know why I said look closely. It's very clearly in the background as the song playing is Jump Up Superstar from Mario Odyssey. Speaking of which, we of course have the list of stages that appeared in the demo, a lot of which are just ported directly from Wii U, so there's not a lot to say there. What I'm more interested in talking about is the huge jump in quality from 3DS and GameCube stages to the Switch. Stages like Prism Tower, Congo Falls, Princess Peach's Castle, Spirit Train, Great Bay, New Pork City. I know New Pork City is from Brawl, but the Wii and GameCube have the same graphical fidelity, so it still reigns true. And those are just the demo stages. Days after E3, the community used all the screenshots and footage we had to put together a list of 88 stages spotted in the game, still in June, days after E3. And of course, by the community and some people, I mean GameXplain. They did it. For me to tell this story properly, I need to bring up all the important players. A lot of the early examinations that weren't competitive based were done by GameXplain. And a lot of them were correct, an issue that will make itself known later. The demo had Battlefield and Final Destination as choosable stages, but the demo's Final Destination was just new Battlefield without platforms. But in some of Fox's new pictures, you can see a stage in the background that doesn't look like any stage in Smash Bros. History. Could this dark background be the new Final Destination? I mean, why would they make Final Destination and Battlefield the same? This seems like a choice made because they needed a playable demo for E3. And then on the regularly updated Smash Bros. Website, we got some songs right after E3, and the main theme has this interesting cloud fixture in the background. Could this also be Final Destination? These two don't look anything alike. Someone would need a crazy strong connection to Nintendo insiders to guess something that ludicrous. Now's as good a time as any to mention the songs on the website, you know, in the middle of the stage section. You guys wanted my honest thoughts. What you didn't know is that my thoughts are constantly out of order. When we are drip-fed information by the day, you milk that shit for everything it produces. There are blog posts I'm gonna get more into in the later weeks, but just know that they're mostly just items we already know about and character trailers we've already seen. So you know, because of being starved for information, everyone was bumping to these 4 songs on repeat. Who cares if they're short? It's all we have, damn it. We did get some new stages like Moray Towers and Great Plateau Tower. Jeez, there's a lot of towers. 2 towers. I'm not. Another, if we're counting New Donk City shown off in Mario's trailer. They also announced in the trailer that there would be an Omega and Battlefield form of every stage. Omega forms introduced in Smash 4 means no platforms, just flat. And Battlefield form means it's Battlefield. Similar to the demo's Final Destination, people were sure that Battlefield form was just going to be a placeholder title. Maybe they call them alpha stages or beta stages. Anything would be better than Battlefield form. A placeholder title to rival the likes of Luigi's Mansion 3 placeholder title and Untitled Goose Game placeholder title. The game is coming out December 7th, 2018. Meaning from this date at E3, June 12th, we would have 178 days until the release of the game. That's a lot of weeks. Yeah, so we should probably wrap up day one, huh, Andrew? There's gonna be Ridley and Inkling amiibo. I was never huge into amiibo. If they came out a couple years prior, I would have been all over it, as I was all over Skylanders. I got some Smash 4 amiibo for cheap later on, but the E3 trailer made it seem like that line would continue on. Like, the Smash 4 amiibo are backwards compatible with the Switch and Smash Ultimate, meaning that we could get new amiibo for all the new designs. Surely we would get returning characters like Pichu and Snake amiibo, but I was kind of hoping we would get a new Ganondorf amiibo because I hate this design, but I've already said that a lot. Obviously, people could play the demo on the show floor, but remember, that same day there was an invitational tournament in which the winner was a Mario in a Waluigi skin. Don't ever give up hope. Also, Bayonetta easily carried Ridley off the top of the stage, showing that she had not been nerfed enough at all, and allegedly Sakurai facepalmed at the sight of this. There was another invitational tournament shortly after in Japan, but the build was the exact same, so nothing had changed. Yay! Allegedly, according to some competitive Smash players, they got to compete in the tournament and ask some questions afterwards, that there is going to be a stage hazard toggle to be able to turn off the most annoying ones. That means all of them. Yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. This is the same team who thought we combined the Smash Wii U and Smash 3DS hazards on Dr. Wily's stage was a detail people would be excited about. E3 is over, and now we can wrap up day one of the beginning of this hype cycle. I know technically the game was shown off in March, so the hype cycle should start then, but nothing was shown off between March and June. We didn't get any information. And honestly, now we're getting epic, daily, sometimes Smash blog updates like, also they showed off a Smash GameCube controller, the E3 Direct, I forgot to mention that. Okay. They also announced they would be releasing a GameCube controller adapter for the Switch when it's just a USB connector cable that they already released for Smash 4. Don't ask who signed this. Watch the MagFest video. But nobody owned a Wii U, so it's okay. But you could still buy the adapter. I'm arguing with myself. Anyway, blog updates like Daisy's video, we've already analyzed a million times. Ridley's video, we've already analyzed a million times. Inkling's video, we've already analyzed a million times. The Launch Star item, Squid Sisters Assist Trophy, Battlefield, the Black Hole item, and music we just talked about. The only thing arguably new that we got shown off at the Smash blog around this time is that Alolan Vulpix will be a Pokeball item Pokemon in this game, and I could be mad, but he's just so darn cute. The last thing I want to cover post-launch of E3 is the way these trailers and announcements impacted the internet at large. We already mentioned the Waluigi outcry and subsequent song, but channel I'm a huge fan of still to this day, Silvagunna released a bunch of high-quality Ridley-related rips the same day of the release. I like to think that Silvagunna just has a huge library of high-quality rips yet to be seen by human eyes. They're just sitting on them, waiting and biding their time for this to be a funny and current meme. I met some of the Gunner boys at MagFest, again, watch MagFest video, where they told me I was epic and I deserved a chalky milk. I don't remember what year it was, but whatever year, that would be relevant. Also, again, cultural impact at the time. I want to ask you, what do you remember from 2018? What big cultural thing, media or otherwise, took the world by storm and became the biggest and most prevailing meme throughout the year? What was the biggest thing to come out of 2018 to your memory?
Thanos is an iconic Nintendo baddie who needs to get his due. And don't you dare say this isn't Nintendo. It has Ryu in it, and he was very clearly in the last Smash, so...
The film Avengers Infinity War would come out a couple months after the initial Inkling reveal, and its follow-up film Avengers Endgame would then also come out a couple months after the actual game release. You watching this right now, I want you to open another tab on your computer, because I know everyone watches these on their computers. You don't watch it on your telephone, do you? I want you to go to the YouTube search and type in Smash Bros. Avengers before : 2019, and you'll see enough content to last you until you die. I used Reddit more times in 2017, 2018 than I have in the entirety of my life, as it, of course, ruled the internet at the time. People look back at like Ugandan Knuckles and Big Chungus with despair, but the memes of 2018...
Hey, Bonos. Key, Ling, ha 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 ha, half the universe.
Pretty bleak shit. These were dark times. There was also a huge outcry about Snake and Zero Suit Samus's curves being nerfed in the new game, which I'm sure was 99% a joke and 1% weeb Nintendo fans that I am afraid of. Before we jump into week 2, I know, right? We're gonna be stuck in June forever. I want to talk about popular speculation post E3, immediately following the reveal. Game Explain, remember the guys I mentioned before, got to interview Bill Trennan of Nintendo of America. They asked him if the game being titled Super Smash Bros. Special in Japan had any significance, and it really doesn't. It's just a cool subtitle. They asked him if there were any major character changes that we didn't learn about in the trailer or in the demo, and he described how Zelda's Down B Phantom has changed. That you can send it out before it's complete to differing degrees of damage. And then they tried to sneak this part in to maybe trick him into revealing some information. They said, hey, it's basically been confirmed there's a stage hazard toggle. Any thoughts on that? To which he responded, you'll hear more eventually. Later in this video, there's going to be a lot of contract talk from people who don't understand contracts. Me. I've never signed anything in my life. For whatever reason, big brands don't want to sponsor me. I mean, I know why. The argument is always, if they signed an NDA, they can't say anything at all. However, tinfoil hat time. If there wasn't going to be a stage hazard toggle, he wouldn't have said, stay tuned. There was Waluigi-related cope. People were speculating that he could still become a full playable character. A footnote of that is that some people speculated that assist trophies may be playable because you can KO them in this game. That was a pretty important part of the E3 presentation that I didn't really mention, but yeah, you can KO them this time around. Most of them. But I think people just wanted to undeconfirm their favorite character. Deconfirm already isn't a word. Undeconfirm definitely isn't. There are 3 categories of speculation at this time. Maybe 4 because of E3. So first, let's jump into the assist trophy corner. I mentioned already that Game Explain had already compiled a video of all the stages the community had found through different footage and pictures. And they even asked Little Bill over here if every stage would return, and they didn't really get a straight answer. In the same vein, they released a video of all the assist trophies the community has found in trailers, footage, and screenshots. In the presentation, they saw Bomberman, Waluigi, Ghosts, Lyn, Rodan, Midna, Starfy, Squid Sisters, Nintendog, Knuckle Joe, Metroid, Andross, Riki, Burrowing Snart, I can't do this one, Burrowing Snargrit, Sukapon, and Jeff. In the captured beta footage, we saw Dr. Kawashima, Hammer Bro, Color TV 15, a new Arcade Bunny assist trophy they didn't show off yet from the Badge Hunter games, Takamaru, Samurai Goro, apologies to the people who thought he was going to be playable in Melee because he appeared in the same trailer Ridley was in. Heartbroken twice, or at least Ridley's in this game. Dr. Wright, Sheriff, Mother Brain, Starman, Girahim, Crystal, and Knuckles. I was initially going to make a visual aid. I love making visual aids. I make them for fun for myself. Of all the stages in Smash history and little indicators on which one we know to be confirmed in Smash Ultimate thus far. You know what? Maybe I will still do that. But the history of assist trophies is a lot smaller and a lot easier to talk about. Sure, we have assist trophies like Barbara, Excite Bikes, Gray Fox, Jill, Mr. Rossetti, and the world-famous Hellerin that only appeared in Brawl. And by world-famous, I mean people played this game for the first time when it came out on Switch Online. Whereas I pointed at the screen and said, oh, that's the guy from Smash Bros. And there's some assist trophies that were introduced in Smash 4 missing, like Chain Chomp, Devil, Dylan, Aluckman, Infantry and Tanks, Cat and Anna, Lakitu, Magnus, Nightmare, Phosphora, Prince, and... Okay. Alright, funny guy. Do I want to do the YouTuber thing where I say, oh, I'm gonna butcher this, or do I just not say it at all? Saki Amamiya. But what I, and the greater Smash community as a whole, are more interested in are the suspiciously missing assist trophies. And by that, of course, I mean the list of characters people had wanted playable prior to this. Sorry to all those Dylan's Rolling Western fans, but the group of interesting missing assist trophies are, of course, Ashley from the WarioWare series, Isaac Golden Sun, Isabelle from the Animal Crossing series, Ray Mark II from the Custom Robo series, Shadow the Hedgehog from the Sonic the Hedgehog series, Tingle and Skull Kid from Zelda. People have wanted Ashley in Smash ever since this specific Wario was added in Brawl. It's listed internally in the game, but it's also very clear if you go to the Smash website. Wario is listed in his own game series. He's not a Mario character. He's from the Wario franchise, but he's the only character in that list. Same goes for Yoshi. What I don't understand is that characters like Wario, Yoshi, and Donkey Kong are all listed in their own series, despite debuting in a Mario game, being Mario characters, because their series has a bunch of games. And I understand that. What I don't understand is why Luigi is listed as a Mario character when he could also easily have his own franchise. It would also slim down the Mario category a little bit so we could fit some more characters without people complaining, oh, there's too many Mario characters. How come Mario can have a bunch of characters, but everyone complains when Fire Emblem does? I don't know, man. Which of these two do you think is the most popular game series of all time? I will always complain about too many Fire Emblem characters, but I will accept 20 new Mario characters with open arms. Give Peach her own category. She's got a game coming out. Isaac from Golden Sun is a character I don't know outside of Smash speculation because he keeps coming up. I thought, upon looking back before doing the research for this video and just going off of memory, that he was a big player later in this story, but he's actually been there from the jump. I cannot get away from this guy. People weren't really speculating about Ray Mark III. I've never even played Custom Robo, but I just put him in for myself because I like his design. 2 Zelda characters in Skull Kid and Tingle. There are no real rules to Smash speculation. We can make assumptions and inferences from the information we have, but at the end of the day, I don't think the Smash development team actually cares about representation. However, to me, just something I picked up on, it may or may not be true, noticing that the only Zelda characters playable in Smash being variations of the Triforce trio meant that the only Zelda characters that could be playable in Smash or featured as important characters were ones that were in multiple different games. I really like Skull Kid, and don't get me wrong, at the time I did want him in the game, but other one-off Zelda characters like Midna and Girahim had already been deconfirmed as assist trophies. I know that Sheik and Ganondorf haven't appeared in every Zelda game, but they're versions of characters that have. Ignore Four Swords. So I always figured that the only viable playable characters in Smash from the Zelda franchise had to have appeared in multiple different Zelda games, like Beetle or Tingle. Because think about it, other than the Triforce trio, what other Zelda character has appeared in this many Zelda games and this many Zelda timelines? 2, but still, that's out of 3. You guys don't want to hear this, but Tingle could be a fun and goofy character, and in 2023, I still want him to be playable, unless you're watching this in 2024, in which case, I guess the expiration date is hit. The clock struck midnight, it's 2024, I no longer want him playable, I guess. Of course, he appears in the background of the Great Bay stage, but you know who else appears as part of the background of a stage? Toon Link on the Spirit Train. But of course, whenever you play that stage as Toon Link, the background character is replaced with Alfonso. So they could make it that if you select Tingle on the Great Bay stage, the Tingle in the background will be replaced with Alfonso. I haven't played Majora's Mask in a while. On the other side of speculation, sure, they both could be playable, but it's weird that we haven't seen Young Link's Final Smash yet, when he's based off the character from Majora's Mask, the origin game for both of these characters. Then we got some potential Echo Fighters. The Dark Samus assist trophy is also missing from the demo and any presentation, but we've already gone over how Samus's Dark Samus ult and Ike's Chrom ult are also missing from the demo. Chrom was never an assist trophy, but you know who was? Shadow the Hedgehog. We brought this up a little bit earlier, but it is possible they added the Knuckles assist trophy to replace Shadow, as he's been upgraded to an Echo Fighter. Immediately following E3, the post E3 era, Echo Fighters dominated the airwaves. That was all everyone was speculating about. I mean, they made a big deal about it during the presentation. They gave them a new title. There has to be more than this. The Isabelle assist trophy also being missing makes a lot of sense when you consider she's probably the second most popular Animal Crossing character, maybe even first, because the villager doesn't really count as a character, even though she was only introduced on the 3DS. I mean, she doesn't fight at all in her home series. She could easily just be an Echo Fighter, a villager. It'd be stupid to give her own original moveset. Moving on. You know what's similar to assist trophies? Pokeball Pokemon. What's the deal with those guys? Now that Beware is deconfirmed, the Gen 7 rep will likely be either Decidueye or Mimikyu, and that's where the discussion ends, or does it? So immediately following E3, the characters leading speculation were Dark Samus, Chrom, Shadow, Isabelle, Tingle, Skull Kid, Isaac, Ashley, Decidueye, or Mimikyu. Remember earlier when I said visual guides? I'm gonna combine this with the previous characters we saw that still haven't been deconfirmed. Specifically Bandana Waddle Dee. Here you go, a visual guide. You're gonna see this a lot. People never really stopped wanting Sora in the game, but speculation kind of died down when a lot of arguments about the rights owners became a big thing. From March to June, people had kind of lost hope until E3 2018, where Kingdom Hearts was all over the show. Nothing actually changed, but interest was revitalized as multiple different showings showed different trailers of the same game. But no trailer for the Switch, no trailer during Nintendo's presentation, so we'll see where it falls. So those are all the heavy hitters leading speculation immediately following after E3. Wait a minute, didn't I make a big deal about putting a pin in this weird looking flower? Anyway, remember in May 2018 when Vergeben said that Ridley would be in the game, Ice Climbers would be in the game, and then the assets would take heavily from Smash 4? And yeah, before you ask, despite people seeing the game with their own eyes, the argument on whether the game was new or a deluxe port we're still going on after E3. I'm serious. Arguing over semantics, I suppose a subsect of people were just upset about the way the announcements went, despite the Smash team giving it their all to try and please everyone. I know this is years later, and nobody's arguing this anymore, but this is a new game. It looks different and it controls way different. I know this because every time I try and go back to Smash 4, I throw up in my mouth. All the things that this Vergeben guy said ended up being true, but also they weren't too out of the realm of possibility. Every character returning from Smash 4 would have seemed unlikely had he not already said that the game was built on top of Smash 4. So if he was guessing that, he easily could have said, well, of course, if it's built off Smash 4, why wouldn't they bring all the characters back? Everyone wanted Ridley in the game, and there's no reason Ice Climbers couldn't work on the Switch if it was a new game. The only other character he listed in his leaks was Simon Belmont from the Castlevania series, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see how right or wrong he ends up being. Of course, I already know. At this very moment, the week of June 13th, 2018, I am skeptical. There's going to be a lot of quote-unquote trusted leakers in this story, so stay tuned for that. So we've covered everything. Now seems as good of a time as any to move on to week 2 of the post E3 speculation. I'm just going to call it week 2 from here on out. Show the cool visual, show the characters. By week 2, the port versus new game argument died down, but not as much as you would think. Just like week 1, the Smash Bros. Blog updates basically every weekday with new posts about something, whether that be a character trailer or a stage or item or a music, which was supposed to be exciting. I mean, Smash Team didn't do anything wrong, but by this point, because we are insane, we had already found every item and stage hidden in the background and had consumed all of these individual character trailers multiple times over. I can tell you this though, because I was so excited for this game and we were drip fed information by the day, I listened to every song on the Smash Bros. Website on loop. Monday, June 18th had multiple posts, but they were all things we had seen before. But the first post starting this array of character trailers was, of course, Mario, the first Smash Bros. Character. Mario is an all-around fighter who uses his wide variety of techniques to respond to any situation. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, he shows up in his wedding tux and builder outfit, and Cappy even makes an appearance. Nothing new, we've already been over these character trailers multiple times, but I will say, after the hype of E3 had kind of died down by week 2, people had realized that the new building and wedding outfits meant that the Fire Mario ult was missing and likely would not be in the game. One of the more popular Mario skins, because it's not a super obscure references like all the other ults. It's Fire Mario. Your grandma knows him. Rest in peace, Fire Mario. I didn't even know people cared about you until people on the internet complained that you were gone. You don't know what you have, so on and so forth. Then we got a post about the Battlefield stage, but unlike the character trailers, these pictures are new. Like, we knew what Battlefield looked like, but we didn't see it from this angle. I was hanging on every post. The stage is sporting a redesigned look, with vast natural vistas forming a stunning backdrop behind floating platforms. This stage truly deserves its name. On the same day, this is all still on the Monday. This is gonna be a long one. We got a post about the black hole item. Pulls fighters and items into its powerful gravity field. If someone throws a black hole in your direction, you better keep your distance. I got a little ahead of myself earlier and already pointed this out, but there's not a whole lot to say about the black hole item beyond the stage we see in the background. We get 4 pictures of this black hole in action, 2 of them Star Fox. Oh, I get it, Star Fox. Fox standing on a stage that we haven't seen yet, and it can't be an already existing stage because none of them match this background. But remember, in the demo, Final Destination had the same background and setting as Battlefield, and that has never happened. These dark images, along with the cloud iconography all over the Smash website. This could be our new final destination. I know I already talked about all this, but what else am I supposed to say about the black hole item? There was a black hole glitch in Melee. Maybe it's a reference to that, but we all know it isn't. Tuesday, June 19th, a very bomb-based day. Because one, we got an assist trophy showcase of Bomberman. Bomberman is a brand new assist trophy, which means he's here to help you during battle. The bombs he leaves on stage detonate in his iconic cross-shaped pattern, which again, is not new. However, because we only got a couple posts a day, and some days only one post, the day's speculation was tied around these specific showcases. People had kind of talked about it prior, but seeing Bomberman in this game opened up speculation for another Konami character. Like, Snake is back in the game, but I don't think Konami would just make a Bomberman assist trophy if they didn't already have another playable rep planned. Maybe Pyramid Head from Silent Hill, maybe Bill Reiser from Contra. Nobody actually said Bill Reiser other than me. That's just a classic Andrew Ultra pick. The guys over at Game Explained speculated that maybe Simon Belmont could be in the game, which is the same character Vergeben said. Suspicious. Anyway, the other bomb-based post on this day was the Splatoon song Bomb Rush Blush, and when I said I listened to these songs all the time on loop, I wasn't lying. Whenever I would drive to work, I would listen to the weekly song for, well, a week. Wednesday, June 20th, it's just Link. It's Link. It's from the Link series, from The Legend of Link. Link has been redesigned to match his appearance in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. He can now pick up arrows he's fired, and his bombs have been upgraded to remote bombs, so you could set them off when the timing is just right. Honestly, after the hype had died down post E3 the week after, some annoyances and disappointments did settle in for very specific things, one of which is Link's lack of Breath of the Wild moveset. Like, yeah, he has the bomb and the arrows, I guess. He does so much more in his base game. But the remote bomb and double arrows will have to do. Also, he probably doesn't have a hook shot, but we don't know yet. And finally, Thursday, June 21st, we would get an Ice Climber showcase. Back in the battle after a 10-year absence. There are 2 of them, so that makes them twice as strong as other fighters. First of all, 10-year, oh my god, that made me sick. Like the others, we had already seen all these character trailers, but because this was the only post we got that day, that day's theme speculation was Ice Climbers. It's there that the community at large learned upon putting together all footage from the demo and personal accounts from the people that got to play it, is that only one of the Ice Climbers has a grab this time around, thus getting rid of all the grab combos and wobbling that made the characters insufferable in previous games. Yay! Before we move on to character speculation in week 2, I want to cover all the little other bits of news we got outside of the Smash Bros site. It was announced that Super Smash Bros Ultimate would be playable at CEO in Florida, just like it was playable at E3 and Rage shortly after. They didn't specify to what degree it would be playable, but considering the event was June 29th to July 1st, it's probably the same demo we saw at E3 just a month prior. I noticed while going back through the speculation, of course, again, I remember vague things the first time around. I went back for specific research to cite things for this video. But at the time, I thought like, oh, they had it at E3 and then you had to wait until the game was out. But I'm realizing while watching all these videos that this game was, the demo was actually playable at a lot of different places. Like throughout the entire lead up to the game's release, I just didn't live in Florida. I just never knew, because how on earth could I excuse going to Florida? The popular Japanese video game magazine Famitsu, or Famitsu, it depends on who you ask, had a column in it written by creator and director of Super Smash Bros., Masahiro Sakurai. It was titled Smash is Special, a pun on the new game's name in Japan, Super Smash Bros. Special. There wasn't a whole lot of new information, mostly talk about how and why the game is faster. One of the points given is that the Switch has less gaming newcomers than the Wii did, and I don't know if I believe that. It hadn't become their best-selling console by this point in 2018, but less newcomers still doesn't seem right. The only thing noting in this first column, notice I said first column, is that it had the subtitle of Part 1, implying there would be more installments in more issues of Famitsu. And just to set it up now, it isn't all boring. There will be speculation around these weekly Sakurai columns, okay? It's gonna come up. And yet, despite all this setup, all the players are still not in place. Okay, we can get into actual character speculation now. The potential Gen 7 Pokemon slot is narrowing more and more as Game Explained made another video compiling all the Pokeball items Pokemon found. And there are a lot of classic returning ones, but I'm more focused on the newer ones like Abra, Togedemaru, Alolan Raichu, and Eevee. It may seem like none of these Pokeball Pokemon affected speculation, but that's not entirely true. I think part of the reason why I got so deep into this Smash hype cycle was, well, it was a number of things. On top of already loving Smash Bros, kind of falling out of love with Xbox at the time, and just having gotten the new Switch. The fourth is that I normally get hyped for the new Pokemon game coming out, and I was hyped that there would be a new Pokemon game on the Switch, but I wasn't super stoked about the one that was coming out on Switch not months before Smash Bros. I remember seeing this Let's Go leak and thinking to myself, well, that looks awful. There's no way that's real. When in reality, the fact that it looked bad should have tipped me off to the fact that it was real. Because Pokemon's first ever mainline Nintendo Switch games were going to be heavily based on the very popular Pokemon Go app in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Despite, like I said earlier, each Smash game being a celebration of the previous console's generation, the Pokemon were normally up to date. That's because Pokemon like Greninja were worked on as Smash characters before X and Y were even shown to the public. And same goes for Lucario in Brawl. Of course, he was all over marketing, and he had a movie. So while it is safer to assume that the Pokemon appearing in Smash Ultimate, if there is one, was from Sun and Moon, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that the Smash team knew about this game's existence, as it was probably conceptualized during the height of Pokemon Go's popularity in late 2016. Pikachu is already in Smash. Eevee isn't. Because of this, Eevee could potentially be the new Pokemon rep in Smash. Except he can't, because he's deconfirmed as a Pokeball item. That's why I brought it up. It's not going to be Eevee. After people got over the whole Waluigi thing, which they never really got over, but you know what I mean, the hype of Echo Fighters really settled in. The regulars were still Isabelle, Dark Samus, Chrom, and Shadow, but there were a lot of new possibilities that popped up in YouTube videos and Reddit posts. The reason people were speculating Dark Samus and Chrom on top of any assist trophy shenanigans is because the characters they would likely be based on are missing the alt referencing those characters. However, that did not stop people from speculating Jean to be an Echo Fighter, despite Bayonetta still having her Jean skin. To be fair, they showed off Rodon as if he was an Echo Fighter before pulling out the rug from everyone for really no reason. And after he wrote that lovely letter about joining the fight, it's sad. I also played all the Bayonetta games. Not for this video, but in writing this video. Ken, Octoling, and Dixie Kong were also very popular picks. Ken from Street Fighter fits the mold perfectly, as you could argue he was the original Echo Fighter. But why would you? Dixie Kong was allegedly supposed to be playable in Brawl along with Diddy Kong as a duo fighter along the lines of Ice Climbers, and has had a recent resurgence in popularity because of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze and its re-release on the Switch. She could easily be a Diddy clone, just make her recovery her hair twirling around instead of the jetpack. Oh yeah, and the guns. I guess we'd have to do something about the guns. For the same reason Tropical Freeze on the Switch, Funky Kong was theorized to be an echo of Donkey Kong, which is really funny. I mean, look at this funny visual somebody made. It may seem far-fetched and silly right now, but at the time, the potential for Echo Fighters was in the stars. I mean, if they're clones anyways, why shouldn't we get a ton of them? That being said, the Octoling? I'm not sure. Like, yeah, they could easily add it as an Echo Fighter because the Inkling and Octoling control the exact same. But if that's the case, why do we need the Octoling? Like, Splatoon just got its first rep in this game. Do we really need another character that does the exact same thing? If you're a Fire Emblem fan, then the answer to that question is yes. The only thing potentially giving this Octoling theory any credence at all is that the one Splatoon stage we got shown off thus far is from Splatoon 1, where Splatoon 2 had already been out for a decent amount of time by this point. Like, yeah, I guess, because the game came out in 2017, but Smash Bros. Is coming out 2018. I don't think it's going to be represented in this game. And all the people currently pulling for Springman and Rex will realize that soon enough. There are some echoes that still seemed likely, but less likely than the other echoes, but they're still fun, so I want to talk about them. Miss Pac-Man as an echo for Pac-Man. As a huge Miss Pac-Man fan and Smash 4 Pac-Man main, that was awesome. She could be like a faster Pac-Man. But that was then and this is now, and with the hindsight of the future, and also, again, being a huge Miss Pac-Man nerd, I now know that the rights to the character are held up in a legal nightmare. Bandai Namco technically doesn't own the rights to Miss Pac-Man, which is why in every re-release afterwards, she's been rebranded as Pac-Mom, which is a weird and gross implication. It's a different day again. I'm doing these over multiple days because it's a long one. I'm not fucking slamming these. I am drinking them a lot, though. I would also love Miss Pac-Man. We would have to go through a lot of legal paperwork, and this may be biased, but if we're okay with Gino, then I feel like she's also should be up there. This pink character as an Echo Fighter for Yoshi, who I will be referring to going forward as Burdetta, which is her canonically preferred name, and I implore Nintendo to stop dead naming her. I'm half joking, alright? You don't have to fucking type in the comments, oh, the woke mind virus has gone too far. Anyway, Burdetta could work. Just instead of using a gross, long, sticky tongue, she could use her gross, disgusting, whole, bulbous nose. People were putting Ninten over Ness, which is cool in theory. I mean, they're not gonna make any new Mother games, so we might as well have all 3 protagonists represented in Smash. However, I have a different theory. It is unclear, at this point in speculation, whether an Echo Fighter has to be from the same series of the character they're cloning or not. Because all the ones we've seen so far have been from the same series as their host fighter, but again, if they're just rebranded clones, Ganondorf isn't from F-Zero. My favorite NES game of all time, I'm talking above Metroid, above Super Mario, above Zelda, is Star Tropics. Star Tropics, like Mother 3 that had never released in the West for a long period of time, Star Tropics never made it to Japan. And because of that, over its entire history, it has had no representation in Smash Bros. At all, unless you count this blue alt for Rob, which I don't. It has been my dream ever since I first played this game to have the protagonist, Mike Jones, Nintendo character, playable in Smash Bros. The issue with that is if we are building a moveset around his base game, Mike Jones' most iconic attacks are a baseball bat, a yo-yo, and some magic. You may see the problem. I thought Ninten was cool. I like the idea. I love completion. I've never played Mother 1, but I like the idea of having them all in Smash Bros. But I really wanted Mike Jones, like really bad. Jumping ahead a lot in the future now, Star Tropics still, to this day, doesn't have any representation in Smash, not even as a spirit, making it the only Nintendo franchise that doesn't have any form of reference in Ultimate. I'm not asking for much. Give them a spirit at least. Star Tropics fans are starving. They made different spirits for each region for the fucking eShop baseball guy, and you can't put a PNG of Mike Jones. They referenced the game in New Horizons. The final Echo I wish to talk about at this point is Black Shadow. Black Shadow is an antagonist from the F-Zero franchise, meaning he would likely just be a heavier, slower, and stronger version of Captain Falcon. Is that ringing any bells? I have never played any F-Zero game longer than a couple of minutes. Again, I wrote that script before F-Zero 99 came out. I've been playing the shit out of that. I put like a lot of hours into it, despite my rank still being C-. Although I haven't played the game series or even interacted with Black Shadow, I think it would be cool to have Smash Ultimate Ganondorf and Smash 4 Ganondorf extensively in the same game. Also, I may have mained Ganondorf in Smash 4. When I wasn't maining Pac-Man. So where are we on that speculation chart? Oh, wow. This is just a mess. A new week means a new week of Smash blog posts. Sunday the 24th, we got the character trailer for Corrin. I have nothing to say about this, but that's not for any Fire Emblem hatred related reasons. I don't even hate Fire Emblem. I just don't really fuck with it. It's just because the character is relatively unchanged from Smash 4. They did just make this character. Smash Ultimate likely started development around the same time Smash 4 DLC was being worked on or immediately after. So legitimately, while working on these games, they just made that character. There is no reason to change anything. Corrin was available as a downloadable fighter in the previous version of Super Smash Bros. This fighter uses all kinds of attacks like Torrential Roar and Dragon Fang Shot. Players can choose male or female versions. Followed by the character trailer for Snake on Monday the 25th. Back by popular demand, Snake brings a ranged fighting style unlike any other fighter in the game. His final Smash locks onto opponent and fires 5 homing missiles. Just like Mario and Ice Climbers before them, the day they posted Snake's character trailer, the main point of contention and discussion at the time were Snake's changes. The big one is that they changed his series logo. If you don't know, in Smash Bros, around the character portrait, each character in the game, mostly from different game series, have specific logos to represent the game series they are from. So Mario has the mushroom, all the Mario categorized characters have the mushroom behind them. Snake's used to be whatever this is, whatever that means, but they changed it to an exclamation point. The exclamation point does represent the Metal Gear series better, but I think it's more likely that they changed the logo from this because this is basically just the Kojima logo. You see, the only reason Solid Snake made it into Smash Bros. In the first place is because Masahiro Sakurai's close personal friend Hideo Kojima asked him to be in the game. He initially wanted Snake to appear in Melee, but the game was already too far in development, which, knowing Melee, probably means it was 6 months into development. But after appearing in Brawl and going missing in Smash 4, Hideo Kojima and parent company of Metal Gear, Konami, had a very public falling out. And thus the logo changed because despite how much blood, sweat, and tears Kojima put into the Metal Gear series, fuck him, he's gone. It wasn't initially a Smash Bros. And Konami venture, it was a Sakurai and Kojima venture. Maybe we'll see Norman Reedus in the next Smash game. People also started talking about his codex. In Super Smash Bros. Brawl, if you play as Snake on the Shadow Moses Island stage and then taunt, a codec conversation will play out. And every single character in that game has a personalized Snake conversation about them. It was replaced in Smash 4 with Palutena's Guidance, where you do the same thing except with Pit on a Kid Icarus stage. Both Snake and his stage, Shadow Moses Island, are back. Does this mean codecs are back? And if that is the case, will there be new codecs created for all the characters added since Brawl? And maybe the Melee characters that weren't in Brawl? David Hayter, by this point, did confirm he was reprising his role of Snake, but to what degree? That was basically all the speculation about Snake and a greedy company slowly killing a man's baby. But anyway, Tuesday, June 26th, we go back to having 2 posts in a day with the Sukaponis trophy and a Snipper Clip song, Noisy Notebook. There are some stages in Smash Bros. Like Pilot Wings that are from a series that don't have a lot of content in Smash, so they're categorized as other. All the other stages cycle through all the other songs. So it's very likely that this Snipper Clips song will appear on the other stages. But what if Snipper Clips got its own stage? That's at least what some of the community was thinking, but of course, along with Xenoblade and Springman, there's a barrier of being too late. Wednesday, June 27th showed off the Pokeball Pokemon of Solgaleo and Lunala, the box art legendaries from the recent Pokemon games Sun and Moon. Also, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. That's a good subtitle. Alright, the whole too late thing doesn't really apply to Pokemon. Sakurai always knows somehow. And finally, Thursday, June 28th, we got the character trailer for a little character you might know. His name's Donkey Kong. His charged punch is one of the strongest attacks in the game, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, his final smash has been updated from conga beat to a flurry of punches. I don't really have a lot to say about Donkey Kong. I might be too internet-brained, but I can't look at this plush without thinking about that Reddit post. You know the one, and if you don't, you're lucky. Anyway, the only thing I was thinking at the time is it was already confirmed that the original 8 N64 Smash Bros. Characters, before you unlock any of them, were going to be the characters your starting roster when you load up Smash Ultimate for the first time. You could only play with these 8 characters, and I was prepared to start playing Donkey Kong. That was the one I picked. I planned everything about getting this game to a T. I was excited. He looks so cool in this game. Wait a minute, confirmed? When was it confirmed? We got another weekly Famitsu update. I don't actually know if these are weekly. It just happened to be a week since the last one. They're kind of intermittently updated. Sakurai wrapped up his 2-part column by saying things like, "This may be my final Smash game, and everyone is here, may not ever happen again." Put a pin in both of those for later. But what I'm more focused on is Famitsu got their hands on the American boys that GameXplain interviewed earlier, and did in fact confirm that not every stage would return. By this point, we had discovered like 80-something stages out of the existing over 100. I was under the impression that, like the characters, they would put every stage in this game, and a lot of people were convinced of that. Some people were convinced that you could play as every different version of Final Destination and Battlefield. Give me Meta Crystal, that's all I want. I thought it was gonna be everywhere is here too. But with this confirmation, very funny that the magazine confirmed it when GameXplain asked the exact same thing, and they're like, I don't know, and then they revealed it like a week later. Anyway, now by this point, everyone came with the crashing realization that we know some stages are gonna get cut, we gotta figure out what those stages might be. While there was a big list of stages that the community hadn't confirmed yet, some stages were more likely than others. People were saying Poke Floats because there was no realistic way to turn hazards off, Planet Zebus and Sector Z because they were already basically replaced with Corneria and Brinstar, and sadly, Miiverse, because there's no Miiverse on Nintendo Switch. I need a minute. They could bring it back, but it wouldn't be the same without those hilarious Miiverse posts. It would just be Battlefield. People were trying to be realistic about what stages they would likely cut, but not me. For the first time in my life, I was being optimistic. Also, I didn't know they were cutting stages because I didn't read Famitsu. When it came to Smash Switch speculation, we were just holding out for E3 because it was likely we were going to get information there. It's E3. But now that E3 was over and it was almost July, the community was speculating about when and where we would get new Smash Bros. Information. Assuming that maybe it would happen in the summer of 2018 at some point. I mean, the game comes out December 2018. The most realistic place to reveal Smash Bros. Fighting game information in the summer of 2018 was EVO. Kind of. EVO 2018 would run from August 3rd to August 5th, which was coming up. On one hand, Smash Bros. Ultimate will be playable there, and the audience will be made up of majority, if not all, fighting game fans. On the other hand, it's Smash Bros. And EVO. They don't have a great relationship. Like, at this point, it was okay, but it was about to get a whole lot worse. But it's worth noting because immediately after E3, it's only been 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people were already chomping at the bit for more info. This is how starved we were. We were reading blog posts about Sukapon. And I mean, in all fairness, there's only this amount of days until the game comes out. We didn't have a lot to work with. What we needed was an update. Oh, breaking news, breaking news. We got another Vergeben update. There's at least half a dozen characters still to be revealed. I'm not going to be able to roll this back up with one hand. If this flower is to be believed, then we still have some character reveals yet to happen. Character reveals that could happen at EVO. Unless something better comes along. As I've been doing this, I've been talking about the community and content creators as vague as possible. I only mentioned Game Explained by name thus far because they had videos of information that nobody else found, and it seems scummy to not directly credit them. I still don't really know how I'm supposed to go about this, right? Because these are, when I'm talking about actors or characters, I was over this in the Adult Swim video when I talked about what are, I know they're way above me, but basically my peers. Because it's one thing to talk about a bunch of vital posts from 2018. It's another thing to talk about a bunch of content creators that are still making things. The playlist of research I assembled for this video were videos from all the content creators I watched at the time and now that were all revolving around Smash Bros. Because think about it, 2018, oh, the game's coming out in a couple months. It wasn't like, oh, this game's coming out in a couple years. Why wouldn't you dedicate the entire year to making exclusively Smash content? That's what I'm gonna do. If at any point, I'm warning you guys now, if you don't like this video, you're gonna be real pissed years down the line. If at any point they do this again, where they announce a Smash game, and they're like, oh, it's coming out later this year, and we have like 7 months, I'm pivoting. Whatever videos I had planned or canned, I'm a Smash content creator for those 7 months. And I did this not only to get pertinent information, but also put myself in my own head where I was in 2018. And honestly, it's kind of a nostalgic experience. I don't want to make anyone feel old by saying 2018 was nostalgic, but I was still in high school. You know, there's way more Donkey in this playlist than you would think. None of it was important information, but I watched all of it. But on top of Game Explain, I was also watching introspective Aaron Itmar, Relax-A-Lax, Schaeferless, Arlo, the different colors of Arlo. Normally this would be where my puppet character would show up, but I'm on trial right now and I haven't seen any of my Natter Chamber friends in months. Not to fanboy or anything, I still don't know where I land on the whole celebrating other YouTubers because I feel so cringe when I do it, but I have been watching Shofu since I was a kid and I still fuck with his videos despite not understanding anything about competitive Pokemon. But he was my favorite and I was excited about what these guys could cook up when a new Smash game was announced. Oh, and also Alpha Red, but before I became a male model. I don't actually dislike him. I like him a lot. I'm just very jealous. I don't know what's going on in California that just makes you look hot all of a sudden. Didn't happen to me. And of course, every time there was a major Smash reveal, I rushed over to see Etika's reaction first. That's a given. But on this day, June 26, 2018, some new guy named Papa Genos uploaded his first public video. And by that I mean, it's the oldest one on the channel. I'm sure there's other videos. It is the oldest public one. Who the hell is Papa Genos? My guy, my dude. At the time, I thought he talked about every integral piece of Smash Bros. Information and was the most realistic about what leaks were true and which ones weren't. I thought that at the time. It's important that I bring him up now because we're gonna hear from him a lot later, especially post-release. It still feels weird to talk about other creators on this website that I could easily just like talk to. This feels like a drama video. It's scummy. It's weird. I hate those fucking videos that's like, oh, the rise and fall of person I don't like, and then it's just 45 minutes of petty drama. Anyway, I'm also bringing up my buddy Papa Gino's here. We've never met, because this is when he started his Mock Rider for Smash campaign that no one else really jumped on. So if I'm going to talk about Mock Rider, I really need to talk about in the context of him. His argument for Mock Rider is, one, he was planned to be a character in Melee, but honestly, planned is surrounded by a lot of question marks. He was considered to be a character in Melee. They knew they wanted an NES rep, but as soon as they decided Ice Climbers, they went full force with Ice Climbers. Mock Rider never got past the development stage. They didn't even make a model. However, in an interesting turn, like Rob, who debuted in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Mock Rider also started as a toy. But it wasn't an NES toy, it was a toy made by Nintendo before they made video games, the likes of the Ultra Hand. It's a good name, by the way. In 2016, the year Smash Ultimate likely started development, Sakurai talked about buying a model figure to help model for a game that was a Gundam figure that looked like this. For those of you who don't know, Masahiro Sakurai, creator and director of Smash Bros., oftentimes uses posable toys and action figures to describe and explain the ways he wants those characters to fight in-game. And what's a character that could match this gun-wielding armor guy? Elma. But also Mock Rider. He also made a mock-up about what Mock Rider could look like in Smash. Nobody's putting this effort in for Elma. I guess if you have to make a mock-up on how your character might work, it might be a detriment to supporting your character. But I agree with Papa, I also want a biker in Smash Bros. And then we could get Excite Bike as an Echo Fighter. Put him on the board. You'll notice by the stuff we're covering now that things are kind of slowing down, but I promise you we are nowhere near the drought we had in early 2018. This week, I'd like to introduce a new segment called Teenage Andrew Comments on a YouTube Video. Because despite as a group allegedly posting our first YouTube video in June 2019, I've actually had this YouTube account for longer, which scares me. It's only last year that I learned about YouTube comment history, that you can go back through every comment you've ever left on a YouTube video. And I also learned I need to delete a lot of comments. I need to destroy some videotapes. Teenage Andrew's comment from July 1st, 2018 was on a video titled Top 5 New Characters for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The list was basically a list of mostly third-party characters that OP really wanted to see in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Also why they could or couldn't happen. I gotta somehow find a way to do the current YouTube meta without selling out. Turns out the current YouTube meta is just putting yourself in front of someone else's video. So, ooh, look at me. Look at this top 10 from 2018. Anyway, Doom Guy shows up, making his first appearance in this saga, but not the last. We got another Springman fan. And then there's Crash, Sora, and Banjo-Kazooie. Classics. People have wanted Banjo in Smash Bros. Since Melee, technically since Smash 64, and also Xbox Game Studio CEO Phil Spencer apparently also wants them in. People use this as evidence that he would be in the game, but who wouldn't want their character in Smash? Sora and Crash are interesting. I mentioned earlier that all the Kingdom Hearts 3 trailers that appeared at E3 revitalize interest in the character. It's worth noting that Crash Bandicoot making his first appearance on the Switch was also announced at that same E3, thus also now bringing Crash into the running. He's an iconic video game character. He was basically Sony's mascot in the 90s, which led a very intelligent, of course, Teenage Andrew to leave the comment, they could get the license from Square, but there's no way they could get it from Disney. Oh, we got an expert on our hands. He's right, Sora will never be in this game. I'll be sure to call him up whenever I need legal compensation. That comment is as far back as these comments go, meaning that I probably made a YouTube account just to talk about Smash Bros. And also I just really like YouTube, but don't worry, that will not be the last we see of that little twerp. This is really embarrassing. Whether we want to or not, time for the weekly updates. And by that, I mean the website ones. We won't hear from Famitsu again for a little while longer. Sunday, July 1st, a Sonic the Hedgehog character trailer along with the Knuckles the Echidna Assist Trophy showcase. This speedy fighter has a lot of rush-type attacks. His final smash, Super Sonic, lets him fly around the stage at an incredible speed. Monday, July 2nd is the character trailer for Falco. Something I didn't bring up because it wasn't super important, but I'll mention it now because what are we going to say about Falco, is that the E3 demo and trailer didn't have any voice acting, but in this character trailer, we see Falco talking during his taunts, and I wonder what's going to come out of this.
Hands off my... Hands up!
He's a talented aerial fighter with amazing jumping ability, but Falco is a bit slower on the ground. His final smash is an all-out attack using an unorthodox formation of R-Wings. Tuesday, July 3rd, we get our weekly helping of one new song at the very least, but this time it's from Kirby Air Ride, which has banger after banger after banger. And you can trust me, I don't listen to normal music. I'm not one of those anime OST guys, though. On that same day, we get a post about the Congo jungle stage, another kind of big deal I didn't really bring up. It has nothing to do with speculation, but seeing the Melee stage contrasted with the modern one really exemplifies how gorgeous this game is going to look. Wednesday, July 4th, a character trailer for Young Link where you could really tell how unfinished the game is. Like, you can tell it's not finished yet. This is very clearly demo footage. I said the stages look beautiful. I didn't say anything about the characters. Remember Mario and Pikachu? He's back after 17 years. Young Link is faster than Link, but he's also lighter, making him easier to launch. It's interesting that they bring up how long it's been since Young Link has been represented in Smash, and thus is a little behind when it comes to representation, but this was also brought up on the website. It was this week on the website that they announced that all the characters that were coming back or were new to Smash Ultimate would be getting new amiibo. All of them. Whether that means we'll get a fully new Pokemon Trainer amiibo and not just the Charizard one, or maybe a Ganondorf amiibo that isn't ugly, only time will tell. At least we're definitely for sure getting a Snake amiibo. Also, the site showed off Star Fox Crystal Assist Trophy. But who cares? We have even bigger breaking news to attend to. Like how Twitter user, again, wrote this a while ago. I'm not calling it X though, because I'm pretty determined it will go back to the Twitter name or it's going to die. Anyway, Twitter user Ruben_Dal data mined Smash 4 and found out that data for the final DLC characters was added only a week after they announced the Smash ballot. That means that Bayonetta, or rather Zero Suit Samus as a Bayonetta placeholder, was put in the game as the ballot winner before the ballot was even completed. And this blew the roof off the Smash ballot. This tweet that just kept going and going and building and rolling and people were talking about it finally confirmed once and for all that the Super Smash Bros. Ballot was rigged. With that being said, you'd think that people would be really mad learning that all their votes in the Smash ballot didn't amount to anything, but if you think about it, those votes had to go somewhere. And we know that at the very least, Smash Ultimate's development was started immediately after the final DLC character was finished. So what if they lied about the ballot because they wanted to use the most wanted characters for the next Smash game? I mean, if you want to trust these visual guides people made by interviewing as many people as they could, asking them just off of faith who they voted for in the Smash ballot, then Wolf and Snake are pretty high up on all of these. And here they are in this new game, along with Ridley. But again, if you bring your attention over to these visual guides of questionable believability, none of this is fact. We got characters like Banjo-Kazooie, like Geno, like Sora, like Isaac Golden Sun. Where is this guy coming from? Where are all these Golden Sun fans living? How have I never met one? YouTuber Aaron Itmar commented on this big news in his video, Bayonetta was chosen after only 2 weeks, ! dash Super Smash Bros. Dash Aaron Itmar. To which Teenage Andrew commented, ever away with words, I just want to see the results. With valuable insight. That kid is gonna start getting a lot more vocal to people who do not want to hear what he has to say. Speaking of a lot more vocal, I said that this week that things were starting to heat up, and by getting heated up, I meant some pretty bogus leaks that people latched onto. To start, we have a huge Daisy fan, apparently, who data mined Yoshi and Poochie's Woolly World for the 3DS and found some interesting amiibo information. Characters with Smash amiibo and other individual amiibo like Peach or Kirby were listed in this game multiple times to differentiate the different types of amiibo. 2 characters in this game that shared that code that otherwise shouldn't were Daisy and Bandana Waddle Dee. Allegedly. I don't know what this actually means, or if it means anything, but I do know this was found out right before E3, where Daisy was announced for Smash Bros. And people were arguing against this by saying, oh, this poster is notoriously obsessed with Daisy, which is a really funny argument. Imagine posting anything, even code that was in a game that anyone could look up, and still being known as the Daisy guy. But like most internet denizens that don't understand coding, I didn't understand any of what this meant, but I took Bandana D as proven fact. What I did not take as fact at all, even at the time when I was a doo-doo dumb diaper baby, was this leak. A lot of early, and let's be honest, just the entirety of the speculation is made up by random strings of text that anyone posted on 4chan that people believe for some reason. I don't know if you know this, but anyone can do that. They shouldn't, but they could. For a leaker to be trusted by the community at large, they had to have some kind of information on something. And even then, that's not really a given. Hype responsibly. This isn't the first time this has happened. I've seen it happen over and over. Leaker gets something correct, gets a big following, maybe gets some other lucky guesses, then jumps the shark and doubles down on something very wrong, gets everyone hopes up, and then fails hard. This is adult Andrew Ultra, current day, speaking on the issues. I hadn't discovered or learned about Vergeben by this point. I would only learn about it until months before release, when things got ugly. The random string of green text says that every month leading up until release, we would get a new reveal for a new playable character. And I don't think people would have given it the time of day had it not used code names. Whether these were code names used by the team during development or just random crap the leaker made up to keep their anonymity, it was unclear. July's characters that will be revealed in a mini direct had the code names of Ponytail and King. Now, King as a code name could really mean anything, but the fact that it was paired up with Ponytail likely meant that this was implying it was going to be King K. Rool and Dixie Kong, both from the Donkey Kong series. Because Ponytail can only really be Dixie Kong or Shantae. And that's probably why this leak caught on the way it did, because there was speculation within the leak itself. It didn't just say, oh, King K. Rool's coming out. It was being vague so that people could argue over a leak that was just text. August reveal at EVO that a lot of people had already speculated was going to happen, with the codename of Old Man likely being Heihachi from the Tekken franchise, also made by Bandai Namco, who worked on Smash Ultimate. The reason a lot of fake leaks tend to overlap with the truth or just things people were saying at the time is that these leakers, quote unquote leakers, tend to latch on to what discussion was already happening at that time. Like the September direct reveal being codenamed Archer likely meant Decidueye, which people were already saying. We've already been over all this. The only reason people know this much about King K. Rool is because they wanted him in Smash. How many people who wanted King K. Rool had played a game with him in it? I haven't. Two things we know as fact by July 2018 is that the Smash Ballot was likely used to pick the characters for Smash Ultimate, and that we got some consolation prizes for the characters that weren't Bayonetta in Smash 4 in the form of Mii costumes, the likes of Geno and King K. Rool. We could get King K, but because of the information we know, not because of 4chan man. October, there will be a Smash-themed direct that will reveal the codenamed characters Warrior and Secretary, Simon Belmont and Isabelle. Again, for Simon, other more credible people have already listed this character, and Isabelle's a pretty safe bet considering her assist trophy's missing at the advent of Echo Fighters. November's codename was Mech, which of course ties in the mech that Sakurai said he used, meaning this could be Elma or Mach Rider. The biggest smoking gun that this leak was bullshit other than everything about it. It says that there were also going to be secret characters that will not be revealed until after the game's release. No. Codenames Folklore, Doll, Rhythm, and Prime Rib. We know because of a different leaker of actual credibility during Smash 4 that Chorus Kids and Chrom were likely meant to be in Smash 4 and were cut very late, or at least some form of Rhythm Heaven rep, maybe not directly Chorus Kids. So the codename Rhythm, put it together. Folklore could be anything, but Doll was likely meant to be Geno, a popular character that because of the Mii costume and Smash Ballot was an easy bet. Until it wasn't. There was way more speculation around this leak than there should have been. Honestly, I'm being very bitter about this and being like, oh my god, I can't believe people believed it. I think people were just bored and it was like, oh, let's talk about this. What else are we going to talk about? Corrin's character trailer? And that's why I'm talking about it now, because I remember being there, and you know what? It was fun. It's fun to do these little puzzles. Ooh, who could King be? A different Tekken character? But people were arguing on whether the codename Prime Rib would be a character from Metroid Prime or Nintendo. Because in the first Mother game, the default favorite food if you don't put anything in of the titular character is Prime Rib. On one hand, it's cute to look back at how information-starved we were, that there was speculation and theorizing about a leak that was totally bogus. On the other hand, this is dumb and bullshit. Here's a fake Wurmple leak. Moving on. Actually, before we move on to next week, the more competitive corners of the community were having discussions on how they would pick certain stages for tournaments for Smash Ultimate moving forward, now that the stage hazards would likely have a toggle to turn them off. And the thing is, I actually don't know the answer to this, even years after the game is released. I guess I haven't watched enough tournaments, because how do you get around this? Why aren't more stages legal? I guess I should watch more Smash Ultimate tournaments. or watch someone else explain them to me. We truly were starved. Ooh, look, it's Marth. Ooh, look, it's Mega Man. Ooh, look, it's Kirby. Ooh, look, it's Pichu. Ooh, look, it's the Alolan Raichu Pokeball Pokemon. Everyone spotted it, but we didn't get to see it up close. So you know what? Actually, this is information. At least this image, you know, high quality. At least we got to get down to a Mega Man 4 medley as I was driving to work, trying not to put myself through my windshield. This year, I guess I only listened to video game music, so I was stoked to have one new track. Also, sure got a lot of Mega Man info this week. Interesting, but what do I know? I was never book smart. But yeah, this week is full of bullshit because there's really nothing of substance to talk about. I like all these characters. I like Smash Bros, but you know. I did a lot of research for this video. A Masahiro Sakurai interview was posted on the Switch news channel of the Nintendo Switch, but he just really said the stuff he already said in the Famitsu column. We get our first up-close look of the Wolf amiibo. He looks really good. Not in a fuckable way, though, I should specify. And we learned that the 3 new amiibo that have been shown off thus far will have the release date of December 7th, sharing a release date with the game. Introspective and Alpharad both made assist trophy coping videos. All right, I'll talk about it. So this week's speculation was still dominated by the Codenames leak from last week. What I should have done was start writing this video after I had consumed all the research, but I'm actually writing these a week at a time, in actual timeline time, and using my memories to guide the story. I'm talking about this because it was an important part of my life, and I remember it so vividly. I know which parts will be important and which parts won't. So imagine my disappointment when I found out we were still talking about this, which leads us to our regular weekly segment, Teenage Andrew Comments on a Video. First of all, we have a video from the leaderboard titled 30 Changes in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, in which the host of this video said the gap between Smash Ultimate and Smash 4 is easily the smallest, to which Teenage Andrew responded, the gap between Ultimate and 4 is longer than the gap between 64 and Melee. That's not important to speculation at all. I mean, none of the comments are, but I just really wanted to show how desperate of an actually I was. Now I just purposefully get stuff wrong, so when people try and correct me in the comments, it boosts engagement. I mean, I don't do that. Then there was a video by Switchforce and a video by Arrow, both about this recent Codenames leak. Both Teenage Andrew commented on, and both had different answers. On the Switchforce video, classic lovable scamp Teenage Andrew commented, I'm going with no more fighters. I'd rather be pessimistic and surprised than optimistic and disappointed. I like that I said that exact same thing earlier in this video, thinking it just been like a recent thing, when in reality it's been my ideology for so long that I commented on a YouTube video in July of 2018 the exact same thing. You know what? I keep talking about this kid like a past tense, like, oh, that's definitely not me. Completely different person, and I have changed a lot, but you know what? The more changes, the more stays the same. Nintendo has broken my heart so many times that I'm still to this day like, who knows, maybe we'll get a new game this year of anything. Probably not, though. Let's be careful. This kid does constantly embarrass me, and some nights I wake up in cold sweats cringing over the things this kid has done as a teenager. But you know what? We're not so different, you and I. I'm pretty proud that even back then, I didn't believe this dumb leak for a second. However, despite me saying that, that does bring us to our second comment on the Arrow video, to which a Teenage Andrew said, Prime Ribs equals healing item from Mother 1 equals Nintendo. God damn it, why are you cooperating? This is the exact opposite of what I just said. Andrew, Nintendo is gonna take Mike Jones' spot. I can't interfere, it's a canon event. So I guess I was more involved with the Codenames discussion than I thought, and by involved, I mean I just regurgitated what I heard in certain YouTube videos and Reddit posts. I wish I could access my old Reddit account and thus also accessing my old Reddit posts and comments like I am doing right now with my YouTube comments, because I guarantee there would be way worse arguments and dumb conversation going on there. Because 2018 was the first and last year I got really into Reddit because it was senior year and I had 2 different computer classes at 2 different periods and I didn't want to work during either of them, but there were only a select few amount of websites that weren't blocked and Reddit was one of them. I most frequented r/Smash Bros, r/Smash Bros Ultimate, r/funny. Surprisingly, I never got shoved into a locker, but I probably deserve to be. And I have no idea what's going on with this next video, but GameXplain posted their weekly roundup of Smash Bros. Information, and I think from what the comment's saying, I got into an argument maybe? The way comment history works is you can only see what you said and on what video. If you comment on a video, you will always see your comment below the pinned comments, but if you respond to someone else's comment, then you need to comb through all of them to find who you were yelling at. But I don't want to do any of that, so I'm just gonna give all my responses and we could try and reverse engineer what the fuck I was talking about. On the video itself, Teenage Andrew commented, "I think Inkling might be one of the first unlocks, since it's one of the selling points, which is a safe choice." But then he responded to somebody saying, "Maybe once the game's been out for a while." Maybe this is about DLC or something? Because remember, this is the guy that didn't buy any DLC for Smash 4, the game he played every weekend with his friends. He hated the idea of making and lining up DLC before the game's even out, as opposed to starting development on DLC after the game is already released. And you know what? To this day, he still hates that. I hate that. Day one DLC is one of the shadiest business practices in a medium full of them. And then a little angst-filled Teenage Andrew Ultra responded to someone's comment saying, "Who?" I assume someone here in these comments are trying to have fun. Some poor sap talked about wanting their character in Smash Bros, but committed the awful, cardinal, unforgivable sin of not picking a video game character that video game genius Teenage Andrew Ultra knew. Will lock him up, throw away the key. While that little guy, and I do mean little guy, got tied up in the speculation of a clearly fake 4chan leak, another clearly fake 4chan leak hit the scene. Great, sir. A second 4chan Smash leak has hit the internet. And this leak is insane. I know earlier I said that the Codenames leak is bogus because it sticks to ideas that people were already saying it's too safe of a bet, but inversely, this leak claims that there will be a direct July 22nd, 2018 that claimed there will be a new 2D Mario game, a Mario Maker port, Mario Odyssey DLC that adds Isle Delfino. Mario Odyssey DLC speculation is a video unto itself. Mario Kart 8 DLC, a Mother 3 remake in 3D, Mortal Kombat X coming to the Switch, Kingdom Hearts 3 coming to the Switch, Fallout 76 coming to the Switch, Star Fox Racing game. This was another infamous fake leak at the time, which, surprise, surprise, was 100% made up, and was easily proven to be fake immediately in 2023. Wait, what year? Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to Switch, Cuphead coming to Switch, and Doshin the Giant Remake. For those of you who don't know, the original Doshin the Giant was an N64 disk drive game that was never released in the West because the N64 disk drive was never released in the West, at least this version of the game. It was later released on GameCube everywhere alongside Animal Crossing, which was also an N64 disk drive game that never made it here. So yeah, a remake for that game is an insane idea. Like, I guess throw stuff at the wall because Nintendo is out there. You might catch a fish, but it's a lot easier to catch a fish if you're being safe. The only reason anybody gave this leak the time of day is, one, we were kind of starving, and two, it had guessed that we were about to get Nintendo Funko Pops, and then somebody found a Pikachu Funko Pop out in the wild. That's it. That's why people believed it. This absolutely insane out there leak is true because the most popular character in the world is getting merch made of them. This is going to be a very common thing in this story. A leak accidentally gets something right, so everyone believes everything else about it. But people know that. They've been through this song and dance before, so the obvious way of telling if a leaker is legit or not is if they could have realistically, legitimately guessed this. And of course, it's a Funko Pop. Maybe I'm just being harsh because I have the benefit of hindsight, but this is dumb, right? I feel like even at the time I thought it was dumb. But why are we even talking about this leak specifically in this video? Oh yeah, because the leak ends with King K. Rool and Dixie Kong being the new Smash characters. As much as I would like to rag on these leaks, again, they're just made by fans who like speculation. It's worth mentioning that by this point, summer of 2018, King K. Rool and by extension Dixie Kong are rising in popularity and discussion. King K. Rool has always been a highly desired character in Smash. I mean, watch any Characters I Want Smash speculation video around the Brawl era and he will be there. Oh, these are a lot of good guesses. And we just recently learned at the time that the Smash ballot that was set up for Smash 4 to pick the most popular and most wanted character in that game franchise may not have been used for Smash 4 at all, but instead to line up the roster for Smash Ultimate. And we know, like Gino, King K. Rool was asked enough to warrant a Mii costume. And as of this week in July 2018, if we are to believe every leak that comes across our desk, then King K. Rool is the most likely character to be in this game, along with Nin-Ten from the Mother series. A 3D Mother remake in 2018? Really? Nothing important really happened in the speculation sphere, but important things were happening to me. The big breaking news that everyone must hear about is very internet savvy teenage Andrew is weighing in on both of the most popular leaks at the time. I gotta hear what he's got to say about this. On a video titled Leak, Nintendo Direct July 22nd, 2018, he commented, had me until Final Fantasy VII. There's no way that's coming out. In response to the leak saying that the Final Fantasy VII remake was coming to Switch. And I'm gonna be honest, I still kind of find this funny, even though the game is out. Because at the time, I'm going to give you a little flashback, the general consensus of the Final Fantasy VII remake was, oh, we've been teased about this over and over. There's no way this game is ever coming out. And I was right about the leak being wrong, and I was kind of right in a way, because as of whatever year you're watching this, we still haven't gotten the full Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, we've gotten the first fourth of the game, I think. I haven't played it. On other Smash tuber Aaron Itmar's video, the #1 thing that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate needs, where he talks about DLC costumes, which is an idea I still really like. Teen Andrew Ultra said, where do we draw the line between costumes and Echo? Which is a decent question. He's surprisingly not being as annoying as normal. I would say that if a new character doesn't bring any visual or stat differences, then they would be a costume, like Alf. Sorry, Alf. But hey, Pikmin 4 is out now. We can get another character. It's more likely going to be the dog than it is any other human character. Then in the comments of the same video, he responded to someone saying, Dream Team Fighter wasn't the Smash 4 ballot. Our secret ballot for Ultimate. I have no clue what that means. I nearly had a stroke trying to read it. I have no idea what Dream Team Fighter is and why they wasn't the Smash 4 ballot, our secret ballot. I brought this up earlier, but again, this is cringy teenager. None of them out of the Smash Bros. Speculation sphere, and I'm a fully grown person. Still got a couple more years, we'll get there. There's no reason to hate on someone else's character getting in the game. I think it's stupid. It's childish. I think it's because we convince ourselves that a gaming company can only have one rep, and you want that specific rep to be a different character, and you're disappointed when it's a different one. I may or may not be talking about the doll, but now that I'm grown, and it's been long enough since the last speculation sphere that I'm missing it so much that I want to make a video about the previous one, I don't think I would ever actively prey on the downfall of someone else's character getting in Smash. Unless it's Goku. That's stupid. Goku being in the giant video game crossover event would ruin the whole thing, and I think I would never play it again, maybe. There was some actual news, technically. It seems like every week we're getting less and less blog posts. We got the Pichu character trailer. Again. People speculated on whether Pichu would be good in this game just off the merit that Pikachu is already clearly good, and the rage mechanic where you get stronger the more damage you take, and Pichu does damage to itself. Could be something there. But in hindsight, yeah, it was more the first reason than anything to do with the second one. Pikachu's just really good. We got to look at the Moray Tower stage, which is nice because we haven't gotten a good look at some of these new stages. Stage speculation was mostly reserved for which stages would be returning, and not any new stages, except for that one time somebody brought up snipper clips. But Moray Towers is cool. It's the perfect Splatoon stage to put into Smash Bros. The next day, July 17th, we got our weekly new blog post song, and this song was Snake Eater from the Metal Gear Solid franchise, and let me tell you, this song doesn't have any lyrics in Smash Bros. Like, it's still a really good production. I mean, it's a good song, it just doesn't have the classic golden pipes. Make the dancing meme sad this time. Also on the 17th, we got a closer look on the Wily's Castle stage, with the main blurb written about it is that they combined both the hazards from the 3DS and Wii U stage. The opposite of what everyone wanted. If there's anything to make me doubt there will be a hazard toggle in the game, it's posts like this. On the 18th and 19th, we got the Bowser Jr. and Koopaling's character trailer, and we got a little blurb about the recent Pokeball Pokemon, Beware. I'm gonna have to learn you this. Beware is not playable in this game. Look at the screen. But the Smash blog wasn't it for our weekly news, as we got another Masahiro Sakurai column in this week's issue of Famitsu, in which he said the reactions to the reveal at E3 were the biggest part of it, and he's so glad that none of it got leaked. Anyway, he also specified they didn't create any printed material to ensure that nothing was leaked. Put a pin in that. Come back to it, and it's gonna get ugly later. The Smash Ultimate demo would be playable at San Diego Comic-Con, which I don't remember. As a kid, and before I came back to all this for a video, I really thought that the demo was just playable at E3, and then we would have to wait a measly couple of months until the game was out, but really it was playable everywhere all the time, as long as you're willing to get a plane ticket. There was an IGN live stream where they were interviewing Bill Trennan, very high up in the Nintendo ladder, our American boy. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. I'm only bringing it up because they asked him what characters new players would enjoy playing the most, and he ended it off by saying Xenoblade characters with an S. plural. And if the floodgates weren't open already prior to E3, they definitely were now. That's not to say that this is in fact evidence, because it isn't. It's very clearly just someone misspeaking. But this entire story is grasping at straws. If you haven't figured that out by now, that a lot of this is bogus and just kind of fun to talk about, then you're gonna be really mad throughout the rest of this video. It's not that any of these leaks or slip-ups actually meant something, it's that they all built on top of each other. Even if you're building garbage up, it eventually gets tall enough. This combined with the Sakurai Gundam toy post and the Codenames leak having a codename Mech, people thought it could be Elma. The two leaks we have thus far, though, both of them say Dixie and K-Rool at the same time, but they say them at different times, whereas Codename says around EVO, and this other one says July 22nd. And it's worth noting that we're in week 6 right now, but by week 7, July 22nd will have passed, so we'll know by next week if this actually came to pass. We will know, future Andrew recording in the future, you'll hear from him, you will know, I will know, if this leak is truly true. I'm gonna guess no. Around the same time, there was a clip circulating, mostly because of Papagenos, of Smash 4, of the Palutena's guidance, of Veridi saying this about Chrom.
I wonder where Chrom is.
Who knows? Probably taking a nap at home.
I'm no idle layabout.
Whoa! Where did you come from?
Robin is a skilled strategist and master of both 11 sword and magic. Certainly more useful than a simple swordsman like myself.
Plus, you and Ike are too similar. No point in having two characters that are pretty much carbon copies, am I right?
Which added more credence to Chrom being an Echo fighter, more than he already had. Because people were already sure that he was going to be an Echo, but they were unsure on who he would be a clone of, despite the missing Chrom alt originally belonging to Ike. We've covered all the Smash news, but for this week I do still have some internet history if you want to hear about it. You really don't have a choice. I guess you could skip ahead if you want to. I want to end this week's segment with the final Teenage Andrew comment of this week, which isn't tied to Smash, but is tied to a story important to me. I'm here. The purpose of this video is for me to plot out the timeline of Smash Ultimate speculation because I was there on the front lines. This is my story. Week 6, specifically July 19th, a small, young, teenage Andrew commented on a nostalgia meme mashup. That's true, and he said this: I grew up on this. Today we're moving out of my childhood house. I needed this right now. On that day in summer 2018, we had packed up and moved out of the house I was raised in, that I grew up in. I lived in for 17 years, based my entire adolescence. I took a lot of videos on that day. I'm gonna have the Oliver one playing here because any excuse to have him in more of my videos I'm gonna take. I've said it before, and if you're one of those real freaks that pays attention and pieces the story together and remembers things about all these videos, just talking about my experience with anything, you know that this weird dungeon, dingy dungeon basement where me and my friends spent so much time, made so many fond memories, and filmed so many videos under just the span of a year, used to be a cause for dread. But I actually really liked the basement as soon as I was there, but prior to going down to the basement, I lived in an actual upstairs room in this new house that I wasn't used to and didn't really vibe with. Also just depressed around the time, but that's unrelated, which I deemed the pink room. And not a whole lot happened in the pink room. I think I've only really brought it up in the context of playing Red Dead 2, but this pink room is integral to the story. I distinctly remember being in this room, one of the few memories I actually have there, and playing Steam games with my friends on my dinky little garbage laptop. And I remember being really hyped for this new Smash Bros, but I didn't like the place I was staying, so I wasn't confident enough to invite people over. So instead of having my friends physically there to play older Smash games, we just played online, and I bought basically all of the Smash clones I could find on Steam. I bought Slap City and Rivals of Aether with real-life American dollars, real-life coinage, you know? But I ended up playing Brawlhalla 100% of the time, which if you didn't know, free-to-play game. And those games would sit in my Steam library rotting to this day, along with Multiverses and Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl, the first one. I don't know, I'm filming this before the second one comes out. I have a problem, clearly. Well, that leak was fake. Who would have thunk it? So of course, as one leak falls out of public conversation, a new one rises to take its place. But instead of it being a new leak, it's just a previous, smaller one that comes up to the front. San Diego Comic-Con also came and went. I didn't really find a whole lot of cool footage, but it was announced on their website afterwards that the demo would also be playable at EVO. Like, playable to everyone, not just the people of the tournament, all attendees. Again, I thought it took us months to get this game. It was playable like every week, but people were starting to believe that we could see a character character reveal on the big stage at EVO. Side note, again, a lot has happened since I started writing this video, but 2023 was the first year I actually watched as much EVO as I could, and I realized they do actually show off a lot of characters there. They showed off the Ninja Turtles, I think. Shout out Menard, my favorite Street Fighter player. I know it's Mena RD, but it's funnier to say Menard. But the question was not, will there be a character at EVO? The question was, who will that character be? The most popular and safest choice was, of course, Heihachi, because Bandai Namco owned the Tekken game series and also worked on the last 2 Smash games. And if they're gonna have any Tekken character playable, it would have to be Heihachi. It would have to be Heihachi. That was until someone in the ARMS subreddit said that Springman and Ribbon Girl would be shown off at EVO. I don't know why we're believing it, which I never caught because I was too focused browsing r/Smash Bros, and it was 2018, so r/Chonkers probably. I'm tired of all this garbage. The ARMS subreddit, I want to hear from a reliable source. But before that, our weekly Smash Bros blog posts. That Sunday, first post of the week, July 22nd, when there was supposed to be a Nintendo Direct that would show off F-Zero Grand Prix, Mii Fighter character trailer. We've already seen all these character trailers, but when they're posted on the blog, they have a little blurb written about them, and the thing written for the Mii Fighters was, select from a set of 3 specials for each type, which implies the custom move from Smash 4 may be cut from this game. A lot of people dislike the custom moves mechanic introduced in Smash 4, one, because you couldn't tell what moveset your online opponent was going to have, so you didn't know who you were facing, and 2, they were just really hard and impossible to unlock. If you want to know my opinion on custom moves, little teenage Andrew and modern day Andrew, I never used them. Either I didn't know they were in the game or I purposefully avoided them. I played Smash 4 for years and I never once used any of these. Maybe the Mii's. And this blog post implies that they may be exclusive to the Mii characters, or at least that's what GameXplain said in their video. To which a teenage Andrew commented, "Can we at least use our own Mii's?" Did you not watch the video, man? This kid has the reading comprehension of a goldfish. Or of a leak reactor. The rest of the posts were pretty uneventful, but I will talk about them. But we did get a closer look at one of the new stages, one of 2, the Great Plateau Tower. That Monday the 23rd gave us a closer look on all the characters hidden on the stage based off the recent game Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Tuesday the 24th, we got our weekly song with the F-Zero medley. I'm starting to put things together in my brain. I think songs drop every Tuesday. And this is one of the few songs I still remember and put on whenever I play any F-Zero stage. On that same Tuesday, we got another look at another stage, but this time it was a returning stage in Princess Peach's castle. The character choices for each day seem to be random, and every week we get a new song, but the stages and items they're showing off seem to be ones that were shown off during E3. They made a pretty big deal showing this one off in the presentation. Not a whole lot new to see here. Wednesday the 25th and Thursday the 26th, they posted character trailers for Rob and Captain Falcon. The only new detail that folks really notice is that it seems like Rob's down throw buries people now, which I made sure my friends knew for sure over and over and over and over and over again. They love it. And while we're here, Teenage Andrew did leave another comment. The video titled, I don't know if this is right, Super Smash Bros. Brothers Ultimate - Smash Ballot results leaked? I don't want to name names because it's all in the past and it's all in good fun. You know, 2018 was forever ago. But every day on my lunch break, I would walk to the Subway. As in the restaurant Subway, because it was walking distance from where I worked and I didn't really want to go anywhere. And I would every day order a ham and mayo sandwich, just ham and mayo on bread, and watch leak videos from 2 specific creators. At the time, I thought one of them was skeptical and honest and would always look at leaks and be like, that's not true. Again, this is what I thought at the time. And the other was the guy who made this video. Again, I ate all this shit up. I find it really enjoyable. I think these fake leaks and discussion, I find it fun. You know, it's not the end of the world. I'm not mad at anyone. Calm down. Just warning you because I comment on these a lot, so strap in. I easily could have just stopped watching the video. I just like speculation. I still do. Oh yeah, and the sandwich thing I just brought up, I kind of just like steamrolled over it, but that sandwich thing is true. I would get 30-minute breaks and I wanted to enjoy my break as much as possible, so I would get food that would sustain me, but wasn't a whole lot of food that I could scarf down really quickly. But I forgot I exist in the real world, and I would always stay in the Subway, still wearing my uniform, holding my phone, watching these leak videos with my headphones in. But I started ordering that sandwich so much that the people working there started calling me ham and mayo. One time I was just sitting in my car before I was clocking in, mentally preparing for another day of retail, and one of the guys who I recognized as working at that Subway pointed at me in the middle of the parking lot and yelled, "Hey, that's ham and mayo." Anyway, the video consisted of a clearly fake leak and a list of characters that were very obviously not the ballot winners. I think maybe this person said something along the lines of that we can trust 4chan leaks because other 4chan leakers have been right before, to which an annoying teenager commented, "Those guys, like it's not a social media where anyone can post." On one hand, I think he was making a pretty good point. On the other hand, he just called 4chan a social media. Please don't make fun of me. Either for that or the sandwich thing. You can make fun of me for the sandwich thing. It's a weird sandwich to get. That's back when I thought 4chan was cool, but also had never once stepped foot on it. Which is probably why I thought it was cool. Uh-oh, do you guys hear that? It sounds like there's a weird-looking flower right behind me walking into frame. July 28th on Game Facts. I know it's not supposed to be said like that, but I've said it like that my entire life, and I refuse to change it now. I've been going out of my way to say Famitsu. The flower dude said, and I quote, "Simon Belmont and Isabel. You'll thank me later, except for how many new fake leaks you have to sift through that are going to pop up that include them now. I apologize for the incoming chaos." Simon's kind of a long shot, but if it is proven to be true, could be a smoking gun for this leaker being trustworthy. Isabel, on the other hand, was already highly speculated as an Echo Fighter. Unless, of course, she isn't an Echo Fighter, which everyone expects, and Vergeben specifically says that she is an Echo Fighter, and if that is true, that would be another huge smoking gun to prove that he is, in fact, in the right. Anyway, on to the next week. We're reaching the end of July and the beginning of August and still no major announcements. I'm doing these by week, so Sunday to Saturday. So EVO does start at the end of this week, but we won't know truly what happened until next week once it's over. On top of being playable at EVO and E3 and Comic-Con, apparently it was playable somewhere at the UK, and Nintendo announced that it will be playable at Gamescom in Germany. I know I keep saying it, but it keeps reigning true. I legitimately thought the general public could not see this game. It was everywhere. Cologne, Germany played this game before I did. The entire country, probably. That being said, we do actually get a lot of information this week. None of it's correct. Before we get into the Flame Wars, let's cover the weekly news that's actually news. Sakurai's now weekly Famitsu column was just about the specifics of putting the presentation together. And while reading through it, which I did read through it, I kept thinking to myself, oh yeah, this is definitely the dude that would later become a YouTuber. It's in his blood, it's in his eyes. He's such a natural showman. If he never makes another game again, these videos will make up for it. He's good at his job. It also helps that this famous video game director agrees with me and my video game philosophy. Anyway, moving on. Sunday, July 29th, we got the Jigglypuff character trailer, and Tuesday, July 31st, we got a post about the fake Smash Ball item. It describes how the fake Smash Ball is different, and I guess I didn't really mention this in the E3 section, but yes, there is a fake Smash Ball, which I thought was pretty apparent. Like, it's very clear how it works, but apparently this was shocking news to a lot of people. But because it was a Tuesday, we also got our weekly song in the Galaga medley, and it was okay. Like, none of these productions are bad. It's Smash Bros. They can't be, but it's just Galaga. And I'm running out of famous dancing memes. And also on Tuesday, 3 posts, we got a closer look at Lilac Cruise, which is a stage we actually haven't seen that much about yet. It appeared in the Everyone Is Here presentation, but not for long. It's nice to see a stage we actually haven't seen that much about get highlighted properly. It's really inconsistent which weeks we would get which amount of content. Sometimes we would get 3 posts a week, and some weeks we would get 3 posts on a Tuesday. Wednesday, August 1st, Wario. It's Wario. But the news comes from the next day. August 2nd, Thursday. Just a regular post about the Rhodonosis trophy they tricked so many people with. Until you look closely at the only image to attach and realized that's Delfino Plaza. Before August, we had, and by we I mean, you know, we had compiled a list of all the stages spotted in Smash Ultimate, which looked like, and now we can firmly take Delfino off of the list of missing stages. Okay, so enter number here, amount of stages missing until we have them all, with an asterisk. All right, time for some main characters. On August 3rd, 2018, Vergeben, of course seen here represented by a flower, said, and I quote, Decidueye isn't the Gen 7 Pokemon character, which tells us 2 things, if it is to be believed. 1, obviously what it says, Decidueye will not be a playable character in this installment of Smash Bros. And 2, there will be a Pokemon rep in this latest Smash Bros. Because they didn't say Decidueye won't be in the game. They specifically said Decidueye isn't the Gen 7 representation in Smash Bros, implying that there is Gen 7 representation, it just isn't Decidueye, if the flower is to be trusted. So if we are tallying these leakers off of the stuff that's already been revealed as of August 2018, moving forward with what we know about them, Vergeben has said Simon Belmont, Isabelle, not Decidueye, and still maybe some Minecraft representation somewhere. And we're only bringing up their history because...
Here comes a new challenger!
Laws 18, a leaker I didn't mention until right this moment because frankly it wasn't important before now. The role of Laws 18 today will be represented by Majora's Mask, for no particular reason. Before we get into theory territory and the leaker flame wars of late 2018, I'm just gonna state the facts. On June 11th, 2018, a day before the Everyone Is Here presentation, Laws 18 made a thread on GameFAQs, of course, where they described the Inklings moveset in depth, said that every character would return, and said that the main Zelda 3 would all have massive changes. Not only were all of those things true to a degree, we'll get to that, but they're also things that Vergeben did not say. So this is a leaker that wasn't parroting stuff. Said things that no one else were saying that ended up being true. Vergeben said that all the Smash 4 characters and Snake and Ice Climbers would return. They didn't say everyone. Prior to August, Laws 18 would return to say we would get a direct early August that would show off the start screen, previously unseen for the first time, where we would see 4 modes, 2 of which were All-Star mode and Tournament mode. And most notably, that the direct would end with an animated cutscene based around heroes versus villains. That's the information. That's what he said. But here's my opinion after the fact. The only hanging chad is I did leave out some information. When they described the Triforce trio all being changed, they specifically specified that Zelda would be modeled after Breath of the Wild Zelda. The Mask's defenders would say that if you did only get a passing glance at the script of the direct, you would see that they do say Breath of the Wild out loud while talking about Zelda. And while that is pretty shaky ground, Vergeben still had a lot of unproven speculation, but Laws 18 was on a roll. At this exact point, this right down the middle, July 2018 going into August, it could go either way. So let's add some more bullshit on the pile, why not? Apparently some Japanese version of 4chan, I couldn't find the source that says which one, just a Japanese version of 4chan. I think they have 8chan, I haven't looked into it. It said that there would be a direct the 24th of September, happening right before the Tokyo Game Show, which is a big spotlight, which would coincide with the release of Nintendo Switch Online. Again, before we had the monthly service, they just let us play games online for free. What a novel concept. This direct would include 4 stages and show off 2 new characters, both from Bandai Namco, Heihachi and Leloid. Leloid? Now, this is obviously horseradish. I'm not believing this leak, but Leloid and Heihachi were Mii costumes in Smash 4 along with K. Rool and Geno. I'm not saying that adds credence to this leak, I'm just saying that these 2 were basically already in the running anyway. I just didn't mention Leloid. I know it's Lloyd. 15 private videos were added to the official 3DS channel. I don't know what that means. Like, legitimately, even in current year, I have no idea what this amounted to. I don't think it amounted to anything. Maybe Detective Pikachu returns. Because it implies we would get a direct soon with a lot of 3DS information, but there was never that many 3DS announcements ever again. We are now at the very end of week 8 and a lot of stuff is about to boil over, as I'm sure we're going to get some news very soon. And we've talked about a lot of stuff, but before we move on, I'd like to gather all the information we have right now. Obviously, I've already shown off the stage graphic, but we're talking about characters now. Around this time, Redditor Twex created a thread of all the characters that were likely to be in the game and why, as well as more Redditors, including a teenage Andrew, who, by the way, didn't comment on a single video this week. Wow. Improvement. I'm shitting on him a lot, but legitimately, I'm letting you know now, if another Smash speculation cycle comes around, I'm going to comment on every video. I don't care if you have 500 views, I am going to argue. Not for any, like, angry reasons, I just find it really fun to talk about this stuff. That's why... How long have we been here so far? Yeah, he was too busy playing Brawlhalla and crying. As Redditors brought forward more information, the thread was updated. So I'm basically gonna plagiarize this thread along with some characters I think should be added and some weird entries that I feel like don't make a whole lot of sense. Like, for example, Vergeben's some form of Minecraft representation is usually as evidence for Banjo, and Steve is nowhere on this list. Like, I wanted Banjo too, but we gotta be unbiased here. What the fuck is this? The very top of this list of speculation is Bandana Waddle Dee, who even prior to E3 was discussed because of the popularity and recent release of Kirby Star Allies. But the recent points of speculation are that he's missing from the Mass D2D Final Smash animation, which he likely should be in, and the Poochie 3DS Daisy Amiibo code guy, if he is to be trusted. I heard that freak likes Daisy. What a weirdo. If you aren't on Twitter, or X, no, I'm calling it Twitter, there's an account called Saved You a Click Video Games, and I want you to go to that account, don't harass them, but go to their likes tab right now. Second on the list here is Simon Belmont, mostly because of Vergeben, and very, very little amount because Bomberman is an assist trophy and it'd be weird to have a new Konami rep as an item. I'm just wondering by this point why he's this high up on the list, because the one below him is Isabel, who Vergeben also said, but she also includes a lot more speculation information. Obvious Echo Fighter, missing assist trophy. A lot of the characters on this list are here because the Smash team made a big deal about the new name for clones. Again, I'm not complaining. I like having clones, but a lot of these are Echoes, and just because Echoes exist, they're like, oh man, there's got to be a bunch of them. They made a huge deal describing Echo Fighters. We're gonna have Attack of the Clones Part 2. Like, we're gonna get a lot more. Geno is also very high on the list, which is cool for me because I love Geno, but you know, we're trying to be unbiased here. We know that Square Enix is involved with this new Smash game in order to bring back Cloud. And if we are to believe that Simon is true, then Konami also brought back an old rep while adding a new one. No reason to assume Square wouldn't do the same thing. The only reason Geno is on this list as opposed to someone like Sora, who I'm gonna put on the list despite not being in the thread because I think he's funny, it's because Geno got a Mii costume as a result of the Smash Ballot, which we can by now safely assume was planned out to make the Smash Ultimate roster and not Bayonetta. He was also the only Mii costume to release with a new song, just saying. The Course Kids are also high up on this thread pretty much solely because they were a big part of the Smash 4 Gamatsu leak and has code within Smash 4 that hints at them being playable characters. Also, you know, code names rhythm, I guess. Same thing with Chrom, who is also represented on the list, but at least he's got some juice to him. Ike's Chrom alt is missing from the demo. We have yet to see Robin's Final Smash that he's featured in, and he could very likely be one of the new Echo Fighters. All of that also applies to Dark Samus, except for the Robin Final Smash one. They unfortunately were not in Robin's Final Smash. Again, Banjo is represented in the thread because of Vergeben saying Minecraft representation. Also, I guess Phil Spencer said he wanted him in the game. It's weird that this is the proof they listed when they easily just could have sourced the Smash Ballot again. If any of these ballot recreations are to be trusted, then Banjo is at the top of most people's list of most wanted Smash character, right up there with Isaac Goldensun. Maybe they're not to be trusted. I'm starting to become an Isaac fan. I've never played a Golden Sun game just because of his raw determination, the fact that he keeps coming back even though everything is against him. Steve is also going on my list for obvious reasons. Tingle is on this list, but Skull Kid isn't, despite basically having the same argument for both of them. I did say I would prefer Tingle earlier, or it would make more sense for me, but again, we're being unbiased. Just look at the facts. Both of their assist trophies are missing. And also, despite seeing a lot of great Bay Stage footage, we have yet to spot Tingle. Allegedly. Dixie Kong makes the list because of the previously mentioned Echo Fighter role, but there's slightly more to it. The other top running Echo Fighters are Chrom and Dark Samus, because in the E3 demo, they had alts that would reference their character that are now missing. And his jab no longer swings his tail around because if they wanted to just paste Dixie on top of him as easy as possible, Dixie does not have a tail. Honestly, this is more for Dixie than I initially thought. I'm learning things from this thread. That's why it's important to do your research. Despite not knowing what Japanese 4chan meant, I don't know why I wrote that. There's no Shadow on this list, but if we're already talking about potential Echo Fighters because of missing assist trophies, I see no reason why he shouldn't be. I mean, there's an entirely new Sonic-based assist trophy. That can't be for nothing. We're also missing the Ashley assist trophy. We have yet to see it, and she's a very popular character, specifically in Japan. I mean, if we're already referencing pieces of information we used as proof previously, she also got a costume in Smash 4. Also, just for fun, I'm gonna add Elma to this list, and maybe Mach Rider, because I think the mech toy speculation is fun, and also everyone really jumped the gun on that whole American Boy misspeaking thing. Also, again, I'm filming and writing this week at a time as I'm doing research, but I remember what happened. I know some of these are going to be important players later, which ends this list with the first character who was actually present, King K. Rool. See previously Smash Ballot and Me costume. That's not to say that everyone was convinced about King K. Rool. Some people thought that King K. Rool couldn't be in because the last two Donkey Kong Country games were made by Retro Studios, who purposefully avoided King K. Rool and made their own main villains to differentiate themselves from Rareware, who Nintendo was no longer associated with. And one brave kid was fighting on the front lines, arguing with adults, saying that King K. Rool would never, ever be in Smash, and that kid's name was my name. Yeah, coincidentally, we had the same name, and also it was me. Just know that while I'm up here on my high horse with the power of hindsight, looking at all these people falling for speculation, being like, oh, look how dumb they are for believing this or getting this wrong, I was not immune to that. I also got things wrong very often. Well, EVO has ended, and no new character. But if the Codenames leak wasn't already proven false, this would be the main thing that finally killed it. People would stop talking about it, right? However, on the last day of EVO 2018, during the top 8 of Super Smash Bros. Melee, we got a little visual that said, Smash Bros. Direct, August 8th, 2018. Now, you may notice something here. That's a lot of 8s. A prevailing theory in every era of Smash speculation, regardless of the game, is that Sakurai and the Smash team purposefully put out little hints to let people know what the next character is going to be, which I don't think has ever been true. Like, the ones that were hints were blatantly obvious. But still, everyone involved with the story, including me, was insane, so we thought the 8s had to have meant something. The two most popular characters were, one, Heihachi, who apparently his name in kanji looks remarkably similar to the number 8, and also Heihachi announced at a direct that was announced at EVO is the closest thing to him being announced at EVO. Other choice was Octoling as an Echo Fighter, because Oct means 8. Because of this direct, this week is all over the place and stuffed full of content and speculation. I'm not exaggerating when I say the playlist I assembled for research, I watched triple-digit amount of videos in this week as opposed to the normal 12. But that's how it goes. We grasp at straws for months as we're drip-fed information, and then when we finally have actual information, we have an insane amount to talk about. So going forward with this week, I am going to, instead of jumping all over the place, explain everything in timeline order as of the specific days they happen, which will make it easier for me later to work with all this and easier for you to understand, I hope. I know that EVO happened later in the day, but let's start from the top. August 5th. The blog was updated with a character trailer for Samus, which doesn't tell us anything new, but if we factor in what was later announced at that direct, it's an interesting choice of character. Vergeben added some more info on the Decidueye isn't Pokemon Gen 7 representation thread in a lock. They would add that it wasn't Lycanroc or Mimikyu either, which would drastically thin out who the Gen 7 Pokemon could be. In a way, I suppose really all that changed is that the frontrunners that everyone thought were out of the running, now it could be any Gen 7 Pokemon, because we knew there was going to be a Gen 7 Pokemon rep, either just because of conventional wisdom or if we're trusting this flower. Teenage Andrew, resident Smash expert, decided to weigh in on this as he commented on a video titled Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Vergeben Pokemon Leak? Remember earlier when I said there were some people I thought I could trust and some people I thought I couldn't? I'm gonna show up in these comments a lot. He said, how come when people hear Gen 7, they always roll out Alolan forms? Which is a fair point. What if the new Smash fighter is Alolan Marowak or that weird Alolan Jigglypuff fake leak? After I'm finished with this project, which I don't know when that will be, I should definitely make one of these, but for Pokemon speculation and fake leaks, because that's also a very fun and long story. But that's major leaker information, and the pool is getting thinner and thinner. The alleged Daisy-obsessed, not the Twitter one, the alleged Daisy-obsessed Poochie 3DS guy would later come out and say the whole situation was misconstrued and blown way out of proportion, which not only bumps our potential trustworthy people down to 2, but also bumps Bandana Waddle Dee back down the potential character ladder. Still holding out hope that the DDD Final Smash debacle still means something. Of course, immediately after the direct was announced at EVO, the internet began to speculate, and I watched as many of these prediction videos I could find, even the ones under 1,000 views. I gobbled this shit up. People were working off the assumption that if it is in fact a full direct dedicated solely to Smash Bros, that it may focus more on modes than actual playable character. And previously, Laws 18 did say the early August direct, which we now know exist, would focus more on modes. Aaron Itmar said that there would be a new full story mode, meanwhile Nintendo said something similar, but more along the lines of Smash Run. Game Explained, who held a regular podcast made up of multiple different people. It wasn't just one they all have different opinions. This specific podcast predicted in no particular order, we get a final stage count, Incineroar would be in the game, 2 Echo fighters would be revealed in an Echo section. We'd get a new third-party character, a final Smash meter, and Ken would be an Echo for Ryu. In no particular order. If you think that podcast was strange and specific, wait till you hear what happened over at Japan Time. Japan Time is a podcast that was semi-weekly depending on if interesting things were happening or not. They were originally posted on Shofu's channel, and I know I've already said this before, and I want to suck too many dicks in this video, but Shofu's the one out of all these people that I've watched the longest and still watch to this day. And while listening to every Japan Time podcast of 2018 under the guise of research has taken, surprise, surprise, a very long time. If you don't want to watch the playlist, which I wouldn't recommend, they are the best thing to watch to understand what speculation was like at the time. It's the perfect time capsule. Anyway, co-host of the podcast and fellow YouTuber RogersBase gave a long list of very specific predictions. A lot of them were hyper-specific, but the main thing I want to focus on is that he ended by saying, "And we'll see Fountain of Dreams and Brinstar in glorious HD." That's also specific. Now, does current-day adult Andrew think that some of these previous Nintendo collaborators had any insider information at all? No. Did people at the time think that and go absolutely insane about it? Yes. Like, if you head over to Japan Time Season 3, Episode 16 right now, you'll still find comments like, "Roger knows something we don't." But that's all the important information prior to the Direct on the 5th that wasn't just leaked information. Moving on. August 6th, we got an item showcase for the bomber item. That is all. But August 7th, the day before the Direct, is when things started to pick up. The night before the presentation, Masahiro Sakurai tweeted something out along the lines of, "Don't worry about my red eyes, I'm just tired and overworked." Just like an actual translator, an automated system cannot replicate the work a normal human can do unless they replace it with AI, and we're all doomed. It's either you could tell how much time has passed when I started writing the script that I'm still calling it Twitter, or I refuse to call it by its new name because it's stupid, and I still believe in the fact that they'll just in shame change it back very soon. And remember earlier when I said the potential hints always amount to nothing? You wouldn't think it, but red eyes was actually evidence. Allegedly. The main comparison brought up was that of King K. Rool and his reoccurring bloodshot eye. Or it was until that very night. Up until this point, all the leaks we've talked about have been from a third party, a friend of an informant who might work on the game. But this leak, an actual leak, came from the source. There's no way of actually knowing the exact time this takes place in our timeline, but GameXplain is normally on top of things to a fault and posted a video about it at 11:34 p.m. the night before the Direct. After a big presentation is held, all the individual trailers need to be uploaded to the official Nintendo-owned YouTube channel. So I imagine, like any YouTuber, they do that ahead of time. And also, the songs we've gotten every Tuesday on the Smash blog don't play off of the website, they just link directly to the YouTube video of those songs. So around 11 that night, again, the night right before the big presentation, the Galaga medley from last week had its title changed to Bloody Tears / Monster Dance, which are both songs from the Castlevania franchise. Bloody Tears, Red Eyes. A lot of people had already expected Simon Belmont, mostly because of Vergeben, but now it had to be true. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, probably within this video multiple times. As many times as I will make fun of these clearly fake leaks, I much prefer them, like an untrustworthy leaker, or a blurry image, or code names, over just getting the confirmed information, because that's not a leak or speculation, that's just a spoiler. We joke about how ridiculous some of these fake leaks were, but that's what made it fun. We were in the dark. But luckily, I still was. You see, by this point in my life, I had been working at a movie theater basically every day, and they had very long hours. I tell this story a lot, but school starts early in the day, and we weren't super close, so I would wake up every morning at 6 a.m. to get ready and then drive to school, and then get off school at like 3 and drive home and take maybe a 30-minute power nap, and then go to work, which started at 4, and I would mostly work until either midnight or 2 a.m., and then I would get home and try and sleep for that 4 or 3 hours, and then again wake up at 6 and then go to class in the morning, and my teachers would yell at me and asking, "Why are you asleep in my class?" After abandoning the Subway, and by the way, I went back to capture footage, I don't think it's there anymore, but after I stopped going to Subway, I would go to a Walmart, which had a McDonald's inside. This was back when McChickens were $1, so on my lunch break, I would get 4 McChickens and eat like 1 or 2 of them on my break in my car, and then save the other 2 or 3. Then whenever I would get home at like 2 or 3 a.m., I would pass out on my bed with the McChickens on my nightstand, and then I would wake up again at 6 a.m., and my breakfast would be those 2 cold McChickens that were left over from the previous night, and I lived like that for like a year or 2. It's a miracle I'm not dead. I ate cold McChickens every weekday morning for years. And yet I'm still standing here. And this isn't a takedown of the company, all right? No work is good work, but I was paid every hour. I was paid $9 an hour, but again, this was the late 2010s. However, one time I was rewarded for working overtime with a special edition Black Manta Funko Pop, which I still have to this day as a reminder to never go back to retail. Listen, I don't know when this video is going to come out, how many hours or months or years it's going to take to make this, but just know I would rather sit at my desk for 20 hours a day editing a video than ever have to stand behind a cash register again for even like 50 minutes. Anyway, I was certain I did work the 8th because I have some hazy memories associated with it. The direct would go live on the 8th at 10 a.m. and I would start work shortly after, and by this time in my life, I was already probably staying up. I think I got legitimately double digits worth of hours of sleep through the entirety of 2018. So I had already firmly decided, you know what, I'm not gonna sleep and then wake up and watch this direct. I'm just going to stay up because school hadn't started back up yet and I was pretty certain I would be okay at work. The only reason I know I decided to stay up instead of sleep is because teenage Andrew commented on a video titled Top 10 Smash Ultimate Newcomers Ballot brackets Japan hashtag lay it on me. Oh, right. Well, that's who made the video, which was just a list of a poll taken from a Japanese Smash community website. The list was Crash, Karate Joe, Ashley, Sans, 2B, Sora, King K. Rool, Springman, Bandana, Waddle Dee, and Rex. And this kid commented, Japan wanted Sans, ? Which is exactly what I thought reading this list. Great minds think alike. You know, it's a really cool feature that I never needed at any point in my life until right this moment. Your YouTube comment history tells you the exact hour and minute that you commented. Originally, I thought my story, if I remembered correctly putting this together, is that I went to bed to get ready for work the next day, and then I learned that I left this comment at 1:08 a.m. August 8th. So I likely stayed up later than that, meaning that I would sleep through the direct live, but I could still watch it before work. And I was so proud of myself because, again, I was subscribed to all these people. So that night before I went to bed, my entire feed was flooded with the potential of this leaked character. But I didn't watch any of those videos, and I was eased to sleep knowing that this direct could not be spoiled for me, as I would watch it in the morning, first thing when I woke up. August 8th, the morning. The posts today are not posted yet. And not only had I survived the previous night watching all the videos in my feed that could have potentially given away a spoiler from the direct, but also when I woke up, I managed to avoid the videos in my feed on YouTube that of course would show the character or characters or stages or modes in their thumbnail. I had the video loaded up. It was the first thing I was going to do, but I did notice that I got a text from my good, longtime childhood friend Logan, and that text said, Simon Belmont from the legendary Castlevania series is in Smash. Fuck. Well, now I gotta go to work pissed. Let's take this direct step by step. We see what looks like a hooded man walk up to a haunted house. But honestly, what is a man? Followed by Luigi donning his poltergust with a new look to it, venturing throughout the haunted halls. He comes across Medusa, a mummy, etc., until he comes face to face with death itself. And then this is the part of the trailer where he does something cute or something silly happens, right?
Whoa! He straight up killed Luigi!
Oh,
He's dead, bro!
They just killed Luigi! Oh my god, Luigi got actually killed.
Yo, he got his soul snatched out his booty pipe!
Oh! Oh! You killed Luigi!
Oh my god, Luigi died!
Oh, Luigi died!
Why did Nintendo characters die in all these reveal trailers?
Death kills Luigi dead and then leaves his rotting corpse on the floor. But do not fret, for Simon Belmont is here to save the day. There he is.
Yo, he looks clean!
Oh my god, this is ridiculous! Guys!
It's Waluigi. Yes! Yes!
Yeah, there he is! Simon is actually in Smash!
Yo, let's go, baby! Oh, he's sick!
The leak was real. Yo!
Simon lashes out! Dude. Let's go!
He's already dead. You can't unkill him. We get to see Simon in action as he uses his cross, axe, and holy water. We even get to see how long his whip is. And he's got Sheik Chain. It's always nice that despite utilizing CG trailers like everyone else in the games industry, these trailers show actual gameplay footage. You don't see that a lot anymore. On what is later revealed to be a Castlevania themed stage, where Dracula shows up. By the way, if you wanted to look back at what 2018 was like, aside from all the Avengers bits.
So he's like Dio, basically.
It's Dio, guys. Ha 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 ha. JoJo's.
I don't know what any of this means. So is this a stage hazard like Yellow Devil or Old Ridley? But then we see Simon fighting Dracula on what is very clearly not the same stage. If it was an Omega form, it would have pits to the side. And if it was a hazard list, then there would still be platforms, and also the giant Dracula wouldn't be standing there. We transition back to the CG cutscene as the screen reminds us that this is, in fact, not gameplay footage. Simon is on death's door as a fireball is about to engulf him until another whip cuts through the fire and the flames, and we see a hint of blue. True Castlevania fans already know what's up. And then we see the full man, where he lands his iconic line.
You don't belong in this world, monster!
Richter crosses over.
What? Who?
I have no idea.
Who is it?
Who? Richter? Is he like an alt?
Is it an Echo Fighter? Who's that?
I don't even know who that is, honestly.
Wait! Hold on, an Echo Fighter! Richter! Oh! Yeah, this was not leaked, baby! Yes!
We see some unique Richter moves and his own blue flame as the song switches to one he's more familiar with. And if you haven't noticed it yet, maybe they're playing in the background, but these are the songs that leaked the night prior. But the fun thing is, people expected Simon, but Richter was a legitimate surprise, even for people who read all the leaks. Except for one, apparently, but we'll get into that in weeks' time. Then, like Rodan in the first presentation, Alucard appears for a second, just enough time to give Alucard fans a shot of adrenaline. For those of you who don't know, Alucard is Dracula backwards. Simon and Richter double team this monster and then hit their stances as the logo transitions to cross with the Castlevania logo. Meanwhile, Luigi's ghost tries to return to its dead body but gets stopped by another creepy creature. We transitioned into Sakurai sitting next to suspicious purple and yellow-green chairs. Just had to be there, man. We see the official renders of each character. Renders will be important come release time. The stage we saw earlier was Dracula's castle, and they even kept the items and candlesticks from the Castlevania series. Monsters like Mummy, Medusa, Frank the Creature. We talking Carl or Cody? We see a silhouette of Dracula and a silhouette of question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I want to save the discussion of this direct until after I'm actually done talking about it, but this silhouette is Kid Dracula from the Game Boy game. It will not be important later, so I'm telling you this now because I didn't want to leave you in suspense. Kid Dracula. And then we see that the music team loves this game so much that they created 34 new and returning compositions, whereas I only knew one song.
Dracula, I will attack you, bro. You'll be spectacular when I set you on fire.
We see a lot of Dracula's attacks, but we don't really know when we'll see them. They say time will tell, which is fine because we waited long enough to get here anyway. And then we learn about the Alucard assist trophy, and by a lot, I mean a lot. He's got like 4 different moves, one of which looks like a dodge. It's almost like he was considered to be a playable character before Simon and Richter. Another quick peek into the future. He was. Not that he's a character in the future, God no. Just that he was considered to be the Castlevania rep before Simon and Richter. Considered could mean nothing. Maybe they just wrote his name on a piece of paper, but I have a theory. I'm just saying, this assist trophy sure does have a lot of attacks for an assist trophy and a dodge. We learned that Richter is an echo fighter of Simon, which we could have assumed, but it's nice to know for sure. And the moves we saw Richter do that we thought were exclusive, well, Simon can do them too. We see another glimpse of the results screen with Richter's cool pose, and then Sakurai lets us know we're about to see 2 more echo fighters from 2 completely different series. This is what we've been waiting for. It's what we've been all speculating for months since E3. Could it be Octoling like the 8 theory suggests, or maybe something more along the lines of Dixie Kong like the Evo adjacent theory, or maybe even Shadow the Hedgehog.
What did I miss? What did I miss? What is that? Crom? That's Crom?
Crom? Yep.
Fire Emblem. It's a Fire Emblem character. Crom!
What? Crom.
Crom.
Yeah. We actually got Crom, bro. There's no way. That's a meme.
Hey, we finally. Is that? I don't.
Wow, so Crom is finally fucking in this game.
Dark Samus or Shadow. I'm calling those 2 right here. Or Octoling. That's already 3. Wait. Oh, Dark Samus!
Yes! Let's go! Are you serious? Yes! Dark Samus, I knew it!
I knew it!
Hey, there they are, Dark Samus. Wow.
That's why her skin wasn't in the demo!
Before a character is officially announced for Smash, the community is constantly bombarded with non-Smash renders. And of course, the official Smash renders are always way better. It's why, for historical accuracy, whenever I'm talking about, let's say, Banjo-Kazooie, for example, and I'm talking about an era pre-DLC, I'm using a render from pre-DLC and not his actual good render. Prior to this, I had already wanted Dark Samus to be a character. I mean, any characters I suspected were likely shot to the top of my list just because I wanted to be right. This is prior to me playing any Metroid game. It's only when I saw the official Smash render of Dark Samus that I thought, whoa. This is actually really cool. The color scheme, the stance, the veins. Forget I said that part. Ever since gamers got their hands on the E3 demo and noticed the missing skins, they knew these two would be in. Which makes it even more strange that despite replacing an Ike alt and being a carbon copy of Ike, Chrom is actually a Roy Echo, who is technically a clone of Marth, but that's opening a whole nother can of worms. Fire Emblem fighters being incredibly similar to Marth. Who would have thunk it? We get to see the options for having the Echo fighters on the character select screen, and then Sakurai lets us know that we will see every character before the game launches. On one hand, it's kind of unfortunate because the secret unlockable characters were always the most fun part of Smash Bros. For me. I mean, going into Brawl and Melee, I didn't know anything about the roster, so they were all fresh new unlockables. On the other hand, they leaked the entire Smash 4 roster before the game was even out. If we live in an era of constant leaks and data mines that are unavoidable, then this CG reveal trailers are a suitable replacement for unlockable characters, at least in the situation we're in. Except, of course, when the reveal trailers get leaked too, which takes us to the stages section of the Smash Direct. And by this point, I was using the missing stage guide as a goddamn bingo card. I wanted them all to come back so bad. Pokemon Stadium 1, Garden of Hope, Brinstar Depths is sick because we get to see Kraid in glorious, gorgeous HD. Metroid Dread hadn't dropped yet. It was kind of a big deal. Even to pre-Metroid fan Andrew, who, like every Nintendo franchise, I was a fan of their character in Smash before I was a fan of their character in their game. I just liked Kraid from the Melee stage. Speaking of nostalgic stages, we get to see Summit from Brawl, and then stages like Unova Pokemon League and Magic-Can, which were previously held back by the 3DS, look more gorgeous than ever. Like, seeing the Melee stages in HD is nostalgic. Seeing the 3DS stages in HD is a miracle. I mean, they make a note of comparing Fountain of Dreams like they did with Congo Falls, and they do look really good. Fountain especially. Gamer, and then what we've been waiting for.
Ooh, that's a clean looking F Final Destination.
Look at that Final Destination! It definitely, oh my gosh! Ooh, pretty! Okay, yo! Whoa! FD looks sick! So that was FD we saw in the pick of the day that one time.
The stage we knew we saw in the backgrounds of other posts has finally been confirmed and shown to us, and it looks sick. In all fairness, a lot of the stages they just showed us have technically already been found in the background of other posts, but it's still nice to see. Fountain of Dreams was a genuine surprise though, unless you're Rogers base. Speaking of stages we've already kind of seen, there's a New Donk City stage, and its main gimmick is that you have to collect different musicians to play the Jump Up Superstar song with Pauline, just like Mario Odyssey. It also marks an important milestone of being the first ever Smash game since Smash 64 to have worthwhile representation of a 3D Mario game that was represented on the same console that Smash game is coming out on. Breath of the Wild makes sense because it's technically a Wii U game, but Odyssey is pushing it. See, it wasn't just a worthless Capitan in some costumes, one costume. While they're purposefully making the GameCube stages look better, the N64 stages are keeping their unique retro look to them. Real quick thing, this isn't in the script, I just want to mention this. A lot of people speculate about Nintendo Switch Online, right? We could play NES and Super Nintendo and N64 games. And the theory, or at least speculation and talk, is, oh man, when are they going to add GameCube games to this service? But the difference between N64 games and modern games and GameCube games and modern games, there is a huge gap, right? We've kind of plateaued ever since we went to HD. So I feel like with these GameCube games, for example, Metroid Prime, Thousand Year Door, they're more likely to just remake all of these games slowly over time as opposed to putting them all on their service. Does this mean we're going to get Melee HD? Even if we do, people are not going to be happy because if it's not on a CRT, it would have a little bit of input lag. And this sounds like I'm making fun of Melee people, but trust me, I get it. And then they tell us that the current stage number is 103 and that they're all available from the jump. And while that is a lot of stages and definitely more than we deserve, where are the rest? Because by this point, there's only a handful of stages that are still unspoken for, and it seems weird to cut it off right before you get every place. Like Flat Zone 1 and 2 being missing makes sense because they got absorbed into Flat Zone X, but how come we got PictoChat 2 and not PictoChat 1? Why not PictoChat X? Whatever will happen to Pokefloats? They don't say this is the final stage count, but it seems weird to stop right before the finish line and then announce, oh, look how many steps I've taken. Keep going, you're almost there. It's possible we would get some new stages along with new characters, but returning stages, at least with the verbiage of this direct, seemed unlikely. But we'll hunt some monstrous speculation later. For now,
Additionally, you have the option to turn off stage hazards.
I like that they use Wily's castle as the example to show how it worked. They knew what was going on. While we're in the stage category, we got our first look at a new mechanic called Stage Morph, and people were confused by its applications. Or maybe just I was, but also I'm going off the information I heard from other people in their reaction videos. The way it works is that you can set 2 stages that morph between each other, and you can set the frequency of this morph. That is all. For some reason, this was a very difficult concept to grasp for most people, and by most people, I mean me. Not only is the music organized by series now, but there's about 900 tracks, equaling 28 hours of music. It's become tradition by this point that every single Smash installment has a mechanic that's cool conceptually, but no one ever really uses. You can put your favorite songs in a different playlist, and you can listen to those songs from your Switch even when it's in sleep mode. And you may be asking, well, what's stopping me from listening to those same songs on my phone? And the answer is nothing. You can absolutely do that. You may find this surprising, but most people do in fact do that. But it's nice to have, I guess. It's at least a nice gesture. Hey look, it's Bloody Tears and Monster Dance. You know Direct is heating up when you get to the rules section. This time you choose the rule set first, and then the stage, and then the character. And this change is so good that I don't even think about it. Like, I had been playing Smash Bros constantly for a decade prior to this, and this switch was instantaneous. Good change. Instead of setting all the rules individually, you can make your own presets, and when they show us the rules in action, we see some of them listed under a last used title. Another perfect change. Knocked it out of the park again, Mr. Sakurai. Of course, the only rule set I ever really used I made in 2018 and never really picked anything else, but still. You can now play stamina mode with stock. I still have never done this yet. And we get a better look at the new sudden death. I've seen this so many times. And surprise, surprise, Podcast Japan Time got something right again. We see the introduction of the final smash meter that fills up over the course of a battle and seems to go up more when you're hit. And then you can release a weaker final smash that isn't as catastrophic as the real one, and by that I mean Marth kills at 20% with his. Wait until you hear about Zelda. So this is most likely why all the transformation final smashes were changed into quick animations, or at least a byproduct of that. There's a joke that most dedicated Smash players actually haven't played a majority of their favorite game because there's a strict set of rules that they must abide by. And I'm not against turning on items if people want to play with them, if we just want to be casual. It's just not the way I want to play. My friends and I did attempt to try and get into Final Smash Meter like the first day of the game released, and then got upset by it very quickly and turned it off, but we'll get to that story when we get to that day. And while we're talking about new modes that can only be played with friends locally, Squad Strike and Smashdown. One of these has been asked for over and over multiple years ever since it was added in a very particular Brawl mod, and the other is only ever really played by one person. Me? I love busting out a session of Smashdown in 1v1 so that we all have to pick our untraditional characters that we normally wouldn't play. That being said, doing 1v1s to go through the entire Smash roster is a time sink. I once started a match with my old roommate at 10 p.m. and then ended at 3 a.m. God, I love Smash Bros. And then we see the tournament mode, and this Mario has clearly seen something we haven't.
We're also including tourney mode.
It's a tournament, Jesse. I'm a little scared.
We're also including tourney mode.
What is Mario so angry about?
Mario
Choose the
was
number of
pissed. He
players
said
and
the F
CPU
word.
I know I said we would talk about the reception and speculation after the Direct once we're done covering it, but August Direct, new modes, tournament, where have we heard this before? We learn about 2 more changes. Kind of. In training mode, we see launch distances and unique classic modes for each character that follow linear adventures. Is changing something back to the way it was before technically a change? It's a change back. Ironically, Smash 4 classic mode was the only single player content I actually remember at all, or enjoying from Smash 4, all because I could never beat that fucking Master Fortress. In the item territory, we got Banana Gun, Killing Edge, Bomber, Staff, Rage Blaster, the Rambling Evil Mushroom that was spotted in one of Snake's pictures, but I didn't talk about because it will be more important in a little bit. Ness wielding the power of death itself while wearing a big old smile on his face. Get this weapon away from this monster that is no man. And then we get to a Smash Bros. Speculator's favorite part of every direct or announcement. Assist trophies and Pokeball Pokemon. Death Row 2. Remember last time where they showed us Lyn and Waluigi? The segment starts abruptly after Zero from the Mega Man franchise jumps on out of nowhere and attacks a fighter. Exciting longtime Mega Man fans and triggering longtime Marvel vs. Capcom fans. And I'm using triggered in the literal medical term, not in the, blue hair SJW gets triggered by facts and logic of alpha male. I guess it is 2018. Anyway, Zero's an assist trophy. We see Knuckles and Crystal again. You know who we don't see? Shadow the Hedgehog. He still has a chance. A Claptrap, which was a member of K. Rool's army in the Donkey Kong Country game. What? Hey, look, it's Kapp'n. Wait, where are you taking me? Chef Kawasaki from the Kirby franchise makes his debut in what was Kirby's final Smash and Brawl. And I love this idea. I love that idea. The reason I was absolutely into the concept of Smash Ultimate, aside from it just being a really good game, is that even before this, I'm absolutely obsessed with the idea of completion, even if it's a detriment to the game. Having everyone from all the previous games be in the same Smash game was my idea. They stole it, but they've been enabling me with every character and most stages. What's next? Every cut move? I think it'd be a cool concept to get assist trophies that replicate final Smashes that are no longer in the game. And there's a lot of them. Have a Landmaster assist. Have a Luigi's Mansion ghost do the weird Luigi dance from Brawl. From a completion standpoint, I really love the idea of having them all within the same game. From a completion standpoint, weird thing to want to have. I can't explain why, but incomplete games make my skin crawl. All you have to do to get me to sync time into your game is put a little counter in the top left that says, oh, you have 8 out of 10 cookies. You gotta collect all the cookies, and then I'll play that game for 100 hours to find those last 2. The Gray Fox assist trophy from Brawl, the Nikki assist trophy we saw in Treehouse footage. Is that motherfucking Shovel Knight? Someone out there is very upset by this. Now is as good a time as any that Smash YouTuber and other YouTuber Alpharad made a Rivals of Aether video with Shovel Knight in the thumbnail to ride this, not wave of hate, but wave of bemoaning, to which a teenage Andrew commented, "What platform fighters are Shovel Knight not in?" Haha, what a funny observation. That comment's getting deleted immediately after this video. Jokes and playable character speculation aside, this is really cool. Shovel Knight has, in the span of a handful of years, become the first ever indie character to get both an amiibo and an assist trophy in Smash Bros. I remember when this game was on Kickstarter. I remember when JonTron was on Game Grumps still and they played this. I don't care what you say, this is cool, alright? It's come a long way. Why so defensive, Andrew? Immediately, nobody said anything. Remember earlier when I said, by explaining what everyone else was saying, that Shadow the Hedgehog could be in the game because his assist trophy was replaced by a different assist trophy that could represent the same game? The moon from Majora's Mask zooms in as an assist trophy that smushes every fighter on screen. Now, does this new moon assist trophy representing Majora's Mask mean that for fact Tingle and or Skull Kid will be playable characters in this new Smash Bros. Game? I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say absolutely 100% yes to both of those. That went surprisingly well. No major characters were deconfirmed. I love Shovel Knight, but he was not in the running in people's eyes. And then, without even mentioning her by name, they try and sneak by the Ashley assist trophy and thought we wouldn't notice. They knew people would be mad. It's honestly more about the timeline of speculation. Seeing the character you want in Smash as an assist trophy while there are playable characters still yet to be announced means that your character is out of the running. But if hypothetically people were to discover the Ashley assist trophy in the game after all the characters had already been revealed, it would have softened the blow. She's not in the game, we already know that, but at least she's an assist trophy. Because then instead of being a demotion, it's more like a consolation prize. However, later in DLC speculation, yes, there's DLC for this game, whether or not an assist trophy existing in base game deconfirms a character being DLC and playable is a whole different argument. Okay, are there any more assist trophies?
From the Monster Hunter series, Rathalos swoops in.
maybe? I watched this direct, not only the first time in 2018, but also right now for this video, over and over so many times because I wanted to make sure I wasn't mishearing anything. Because after the direct, there was a whole lot of speculation about this Monster Hunter stage titled Ancestral Step in its base game. They say it in the direct, and I triple checked this.
He appears as a boss, but he can also show up as an assist trophy.
So that means boss battles are back, and they'll have their own stages like they did in the Subspace Emissary of Brawl. But for whatever reason, a lot of people immediately after the fact, I guess, misheard this or just misunderstood and thought this meant that Rathalos would be a stage boss like Dracula or the Yellow Devil. In their defense, Dracula is shown as a boss and a stage hazard, which now explains why when we saw them fighting Dracula earlier, they were on a completely flat plane. Not to drudge up year-old speculation, but they very clearly say he appears as a boss. Again, I watched it a lot, and all the footage we've seen of the boss fight on the Ancestral Step only features one character fighting them. But that didn't stop a lot of people from speculating that this could be an unrevealed stage, and you may be asking, Andrew, how could it be unrevealed if we just saw it? To which I say, New Donk City. The people who get it will get it. Which brings us to this snake image I mentioned very briefly prior with the Rambling Evil Mushroom, where people were convinced the background was a potential Monster Hunter stage. Their argument was that it could not realistically be any other stage because it doesn't look like any stage in existence of the history of Smash Bros. And now that I'm getting a good look at it, Gower Plains has never looked better. Oh, but Andrew, you skipped over all the Pokemon. Oh, you want to see Pokemon? Here's Mimikyu. He's not playable. But honestly, we did get some cool Mon. Alolan Executor is a funny gimmick. Marshadow looks sick, considering we very rarely get to actually see him in game. I will hold off until I talk about Pokemon. They even got Ditto joining Sukapon and Battle Damage in the category of ideas of past games brought back and executed properly. It's a long title. We've had some fun here, but now, for the moment you've all been waiting for. The main menu! They got Smash in this game?
As you can see, there's a mysterious mode here, but we can't talk about that just yet.
Oh, well, I guess I won't worry about that at all or ask any questions. Hey, look, this game has DMs. Can I talk to the girl who was listening to music from her Switch? That's my kind of woman. And at the very end of the August 2018 Smash Direct, as Masahiro Sakurai plays us out, the screen begins to shake. We see a new piece of art of characters from the original Smash game on the N64 facing off against their greatest rivals. And then it cuts out like an old tube TV. And we see Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong laying around. Fans already know where this is going, and hardcore fans knew as soon as the screen started to shake. Loud noises wake up the primate duo as they move to the window to see what's up. We see through their eyes a silhouette of the Mad King, until it's revealed that it was just DDD in disguise.
Let's go, K-Rool! You did it, boys! The big boys are... There's no fucking way! He's here! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my...
What are you? What are you? What are you, though? Oh my god! No, he got trolled! You!
He's here! You... Food! Oh, shit!
It's widely said and repeated that King Dedede is voiced by game creator and director Masahiro Sakurai, so this was in a way like him directly pranking the audience. And while it's apparently true that he was the voice of Dedede in the Japanese version of this game, it is unclear whether or not he was the one supplying the grunts from this specific trailer. But the joke doesn't last long as the real King K. Rool sneaks up behind Dedede and swipes him away. Dedede makes this face that went viral in its own right, as it should, and King K. Rool finally comes aboard.
They got him in here. I think fan service is complete for Smash Brothers. K. Rool made it. Motherfucking Ridley made it. Motherfucking Simon Belmont made it. The only ones left now are the Chorus Kids. Bro. Niggas got smacked out here, bro. They put K. Rool in this bitch. Let's go, baby.
The Kong's eyes burst so hard out of their heads that it shatters the glass windows. I love how cartoony this new game is. Then we see the king in action. We see his blunderbuss, his helicopter pack, his crown, his super armor on most of his moves, his counter. King K. Rool's final smashes him, destroying Donkey Kong Island with a big laser, just like the Game Over cutscene from Donkey Kong 64. It's worth noting that if you go back and watch that Game Over cutscene right now, and really any cutscene from that game that features King K. Rool, you'll notice that the king is voiced like a human man, like he sounds like a human guy. Same thing with Donkey Kong. If you listen to Donkey Kong in any series that isn't Smash, he sounds like just a goofy guy. Whereas in Smash Bros, he sounds more animalistic. And King K. Rool sounds more like a gator or a beast in this game, in the trailer, to coincide with how the Kongs are represented. This also goes for Bowser. It's how you could tell if you look at a render of Bowser, you know what game it's from, because if he's a goofy bully character, it's from any Mario game. If it's this animal's going to kill you, it's from Smash. And that really is the perfect example. Bowser sounds like some kind of monster beast in Smash Bros. But you know what? I don't blame them. I wouldn't allow him to speak English or talk like a person after the Mario Kart incident either. We see the jungle rivals sprint towards each other on all fours as their boxing gloves meet in front of the sun. The punch being so powerful that it sends shockwaves through the jungle. One of his moves even buries. Then we see Simon, Richter, Chrom, Dark Samus, and King K. Rool all get added to the banner art we've seen before. This direct just revealed 5 playable characters. Wow. What? Not just a direct, but an iconic moment in video game and internet history. But I know what you're all thinking. What does 17-year-old Andrew have to say about this? What is he thinking? Well, like I said, I knew I had work that day, but I did actually manage to avoid spoiling all the other characters from the direct other than Simon Belmont. Thanks, Logan. And I watched this direct with my phone screen illuminating the dark room on my broken bed in a pink room I wasn't really messing with yet when I was depressed in and didn't really like or feel anything. And I felt comfort, excitement. And that's really the point of this video, isn't it? I know the Smash community is not free of sin. Trust me, I know. But the game itself can make you feel so much. Whenever I would hear stories about a game impacting people, getting them through a tough time, I always kind of, not scoffed, but I was like, oh, I don't get it. It's just a game. But legitimately, not in a good place the majority of 2018. This game, just the hype leading up to it, call it silly, call it stupid, call it whatever, call it cringe. It legitimately got me through the year. It was really my only comfort at the time. Is that really sad? That's up to you to decide. I'm gonna lean on yes, probably. Afterwards, I hopped in the shower so I can get ready for work, and instead of just enjoying the shower, I propped my phone up so I could rewatch the direct again. And then I watched it again, and then I watched some reactions, and then I watched it again. Even now, specifically for this video, when I go back and watch this direct, or just this reveal, I feel this form of excitement. Excitement for a game I've already put hundreds of hours into. Again, I worked at a movie theater at the time, and I could not stop thinking about these directs during work, and I knew there was speculation happening immediately after that I was missing. Because for a month we were saying, oh, maybe the 4chan guy knows something we don't, and now we have actual information. And if you've been to certain movie theaters, you know that right next to the cash register, there is the soda machine. You could see all the logos, but you can't actually see behind it. The manager presence was a little light that day, so I may have potentially propped my phone up behind the logos but above the soda, and kept watching the direct over and over. And then while customers were talking to me, ordering their concessions, I had my hair covering an AirPod I had in my one ear so I could keep watching the direct and watch podcasts and theories and reactions while also doing my job. And while I dealt with customers with one eye and one ear, I watched and listened to my phone with my other ear and my other eye. I pointed at the wrong ones, didn't I? I'm not doing that again. So if you were one of those unlucky people in August 2018 who wanted to see Christopher Robin or Teen Titans Go to the Movies and you had to deal with me half paying attention, I'm sorry, but not really. In my defense, I had to deal with you too. I wanted to mention, just because I guess it's important to the timeline, my Snapchat memory, the only reason I still have Snapchat on my phone, from July 30th, 2018, showed me walking into the TTG showing to clean it, because I cleaned the theaters, and seeing the OG Teen Titans tease they showed us after the credits. Well, that went nowhere. Even then, I was shaking, counting down the minutes to my underage state worker mandated break. I clocked out and sprinted to the subway down the street, the ham and mayo one that no longer exists. It may not be important to you, but this subway is integral to my side of the story. So many of the comments we are going to read, and yes, we're going to read all of them, were sent from that goddamn subway. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich. I left 2 comments on August 8th, one at 3:19 p.m. and one at 8:47 p.m. I'm guessing one was during my break and one was during work, and they were both on Game Explain videos. You gotta leave them alone, man. But I said I would follow in timeline order, so I'll get to that in a second. I just wanted you all to understand from my perspective how obsessed I truly was. In my defense, Game Explain did cover all the major discoveries following each big event, or just in general, so it's really easy to place the timeline when you don't have direct times, but you can instead chart the times of when each of these videos were uploaded and watch them in order. Before any of these videos, almost immediately after the direct ended at 10:45 a.m., Twitter user Noctilescent attempted to make out what the blurred game mode shown in the direct could be. While it didn't yield an exact discovery, it did note that in English it kind of looks like it says spirits, which wouldn't have gotten nearly as far if the Japanese version of the direct didn't have a blur that looked almost exactly like spirits in kanji. Nintendo will learn from this and never blur anything again. If you want something hidden, you gotta cover that shit. The internet is insane. But maybe, just maybe, they did this on purpose, because they knew rabid fans would figure it out. There was a theory immediately following the direct that Nintendo purposefully leaked the Castlevania music to throw people off on how many character announcements there would be in the direct. First off, they would never ever do this. Second off, it was leaked hours before the direct. If you think they wanted to purposefully fake people out, you would think they would do it when people were awake. But what is spirits, if it is in fact that? What could it mean? The mode is green colored, which is normally the color of adventure modes in single player in previous Smash games. At the end of the day, this isn't a saying, I mean literally at the end of the day, YouTuber SwankyBox speculated that spirits could literally be talking about ghosts. Swanky theorized that all these character trailers where beloved Nintendo characters die horrible deaths could actually be taken from cutscenes from the story mode. People did say the same thing after Ridley's trailer, because if lit up, it reveals more setting details that could not be seen normally. I don't know what that means either. I don't know what they meant by that. 2:39 p.m. Was Rhythm Heaven's Karate Joe teased during the Smash Bros. Ultimate Direct, Easter egg? I love rhetorical titles. Sure, maybe. The Rhythm Heaven character that people wanted, or at least predicted and expected prior to this, were the Chorus Kids, but after the Direct, that changed.
The only ones left now are the Chorus Kids!
Apparently, the pose DK hits in the Direct before K. Rool debuts is the exact same pose Karate Joe does in one of his Rhythm Heaven games. It's even got the same bunny ear antenna TV. And for me, honestly, the TV is what puts it over the edge. I mean, what are the odds that these things look exactly the same? They're incredibly similar. It couldn't have been an accident. But does this actually mean anything? Does Sakurai actually put little hints in all of his presentations? I don't know. What do you think, Majora's Mask? 3:19 p.m. a teenage Andrew commented on a Game Explain video that found the identity of Kid Dracula and said, "We need another stage video." 8:47, couple hours later, he comments on the new Game Explain stage video. Dude, just let him breathe for like a second. While a lot of people were focusing on the potential of characters like Dixie Kong or of course Karate Joe, the other side of speculation was mostly around stages. The video contains the full list of stages that were added to the Smash Bros. Website after the direct. Oh, by the way, today's blog posts on the website were the Castlevania reveal, the K. Rool reveal, and then Simon and King K. Rool's character trailers, individual character trailers. You can imagine why I didn't mention them earlier. That being said, these are actually new character trailers, which we haven't gotten for months. I mean, it's our fault for watching them over and over again, and by our fault, I mean this kid. And on the same stage list video, this kid commented, "We need what, like 16 more?" Well, the complete list of stages currently missing from Smash Ultimate and the potential reasons why they could be cut. Planet Zebes from 64, it's exactly like Brinstar from Melee, just with a different background. Same goes for Sector Z, which is too similar to Corneria from Melee. And yet I still wanted them back. You see what I mean by obsessed with completion. Icicle Mountain from Melee is a vertical moving stage, which wouldn't be enough to not include it, but the fact that the only other vertical stage in Rumble Falls from Brawl is also missing doesn't bode well. But I mean, Rainbow Cruise technically also scrolls vertically, and that's in the game. Pokefloats from Melee is also missing, but that's even weirder because that's incredibly similar to Rainbow Cruise. Like, if you want to avoid all scrolling stages like Woolly World and Orbital Gate Assault from Wii U, which are also missing, because it would be hard to stage morph, then I would understand. But so many stages move like this. There are even some stages that shift on their own, even without stage morph. Maybe they just didn't have enough time to remake them all, but it seems strange to pick these specific stages when you're so close. this. We've been over this. Like, Flat Zone 1 and 2 of Picture Chat 1 don't need to be present as long as these ideas have some kind of representation in a stage, but it seems like a miss to just not feature all the stages when you're so close. Like, Pokefloats only exists as a stage because they already had all these models, which are just updated models from Pokemon Stadium. Did you know that in the Japanese version of the game, the stage is actually titled Pokemon Subspace, implying that they aren't actually parade floats or balloons, they are just floating endlessly in a void? Mute City from Melee is also missing. However, some stages that have used the same name previously are given subtitles or different names to differentiate them. Like Yoshi's Island, and Yoshi's Island being renamed to Yoshi's Island Brawl, Yoshi's Island Melee, and Super Happy Tree. I don't know enough about Yoshi lore to understand this. There was another stage titled Mute City in the 3DS version of Smash 4 that used a retro style, and on the stage list in the Smash website, it is now listed as Mute City SNES. Some people thought this could mean that we would in fact get Mute City Melee just with a bracket and a new subtitle, but the Yoshi titles mentioned previously that were changed are subtitled after the game they debuted in, not the console they originated from. Dreamland GB does the same thing. Overall, if we are being objective, it would be incredibly strange to make this entire section of the website and list the number during the direct if you weren't done with stages and were planning on adding more, but again, at the time, I still wanted more. I wanted to believe. And if you look at the stage section screen at this point, there are only like 6 slots until it's all filled out. 5 if we're to believe that there will in fact be a Monster Hunter stage, which I don't, but you know, as a unit. We're only as strong as our weakest or dumbest link. Of the new stages we've gotten so far, I think half of which have been from Splatoon and Castlevania, have come along with new characters to Smash Bros. So if we were to get a new Monster Hunter stage, conventional wisdom would imply that we would also get a new Monster Hunter character. I mean, in Smash 4, there was a Monster Hunter Mii costume, which is what K. Rool started as. Where was I? Oh yeah, Rainbow Road 3DS is also gone. No! In all seriousness, why the fuck is this missing? It's one of the most beautiful stages on the 3DS, and seeing it in HD would have been perfect. And don't tell me it's because the stage moves, alright? A lot of stages move. The new Donk City stage they just showed off moves. Pac-Maze makes a little more sense, because it utilizes a personal counter on the screen that could only really work on a personal console that only one person is looking at. But the other stage that uses this gimmick on the 3DS, Golden Plains, is in this game, and they just put the counter by each character's portrait. What are we doing? You had 2 chances to represent one of the most famous video game series of all time. Now I'm double upset. Another gimmicky Donkey Kong stage, Jungle Hijinks, that uses the foreground-background switching gimmick from Tropical Freeze. Alright, this one I do understand. I think the gimmick is fun, but if we're making cuts to make stage morph work better, I won't lose sleep over it. You know what I will lose sleep over to this day? Miiverse, the most fun part of Smash 4. Well, this one's obvious. We've been over this. There's no Miiverse anymore, so there'd be no post. It would just be Battlefield. But I could still be sad it's gone, remembering all those classic times and me and my friends playing Smash together on the stage. It was a pretty neutral stage while also laughing our asses off, reading all these posts while trying to focus on killing each other. At the end of the day, the name of the game is your mom, and let's just say, I'm already playing it. Would you believe me if I told you everything I just covered was in a Game Explain video? I could have just stolen it and not add anything to the script and nobody would have known. And all of that incredible, constant, giant discussion finally brings us to the end of August 8th. Yes, that was all one day. Anything else I missed? Luma now panics when Rosalina is grabbed. Luigi has a new Poltergust in the Castlevania trailer. We were over that, but I didn't talk about how it shoots plungers. Surprisingly, that will also come back later. Not the Luma thing. I don't care about that. I wish I kept the cork board around so I could just physically pin up stuff, but I think the amount of things I would have to print out would probably kill all the forest in the local area. There was a mode spotted in the direct called Custom Balance, and a lot of people were claiming that the logo used for that rule is also the same logo used to represent Rage in Smash 4, and I also don't know what they mean by that. Like, I understand what Rage is. We explained this earlier. The more damage you take, the stronger you get. But what do you mean Rage logo? What Rage logo? I think that maybe people just saw what they wanted to see, because a lot of fans of other Smash games don't really like the Rage mechanic. They discussed this in the next episode of the Japan Time podcast, and they said that they could either have Final Smash Meter or editing the Rage, but definitely not both. And we wouldn't get another blog post until week 8, so all we have left for this week is comments from a teenager. But I do want to focus on extra character speculation before we get into that. I'm pushing it off as much as I can. First of all, let's eliminate all the characters that have been factually disproven by this direct. Ashley and Mimikyu are out of the question, so is Shovel Knight, and I imagine so is Rathalos, but I don't know if anyone expected him anyway. Although it is possible we could still get a Monster Hunter character in this game if the Ancestral Step is in fact a playable stage. Monster Hunter doesn't really have a protagonist as much as it does just have a customizable self-insert, but a hypothetical character could just be called the Monster Hunter and feature a lot of popular gear and weapons from the game. But that isn't fact. It's just speculation based on what we did see on the stage, if it is even a stage. Like how Skull Kid is boosted higher up on the list, a little bit above Tingle because of the leaker we mentioned previously and the appearance of the New Moon Assist Trophy. Although by this point, I do think we have seen Tingle on the Great Bay stage. We haven't seen his Assist Trophy, but I guess the Alfonso argument could still happen, but regardless, Skull Kid is above Tingle. I don't know if I actually brought this up, but a lot of people were saying Miss Pac-Man couldn't be an Echo Fighter, aside from the regular rights issues, is because I think she appears on the Pac-Land stage, but again, not only that would be easier than replacing a 3D model because it's just a pixel, but I don't think she's going to be in anyway, as much as I would like to have her. The box is too far away. It's over there, though. Just know I'm seeing, out of my peripheral vision, I could see my wife right now. And now that we have actual posts and pictures about the New Donk City stage, a lot of people have spotted Captain Toad in the background of the stage. Again, could mean nothing. Was Captain Toad even on my list before? I don't think he was, but people had kind of talked about him a little bit just because he's a new popular Mario character. Karate Joe has replaced the Chorus Kids all because of this Donkey Kong pose legitimately, and now Dixie is in flux. Because if they were to reveal Dixie Kong, she likely would have been with K. Rool and the other gang, right? Dixie is still a plausible Echo Fighter, so it's possible she would just be talked about in her own section, like Dark Samus and Cromwell. Perfect example. If we're using this same logic, then Dark Samus also could have been revealed during Ridley's trailer, but wasn't, and was later saved for the next direct. That being said, in most of the leaks, I know we're not trusting the leaks, but in most of the leaks, K. Rool and Dixie were both equally wanted and were constantly paired together. Now that I'm looking at our list, Ridley, K. Rool, Dark Samus, there's a lot of villains in this game. Wait a minute, where have I heard that? We've covered speculation and deconfirmation based on actual things we can look at with our eyes, but now it's leaker time. In this flame war, we're comparing our two possible trustworthy sources. Vergeben early on said Ridley, Snake, and Ice Climbers, but those are all pretty safe guesses and also characters people have wanted in for a while, or at least wanted back for a while. But now, with Simon, it's even more likely that Vergeben is to be trusted. While a lot of people were saying Simon, they mostly said it after Vergeben did. So if we are to believe this flower, they did also say that Isabelle would be playable in the game, and our yet to be revealed new Pokemon is not Lycanroc or Decidueye. Also Minecraft somewhere to some degree. Still not clear what that means. So if we are to believe Vergeben, then it's likely that we're gonna get Isabelle, Incineroar, and maybe Steve from Minecraft. Do we really want to believe that? On the other side of speculation, the other main leaker, we have Laws 18. LOZ18, I'm calling it Laws. The mask seemed a little more untrustworthy prior to the August Direct, but afterwards. Laws 18 said that there would be a direct in early August that would show off new modes, one of which is tournament mode, and that the final trailer ending off the direct would feature a cutscene with heroes versus villains. August, new modes, tournaments, heroes versus villains. So it seems like both of these leakers should be listened to. I mean, technically they haven't said anything to the contrary of the other one. And real quick, I want to talk about this heroes versus villains gimmick. It was only meant to represent K. Rool in his character trailer, but the little slideshow of heroes versus villains did end with Samus versus Ridley. And of our 8 new challengers we've seen thus far, is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, of our 8 new challengers, 3 of which have been villains. That's nearly half. And we don't know where the Inkling falls morally, but the heroes versus villains gimmick, especially after the direct, kind of took off. Especially because Laws 18, with the mask representing him, which is what I chose, said that Skull Kid would likely be in the game afterwards. We had already assumed that, but now it's coming from the horse's from the mask's mouth. There's no way the person whose name is Laws 18 and is represented here by Majora's Mask could be biased in any way. And the pictures of the heroes versus villains were all from series that were represented in the original 8 Smash 64 playable characters. Speaking of the first game, there's a lot of characters on our potential newcomers list, and Sakurai did say to not expect too many new challengers. But if we get even 3 more characters, it still would have been the least amount of any new Smash game, because Smash 64, original 12, 4 of which were unlockable characters. But let's look at this roster. Mario and Luigi. Luigi is represented under the Mario category, not the Luigi's Mansion category, have Bowser as their villain. Donkey Kong now has K. Rool, Samus now has Ridley, and Wolf is back to combat Star Fox. Link has Ganondorf, Kirby has Meta Knight or DDD. You could argue that Pokemon has Mewtwo, because even within the games, it's the closest thing we're ever going to get to a Pokemon villain that's an actual Pokemon and not just a human guy. And this was prior to Legends Arceus. Unless you want to make like a grunt Pokemon trainer character that instead of Charizard, Ivysaur, and Squirtle uses like Zubat, Rattata, and Ekans. That's actually pretty sick. I like that idea. You could legitimately, in the year of our Lord 2024 or 2025, depending on when the Smash game comes out, I'll get more into that later, you could make a playable Meowth character, and his gimmick is that you could switch between all the different forms, because Meowth has like 3 different forms now, and he's even got a Gigantamax form that you could use as his final Smash. The only originals here that have their separate series that are missing a villain are Yoshi, Captain Falcon, and Ness. And if you look on the website and in the game, Yoshi, unlike Luigi, is represented by his own Yoshi series. So I'd like to use this Heroes vs. Villains opportunity to talk about some potential more Echo fighters. I've already talked about previously how I would like a Black Shadow Falcon Echo that could just play like pre-ultimate Ganondorf, but I have some more ideas. All of the Echoes that have appeared so far have all been clones of a character from their original series. So we have to assume that is the rule. But if you think about it like Echo Fighters being modern clones, Ganondorf was a clone of Captain Falcon, and Ganondorf did not originate in the F-Zero series, so there's maybe some wiggle room there. I know I want Mike Jones as an Echo over Ness as opposed to Ninten, but honestly, if we are to only get one mother-related Echo, I think it would be better to get Gygus over Mewtwo. And if you heard that and you haven't played a whole lot of Mother, you may be thinking exactly what I was thinking at the time when I first heard that. But don't worry, the nice fellas on Reddit who I pleasantly argued with corrected me. Gygus is more of a Lovecraftian creature, monster, giant mass in Earthbound. But in Mother 1, the original Mother game, Gygus is more of a bipedal, alien-looking creature who looks remarkably similar to Mewtwo. There's a theory that the Gygus we fight in Earthbound is actually Gygus as a fetus, and Ness is sent back in time to abort it before it gets born. That's not even the weirdest part about this Earthbound fight. And if not Gygus and not an Echo, I don't know, Porky could work. He's a previous Smash Bros. Boss, and he's been an antagonist to both Ness and Lucas. Those Echoes were all over the internet and have been passed around by multiple people, but this Yoshi villain Echo is all my idea, all my own. I have been sitting on this idea since like 2018. I'm serious. I have proof. Most people would flock to Comic as the Yoshi villain because he does start the story. He is the call to action. It is all his fault. You don't really fight him. You know who you do fight multiple times? Baby Bowser. But Andrew, we already have Bowser Jr. Do we really want to waste a slot on another small Bowser version? Exactly. Imagine a Bowser Jr. Echo, but instead of a clown car, it's a baby carriage. Because Bowser Jr. is a beloved Mario character, but also the perfect opportunity to represent multiple different Mario characters all in one slot. The character isn't Bowser Jr., the character is the clown car. And Baby Bowser, being not as popular, can still accomplish the same thing. Bowser Jr. slot is the clown car. The Baby Bowser slot could be the baby carriage, and there's a lot of babies in Mario. Imagine if instead of the 8 skins being Bowser Jr. and the 7 Koopalings, imagine the skins being Baby Bowser, Baby Mario, Baby Luigi, Baby Daisy, Baby Peach, Baby Rosalina, Baby Donkey Kong, and Baby Wario. Not only would that represent multiple baby characters all in one slot, technically in the same slot as Bowser Jr., depending on how you look at the game, thus getting multiple Mario characters represented without taking up too much time and effort and space on the character select screen. Not only that, but also having a baby version of a lot of the characters playable in Smash Bros. I didn't purposefully leave out Waluigi. I just think there has never been a baby Waluigi, if that might be correct. And they could change it ever so slightly. Instead of their side B being them just like rushing and driving fast, it could be the Chain Chomp pulling them. The only issue, of course, is that if Baby Bowser was announced for Smash Bros. Instead of Waluigi, despite being an Echo fighter, people would still be pissed. So that's where we are with all these characters. If you want to believe my baby carriage theory, and if we want to believe these 2 leakers. These 2 leakers, the Mask and the Flower, could have collaborated and bounced things off of each other, figuring out who heard what from who. But then, the first shot in the Great Leaker War 2018. There's a lot of wars this year. The Great Leaker War 2018 Now, I am not a drama channel. We've been over this in a previous video, and even this video. I don't like those videos that are just checkered pasts of troubled creators. It's not constructive. The rise and fall of Mario. How's it going, my Smash Brothers and Smash Sisters and Smash Thems? I am Andrew Ultra 2024, speaking to you from not the future, but actually the present. The future of when I recorded this video. I created this little image, the rise and fall of Mario thing, as a meme, and as I was working on it in November 2023, I posted an image to my Twitter. I'm gonna keep calling it Twitter, of the Photoshop document of me working on it with the caption, "Doing important work," to which I got a response with a completely separate and horrifying Mario model from someone named Nibrock Rock. Now, if that name looks familiar, it's because it's someone who appeared earlier in this video in the credit. This is one of the people that made that fan recreation of the silhouette very early on in this story. So I saw the name while editing the video and followed them, realized, hey, wait, they follow me too. I'm just like mutuals with this person. I don't know, I just thought it was cool. I wanted to say that. So shout out Nibrock Rock, you're now a part of this video, whether you want to be or not. What's up, brother? Here's free content. Feel free to make a 40-minute video about me, about why you don't like me, and then call it a documentary. However, it is important to Smash speculation. This story starts with a leaked DM. I know. Ew. These two could have just been separate, trusted sources, but for whatever reason, Laws18 wanted to prove that he was the one and only trustworthy source. They leaked a DM with Vergeben, where Vergeben said that their source said that there would not be a new Donkey Kong character in Smash Ultimate. This was before K. Rool. It's possible that Verge was either testing Laws or just asking Laws what they thought about the leak if they heard something different from a different source, because you have multiple sources when you're doing this kind of thing. I don't want to call it this line of work because it's not work. Alternatively, maybe they just heard good sources from someone and bad sources from someone else. It's okay to be wrong. But again, Vergeben didn't post this. This was just in a private DM, or it would have been, you know. The best people on the internet are the one that post DMs. They're favorite. But regardless, the flowers image was permanently changed after this, at least for a while. That's not what permanent means, Andrew. Shortly after, a potentially faked DM leaked where Laws said that Isabelle would not be playable in this game. I don't know why most people were saying this was potentially fake, but this leak wasn't a potential leak, because they're both screenshots of DMs, which are both things you could easily fake. However, if this leak is fake and this one isn't, it's still incredibly funny that the thing Laws18 was trying to do to other people happened to them. I guess it didn't help that neither really responded to either DM image, and it kind of just spiraled from there, which in all fairness, they didn't really need to. Either way, a line has been thoroughly drawn in the sand, and the only way of telling which leaker is actually trustworthy and who will win this war is to see what characters will in fact be revealed for this game. Allegedly, I'm saying that a lot, but again, pinch of salt, all bullshit, maybe, who cares? I'm the one talking about it. Laws18 said that Isabelle would not be playable to any degree in Smash Ultimate, to which Verge responded and doubled down and said that they weren't sure before, but they're certain now that Isabelle will be playable in Smash Ultimate and will in fact be an Echo fighter. Oh. Can we move on from August 8th now, please? Yes, it's still the same day. August 9th, 2:07 a.m. Oh my god, dude, get a job. Teenage Andrew comments on a video, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Direct 8/8/2018 live reaction at Nintendo New York, where the audio was a little off, and he said, what's the deal with the direct audio being ahead of the video? That isn't important to speculation. I just wanted to show off that from sunrise to sunset, I was consuming every video I could featuring this new direct, even watching New York react to it, slightly out of sync, that I imagine I deemed so unacceptable that I had to comment. As much as I love doing my individual reactions now, I would actually love to go to New York one day for one of these big directs and just to be a part of that experience. Put a pin in that for a mental corkboard as well. Commented on another Game Explain video, I know, right, about menu speculation, and on an Alpharad video discussing the direct, and he commented, in the Simon part of the trailer, they show him fighting Dracula alone on the stage. This either deconfirms the Rathalos theory or confirms Dracula is a boss also, which I'm kind of proud of because prior to reading this, I basically just said that entire thing. From time to time, I look back at my past self, even from like a handful of years ago, and cringe mercilessly. But sometimes I look back at teenage Andrew and think, you know what? that kid's alright. Most of the well, some of the time. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. Take a wild guess on what channel he commented on later that night. Dude, Game Explain is not going to fuck you. Also, this is the missing stages video I alluded to prior. August 10th, a lot of comments about Echo Fighters. On Super Smash Bros. Ultimate - Rate Their Chances 12, Re-Rate Their Chances special episode, which is just a video about character speculation, which didn't actually help much of my research. What the fuck is that? Our teen boy commented, if Shantae gets in, then Dixie could easily be an Echo Fighter if Diddy and her. Oh yeah, I haven't really mentioned Shantae yet, but she was also very popular around the Ballot era of late Smash 4. Also pre-Ultimate speculation, I mean prior to E3. She's cute, she was on the Game Boy, she's popular, sure, why not? I'm not against anyone. And then Relaxalax hosted a short little stream about a hypothetical Echo Fighter for every character and which ones could be possible and which ones are a little too far and not really worth anything. And we're breaking new ground, as a teenage Andrew commented twice. These comments are also 2 minutes apart. If we'd get another Link, I'd like it to be classic Link. I'm talking big nose brunette Link, and honestly I still believe this to this day. Maybe this kid's not too bad. I want to see this conventionally unattractive looking dork in 3D so bad.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
And then 2 minutes later, in a totally separate comment for some reason, he felt the need to say, I'd rather Mike be an Echo for Ness than Nintendo. More things change, the more they stay the same. My YouTube etiquette has changed, but my Smash Bros. Desires have not. August 11th, end of the week. Uh-oh, I repeated myself. On a video about Miss Pac-Man on the Pac-Land stage and why they deconfirmed her, he said, also, Captain Toad is in the background of the new Donk stage, so yeah, get his ass. I was kind of confused earlier, but yeah, I was under the impression Miss Pac-Man could not be in the game due to a rights issue, but she's right there. I'm putting her back on my list, all right? I like the Alfonso bit. You tell me you can't slap a bow in that 3D model and make it slightly faster? Subspace/story is coming to Smash Ultimate. Here's why. Brackets, Smash Ultimate theory/proof bracket. He commented, 745, it's also missing the not actual game footage line. I think I changed my stance on the story mode in the span of like a day. I thought we were in agreement that there would be boss fights in this game. I suppose boss fights could be a part of a hypothetical story mode or spirits mode. I mean, they were in Subspace Emissary. And by this point, after Smash 4, people really wanted that story mode. And finally, I mean it this time, that was week 9. Oh man, this video is still going. You would think that immediately following getting actual information, we would move away from bullshit, but no. I'm gonna cover the news and little bits of discussion that weren't entirely important to speculation just to get it out of the way early. Now that the Direct is behind us, we're going back to getting normal Smash blog posts again. But all the posts do pertain to the Direct itself. Richter character trailer, Dark Samus character trailer, Chrom character trailer, Abra. But we also got the remakes of Gangplank Galleon we heard in the K. Rool reveal trailer, baby! I love this song, but the extended version features a rap, I think, and I might just be showing my ignorance on how few languages I actually understand, but I'm pretty sure it's gibberish. After people watched the trailer enough times over and over like I did, they noticed that the song Mock Rider is under the etc. category, specifically pertaining to the music, which doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, Ice Climbers and Duck Hunt also have songs in the ... category, but if they did intend on showing off Mock Rider later, I feel like they wouldn't have shown off this song, or even accidentally. Alternatively, like I said, accidentally, they didn't really draw attention to it. It was just spotted on screen. I would say this doesn't affect Mock Rider's chances at all, because they were already pretty slim. Similarly, the item Lips Stick was spotted in a lot of images we got from Richter's blog post. Obviously, Lips Stick is the weapon of choice of the character Lip from the Panel to Pawn series, which is known as Tetris Attack in the States. And while Lip isn't really brought up that often in speculation, she has been a Nintendo character since being on the Super Nintendo. And while we've seen weapons that other characters already playable use, like the Cutting Edge, become weapons, this seems like a pretty shut and dry case. Speaking of characters getting deconfirmed by items, the bros over at Game Explain put together another compilation video of all the assist trophies throughout Smash history that we haven't seen in Smash Ultimate yet, which honestly saves me a lot of time. The assist trophies that appear in both Brawl and Smash 4 missing are Devil, Infantry and Tanks, Kat and Anna, which stands out to me, because most series or games at least need one assist trophy rep, which was brought up previously with the Knuckles assist trophy and the Moon assist trophy. And we know that Ashley just got deconfirmed, but then why haven't we seen the other WarioWare assist trophy? Nobody wants Kat and Anna over Ashley. Nobody wanted them at the time, but I'm just saying, it's awful suspicious. Maybe they had plans for them for a long time, but held off on these characters until Smash Ultimate so they could do the duo character gimmick justice, just like how they held off Ice Climbers in Smash 4. Lakitu, Saki, Shadow the Hedgehog, still. And, you know, Tingle still counts. Unfortunately, he will stay on this board until we see him in assist trophy action because the Great Bay stage is not enough to deconfirm it, at least not for me. Now for the assist trophies that only appeared in Brawl, like Excite Bikes or Hellerin or Jill or Mr. Rossetti. He's an iconic Nintendo character. I think he's basically an assist trophy lock, unless for whatever reason the next Animal Crossing game does away with this character entirely. You're supposed to cut away from me. Barbara also hadn't appeared since Brawl, and I don't think she'll ever be a playable character, but it's worth noting that she does almost the exact same thing that Donkey Kong's old Final Smash. And we did get an assist trophy earlier that does the exact same thing Kirby's Final Smash used to accomplish. So maybe this could be a trend. She's not going to be playable, but I hope she comes back as an assist trophy. And then Ray Mark III from Custom Robo is also missing, and I just know this dude would make a sick character. They also listed Dark Samus and Little Mac as 2 of the 28 missing from the title. So of course, internet word police and little fucking douchebag, 17-year-old Andrew hit him with the, so really like 26 then. Wow, man. You win the internet for today. Oh yeah, and also Isaac from Golden Sun. Sorry, Isaac Golden Sun. He refuses to die, and I commend him for it. It's also worth noting, potentially, that Sakurai tweeted out a picture of Rathalos on August 8th after the Direct, and the picture looks like this. And while this image may not look like anything to the uninitiated, hardcore Golden Sun fans, all 12 of them, brought up the idea that this looks remarkably similar to the battle layout of that game. Specifically comparing these two images, looks pretty similar. I just know that whatever changes in my life will leave me uncertain that Isaac Golden Sun will be a constant part of Smash speculation probably until the day I die. There are also some assist trophies that were introduced in Smash 4 that we haven't seen yet, like Chain Chomp, or Elecman, or Magnus, or Nightmare, or Phosphora, or Sable Prince. Also Dylan from Dylan's Rolling Western. We mentioned him previously, and it's a game I've actually played. I mean, it would make sense if it's a Western, but it doesn't make sense that they, like, the desert isn't Western. Dylan's out in the Middle East to go borrow their oil. I promise I'll give it back, and then you wink to the camera. A true American patriot. And of course, we're still missing Dark Samus, Isabelle, and Skull Kid. Dark Samus is in the game. We know that, and we've heard enough about Isabelle by this point, so I'd like to focus on Skull Kid, which leads us to the new headline of this leak, something I like to call, and something that was called, Chairgate. Alright, let's get a timeline going. On August 10th, YouTuber and Twitter shitsters tweeted out a group of pictures together, the 2 yellow and purple chairs we saw behind Sakurai during the Direct, and the fairies Tattle and Tail from Majora's Mask. Now, later on, he would confirm that this wasn't his initial observation and was actually said by someone in his server that relayed the information to him. I don't know who this person is, I don't think it's said in the video, so for all intents and purposes and crediting everyone, sorry. If it makes you feel better, it wasn't correct, but then it all snowballed from there. The only reason I knew about the Rathalos Golden Sun Isaac thing is because GameXplain, I know, right, made a video about all these theories and also postulated that these chairs could be referencing Golden Sun. Waluigi Coper from earlier Introspective, much love, I love him to death, also speculated that, of course, the chairs could be referencing Waluigi. And to be fair, out of all the people listed prior, I feel like the chairs match his color scheme the most. And then Relaxalax made a video about it in full and also brought up the fact that the couch in the background is Skull Kid color. What else did he say?
I am of the opinion that Ganondorf could have a Beast Ganon, but with the way that we're getting bosses like Dracula and Rathalos, I almost believe that Pig Ganon's gonna be a boss in the adventure mode of some sort. There's no way he couldn't be.
Now's as good a time as any to bring up that not all speculation at the time was Chairgate. GameXplain was still on the front lines trying to prove a story mode or what this new mode in general could be. Meanwhile, Twitter user Nintendrew managed to unscramble the words and prove that it did in fact say spirits. Finally, evidence, I think. Switching back, the speculation was never if the hint was believable. The speculation was, what were the chairs specifically hinting at? And that's because this photo was shared around. This is a photo of Masahiro Sakurai from the first Smash Bros. Presentation from E3, where he seems to be sitting in front of a very strange setting made up of foliage, a rope ladder, and a barrel. And then in the next direct, King K. Rool from the Donkey Kong series would be revealed. Now, does this mean anything? Because K. Rool wasn't the only new character shown off in that direct. But all this theorizing about the couch and the chairs in tandem came to a fever pitch as one of the trusted leakers from the Great Leaker War came forward and said that Skull Kid would in fact be playable in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And it makes sense, honestly. If we are to believe the chairs, they're just the icing on the cake. Because he had a Mii costume in Smash 4, like King K. Rool. His assist trophy was missing from the demo, like Dark Samus, and the character he's closest to Final Smash we still haven't seen, like Chrom. All the evidence I just mentioned and prior in this video was helpfully collected in this infographic. Thank you for that. Credit to CChance25. It mentions the chairs, the Moon Assist Trophy, the Mii costume, Young Link's Final Smash, Laws 18, Majora's Mask 3D was released the same year the roster was allegedly decided. We have a Heroes vs. Villains theme, Sakurai knows he's popular, and the new Rambling Evil Mushroom item, which we've already mentioned multiple times surprisingly, already does some of what the Skull Kid Assist Trophy did in the previous game. And when Aaron Itmar talked about this in his video, he brought up the old Pac-Man in the clouds. He also argued something I kind of expounded upon, but only the tip of the iceberg earlier, is that a lot of series or specific games only really need one assist trophy in the game to represent that series, and every individual 3D Zelda game has gotten an assist trophy to represent that game. If we are counting Tingle as representing Wind Waker, because although he was introduced in Majora's Mask, his assist trophy is modeled after his Wind Waker version. You see, allegedly, during the Smash 4 days, during the Greninja and Charizard reveal trailer, there was a cloud in the sky that was shaped suspiciously like Pac-Man. And this was before Pac-Man was even revealed to be in that game. YouTuber Endgame the Cube put up a community post of the original and edited image and said, "Remember when they hid Pac-Man in the cloud? Never let your guard down. Sakurai is very sneaky." To which Kid Andrew responded, "Remember when they hid Ridley in the old Brawl trailer? Ooh, get owned." I now understand why parents, whenever their kids are annoying, they'll go over and apologize or like give someone money. Because that's what I feel. Everyone go subscribe to Endgame the Cube right now. I don't know what content he's making, if he's still making content, but I feel bad. Now, are all these hints actually pointing towards something? Maybe. Stranger things have happened, but are all of these hints combined definitely hinting at Skull Kid and Isaac Golden's son? 100% yes. It's basically confirmed now. These are going to be in the game for fact. I want to see what Arlo had to say about this at the time.
And this may be somewhat beside the point, but including Geno would be a perfect way to drum up some interest in a Super Mario RPG remake, so I'm saying.
Oh my god. Now I wonder what Red Arlo had to say about this. I want to cover more Andrew comments before we get into more silly speculation in wishy-washy order. August 12th, Andrew commented on A Game Explained, Leave Them Alone, Kid, their weekly podcast where they discuss what makes an Echo fighter, and he left an essay response. "I think what defines an Echo is whether or not they have original moves. While Chrom's moveset isn't the same as Roy's, the rest of his moves come from others. Marth and Ike, while characters like Ganon and Dr. Mario do take moves from other characters, but the other moves, like Ganon's sword, are completely made for them." That comment was left at 1:48 a.m. On the video, Waluigi supposedly confirmed for Smash Ultimate by 2 chairs according to Twitter, he commented, "A Fire Emblem 2 chairs. Very funny, man. Upvote this guy to Karma Heaven. You, my friend, have just won the internet."
Woo! You're happy. Today I learned that I'm a pimp and a cool. Upvote me to Karma Heaven, baby.
Also, that comment was left at 3:37 a.m. The arguments on whether Vergeben or Laws 18 were to be trusted were still raging on, so a noble creator tried to gather all the information on both of them to try and get to the bottom of which one is actually trustworthy. And the final product is that maybe Laws 18 was fed purposefully false information to smoke out his source. The concept of Nintendo employees sitting at a computer coming up with purposefully fake leaks is hilarious. This kid doesn't know about the Nintendo ninjas yet. He lives in peace for at least another year. The next day on the 13th, after Relaxalax had revised his Skull Kid video about how the chairs reveal him, I guess I was just in a bad mood at the time because the comment present is, "Playing Mario RPG music in the background. What could this be hinting at? Or maybe it's just lightening the mood?" I honestly can't tell. I just wanted to be a part of speculation. You'll notice a lot of people who comment a lot just don't have a lot to say, just want their voices to be heard. And I'm not even shitting on them, all right? I get it. I used to be there. I was hoping that one day maybe one of these Smash speculators that I was watching every day would respond to my comment, or maybe even bring it up in a video. Could you imagine me in a YouTube video? But now I could just make a video years later and retroactively involve myself in the scene that I had no business being in. August 14th, Rapid Fire. Introspective continued his classic Smash Bros. Translated series where he puts the official website through a bunch of translations until it's unintelligible. In this video, he comments on the name Super Happy Tree. Look how ridiculous this translation is, to which Andrew corrected in a comment, little did you know, Super Happy Tree is actually the stage name. Ugh. If I'm gonna tie this into maybe the previous video, again, I'm shooting for November 2023, but we'll fucking see. He commented on a 2K19 Daniel Bryan showcase mode speculation video, which isn't important to the story, but it's funny that even in the middle of Smash speculation, he still cared about WWE 2K19. I need to get the AJ Styles cover. Game Explain. Oh my god. They made a comparison video about how the returning stages looked in Smash 4 Wii U and Ultimate, to which I said, why does Onett look worse? Maybe I don't need to read all of these, but I want to keep them for historical record because I'm likely going to delete them after this video. If you remember earlier, I said I worked at a movie theater at this time, and because of that, I would get 2 free movie tickets a day. So I would normally, as often as I could, take my friends on little dates to go see some pretty good movies, but mostly some bad ones. It was 2018, and more often than not, for whatever reason, there were always 3 of us, so one person ended up paying anyways. Now that I'm looking back at all my memories, it was never me and one friend. I've always been part of a trio. Oh, it's the middle child thing, isn't it? We saw shit like Tag and Game Night. Again, 2018 was not a super great year for films, at least not Marvel ones. Thanks, Green Book. We saw a movie called Kin, which anyone I've ever discussed films with has never seen this movie, convinced it might not exist, except for the fact that it's a constant punching bag for me and my friend group. The group chats were roasting Kin. Meanwhile, nobody saw it. The movie Slender Man released in theaters August 10th, 2018, and it sucked. It's really the only reason I'm bringing up movies right now. But I did take my friends to see it, and we had a great time because the theater was empty and the movie was stupid. The only non-Smash comments from the week are the previously mentioned WWE game, and I also put 2 comments on Red Letter Media's and YMS's reviews of the movie. Take a guess what they thought about it. Arlo's The Ultimate Smash Bros? They ain't kiddin' commented, we truly are Smash Brothers. Cue that laugh track. Yeah! I expected Smash info in October, following the pattern of getting info every other month on a private video. Because of this, I don't know what the video was or what it was saying, but I could still read my comment. I don't know what happened to that video, but I'm going to assume it was entirely Teenage Andrew's fault. And just in case at any point in this video you think I'm above it all, that I would never believe any leaks this dumb and silly. On Proto Mario's video about Sans and Smash potentially posting cringe, Teenager, no, me, I said this. I don't think anyone legitimately, unironically wants him in. Just gonna let myself stew in this a little bit. All the other comments I'm trying to separate myself from. Oh, that was kid me. It was years ago. I'm a different person. And all those things are true, but I feel like I deserve to be punished for being wrong at the very least. Oh yeah, people only like Undertale ironically. It's a big gag. This was 2018. But Game Explain wasn't just around to gather information. They also did their fair share of investigation. They were most well known at the time for making videos about the music in the game and where those songs were sourced from. This is what it's come to. In so desperate for Smash information, I'm trying to know all the songs. We just got a direct, like a week or 2 ago. So greedy. Oh, but trust me, this kid would definitely get what he bargained for. You wanted Smash speculation, you're gonna get Smash speculation. I said earlier that Papa Gino's was my favorite Smash tuber at the time because he only talked about stuff that was factual and definitely true. And I don't want anyone to take any of this video, any part of it, as throwing shade or starting a flame war or whatever. It's speculating on which characters will and won't be playable in a video game. It's all in good fun, alright? It's fine. That being said, this shit is dumb. It wasn't Papa's leak, but he did help it gain some credibility. Again, I'm not trying to be shitty like, oh, he fucking did this. Again, it's a video game. It's fine. The leak comes from 4chan, famous source of only correct information. It was posted on July 1st, allegedly by someone who is helping run CEO. CEO is a yearly Smash Bros. Tournament that did feature a playable demo in 2018. And the person who posted this 4chan leak apparently got into the code of the demo and posted his findings. And the leak started with Richter Belmont, which is the only piece of evidence everyone cares about for some reason, because it was before the August 8th Direct. Everyone was saying Simon, but nobody was saying Richter. How could he have guessed this obscure character? Because it was a guess. You hit the nail on the head. It's not a huge leap in logic. The rest of the leak states that the playable Pokemon would be Gardevoir, and she would have an Echo that would be Gothitelle. This would mean that we would not get a Gen 7 Pokemon, but instead a Gen 3 and Gen 5 Pokemon. And prior to Smash Ultimate, the only two gens that hadn't been represented with a character in Smash Bros. Yet. Pichu was introduced in Gen 2. It counts as Johto. The leak also contains mainstay safe picks like Dark Samus and King K. Rool, but also contains code for Mario 2. And what we've learned by now by the code names leak is that all you have to do is put a little riddle within your leak and then it will immediately gain traction, because then people won't be focused on if it's real or not. They'll be focused on what the leak could be hinting at and argue with each other instead of arguing with your dumbass. We got names thrown out like Paper Mario or Baby Mario, or maybe it was just a red herring and didn't mean Mario at all. Apparently during Smash 4, all the yet to be released DLC characters were listed in the code under the names of Mario 1 through like Mario 8 or however many DLC characters there ended up being in Smash 4. But now we're stuck in a logic circle because whatever this important character is hidden under the name of Mario 2, but this CEO guy found the names of 3 other characters in the code of the demo that was playable at CEO and apparently open to anyone to just get into the code. What did he mean by that, by the way? If we are to believe this, which we shouldn't, if they were to cover everything, they would have named them all Mario 2 through like Mario 5. Mario 2 has to be a Mario character, if we're believing this, which we aren't because it's stupid. It's worth noting that people noticed 2 separate Mario sections in the music area of the Direct. Suspicious. But no, I'm not even humoring this. This is insane to me.
He guessed a Richter. He did not say Simon's not in the game, though. He just said that Richter Belmont was in the code.
Okay. But yes, it did. Anything else of note in this first video?
It could also, I guess, potentially be, you know, Mario from the Mario Brothers movie. You know, maybe we're getting a sequel.
Never in my lifetime of speculating Smash would I think I'd be standing here in a post-Mario movie world. Post-second Mario movie. And if you think I'm mad about this leak right now, imagine what hormonal teenager has to say about it. This is already untrue. Saying there are 5 Echo Fighters and listing 2 we don't even have, even though we already have 4. Why would they know Richter but not Simon? This leak drove me bonkers. I didn't even know what the term gaslighting meant at the time, but I knew it was happening to me. There is absolutely no way this many people believed this. Remember, this was the kid who said K. Rool wouldn't be in Smash. And that ends off week 10 with absolutely no new news or speculation. Oh, real quick, Vergeben commented on a different leak saying it was bogus because it was missing Ken. Wait. Now that we've covered all the August Direct characters, we're heading back to random assortments that don't really mean anything. We got a character trailer for Villager on Sunday, we got a character trailer for Dark Pit on Monday, and we got a character trailer for Duck Hunt on Wednesday. We also got a closer look at Togedemaru, which I'm not sure if we've actually gotten a close look at yet, so it's nice to see him. One of the days we got a post about the Alucard assist trophy that doesn't really tell us anything, and by that I mean it didn't lead any credence to the theory I initially had that he wasn't intended to be assist trophy, so to me it does not matter. Oh, speaking of which, Papagino's kind of popped off this week and made a wildfire spread of videos, one of which said...
Just on that note, I think it's important. This is something I see a lot of people kind of hesitant towards during speculation and Smash stuff, but I'm doing it here, is changing your mind with evidence. I think that's really important.
And that's what I try and live by. I may poke fun at old, dusty, clearly fake 4chan leaks, but this video isn't about individual creators as much as it is talking about the community as a whole. That being said, watching the Papa channel grow all throughout 2018 was really cool because it was the first time I could actually say I have been there since day one. He seems like a good guy. I watched him a lot during that year, and as soon as Super Mario RPG Remake was announced, I immediately went over to go watch his reaction because I knew it would have meant a lot to him. That's really the case with any Direct or any Smash Bros. Character. Even if I don't care about it, I do know someone personally or like another creator that I know will have a bigger reaction to it. So whenever you watch a Nintendo Direct and it's like maybe 1 or 2 good announcements and mostly bad things, just know that somewhere out there, there's some dude freaking out over those bad things. There's a little something for everybody. Because even though I don't watch all these people as regularly as I did when I was a teenager, I still know what reactions will land with who. Same thing with needing to see how Shofu reacted to Wolf being back. Smash Bros is kind of magical in a way where even if it's a character that you don't necessarily care about or even want in, there's always going to be someone out there that this is their hypest character yet. This was the top of their list. It's like how everyone has a favorite Pokemon. You know, someone out there wants Isaac Goldensun, and I'm honestly rooting for him. But when it came to reactions, it was no contest, all right? I would watch specific people for their speculations or theories or podcasts or whatever, but when it came to reacting to Smash content, Etika's my number one. So out of all these people, I had to see what Etika thought about this latest Direct. Unfortunately, the stream had technical difficulties.
Bro, what is going on with Nintendo right now, man? Hold on a second. Don't fuck with my shit. Bro got his own stage? Okay. Bro, what is going on with Nintendo right now, man? Hold on a second. Don't fuck with my shit. Bro got his own stage? Where's my shit at? Bro, what is going on with Nintendo right now, man? What is going on?
Teenage Andrew commented, "What the fuck is going on?" Good question. That comment was left at 5:02 a.m. Not to kill the mood on a more serious note, going into this, I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about Etika and if I would, to what degree, but I eventually landed on the fact that pretending he didn't exist and wasn't integral to this Smash story and my upbringing and this entire hype cycle just because it ended badly would be a great disservice to everything he accomplished and did for other people. Anyway, it's a weird thing to put in the middle of this video, I know. Let's go over the little character speculation sheet since the Direct is now formally over. Also because I didn't update it last week. It's not like any new characters entered the speculation sphere, even if we did get new information. Maybe add Paper Mario to it if we're gonna do the whole Mario 2 thing. Maybe. I just want to go over the fact this is the most important one, that despite the whole music showcase gate, I am not removing Mock Rider because I don't think it deconfirms him. I don't think he was going to be in it, but I know he'll be important later. We aren't done with him quite yet. I just wanted a buffer for the video, I guess, so we wouldn't transition right from serious topic to weekly dancing meme. This week on the blog post, we got Gear Up 4. It's okay. What we need is an iconic Silva Gonna Rip for every new song following Ridley's footsteps. But also, the music in general is starting to feel less and less important the more we hear it. Later in this week, Game Explained would make a video compiling 183 songs found in this game through trailers or announcements. The video is an hour and a half long of mostly just video game music, and I know for historical record I need to watch everything I put in the playlist. I don't think I need to watch this one, or rather listen. Not that I'm one to talk about videos being too long, but that's not what I'm saying. The issue is not that it's too long. I'm sure at the time I would have eaten this shit up, but we're still a long way to the end. I need to watch 2 weeks worth of videos every day. Give me a break somewhere. I did this to myself. Anything to add to this Game Explain?
Eevee's back. Sorry, not playable.
Oh, come on! For whatever reason, a bratty teenage Andrew was not taking the Incineroar news very well, despite that being the starter he chose when he first played through Pokemon Moon. Quick side thing, for every generation prior to that game coming out, I chose Chimchar, and then Tepig, and then Fennekin. So going into this one, I noticed the pattern and I said, you know what? I'm going to make a conscious effort to not choose the fire starter this time because I like Trico and Totodile. No matter what happens, I am not going to choose this fire starter because fire is my favorite type. My second favorite type is the dark type, and then they showed off this Pokemon, which is fire and dark, and is also a kitty cat, one of my favorite animals, and is also a heel wrestler. It's a Pokemon tailor-made to be perfect for me. And then all you furries wanted to fuck him. An Alolan Pokemon will represent both Sun and Moon, and let's go, since they are in both. So, Alolan Marowak on a private video. Can't believe this teenager bullied them into submission with his Alolan Marowak speculation. He also commented, I think Beware uses Sky Uppercut on Game Explained's Pokeball Pokemon video from 4 weeks ago. You gotta move on, man. Let it go. I guess more than anything, this is a testament to how little things have changed. When I get into something, I get obsessed, all right? Every hour of every day needs to be dedicated to absorbing content related to it, even if it isn't important, no matter how little it is about that thing. That's another purpose of this video. All of them have multiple purposes, all right? I'm a multifaceted character. Just like the Nickelodeon video where I talked about how badly I wanted to be a part of the animation community, and it kind of worked. I really want to be a part of this Smash community. And at the time, I wanted to be a part of the conversation so bad. I didn't have outlets like this where I could just say everything I wanted to say off the chest, and for whatever reason, people would watch it, all right? I had to lurk in other people's comments and be like, actually, this is Sky Uppercut. What's wrong with you? And it's not even for fame or recognition. It's just more so that I love this game to a concerning degree, and I find it hard to talk about it in depth to the amount I want to splurge what I'm doing right now with, you know, normal gamers, well-adjusted gamers. I think I just wanted to be noticed. Later in this week, Vergeben graced us with more insider information that there would be a Square Enix character in Smash Ultimate, and that the company itself was sending out 7 different possible characters to smoke out fake leakers. Regardless of who it is, the Flower did say there would be a Square rep, and it's unclear which 7 specifically, but at the time, if you asked me, or the majority of people, I'm gonna say it off the top of my head, I'm not even gonna look at my phone, Dragon Quest, Sora, Chrono, Neku, Noctis, Lara Croft, or Gino. Meanwhile, Laws 18 didn't combat this at all, just sat on his hands and waited for Skull Kid because he was sure it would be true. And while we didn't know a whole lot past this did in a weird way add credibility to Laws because there was a lot of evidence for Skull Kid and he never commented on it further. Or maybe I just didn't want to get my hopes up again. At this point, optimistically pessimist was translating into everything must be fake. It wouldn't stay that way, unfortunately. Better to err on the side of caution. Remember earlier when I said I just wanted to be noticed and also pinpointed specifically Papagino's because he was my favorite at the time? On Papagino's video about the recent Vergeben leak, a teenage Andrew commented, "I feel like Vergeben is revealing way too much. There's no way he knows this many." Papagino's responded, "Isabel Echo, Gen 7, maybe, Ken, probably Echo, Square Enix character, and he mentioned Golden Sun being cool, but nothing leaking it." And then Andrew responds, "I mean, I'll gladly be proven wrong. I just don't believe it right now. I guess we'll know for sure in December." We did, in fact, know sure in December. And then a little bit after that, in a post Richter Guy and the Laws Vergeben Great War, everyone was posting their fake leaks. It was a mess. Apparently, some guy over on 4chan who's infamous for leaking Devil May Cry information all the time said Dante from the Devil May Cry series was going to be in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and went in great detail about the character reveal trailer. Too much detail. A NeoGAF leaker said Simon and K. Rool, and then also said that Chrom would be an echo of Roy and not Ike, which leads more credence to what he said next, because nobody really guessed the Roy thing, which was Isaac Goldensun. He said Isaac Goldensun was going to be in the game. It's always Isaac Goldensun. I know that's not his last name, but I think it's really fun. One of my favorite bits on the internet is getting a character's name and having their surname just be the game they're from. There was a dude named Mimikyu, but spelled like this, who allegedly guessed a bunch of characters and mechanics that were in the game before they were announced, like the stock/stamina and final smash meter. And what's interesting is that this name did leak a ton of characters and then would go on to list even more characters, but I'm more interested in the modes. Because characters are all over the place, but specifically leaking that there is one major game mode left out of the reveal trailer, it's intriguing to say the least, whether that's real or not. The theory states that the reason they made so many assist trophies killable is because they're going to be able to fight each other and work more like assists in other fighting games. A perfect example, of course this came out way later, but the cameo fighters in Mortal Kombat 1. Earlier in one of the trailers, we did see a clip of the Lin assist trophy coming out of nowhere to defend Roy. What if it does work like that? What if you can choose 2 to 3 assist trophies before every match that you can send out during the battle? That would be cool. It would add an extra layer of strategy to the game, and it would likely rectify all the broken hearts over the death row of assist trophies that people viewed as a demotion for their most wanted playable character. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. With hindsight, we know that the August Direct we just watched was the Direct when they went in the most detail about individual modes, so if they were to show off this mode at any point, it would be now. But at the time, how could we have known that? I only mention this because Relax-A-Lax, other Smash YouTuber, mentioned it in his second speculation compilation. I don't think that's what it's called, but it's a much better name. He also said Skull Kid's skirt matched the plant in the background. You can't stop the chair theory, except for the fact that it's so goddamn stupid. The kid commented, "It's just Sakurai's alt account" on this Alax video at, again, 3:19 a.m. and then a minute later responded to a guy named Minato Moron, but I can't find the original comment. So Minato Moron, if you're out there and you commented on a Relax-A-Lax video in 2018, sorry for trying to pitch my shitty stand-up on you. We did get a decent amount of actual information, but in a more fun turn, I want to talk about the rest of the bullshit first. People theorized that along with the heroes versus villains, there would also be a soft sun and moon theme. Castlevania trailer took place in front of a full moon. Donkey Kong and K. Rool punched in front of the sun, which can mean a lot of things. Skull Kid controls the moon, Isaac Golden Sun is from Golden Sun, and the Gen 7 Pokemon is going to be from Sun and Moon. I don't know where it started or even if it makes any sense really, but it's a cool coincidence if they do end up being true. if. Also, remember that King K. Rool buried DK and Diddy at the end of the trailer, and who rescued these two the last time they were captured? Dixie Kong. And Kitty Kong. He has just as much right to be in this game as anyone else. Now, the rest of these week's speculations are still theories, but at least they're theories based on information that we have. Not that definitely proves that they are true, but at least the evidence they're citing is tangible. There was a Diablo for Switch trailer where Reggie had a Skull Kid action figure on his desk that some confused for a potential amiibo. And it isn't an amiibo, but to me that leads more credence to whatever we're talking about, because if it was an amiibo, just a popular figure, and Ganondorf was announced later in this Diablo trailer, thus tying Zelda and that series together. But specifically Skull Kid as an action figure, yeah, he's a decently popular character, but his most recent appearance in Majora's Mask 3D was years ago. Why have that specific character as a figure right now? I mean, they couldn't have possibly known about internet speculation at the time. Could they? Are they listening? At the very end of July 2018, the game Shantae Half Genie Hero got a free update named the Jammies mode. It puts all the characters in pajamas. If you've played a Shantae game, you would understand. Which I haven't.
I'm more turned on by women in pajamas than lingerie. I just want to know they feel comfortable.
But one of the new dialogue strings in this game, Shantae says she's been invited to the ultimate slumber party. And this could mean nothing, just like everything else, but we are so starved for something tangible. You know what? I keep saying starved, and we keep getting more information, like actual character reveals. It's only been a couple weeks. I think maybe we're just very greedy. That's what makes the hype cycle fun, is you start to, it's like a mirage. When you're in the desert for so long, you're like, God, I could go for some water. You see like a reservoir appear. You're like, oh, this must be real. And then you swoop. This is a weird analogy. I got really deep into that. Sorry. If we are to believe the chair theory, the chairs, worth noting, are also her color scheme. Okay, so by this point in the week, the chairs are Rayman, Shantae, Isaac Goldenson, Skull Kid, and Waluigi. Am I missing anyone? Are there any other Squidwards I should know about? There's a Cloud in the K. Rool trailer that looks like the Chorus Kid. Allegedly. I don't see it. We're really looking into Clouds again. We didn't learn our lesson.
Chorus Kid's face or something. I kind of see it. I think it looks like Gino.
Oh, of course you do. The voice actress for Elma was asked about voicing Elma in Smash Bros, to which she responded, rad. Now, this could mean nothing. Or it could mean anything. Maybe she's being vague because she signed an NDA and Elma is in fact in the game. Or maybe she hasn't recorded anything because Elma isn't in the game and she just wanted to give a neutral response to not upset anybody. In a weird roundabout way, nothing has changed about Elma. It's still equally true and not true. Both sides have increased, leaving us nowhere. And now, the Black Knight. There's a reoccurring villain who appears in the Fire Emblem games that Ike is from, named the Black Knight. He has a normal human name, but the Black Knight's much cooler, and the Black Knight has actually appeared in Smash Bros. Before. He sits in the back of one of Castle Siege's transformation stages, just sitting there. He was also a Mii costume in Smash 4, just like Chrom and K. Rool and Inkling. But when we get some new Richter images, Black Knight is missing. And this isn't like how Bandana Waddle Dee was missing from Mass DDD's Final Smash, because canonically he's supposed to be there. This is an example of a character that used to be in the background of the stage in all of its appearances and was purposefully removed. Clearly we aren't assuming he'll be a full character. That'd be ridiculous. But what if he's an Echo Fighter? I mean, he's the villain of Ike's games. I think. I haven't actually played a 3D Fire Emblem game. There's a lot of games that have, I guess, the anime art style, you would say. And you don't really notice when it's on, like, GBA, like 16-bit or otherwise. But then as soon as they go to HD, you're like, oh, okay, I don't like this. He could be like a heavier version of Ike, thus creating Ultimate Ganondorf. We've made another Ganondorf. If we do add Black Shadow, we could have 3 Ganondorfs in this game. As someone who exclusively plays heavies, I was stoked about this. Of course, like any longtime Smash fan, I knew inevitably we would get a new Fire Emblem character in this game. I was just hoping it could be one that was aesthetically and mechanically different and a breath of fresh air, despite being, you know, a copy of Ike. Never in my life have I been excited for a Fire Emblem character, so this was a big deal for me. I just wanted both more villains and more heavies. Put King Hippo in the game. He's an iconic Nintendo character, and Punch-Out only has 1 rep. Just clone King K. Rool. He's already got the belly counter and the boxing gloves. Okay, that's enough speculation. Time for some information. Smash Bros. Ultimate will be playable at PAX West. Oh, come on! Is there anywhere they didn't have this demo? What was I doing? We, and by we, of course, I mean not me, would likely just still be playing during the E3 demo, despite there being new characters that have been revealed. As a consolation prize, the UK Nintendo account on YouTube dropped some gameplay videos of the new characters. We got a 1-on-1 with K. Rool fighting Snake, and then a 2v2 of Dark Samus and Ridley fighting Lucina and Ike. And while the more competitive leaning in the Smash community did analyze the footage, it had more to do with the individual characters than the game itself. All I care about is that Dark Samus has blue effects. I love blue flavor. The only discovery, if you want to call it, is that there was no voice acting in the E3 demo, but throughout this video, we can hear actual voice lines.
What? What? Why didn't they say, the winner is King K. Rool? They're just like, what? That's weird.
Oh yeah, I've played Smash Ultimate so much that I forgot this was even a change. In previous Smash games, after each match, the announcer would say, this game's winner is, or the winner is, and then that character's name, the one who won. But in this game, they just say the character's name. If I was this age at the time I learned this, then I would have been pissed and I would have written a long video about how this ruins the soul of Smash Bros. But because I was a teenager and kept playing Smash Ultimate, I forgot this was even a thing. So in the end, none of it mattered. Maybe if we just stop complaining about the whole soul thing and start playing video games. I'm being very reductive to all this news. At the time, it's all we had. I keep saying that. At this point in my life, I would be heading into senior year of high school soon, and I had no clue what I was doing with my life or just in school in general, but I did know every little minute detail about Smash Bros. Ultimate speculation, so at least I had my priorities straight. I am not exaggerating when I say this game is the only thing that kept me going. We gotta be done with news now, and even if we're not, what possible information could we get from this week? We get another Sakurai Famitsu column, where he admitted that he used the Smash 4 fighter ballot to pick the characters for this game. He what? You mean to tell me he just admitted to that in a magazine? Not only was this breaking news at the time, but this is breaking news to me right now, watching back all these videos. I never knew that. I didn't read the Famitsu columns at the time. I thought the ballot rigging Smash Ultimate roster was just like a believable theory. He just admitted it to the masses. Publicly. Okay, Famitsu isn't the press or paparazzi. He creates the columns himself. You could tell even back then that he loved talking about video games, possibly even more than making them. It's strange that I share a platform with that man in a weird roundabout way. Hey, if you're watching this, Sakurai, you want to collab? We could talk about Portal. We could talk about how we both dislike cutscenes. Just you don't like them because people leak them on the internet. But that, despite not actually adding anything new to speculation, was a shot of adrenaline. Previously, we assumed that he used the Smash 4 ballot to lay out the roster for Smash Ultimate, but now we know that for a fact from the horse's mouth. He said it. So if that is true, and if these visuals of fan polls are meant to be trusted, guys, we're getting Shantae in this game. This really is the week of Shantae, huh? I'm racking my brain. I wonder what Teenage Andrew had to say about this week. On the video, Smash Bros. Ultimate - rate their chances 14, Incineroar, Excite Bike, Master Hand, Vati, Goku. He said, swear to God, if Goku is anything above 0%, world-class hater. And I stand by that. I talked about my favorite creators from the Ultimate era, and a decent amount of them actually got their start around the speculation for this game. It was the boost that they needed for their individual channels. But what I didn't talk about is the small handful of creators that got us through what little information we had about Smash 4, and by that I mean what little I cared about. It was kind of impossible to avoid. Anyway, this person doesn't get talked about a lot, but I remember loving their shit. Creator Sonic Toast hosted a video called Yay Super Smash Brothers, and I felt a wash of nostalgia when I saw that I left a comment on that series because I legit forgot it existed until right this moment. Like, oh yeah, I remember this. I used to watch every episode when I was like 14. On the episode Yay Super Smash Bros. Episode 57 - Spirits, Captain Toad, Paper Mario, and Miss Pac-Man, which of course talks about Captain Toad and Miss Pac-Man being deconfirmed as playable characters because they were spotted in the background of other stages. A little itty-bitty boy commented, Toon Link is in the Spirit Track stage, Duck Hunt Dog is in the Duck Hunt stage, Mr. Game & Watch is in Flat Zone several times, and Pokemon evolutions of existing characters are in Saffron City. Boom, get owned, 1:09 a.m. I just really want to miss Pac-Man in this game. Captain Toad was just collateral damage. Our buddy Billy Bo, who also constantly made Smash speculation videos that I would watch every day on my lunch break while scarfing down the worst sandwich known to man, made an update video about Vergeben's Ken comment with an update on leaker Vergeben - Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, to which a very intelligent child that the like of Jimmy Neutron or Dexter Boy Genius said, he never said playable. What? I mean, I guess man, technically the leak they were talking about Vergeben said was bogus because Ken wasn't in it at all, but if Ken was just like an assist trophy or something, why would they word it like this? And why would the fake leak be false because they didn't mention an assist trophy? Also, why don't you want Ken in the game? It seems like a weird hill to die on. I guess I was still erring on the side of caution, except when it came to Miss Pac-Man. To me, that was a sure thing. Your boy don't play around when it comes to Miss Pac-Man. Speaking of erring on the side of caution and only getting yourself hyped for things that are 100% believable, he commented, I think Gino will be the cutoff. I was anticipating 5 characters, but I'm really anticipating Gino in Ultimate on another private video. I can only imagine what this video said. Way more private videos than I would have thought. There's no way this is true, but I like to think it was all the same guy who just decided he didn't want to do YouTube anymore after reading all these comments. Don't worry, I was also going on my own tear of deconfirmations. On the video, the most realistic Smash Ultimate leak yet includes Isabelle and Ken. Teenage Andrew commented, nah. That's not an argument. Nuh-uh. Fuck you mean nuh-uh. He was still mad about the Gardevoir leak, but in this kid's defense, people kept talking about it. On a video titled Gothitelle Leak Debunked Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, it's super easy to guess the characters he did. Anyone could see the Simon leak and change it up to seem different. Everyone wanted K. Rool and D. Samus was a shoo-in, considering the creation of Echo Fighters. And you guys think I only write too much now. The internet needed to know my opinions. I got very heated. Let's wrap this up. I made fun of how somebody wanted Damon X Machina. At least let us make our own stages, please. Hey, buddy, the Commonwealth realm doesn't make the video game. I knew that, obviously. I just think it's a very funny thing to yell in someone's comment section. And that was week 11. And now our character speculation looks like this. You'll notice that I caved and put the bogus leak characters because despite not believing them and definitely not being true and also very bogus, they were a part of speculation this week, all right? This visual guide is not just for me. It exists in general to replicate what the community was saying. That being said, I did put Miss Pac-Man and Captain Toad out of spite just for me. You know what annoys me the most about these 4chan leaks? There's no effort. Legitimately, anyone can type up a bunch of lines of green text and it'll get picked up by somebody at some point. I'm talking about this in the past tense, looking back at like, oh, how dumb it all was. But honestly, whenever the next Smash game is announced, I kind of hope we go back to this because I'm worried that people are too aware now and won't believe anything. When a lot of the fun, the only reason I'm talking about this is because I remember the story and I remember how much fun it was being there, arguing with people and just talking about your favorite character. But I feel like we're a little too smart. I don't want to have internet tribalism. Actually, I think YouTube's too smart. I still see a lot of dumb shit on TikTok. People believe, oh, they let giants loose. The government killed the guy who was posting videos about giants. The leaks will get picked up eventually by someone at any point.
Round table. What are your thoughts on this?
Are you fucking serious, man? Well, I was supposed to expect this dude actually saw a full-blown trailer. Remembered all those details. Where the hell did he see it? How did he have, where is it at? Where are the leaks at?
Truly one of the best to ever do it. I don't want this video to be me glazing people I watched in the past for too long, but also I feel like I'm just editorializing. Just take a compliment, man. What's going on?
Yo, wait, Roger, did you see the carry leak?
The what leak?
The carry leak.
Pass this my way. Let's see this. We'll talk about it right now.
All right, go ahead and type in carry these nuts in the Google.
Oh my god.
We got them, boys!
I know image leaks are shots in the dark for these fake leakers because it's a lot easier for people to poke holes in your image and your art. The Gardevoir leak lasted weeks. This one didn't even last one. The original image contains Agnes from Bravely Default, the Chorus Kids, a brown-haired Isaac, Ken, Isabelle, Shadow the Hedgehog, Skull Kid, and question mark. Now, while by this point the speculation of the Rhythm Heaven character had switched from Chorus Kids to Karate Joe just because of the appearance of this TV and this pose, everyone in this list was a very popular character. At least in speculation for Smash Ultimate, except for Agnes. Now, obviously, this is not true. Most leaks aren't, but I was just relieved that we didn't have to read a line of green text anymore and just assume and guess code words. We're at least looking at something here. It's a breath of fresh air. Of course, the accent on Agnes's name is going the wrong direction, and the Skull Kid image is clearly just his assist trophy from Smash 4. That being said, the speculation for Isaac actually lended more credence to him being playable in the game. People thought that this couldn't possibly be what Isaac looks like in Smash since it doesn't match his assist trophy, but it does look more like Matthew, another protagonist from the Golden Sun series. I'm being told. Maybe this is an alternate costume. Nobody predicted that, but that leads us to the question of why the leaker would show off Isaac's alt when they showed off everyone else's main skin. Also, each character series in Smash is represented by an emblem, and these emblems are the same over multiple regions. The Chorus Kids emblem in this are the letters RH, which wouldn't really work because it's only known as Rhythm Heaven in America. Europe calls it Rhythm Paradise, allegedly, and something tells me they're not going to change the logo emblem for every region of the game. It is worth noting that Duck Hunt's name and Rob's default skin are different in different regions depending on where you're playing this game, but they didn't create new content for that. It's just picking a different skin as the default and adding some more text. For this, they would need to make 3 separate logos, which isn't a whole lot of work, but it would be a lot easier to just make an emblem that could carry across all versions of the game. So yeah, this is not real, but in the year 2023, I really hope you're watching this in 2023. If not, this is gonna be real embarrassing. Fine, 2024, I'm still rooting for this leak. I know it's not true, but I'm just glad we got an actual image this time. Be careful what you wish for. On a Papagino's video about the image, a teenage Andrew hopped up on Mountain Dew, said, "That Skull Kid looks like a higher res version of his Smash 4 render." I like that, SM4SH for Smash 4. It's cool to type out, but it's impossible to say out loud. And then on the same video, he left this comment about the Gardevoir leak again, and it's a paragraph because he was still not over it, which is fair. The leak is dumb. On trying to debunk the render leak for Smash Bros. Ultimate, he said, "I love that Shadow's scowl is literally just Sonic's smile turned upside down," which... oh my god. I studied these. I had nothing more important to focus on at this point, except for school and work and rehearsal. But I wasn't paying attention at any of those. 7 characters leak for Smash Ultimate, real or fake? Easy, fake. Damn, dude, let them speak. Watch the video. Don't let my past self confuse you. I am framing this image. How did more people believe Gardevoir than this? Any other comments I should know about before we move on? What if Giga Bowser returns as a boss? Bowser can keep his new Final Smash, but Giga will be a separate boss. On a video speculating about potential boss fights in Smash Ultimate, maybe in whatever Spirits ends up being. It's only worth noting, aside from maybe being correct, is that I left this comment at 5:01 a.m.
And the way you encounter him could be quite interesting. Let's say you were on the Paper Mario stage and you were on the scene where it was thousand your door and you're riding the boat. Out of nowhere, Cortez comes out and comes for ye booty.
Excuse me? Hey look, it's the Black Knight. One thing I considered just not putting in this video at all because the comment is worded in a very cringy manner and the video it's commented on has since been unlisted, so I easily could have pretended it never existed, but I am bound to historical accuracy, alright? This story is about this kid, how much he sucks. Anyway, I commented on a Source Gaming video from May 26, 2018 after the Inkling reveal, but before E3, before we knew the game, and we heard this.
Nintendo wants Switch's Smash Bros. To be the ultimate Smash Bros. Game. Important line here. Ultimate Smash Bros. Game. And no, that is not the title to a Chinese knockoff Smash Bros. Game here.
Maybe she secretly leaked the title. It's just Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Something I wouldn't have mentioned or even known about had past Andrew not commented on it and led me back to the video. It wouldn't even be possible for me to watch the video now, I don't think, if the comment didn't link me to this video. The main points of speculation from this week were about when we would get news next and some more physical aspects of the games released being listed on sites. Best Buy listed Ridley, Inkling, and Wolf amiibos on their website, and the description under these items kind of implied that you could unlock these characters immediately by tapping the amiibo into the game. So if you don't want to unlock all the characters day one, all you have to do is buy 70 amiibo. And then on the official Smash Bros. Ultimate website, we got our first look at the special edition. And by that, I mean we got a look at the controller and steelbook, but not the box. Not yet. The Smash controller that came with the special edition was argued over. Did it look cool? Did it look lame? My answer is, of course, I own 2 of them, and I did end up getting the special edition with the steelbook and controller, and we'll talk more about the packaging later. But for those of you who don't know, to get that special Smash controller, at least at the time, you would need to get the special edition. So each box came with 1 Smash controller, and I have 2 of them. The math does not add up. I never bought a second special edition, so I must have picked that one up on accident at some point. There's someone out there missing their Smash Bros. Pro controller, which is really the only reason to get the special edition. I think the steelbook is cool conceptually, but you're missing out on a lot of cool box art. I'm sorry, whoever, I promise I didn't steal this one like Lego Indiana Jones on the DS. This one was an honest mix-up. This ever-present question was, despite just getting a direct, when would we get more. There was a Nindies showcase coming up, Nintendo Indies Direct Showcase, that we could get an indie character revealed for Smash, like Shantae. No, absolutely not. Bad speculator. Get the thought out of your head. We're never gonna get a Smash reveal during a Nindies Direct, and it's not gonna be Shantae. We've been over this. They're not gonna overshadow all their indie games with a fucking Smash Bros character. Okay, so what about September? We know that Nintendo is going to start rolling out their paid online service in September 2018. Also, future Andrew speaking here, we've gotten a September Direct every year since 2018, not counting 2020. I'm writing this bit right now before September 2023, but filming it after September 2023. So leave this bit in if we get a September Direct. And now that I wrote it a little bit ago, but I'm filming this now in October, hey, would you look at that?
What?
No,
What?
fuck off,
What?
dude.
What?
No, because it's... Were people right?
Joker, it's the next 1,000-year door.
Are you
Another
fucking kidding?
area.
No, I thought we were doing a meme.
I thought it was a fucking band.
1,000-year door? Wait, is it? It is!
It is. It's
It
a
is!
1,000-year door too. Yes!
Finally! I don't know why people still speculate what months we may or may not get Nintendo Directs when over the past like 5 or so years, it's always been February, June, September. And Smash Bros is in a way linked to online gaming. So we thought we would get a Nintendo Direct, just not a specifically Smash Bros. One. That doesn't mean we couldn't get a reveal though. The game was initially shown off at the end of another major Direct. Nintendo of America tweeted about Geno. The Nintendo Power Podcast talked about Squad Strike. Game Explained did their weekly Smash Bros. Speculation roundup, but because a lot of the members were currently at PAX West to play the game, they had She Says from Boundary Break on.
He's scared for his life. That's what's going on there.
Tell me this crazy woman has kept me in her pocket for weeks. Get me out of here.
I didn't sign up for this.
She Says brings up Toad just so he could do the voice. Golden. Oh, I guess I didn't talk about the blog post, did I? Ness, Rathalos, Peach, Wolf. Did you know Ness's yo-yo can fish off the ledge? Did you know Rathalos is a boss fight? Did you know Peach uses Toad in a different manner this time? Did you know that Wolf is an actual character? Play my fucking music. And they showed off New Donk City Hall. Again, we've passed the point of August Direct hype, and now that August is thoroughly over, we need something new to latch onto. Like this picture of Isaac. What's our chart looking like now? The only difference is this character I don't know. Nintendo Direct speculation continues into this week, but not the way you would think. But we'll get to that in a second. The main headline for the top of the week is the game has now been officially rated by the ESRB. I mean, it's gotta be if it's listed on Best Buy's website. And they also announced that the game would be playable at most Best Buys, and like all these other conventions, I didn't know that, because PAX West 2018 did happen this weekend, and we did get some footage out of it. But that gameplay footage was still from the initial E3 demo. People were speculating that maybe when they dropped it at Best Buy, it would be slightly more updated, as it's been a substantial amount of time since E3. Maybe with voice acting, maybe with a better UI, maybe with the big crocodile everyone wants to play that Andrew said would never be in the game. YouTuber Best Guy Ever made meme edits to elicit hype for each character that was announced for the game. And the K-Roll video started with a long post on Smashboards about why he couldn't be in the game by someone named Sir Juicius, to which little boy Andrew commented, Juicius is kinda right though. Covering his own ass. We're in September, and it's weird because Juicius said everything I said about K-Roll, but nobody saw my comment. So I'm safe. Nobody's gonna know about it until the year you're watching this. I'm done saying what year it is. It's possible you're watching this in 2025. Worth noting that there was an Infinity War meme in the K-Roll video. The streams are crossing once again. I was also lurking in the comments of Game Explain's video about which Best Buys would be hosting the demo. Does New York area mean NY or area surrounding NY? Because that's the closest I was, and I was determined to play this game. Not determined enough to actually go to the Best Buy. I mean, I had my license at the time, but I didn't want to drive anywhere. Anyway, back to the game being rated. For those of you who don't know or remember from earlier in this video. The previous Smash games roster was leaked prior to the game's release by someone who worked at the ESRB because they need to know everything about the game before they rate it properly. So we started getting an influx of new fake image leaks, which at the time was really annoying, but current day Andrew Ultra, I think it's awesome. I love fake image leaks. It's at least much better than a green text saying Mayor McCheese will be in the game. Leloid, Dixie, Gino, Banjo, Shadow, Bandana Waddle Dee, Isaac Golden Sun, Agnes. Apparently, it isn't pronounced Agnes, but I've been saying, actually, is it? I don't know. I wrote this down in my script, but I didn't write what it's pronounced like. I just wrote the word Agnes, so it's possible I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Or I've been saying it correctly and I just corrected myself incorrectly. I've never played Bravely Default. And you know what? I don't intend to. There was also a fake Pokefloats leak that no one believed, but I thought was cool. And even a Karate Joe leak that people believed because it was taken off old software. The creator of last week's fake image leak, Leppy Peppy, came forward and confirmed it was fake and showed the assets they used. They are now 100% confirmed fake. Andrew was right again. I'm never wrong about anything. See, when I'm talking about these comments, I'm like, oh, that's this kid. I don't know that kid. But as soon as he's correct about something, I'm like, yeah, that's me. It's me. This was confirmed fake at 1 o'clock p.m., which isn't too late. And then a comment, so much of this is wrong, at 1:01 p.m. Back to back. And I learned upon looking at that I commented that on a video a week after it's released, so they couldn't have possibly known it was fake at that point. Leave the guy alone. What's made me realize how annoying these comments really are is, one, growing up, and two, becoming a creator, because I've got the same thing where I'll make a video like a year or two ago and then someone will comment like, oh, actually, this is something we know in the modern day. The guy in the video doesn't know that. I stand by what I said. Smash speculation and arguments are all in good fun, all right? It's a fun pastime to get everyone excited for a game. Don't actually get too heated about it. I just don't think I would actually ever leave a comment that's like, actually, this isn't true in modern day. Probably. We'll see how far I fall when a new Smash game gets announced, but I am prepared this time. But if this is the same person and this page does still belong to Leppy Peppy, it seems like they're still making art and actually take commissions. Consider that. Okay, they provided entertainment for this section of the video. You could tell my clear favoritism when I talk about clearly fake image leaks as opposed to clearly fake text leaks, because at least one of them required a little bit of effort. Using an artistic fake leak to hype up your online presence to great results. Where have I heard this before? Around the time all these images were being pumped out basically on the daily, Aaron Itmar and Papa Gino's both made videos about them. And completely separated from each other, they both compared all these image leaks to the fake Rayman leak from Smash 4, to which I'm just now realizing I didn't mention this leak at all. After the release of Smash Bros. For Wii U, there was a video that surfaced of the character select screen with a new character, and while it was clearly filmed on a phone, it wasn't as shaky and blurry as all the other leaks are. You could clearly make out Rayman at the end of the character select screen, and when the cursor hovered over it, you could see the Rayman Smash render in all its high quality. We didn't see any gameplay footage, but look how clear it is. How could this be faked? So it was faked, despite catching the attention of Ubisoft, the owner of Rayman, who said they would later comment on it, which has added more fuel to the fire. It was later revealed that the leak was faked by Artsy Omni to launch the release of his new series, Smashified, where the artist would create realistic-looking Smash renders for everyone's most wanted and asked-for characters. If you've ever seen a fake Smash render for a character not currently in the game, it's probably from this dude. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't want anyone to think it's like, oh, this self-righteous leaker used this to get hype and clout for himself. No, this is really cool. I respect this a lot. This is the coolest way I've ever seen launching a series on this godforsaken website. Shout out Smashified. Anyway, my point is, and I guess their points too, is that this Rayman leak is the pinnacle. No mistakes, no shaky cam, high quality art in a very believable put together video. How can you compete with that? But since we're on the topic of Rayman, I'm not going to talk about the chairs. It was announced via Brawlhalla's official Twitter page that Rayman will be making his way to the game November 6th. I'm going to, because this is interesting, I'm just going to read it the way it's written and not like perform it. Quick side tangent. I'm realizing now a lot of this portion of the video fringes on Twitter posts, and I'm writing this in the summer. I'm a little worried that Twitter is going to cease to exist or be rendered unusable by the time I'm editing this video. So he was half right. I guess it's not. Technically, Twitter doesn't exist anymore. This is also a really funny joke. I know prefacing it by saying, oh, this one's gonna get you to crack up. I just want to read it because I don't want to go. It doesn't apply anymore, but I don't want it to go to waste. How concerned am I? How worried am I about the capabilities of Elon Musk? On a scale, I'm about 15 out of 17 monkeys. While everyone else was speculating on whether this did deconfirm Rayman, I mean, Shovel Knight appeared in Rivals of Aether, but that was a couple days after he was already shown off as an assist trophy. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. As much as I wanted him in Smash Bros, all I cared about was that he was playable in Brawlhalla. Because it was free, it was fun, and did I mention free? This sounds like an ad, I promise it's not. It's just legitimately one of the games I played the most that year. While I dabbled in the game prior on my cracked laptop, and I don't mean cracked as in good, November is when I remember playing the most, likely because of Rayman, despite then learning that the only reason the game is free to play is that you have to pay for other characters or skins, so I don't think I even got to play as Rayman. I'm pretty sure I recorded a session of me and my friends playing it, but that video file is long gone and long lost. Or is it? Yeah, it is. I couldn't find it. Sorry to get your hopes up. I also can't imagine you cared. We'll cover November when we get to November. Speaking of losing social media archives, see how I turned that around? Famous leaker Laws18's legitimacy was being brought into question. Laws had jumped from GameFAQs to Twitter to a private Discord where we never heard from them directly again, just private testimonies of people that were in the server with them. And it's not like we know the human person or have a face attached to this account. Anyone could have chosen the name. We don't actually know that this is in fact the leaker. Laws said allegedly there was going to be a direct in November and that Skull Kid was still for sure going to be in the game. Then they said that Isaac Goldensun would not be in the game, and then later said that that wasn't true, and they never said that. So, what the fuck is going on? Some people believed these secondary accounts were fake, and other people believed that Laws was faking the whole time and never had any insider information and just got a lucky guess. But I have a different theory. I think that maybe Laws did know some stuff. Maybe too much. The only thing they've said that hasn't been proven wrong yet is Skull Kid, and that was the most recent one. I don't think they're jumping from website to website for fun and shits and giggles. I think they're trying to avoid capture. I think maybe that Skull Kid was a purposefully fake leak put out by the Nintendo company to smoke out fake leakers, and they found one. And now Laws18 is on the run from the Nintendo ninjas, hiding out in a private Discord server, still determined to get the truth out there no matter what. Or it's all fake, it was all bullshit from the beginning. Either could be true. I like to think my story is a little more interesting. More likely, I don't think Laws is the actual leaker. I think maybe they got information from someone who maybe knows someone who works on the game. There's normally a lot of proxies in this, and maybe they told one specific set of workers, hey, Skull Kid's gonna be in the game. So when they saw it publicly posted by this guy, they're like, all right, time to fire people. That is interesting, but that's not to say that we didn't get any interesting stories otherwise at the time. Snake's voice actor David Hayter was asked about voicing Snake in Smash Bros. Ultimate at Fan Expo, and Devil May Cry creator Matt Walker was asked about Dante in Smash. We talked earlier about the codec Easter eggs, where if you played as Snake on Shadow Moses Island and hit a specific taunt, that there would be a conversation going on at the bottom of the screen talking about each individual Smash character. And there was one for every character in Brawl, but now that we're in Ultimate, there is a huge subset of new characters that do not have codec conversations, and David Hayter confirmed at Fan Expo that he hasn't recorded any new dialogue for Smash Ultimate. And the Devil May Cry man said no, taking Dante off the board, at least for now, at least for the base game, unless he lied. But the main thing we should gauge from this is that Smash information can leak out at any time, and the Smash team has taken every precaution to prevent this from happening. In this week's Famitsu column, Sakurai confirmed that he emailed a ton of composers a year and a half before Smash Ultimate began development, asking all of them to work on the game, but if they didn't want to work on the game, to just hopefully keep it quiet and not tell anyone, just out of the kindness of their heart. What? The difference between that and other leaks is that he emailed named industry professionals, whereas the ESRB leak was just a bunch of nameless gremlins. What a bunch of degenerates looking at boobs and butts all day. That's your job. Time for everyone's favorite segment in this video. Andrew comments on a video that isn't related to Smash Bros. At all. He commented, "It's almost time," on a compilation of the Cartoon Network Nudes era Halloween bumpers. For those of you who are new here or only ever watch me talk about video games and not cartoons, too bad. I'm not explaining the nudes or why they're called that. They're little white guys, all right? The nudes era will permeate every video from here on out, even when I'm a decade removed. The main news is basically out of the blue. It was announced that there would in fact be a new Nintendo Direct September 6th. This was announced September 5th, and it would be at 6 p.m. for me. God, I miss that. Do you know how much I would kill for another evening Direct? No, it's okay, man. I love waking up at 7 a.m. to watch 40 minutes of some Nintendo games, but mostly generic anime RPGs that all play the same. Also, farming games. Big fan of those. I love waking up. Apparently, there was a leaker a while back that actually guessed this precise date, and also said that specific alternate costumes in Smash Ultimate would be unlocked if you subscribe to their online service. And honestly, I don't hate that idea. Even now, I actually like the idea of having new alternate costumes. I know we're not at that part in the timeline yet because the game is not out, but after they released the game, they would host these occasional online tournaments that if you won, you would earn spirits that I already had that you can get normally in the game. As much as I dislike Mario Tennis Aces, or maybe just dislike how everyone hyped it up, I did like how they rolled out additional new costumes and characters through online tournament qualifiers. Like, you could unlock Yoshi just by entering a tournament by going online once, but you could unlock alternate colors for him by getting farther and farther in the tournament. Do that. I know it's gatekeeping costumes away from people who don't really play competitively, but don't you want people to play online? Also, I won several of these tournaments. I've never once won a Smash tournament in real life. They're not that difficult. And in September 2018, this made sense because the Meta Ridley skin we saw in his reveal trailer was still missing from the playable demo. It wasn't any of the 8 skins we saw there. I wonder what GameXplain has to add to the discussion of the September speculation.
Here's I'm going in. I don't know if it's completely off the wall, but I'm going in on it, and that's that I think they might tease Animal Crossing for Switch.
Oh! And the more I think about it, the more I think Isabelle won't be an Echo. I think she'll be an entirely new fighter.
Really?
I was actually just thinking, what if we have Sephiroth for Cloud's villain?
Oh!
And imagine his final smash is like the 2-minute long summon. I mean, they don't have to like cut it down.
Yeah. What if? There was also a lot of Shadow the Hedgehog talk this week from YouTubers like OKO and Salty DK Dan. Salty DK Dan? What a fucking absolute idiot. Who does this guy think he is? He thinks he's the master of Smash speculation or something? What was he thinking?
And a teenage Andrew left the comment, remember when Ashley's assist trophy was missing? Because he thought he was so smart for parodying the opinions of other Smash tubers. Note that this is the same guy who said that K. Rool would never be in the game.
That was weird. I didn't forget, we had some blog posts leading up to the new Direct. And we can assume if something is announced on the 6th, then it will likely be covered the following days on the blog, like Simon and K. Rool. The blog only really posted on weekdays. It occasionally posted on weekends, but mostly weekdays. And by that, I mean Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like my stream schedule. That was also really weird. Did you guys see that? The posts haven't been super important recently because the more info we get, the less the old info seems to matter. Like Sunday, we saw Ike's Blue Fire, and Monday, we saw King Dedede's new grab, but we hypothetically could have already seen those in watching the character trailers months ago, which a lot of us did. Alolan Executor and Final Destination are cool, and it's nice to see pictures of them, but we've already consumed these front to back. The music's cool, though. And I'm not just gonna speed past the music this week with a dancing meme or whatever. I unironically legitimately love this song. Okay, now the dancing meme. I loved this song before the new arrangement, and I love it even more after. It's been a couple weeks since I've listened to these in their entirety, but now I'm back on the horse. And then September 6th, the big day of the new Nintendo Direct, the blog post was nothing. I knew I said I wouldn't do this again, but it's a different scenario and it is important to the story. It's time to get serious for a moment. Unfortunately, there are a lot of serious turning points in this story, and this video doesn't really have the proper grace to cover said topics, especially not in the context of something as trivial as Smash Bros. Speculation. So I'm just gonna go over the facts because it is actually important to the story. I'm not bringing this up for no reason. The morning of September 6th, 2018, there was a 6.6 magnitude earthquake in Hokkaido, Japan. This is a real-world tragedy that killed some and injured a lot. They lost power for 3 days. Obviously, because of this, the Nintendo Direct that was planned on September 6th was pushed back to a later date for both respect and recovery time. And while nobody online physically helped, the general consensus was to not take this actual tragedy into account during Smash speculation. So, there's no blog post on Thursday. This must have meant they were going to reveal a Smash character in the Direct, but because it was pushed back, they couldn't post anything that day. As much as I would like to immediately move on from this, because again, I'm not great at talking about serious topics, unfortunately, earthquake speculation will come back later with a vengeance. Great job, guys. Speculation continued over the missing blog post, and people delved deeper into the code of the website, and eventually announcements that were likely to come out during the direct leaked out because of the delay. And of course, using my hacker language by saying delved deep into the website, of course I mean if you save an image off of the website, they'll each have an accompanying number tied to each image. The Japanese website got extra blog posts called memories that would show off the games being referenced in previous character trailers. For example, the Wind Waker would follow immediately after the Toon Link character trailer. And when I found out about these, I was a little bummed we didn't get them, because despite not telling us anything new, these posts are really cool. The only reason I brought it up is because taking the numbering of the memory posts into account, there is a sizable gap missing between last Wednesday's Alolan Executor post and the Toon Link character trailer. Until posts return to normal, like Bowser character trailer on Sunday and then Toon Link following on Monday, so these posts were likely switched around from their original intended release order. Of course, posts did eventually then go back to normal, like the Ryu character trailer and the Summit stage, which we found out by looking at the number associated with this image that it was also intended to be earlier, and also a new Pikmin arrangement. Small anecdote to cut through the speculation, there's like 5 Pikmin songs in Smash Bros. Brawl that play on the one Pikmin stage, Distant Planet, and it alternates between those couple. One of those songs is actually one of the few Smash Bros. Songs with actual lyrics, but it's in Japanese, and apparently it was kind of a chart topper over there, despite being a video game song. But I guess I was too young and sheltered to know that different languages existed, so as a kid playing Smash Bros. Brawl, every time that song would come on, I would laugh because I thought it was gibberish. Me and my friends would pick that stage every time, despite it being annoying to play on, but as a kid you don't care, hoping that we would get the 1/5 chance that it would play the funny song. Little did I know that was a real language that people speak. Oopsies, now that we're all caught up. Because of all the missing posts, it was nearly confirmed that we were likely to get some form of Smash information in this Nintendo Direct. Announcements that weren't exclusively Nintendo with other companies at play did leak out due to the delay, like Civ 6 coming to Switch, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remastered, and the name of the previously unnamed Yoshi game, and that there would be special Pikachu and Eevee Nintendo Switch releases to coincide with their game that's coming out this year. Oh yeah, there's a Pokemon game coming out this year. Let's go. As you could tell by a lot of my past comments, I am a Pokemon fan, but only really to the mainline series of games. And I like Pokemon Go. I enjoyed my time with it, and I come back to it every summer. But for our first mainline Pokemon RPG on this new console, I wasn't impressed. And I know I keep saying this a lot. It's a long video and my thoughts are very scrambled, but we'll get into that later. I kind of glazed over in the Xbox video. It's worth noting that there was a leak everyone had previously assumed was fake of a special Smash Bros. Switch that this new Pikachu and Eevee one looks mighty similar to. All the leaked announcements were gathered in Game Explain's video titled, and remember, this was before the Direct came out. New Nintendo Direct predictions, Animal Crossing, Isabelle at Smash, Switch Online, FF, and more. So, as much fun as it would be to get into more speculation leading up to the Direct was rescheduled for September 13th. So this week. I see no reason to speculate on a Direct we're about to see. So I purposefully, like August, split this week into pre-Direct speculation and post-Direct speculation. So to wrap up pre-speculation, it's time to read some more cringy comments. On a video titled, "The Worst Leaks I Have Ever Seen, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate," the teenager left the comment, "You forgot to include the Gardevoir leak, because even now he cannot let it go." Man, I was really pissed about that one, huh? In the previous Game Explained weekly roundup, marking the halfway point between E3 and the release of this game, he commented, "Why does the wait till December feel longer than a couple-year wait for Smash 4, which is really interesting insight from someone this thick into speculation. And it's true, for whatever reason, I cared way more about the hype cycle leading up to Smash Ultimate than I ever did for Smash 4, and I owned a Wii U, remember. I think it's maybe just because I was older, or maybe just because 6 months is a lot easier to see through. You're getting the game in a couple years, gives us time to speculate, sure, but it also gives us time to think about other games. That might be another thing. I wasn't really playing a whole lot of other franchises around this time. I wasn't stoked about the Pokemon game. In 2018, Smash Ultimate is all I could think about. And wrestling. And Infinity War. And Xavier Renegade Angel. More story yet to tell, my friends. Speaking of the hype cycle consuming me, the thing about these comments is that I clearly watched every Smash video I could get my hands on. At the time, anyone on the internet at all was leagues above me, unfathomable to reach, but then I go back and watch these videos I commented on and they have like 1K views. This isn't an insult, it's more so that just like, it's an interesting discrepancy. There's no shame in that. Some of my videos still get 1K views. It doesn't mean I'm not proud of them. I still like all of them. But I always wanted to stand by the ideology that no matter how big or or small I was, I would never punch down. And I don't want to sound like I'm up on my high horse like, oh, these peasants don't have as big of a number as me, because legitimately, the number on your channel does not matter at all. I've also spent enough time on this godforsaken website to know that the view count does not correlate to the quality of the video. You could also tell right here how long I've been writing this. I'll just read this out. I love all my videos. I never rush any out. I put time and effort into every single one of them, which is why you're seeing this when you're seeing it now and not... But the Indiana Jones video was meant to be a filler video so I could spend more time writing this one. I was writing this while filming Indiana Jones. And that one has way more than the ones I spent months writing, capturing, and filming. But again, that's all down to preference. I don't think numbers matter at all, and now that I have a high number, people will listen to that. But I read this week's comments, and a person named Red responded to my comment about how the leak is clearly fake by pointing out that debunked is in the title. To which the teenager rebuted, the comment wasn't really for you as much as it was for the people in the comments arguing. Legitimately show Red some love because, again, I feel bad. They haven't posted in 3 years, but it'd be cool if they came back to like a wave of positivity, all because a teenager was shitty to them. I always assume that everyone I've seen is more popular. I'm trying really hard not to sound like humble bragging or whatever, but legitimately it's still surreal that anybody watches these at all. There's a video by Musical Theater Mash about the history of the musical episode I watched in 2015, and it inspired my musical episode obsession. I thought it was a classic video we've all seen in the pantheon of reviews, only to find out that upon asking several people, I'm the only one who's seen it, and come to find out last year that my video completely aping his Super Mario Super Show bit has surpassed it in an arbitrary number. It made my brain explode. I know YouTubers aren't supposed to say this, but they all deserve way more subs than I do. And again, I feel weird talking about this because it inevitably sounds like flexing because nobody can really be honest about this stuff. Pappuccino's was my favorite Smash speculator at the time. I watched him every day before work and during lunch, and every subsequent video I would watch multiple times. And that's another perfect example. I was obsessed with this. How the fuck do I have a higher number? I never talked about Gino. At the time, I thought he had millions, and every time he responded to my comments, I thought I was being graced by a god. That's too much. That's probably too much. And this is an example of the numbers not really mattering. It's an interesting difference because despite having a technically smaller number, Papa has had a much longer lasting impact on the Smash speculation scene as a whole. What lasting impact will I have? I'm the dude who shaved his head. And even that is a stolen creatures bit. Basically what I'm saying here in this long-winded and kind of self-congratulatory way is although I never like to punch down or lower myself to get involved in drama, I will make an exception because this is Smash speculation and it doesn't matter. It's not life or death. Shout out Pappuccino's. If by any chance you're watching this, we should talk sometime. I have a lot of thoughts about Gardevoir and Smash. That was just a long precursor to prepare you for the next couple comments. Some are harmless, like on a video compiling these zoomed in icons and images, the kid commented, I could suspend my disbelief for blurry leaks, but zoomed in leaks? Zooming in a picture is harder than just taking a picture. Why would a leak be super zoomed in? Very few comments I could still stand by to this day, but that one I do agree with. There was also a video about more characters that would never be in Smash, which mostly compiled fourth party characters, 3 of which were Squidward, SpongeBob, and Patrick. 10 even more characters that will not be in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh, so it's okay when it's SpongeBob, but not Goku? Man, what a novel concept. Could you imagine SpongeBob playable in a platform fighter game? If they do that, I would hope they allow him to speak and have his classic songs and don't mute the whole thing. I'm letting you guys know the different phases of these videos, peeling back the curtain, because when I started writing this, the sequel to Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl was just announced, and it was kind of soft leaked that El Tigre would be in the game, but now it's officially revealed, and maybe when you're seeing this, I think the game does come out early November, so even if I, by some stroke of miracle, get this video out by the end of November 2023, then it still exists. And I don't want to shit on it because I'm sure the team did their best with the material they were given, but it's looking like the second one is kind of looking up to be an actually pretty complete game. I'm just stoked about El Tigre. Now we just need Vendetta. Look at his little T. You could turn his little T around. This is he's gonna be my main, day one. I do like Reptar though. Anyway, all that build up for the final comment. The comment was a simple 3-word sentence, no he isn't, on a video talking in depth about Crash Bandicoot leak, and oh my god. This is the fakest leak I have ever seen in my life. The render is clearly his Insane Trilogy render. He's way more zoomed out than anybody else, and they listed his name as Crash B. Nobody calls him Crash B.
If you pause the game in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, it says Crash B. And it just so happens to be on the fucking Crash, no, not Crash, the Smash Ultimate roster that his name is Crash B.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can't handle me. Hold up. Ain't you?
Crash B.
What is that? Get the fuck! So really that whole diatribe about not wanting to punch down was really just so I could talk about that video because I watched it again for this video and it made me nauseous. But Crash still remains on the speculation board, alright? This stupid video doesn't deconfirm him. I still want him in and I think he's cool. It's just that this leak is very fake. I guess you get what you wish for. I did want more image leaks. That's the game with Smash speculation. Everyone says they're unbiased. Even I said that with assembling this entire list of characters, but nobody ever really is. You're always more partial to believe a character you want in the game, even if it's unlikely. Realistically, what are Mike Jones's odds of being in the game? Like 1%, and that's being generous. And I am no different, and we'll see that later with speculation and more even annoying comments. The only time you could ever actually be unbiased is when you know all the characters and they've all already been released. So here we are. Also, all three of those comments were left within a 16-minute interval of each other, meaning I definitely left those on my lunch break while scarfing down a ham and mayonnaise sandwich while I shrilly typed comments on my phone. A large percentage of my lunch breaks were spent on Reddit and YouTube discussing Smash Bros, which is why I made the awful sandwich. Oh, right, I forgot, this is a Smash Bros video.
Hello everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
The September Direct opened surprisingly similar to the last one, with Luigi wielding his poltergust venturing through a haunted house, but this time is for an actual new Luigi's Mansion working title. What's worth noting about this is I believe it's the first time something outside of Smash was revealed in a Smash trailer. The first time we saw this new poltergust and Luigi shooting plungers as projectiles was in the Castlevania trailer. Looking back, we probably should have seen this coming. After the opener, the beginning of the Direct was focused on new games coming to the 3DS. You see, in the first couple of years of the Switch, Nintendo was still supporting the 3DS, and most of the Directs we would have to deal with a bunch of games not coming to Switch. And of course, by new games, I mean Kirby's Epic Yarn, Luigi's Mansion 1, Yokai Watch, and a remake of Bowser's Inside Story, which was only a DS game, and the 3DS is backwards compatible, which means you could already play Bowser's Inside Story on the 3DS. If I ever collect enough memories to create a sequel to the childhood trauma video, I'm definitely going to talk about Bowser's Inside Story, because I remember, I think it was my sister's copy of the game that I was playing, and the beginning where the toads got super inflated. Again, my greatest fears are a lot of people's fetishes. It scared the shit out of me. And also that Goosebumps episode where the dude got inflated. And also the Disrespectoids. Splatoon 2 update, Mega Man 11, new Mario Tennis Aces characters coming to the game. Hey, we talked about this earlier. Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle, which continues the pattern of classic games not being released in Nintendo's own service and instead being sold at their own full price. And we'll get into that in a second, but first, new Super Mario Bros. U is coming to Nintendo Switch, but this time with a playable Toadette, who could transform into new character Peachette after donning the Super Crown, implying that any character who collects this crown will turn into a version of Peach. I'm sure this new crown power-up will not have any horrifying ramifications on the internet in the coming days. I'm sure I won't be irreparably changed by this. Speaking of memes, to show off Nintendo's new online service, they use these cute little Mario Cast animations, some of which includes Bowser being a good father, which always gets the people. But the service itself allows you to play online games, which we could already do, but at least it has some NES games and these awkward-ass NES controllers you can attach to your Switch. Not only can you play these games online too, but they'll also back up your saves to the cloud. And they also showed off this iPhone app you can download to talk to people while you're playing with, and maybe just because I grew up with Xbox Live Chat, I know generations are different, but this seems like a very roundabout and annoying way to just do voice calls. I understand you want to keep kids safe, but you don't even want to give other people the option. Most of the Switch's marketing campaign was around everyone enjoying the Switch. In the modern day, it doesn't really matter because even Xbox allows you to use Discord instead of Xbox Live now, and around this time in 2018, we created our own server to play exclusively Nintendo games. And also Brawlhalla. I don't know, maybe I'm out of touch, but it seems like a huge missed opportunity. Speaking of huge missed opportunity, you could style your Pikachu and Eevee and make them wear funny outfits. Can we do that with any other Pokemon other than those two? Ever? Even 5 years after the release of the game? Maybe 6 years. The new Mario Party will have mini-games. Finally! A currently in development RPG by Game Freak that isn't Pokemon with the working title Town. It's cool that Game Freak is trying to break out of the Pokemon shackles and make a new original game, but it didn't end up mattering. Did this game even come out? I'm not trying to be like a dick. I just realized that nobody has ever talked about this game after this Direct. Bunch of other shit. We get the Yoshi's Crafted World title that was leaked, along with some cool looking gameplay, and we get a look at Star Wolf in the Switch version of Starlink. For those of you who don't know, for whatever reason, I'm just going to use LT Gray as the example, mostly because I kept holding it in my pocket, and I had to re-record a bunch of these lines because I realized I kept spinning this thing. It's a really good fidget toy, legitimately. I recommend you all get this. It was a late Toys to Life game where you could attach your ship to your Switch controller and then play it in-game. And on the Switch version, it let you use the R-Wing from Star Fox. It's a cool tie-in, but by 2018, I was already fully over my Toys to Life phase. I got like every Skylander. I'll talk about that someday too. There's too many things to talk about. On the other hand, Star Fox is cool. It's nice to see Star Fox in the modern age. Star Fox Zero doesn't count. The World Ends With You remix. It wouldn't be a Smash Bros. Speculation video if I didn't bring this up, but the main character, surprisingly, is a Square Enix character. Who could have guessed? It's a game made by Square Enix. And Vergeben said there would be one of many. That doesn't outright mean that this was one of the contenders, but it's not impossible. That is if we're trusting this flower. I mean, they also said Isabelle would be playable at Smash Bros. What a bag of shit. It's worth noting that Square Enix was fully Sweet Life on deck with Nintendo, as they announced a ton of Final Fantasy games coming to Nintendo Switch. Warframe isn't important at all to Smash speculation, but if this video doubles or triples as a video where I also talk about the early days in the Nintendo Switch, and really Smash speculation follows me throughout the entire lifespan of the console, and now that we're possibly coming up on a new one, this is the perfect time to talk about it. Anyway, I own Warframe on this thing because I remember playing it back in the early days of my Xbox One because it was free. But it was super janky, and I loved it because of that, because I was obsessed with glitchy games at the time, because I never experienced that, and I thought that the fact that you could clip into walls was cool and epic and made it a good game. It's free to play, but it's also a mess, so pick your poison. It seems that speculation was correct, as we got our first look at the special Smash Bros. Edition Nintendo Switch, with the original characters on the dock decal, and one of the Joy-Cons just has a line through it. That's the best part. Sure hope we get to see that box. But then the Nintendo Direct draws to a close, but before we end off, one final thing, the screen fades into what looks like a new Animal Crossing game. I mean, it looks exactly like Switch Animal Crossing game would look like. The last full Animal Crossing game we got was on the 3DS in 2012. The only suspicious standout is that the bottom of the screen lists not actual gameplay footage, which is a strange thing to say about footage that looks exactly like game footage. The popular secretary introduced in Animal Crossing New Leaf gets her work done as she contemplates what the mayor, villager, is up to when he's not smashing or camping.
Camping and smashing. Sounds like a good weekend to me.
Until the mailman Pete delivers an important letter to Isabelle. And the Smashers already know where this is going. You could even see the seal for a little bit before Isabelle opens it, but when she does...
Smash. Smash, please. Smash. Smash.
Oh! Isabelle Smash! Oh my god! Oh yes! Yes! Is she her own character?
No! No! No way! What? Are you kidding me?
Isabelle, come home! Let's go, Isabelle!
Is she an Echo or is she a new kid? She's an Echo, a villager.
What? No way!
Let's go! Are you serious? No. You dead ass right now, son?
Okay, so she is an Echo? No, she's not.
What's interesting specifically about Isabelle is that this reveal trailer has two specific reactions you need to look out for when watching other people. The first reaction, not a whole lot of shock, but excitement that Isabelle is playable in the game. The second reaction is absolute shock when everyone learns in unison that she's an original character. Different grab, different gyroid, different stop sign, and like anything in the Smash community, this started arguments. Just like the port versus new game debates prior to E3, they added her character trailer to the website and she had her own corresponding number. It didn't have the little epsilon next to it. And yet it was still an argument whether she was an Echo fighter or not. But once that passed and everyone came to their senses, a new argument started out of the rubble of the previous one, and that is the slots. I'm not talking about gambling, baby. You think by now, we're all adults, we'd move on from the whole stealing slots thing, but here we are. I will neither confirm nor deny if I was involved or not. I'm already embarrassed enough by this kid. The general consensus, though, is that she was cute and she's a popular character. Funny story, because the direct was delayed, it was actually pushed back to a weekday, so I was at school, but I still wanted to watch the direct with a group of friends in a call, maybe, like all my favorite reactioneers. But all my real friends were busy, so I told this to someone I shared a lunch period with, And they said, hey, we can watch it in my Discord server. Should have been the first red flag. So I thought, you know, whatever, the more the merrier. At this point in my life, I like meeting new people, especially online. So I got home from school, I hopped on my dinky little laptop, and the call was just me, my lunch buddy, and a third guy I didn't know who seemed insufferable. So when I saw the Isabel reveal and some of her moves, all I said was, aw, cute. To which this guy replied, ew! What are you, a fucking furry? Which is an insane response to someone saying the dog that looks more like a dog than a human is cute. Talk about projection. I think the lady doth protest too much. Oh, look at this cute little animal over here. Oh, dude, you totally would have fucked that animal. Go to jail. I thought she was cute. But the direct isn't over yet. After Isabel shows her stuff, we cut to the most divorced dad in the entire video game universe, Tom Nook. The power goes out and you start to believe. Because if the Smash trailer that looked like gameplay footage was not gameplay footage, this bit is clearly CG. The only way Isabel not being an Echo Fighter makes sense is if there's another character who's an Echo Fighter of her. But no, we got duped. It's just stupid Animal Crossing for the Switch. Wait.
And have a Switch Animal Crossing. Next year, dude, we're gonna get a new generation of Pokemon. Probably Metroid Prime 4. A new Animal Crossing. A new Luigi's Mansion. 2019 is looking sick already.
Oh, no. Don't worry, there will be more speculation left in the week that isn't about deserving a slot. I mean, of course she's not an Echo. She's got a fishing rod that isn't her grab. I'm sure that also won't have terrible consequences later. I saw it firsthand. I was in the trenches, on the front lines. Heavy is the head of that who has a friend who named Isabel in Smash Ultimate. No, actually, the 2 points of speculation were about a cardboard box and Vergeben. Because although Law is 18 had kind of fallen out of public favor and kind of had a public breakdown, I think is what this is, Vergeben is only raised in stock because they have yet to publicly get anything wrong. Even if you believe the K-Rool DMs, they didn't post that. And remember, they said Isabel would be playable in the game. Granted, they said she would be an Echo Fighter, but they later explained this by saying that their source likely just saw images of Isabel and assumed she was an Echo Fighter, which, to be fair, completely fair assumption, but iffy. It's fair, but it's questionable. So if the flower is to in fact be believed, I mean, we're 3 for 3 right now. That means we're gonna get Incineroar, Ken, Minecraft, and a Square character? All of this info was gathered together in Billy Bo's video titled The History of Vergeben Smash Leaks. Is he still credible? Question mark? On which a young Ultra left the comment, so going by all this info, he listed 3 characters still going to come, so the have a dozen after E3. To be correct, the first 3 were Simon K-Rool and Izzy, so Echoes don't count. Assuming Ken is an Echo, there is still one more character he hasn't spelled yet. Pretty messed up. He called Isabel Izzy with 2 Z's. These videos are years in the making. You ever watch a movie or a show and you're like, they're laying on this foreshadowing a little too thick? That's life, baby. So I'm gonna translate real quick. I think he was talking about the don't expect too many new challengers, and Vergeben listed multiple, but 4 characters revealed between September and December isn't that far off. It's not super out of the realm of possibility, or it wouldn't have been if not for... Okay, so from the top, the special edition bundle mentioned prior with the Steelbook and controller all comes within one box, and this box was officially listed for purchase after the Direct. And you may think that's a little too early to have a listing in September for a game that comes out in November, but the special Switch edition that comes preloaded with Smash Ultimate on it actually comes out November 2nd. A month prior to the game's release. They have ways around it. They kind of have to list these things early lest they be leaked by another distributor. They thought of everything because the official promo image only shows up to King K. Rool and leaves the other slots blank. We only see half of the cast on the side that is shown to us, but they're still in number order. So by tracking the characters' numbers by appearance order, we could determine who is on the other side. And with Isabel added, we only have 1 extra slot left. However, Echo Fighters are listed next to their base characters, and by counting the characters on the right, we can determine that there's also an extra slot at the bottom of the side we can't see. Quick translation, this just means because of the numbering, the most recent characters are at the bottom, so we're likely to get an Echo Fighter of a specific group of some of the final characters to be added to Smash 4. The list of 8 characters that could yield an Echo Fighter are Palutena, Pac-Man, Robin, Shulk, Bowser Jr., Duck Hunt, Cloud, or Ryu. And I think we all know what this means. We're either getting the baby carriage or Miss Pac-Man. Finally, I get to be right. Or, you know, Ken from Street Fighter. That's fine, I guess. And, you know, Sakurai said not to expect too many new challenges, but by this point in September, with a sizable gap leading into December, I did not believe there were only 2 characters left to be revealed, and I definitely didn't believe those characters would be Ken and Incineroar. I feel like we've been here before. I guess he's right, but it was normal to be skeptical at the time. How could a promotional box reveal the roster? And even if they only had up to K. Rool, they likely would have set up the roster like this anyway, as it's the most aesthetically pleasing. I guess we'll just have to wait and see until the box comes out. Ignore that. This will become more of a problem in the near future. Things are heating up in the Total Drama fandom as we got 4 potential leaks to yell at each other about. Of course, we still have the box theory, and maybe it's just the specific focus group of people I watch, but it seemed like it was kind of falling out of public favor, at least, again, for the people I was watching. Because, again, for better or for worse, everyone has a bias, so once all the sleuthing died down and people realized, oh, the only characters we're gonna get now are Ken and Incineroar, they circled back to, actually, no, this isn't true. Like, whether they believed it or not, they didn't want to believe it, and I don't blame them. And it's not even about the specific characters, just are we really to believe that the final roster number got leaked by a corporate mock-up that wasn't even made by Nintendo? And it's not like they couldn't have changed it later. I mean, the Everyone Is Here banner art, the characters get switched around all the time as they add new ones. I mean, in a game where they've been focusing on numbers so often, there's this amount of songs and this amount of stages and this amount of items. Incineroar, the final character, would be fighter number 69. You think they're gonna end on that? Was this all an elaborate bit? Vergeben would later double down after the result of the box theory and say it was for sure going to be Ken and Incineroar. But what does this person know? Sure, they predicted every other thing that ended up being right, but what about the Square character? And what about the Square character, Minecraft? Vergeben did reply in response to these criticisms that it would likely be DLC. Maybe we'll get another Mewtwo situation where the first DLC fighter will be announced before the release of the console game. And it's gotta be something as big as Mewtwo to sell people on that everyone would want to buy. And if it's a Square character, what if it's Geno? Later in the same speculation week, someone tweeted out a fan-made Sora Smash splash screen to which co-creator of Kingdom Hearts responded with, yes, and then promptly deleted the tweet. We're in another logic loop as, yes, it is interesting. It doesn't really get us closer to a specific answer. Maybe he just said yes because he likes the idea. If Sora was going to be in Smash, why would he comment this on a clearly fan-made render? Alternatively, Smash plans are years in the making, so maybe they already gave up the rights to Sora and this guy just hasn't seen the official render yet and thought it was officially announced all of a sudden and responded, oh yes, and then realizing it was fake, quickly deleted the tweet. Maybe he was just having some fun with some fans, trying to be an actual living person, and then one of his higher-ups got in his ear and told him to delete it. You see what I mean? It's interesting, but we're still at a standstill. It is equally true and not true. But the general idea from the wider internet at large, who definitely understands how NDAs work, said that if Sora was in plans to be in this game, that he could not tweet this. Probably, maybe. I need a better lawyer. Speaking of obsessions with numbers, reputable gaming and manga magazine CoroCoro. Again, anyone who's ever rode the Pokemon hype train, you know they mean business. Like, people have faked CoroCoro scans, a lot of which are objectively hilarious, but the official ones have never been wrong. They listed the final number of stages in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as 108. For those of you still keeping score, the last time we got a number like this was during the August Direct, where after getting the Castlevania stage, it was said we had 103 stages, meaning that if we are to get 108, let's do the math, there's 5 more yet to be announced. And it makes more sense. If we need 2 more characters to round out this box for symmetry, along with a possible DLC button, we'll likely need exactly 5 stages to round out this select screen. But it's when we combine these theories that things get messy. Because up until this point, Echo Fighters have not gotten new stages. Even King K. Rool didn't get a new stage, neither did Isabelle. So if we are going to get Ken and Incineroar, then we'd maybe get a Sun and Moon stage, since that game isn't represented with a stage yet, but Ken wouldn't get anything, which would then leave us with 4 more stages if these are our 2 characters. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe there was a Monster Hunter stage Ancestral Step teased during the Rathalos section of the Direct. Maybe the vague Minecraft representation just means we're gonna get a Minecraft stage and not a character. I mean, honestly, if you're thinking about the most iconic thing about Minecraft, it's the world, and I guess the enemies, but they could be on the stage.
Guessing Minecraft
is really, like, I just wouldn't believe it if somebody said, yeah, I think Minecraft's going to be in the game. It would be like saying Sans from Undertale is, like, going to be in the game.
Right? This guy gets it. Just for shits and giggles, let's bring in the Snipper Clip stage 2. The song has to mean something. While this speculation was happening, Source Gaming found and published a bunch of official renders of the alternate costumes of Smash characters found in Nintendo Press Asset Library. If I looked really proud saying that line, is because for the last 5 minutes I've been saying Nintendo Press Asset Library, Nintendo Press Asset Library to 1, remember it, and 2, make sure I didn't bite my tongue. And while it was cool to see official Inkling and Mario renders, the main headline was this thing. A Yoshi skin inspired by his appearance in the upcoming Yoshi's Crafted world that looks too similar. I hope it's more noticeable in the game. I feel like this Yoshi alt is easy to miss. Sorry, past Andrew, it was not. Is anyone gonna mention that we found proof of the Meta Ridley skin? No. Forget all that because Yoshi ties in with more stage speculation. Remember, out of the few stages currently missing from previous Smash games, Yoshi's Woolly World is one of them. And maybe it just took the team a little bit longer to get scrolling stages ready for Stage Morph because, again, the game wasn't finished when they started revealing stuff, so maybe the extra 5 we're gonna get are Woolly World, Icicle Mountain, Rainbow Road, Rumble Falls, and Poke Floats. Or, stay with me here. What if we do get 5 new characters, all of which are from new series or games that haven't been represented in Smash, so they get a tie-in stage? And it doesn't just have to end at those 5. I mean, if we got Echo Fighters, they wouldn't need their own stages. It can go as high as, I don't know, 7, 8? We still haven't seen the Shadow Assist trophy, and there was a theory circulating around this time that the Isabelle reveal was a last-minute change. The Direct was pushed back because of a real earthquake in Japan. We know this. So what if the character they initially intended to show off in this Direct used a move that caused earthquakes, so they had to cut it outright? I don't think they would delete a character they already made from a fighting game just because of a real-world tragedy, but I do believe that they would specifically cut it out of a Direct that was delayed because of that real-world tragedy. Kind of slightly related, there are multiple Pokemon anime episodes that never aired in the West because of their similarities to real-world tragedies. And it just so happens that Isaac Golden Sun is a Venus adept, which means he can use the powers of the Earth, thus making an earthquake. Thank you, Google.com. I've never played any of the Golden Sun games, and yet I still know more about most Smash speculation sources. I love Isaac Golden Sun. I don't even know anything about him other than what if he's in Smash, but I love him for it. I'll have you know I was in the comment section of a block content video about this exact topic. The Isabelle reveal trailer also came with an Animal Crossing announcement. I'm pretty sure she was always intended for the September Direct. Also, she's number 68, the number right next to King K. Rool. All right, respectable comment, past Andrew. I'm honestly surprised. Some people can be so disrespectful. So I found another comment on another video. It's not my comment, or the response to it is, but this initial comment is not me, it's just some other guy. No, that's stupid. Look, I understand the earthquake in Japan was bad, but that does not give you the excuse to delete Isaac completely. That is a big smack in the face to the fans and people deserve to get their characters. Also, why the hell would you have Incineroar as the last character reveal? This is such an unhyped reveal. If anyone should be the last character, it should be Geno. You leave it off with one of the most requested Smash characters, it has to be Geno. To which Teenage Andrew responded, "Wow, man, you sound really entitled." Insane. I don't care if it's cringe to hype yourself up. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a completely different person than him. He's just some kid I know, and honestly, I'm really proud, and I was so used to being ashamed of him. But in all fairness, why would they end with both of these characters? One of which is an Echo Fighter. I mean, they revealed 5 new characters in August, and that Direct ended with the reveal of one of the most requested characters that was high up on the Smash ballot. And we started with something incredibly similar in Ridley. You mean to tell me Super Smash Bros. Speculation is going to end anticlimactically? Unheard of. No, I refuse to believe this. We have to end this with another hype character like Banjo-Kazooie or Geno or Crash Bandicoot, also known as Crash B, or an image of Ken in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate leaks on 4chan days later. Fuck! Okay, so fine, another image leak. It started with a post of a zoomed in Ken that the Anons questioned, but then almost immediately after was followed by a more zoomed out picture with Ivysaur, Pichu, Ken giving a thumbs up, and Pac-Man hitting his Cappy taunt. And there are a lot of little details here, for better or for worse. We haven't seen Pichu in any of the playable demos yet, so this would be a pretty hard character to fake. Although Pichu's ear in the portrait is cut off, even though we've seen in the trailer prior that that is not the case. And while we're on portraits, sure, Ken's face doesn't look like it belongs to already existing render. Ken's portrait is transparent, so we can't make out any further intricacies, but to be fair, that is something that happens in the game when a character is directly behind them. It makes sense, but it's just awfully convenient. The characters are on the Moray Tower stage, but without any ink. While that could make it seem more fake, how would they be able to show part of the stage we haven't seen yet? There are specific things about this leak that you would think discredit it, but actually add more credence. Like how Ken and Pac-Man clip through the stage, you would think that's a mistake, but it actually happens in-game. And people even went to the Best Buy demo that was dropped shortly after to try and replicate this shot, and it's eerily similar. The timer hasn't moved, but the debug menu is also clearly open. It's a shame none of the most vocal people knew anything about coding, so we could have seen if that was accurate or not. So what happened? Where are we? It's seeming more and more like Ken is a sure thing, and while this does coincide with what Verg said, doesn't necessarily mean they're right. If we gather anything from this week, it's the argument between 2 characters and more characters. Ken could be included in either of those. And even if we do get 5 characters with echoes on top, Ken being added wouldn't change the stage counter at all. Box Theory and Vergeben support final 2 characters being Incineroar and Ken, but the Earthquake Theory and the leaked stage counter support there being more. The Ken leak kind of supports both. We could get Isaac and another Echo Fighter in Shadow because we still have yet to see his assist trophy, beloved Ballot characters to end it off like Banjo-Kazooie or Geno, and on top of that, we could still get Ken. This is all still possible. We can hope, at least. All right, more comments to read. On Papagino's video about Korokoro, final roster, final stage count, the little boy commented, "We're taking the long road to Geno. I can still believe I'm inhaling 7 stars copium. Just so you know, while I'm filming this, I have never played Mario RPG, but when you're seeing this, whether that be end of November or otherwise, I will have played the remake."
Oh my god!
Dude. Switchforce compiled a list of comment suggestions to which September 2018 Andrew commented, "We've gone full circle. We went from echoes are much better than clones to these echoes are taking up slots." Now, would you believe me if I told you I left this comment because they said Miss Pac-Man would be a waste of a slot? I don't care if the Ken leak looks legit, we could still get Miss Pac-Man, damn it. Fake or not, it's refreshing to see image leaks again. I'm tired of the random 4chan posts like, "I worked on the demo, here's a boring list." I'm beginning to realize that although a lot of my opinions and the way I've gone about engaging with the internet has changed a lot in becoming an adult, from an ideological standpoint, I still stand by what I said. Not a lot has changed there. It's been 5 years, maybe when you're saying this, 6 years. Scary. I'm probably going to talk more about this at the end of this video. I probably have it in my script somewhere. I'm just getting ahead of it right now. Yeah, this was going to come out in October, or if it was going to come out in October 2023, it would have marked the 2-year mark since the final Smash Ultimate character in Sora was added. If it was released in December, it would have marked the 5th-year anniversary of the game being out, and November would have coincided with new Geno game in Super Mario RPG Remake, and also the middle point between those two. If you're seeing this anytime after it, just pretend it coincides with, I don't know, let me know if the new Switch has been announced or not. A lot of these comments, and I mean a lot of them, were left on Game Explain's weekly roundup video about our regular blog posts. You really gotta leave these guys alone. I don't know if I was a huge fan or if they just had the most curated channel for information. Well, we did get a closer look at the Shovel Knight assist trophy and the Pikachu and Ganondorf character trailers. We've already seen those, but there's 3 pieces of important info that I want to focus on. This is not important to Smash Ultimate at all, but this video is about memories and nostalgia and my story of 2018. I don't know when else I'm going to be able to talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it here. Aside from Mario and Pokemon, I didn't know anything about Nintendo when I played my first Smash game. It's why my main was Blue Yoshi. I had seen him on my television. And that's true with a lot of characters that were abandoned and left in Smash Bros, like Captain Falcon. Any kid born after 2000s has not played an F-Zero game. All they know is charge their phone. Again, that joke was written way before I knew of F-Zero 99's existence, so the children yearn for F-Zero. I wasn't old enough to know what an Earthbound was, but I was old enough to watch Adult Swim all the time and learn other things I shouldn't have. So when I played Brawl as a kid, I spent a lot of time on the O-Net stage, probably my second most played stage below Halberd, and number 3 is the Pikmin stage because of the funny language I didn't understand. I thought it was funny that there was a sign for drug store. I was old enough to know that drugs were funny, but not old enough to know that a drugstore is a real thing. I knew what drugs were, but I didn't know what a pharmacy was. I thought they had sold like meth on this stage, and I wasn't fully wrong. All right, time to get back to speculation. The Isabelle character trailer was followed by a song from Happy Home Designer, an Animal Crossing spin-off, and this is not a new trend. Previous reveals were also followed by these weekly songs which coincided with the character's reveal, like Gangplank or Bloody Tears. And if we're believing the insensitive Isaac earthquake theory and assuming that Isabelle was quickly rushed and put here in his place, then why would the song planned for this week also be an Animal Crossing song to coincide with her reveal? Because we know they switched a lot of posts around because of the earthquake, but most of them were lined up ahead of time. Why would they show the song here and not weeks later whenever she was intended to be announced? Oh, there's a lot of comments here. It looks like Isabelle's recovery sends her into freefall, so she probably can't combine the tether and recovery, but do one instead of the other. Shovel Knight might be more synonymous with indie games than Meat Boy now, but does Ganon have his stomp? Oh god, it's like he saw the future. 2018 little shit teenage Andrew is back to starting shit in the comment sections of other people's videos. Someone who was not me, this isn't a bit, I'm legitimately not me, said, anyone else hear the recent leaks about the possible Minecraft content in Smash and Steve possibly being a character? I honestly don't know how I feel about it. A part of me was like, yeah, it is one of the biggest games of this decade, and it would really make sense. But another part is like, Minecraft really isn't a part of Nintendo history that much. To which the kid came back with, I mean, it was on 3 Nintendo consoles, that's gotta be worth something. Boom. And that was very brave of me. Some of you may be doo-doo diaper babies, so you don't know. I don't make my videos for kids, but I can't control the internet. Despite being the best-selling game of all time, there was like a 3-year period from 2015 to 2018 where Minecraft was not cool at all. You would get made fun of for talking about it. Some would call it cringe. Nobody stopped liking the game, and I never stopped playing it during this time. It was just not a popular thing to discuss on the internet anymore. The most popular things about it were, look how weird these kids' channels are. I had a joke here originally that said, I wish Minecraft would die off again because some of the high-profile people that play it now, but I will keep that to myself. Honestly, not a whole lot happened this week, at least not speculation-wise. This is the first time in my compiled playlist of hype videos since E3 that there have been days without videos. I mean, some people speculated that Minecon, which was happening this week, would show off something, whether that be a stage or character, but it didn't. There was a new theory called blog theory, which is kind of interesting, but we don't need to do the dramatic title card for this one. The theory basically states that we've been getting these character trailers posted on the blog every week since E3, 3 or 4 at a time. So if we are to believe that we're going to continue getting the same amount of character trailers leading up to release, then we would need roughly about 7 or 8 new characters. Because every time there is a new character reveal, we get their character trailer on the blog instead of the previous ones we've already seen. But that's only if we are to believe that we're going to get consistent character trailers up until the release of the game. It's also just as likely, if not incredibly more likely, that they'll just slow down on posting the character trailers. It's just interesting to note because the number a lot of people concluded prior to this was 5, with maybe 2 or so Echo Fighters rounding up to 7 or 8. And you know what? I think that's a perfectly respectable number. Anyway, let's see what Sakurai has to say in his weekly Famitsu column. He basically says, paraphrasing, I may have gone too far in a few places. Legitimately, he says that they went a little overboard in the August Direct and are going to slow down after that and to not expect as many characters as were revealed in that Direct. I mean, 2 months immediately following E3, we have 8 newcomers, and then 2 months after that, we have Isabelle. And Isabelle is cool, it's just her. That being said, the Furious 5 were revealed in a Smash Ultimate exclusive Direct, and most of E3 was based around Smash Ultimate. It was their big hot ticket game. So it makes sense that there would be one character reveal in a general Nintendo Direct. If we want multiple characters, it would need to be in a Smash Direct. Or we could believe Sakurai when he said not to expect too many new challengers, or believe what he literally just said, which is that they're slowing down and revealing less characters than what they did in August. But what if he's a liar? What if it's all a ruse? Are there any other theories I should know about?
There's a little bit of a theory going around that John from Game Explain is actually secretly leaking us information. Basically, he's predicted things like Kirby's epic yarn for the 3DS.
Keep a pin in that. They showed off the Moon Assist Trophy, Lucina, Brinstar, Deathsai, and Lucario. Interesting point though, remember last week we got an Animal Crossing song to coincide with Isabelle, and the theory was that every time there was a new character, the song we would get revealed was tied to their series. This week we got a Pokemon song, and if we are to expect like Incineroar, why wouldn't they save the Pokemon song for that? I don't think this deconfirms Incineroar. I do think it deconfirms this song theory. But on the other side of the coin, Smash represents individual Pokemon generations as different games. It's why people were speculating we would get a Sun and Moon stage, because the last 3 generations were repped as a stage. Even if we don't get a new Pokemon, which come on, we're always going to get a new Pokemon, we might at least get a new stage. All this song confirms, if we are to believe song theory, is that we're definitely not getting a Gen 3 Pokemon. Let's throw a random one out there. Like, I don't know, Gardevoir, for example. Okay, the important speculation is over. Can I talk about my personal life now? I know that's why you clicked on the Smash video. Earlier, I talked about Sylvagunna and the Infinity War jokes and Waluigi because the way this game impacts memes and internet culture at large is just as important as the game itself. The splash screen character reveal was also all over the place at this time, but there are specific corners of the internet, while not obscure, I'm sure most people have encountered at least one in their life, aren't super popular. It's definitely a niche community. I'm glad that people got into Total Drama and Portal because of me, but my proudest achievement is that I've snuck Jake and Amir clips in all the latest videos, and a couple people have asked me, hey, what series is this from? And I got to put them on my favorite web series. Because anyone who's seen the show and also heard me talk knows how much it influenced me and ruined my vocabulary. That's how you know something really impacted me. I quote a lot of stuff I've seen. This year, 2018, not this year, but this year I'm standing in right now. Again, I got really obsessed with Xavier Renegade Angel, and then made all my friends watch it, and basically all our lingo talking to each other, which is quoting the episodes back to front, top to bottom. It's a very quotable show, but the 2 things that have irreparably impacted my vocabulary the most are Jake and Amir and YouTube poops. Also maybe Deadlock, but you guys don't like wrestling. We've been over this. I've started and stopped writing multiple videos about YouTube poops because while I consumed them regularly and have been watching them ever since I was a kid and had my favorite niche creators, I don't know a whole lot about the history. It's not my story to tell. But there are certain YouTube poops like Spingebill and iCarly that me and my group of high school senior friends that I'm still kind of friends with to this day, quote, nonstop. If you met us in real life, we're insufferable. Fresh Prince of Blair. And from time to time, big YTPers make a collab where they compile multiple different poopers together to make one giant long video about a similar topic. And on September 27th, the Super Smash Bros. YTP collab was released by Shafrillis Productions. That's right, before Shaf was making some of the best video essays on this platform, I knew him as the Pooper Guy. And they kind of popped off with this one. Rave reviews from Teenage Andrew in the comments like, never once in a long YTP collab have I gotten all the references, but I think I knew pretty much all the bits. This shit ruined my vocabulary for a good month. I think I mentioned it earlier, but it bears repeating. Still to this day, I quote the Splalps bit. The Splalps. Splalps. And there's more. I rewatched it for this video and I laughed, but not my normal video manly laugh. All right, you guys have never actually heard my real laugh. I'm a giggler. And past Andrew was right. This video is packed full of references that I thought I was the only one who understood. Crazy stick figure randomness, Clay World, and I mean, come on. Dinosaurs will turn to dust. They'll die because we say they must. You guys know me. In a video full of me bowing down to other creators and I guess co-workers in a really weird roundabout way, I never really mentioned Shafrillis because despite making multiple Smash Ultimate videos, none of them were ever really serious, but just know that a decent chunk of the playlist I compiled for this is genuine speculation And also, will Thanos or Oscar Sharktail be in the game? Shout out Shay Frillis and all the other poopers involved. Thank you for making a teenager really annoying during September 2018. It's not your fault. Really, it's my fault. Andrew also commented on a different video, DLC doesn't specify paid DLC. It could just be an extra update like Mario Tennis Aces Day 1. But yeah, even before watching this, I knew it was fake on another Billy Bo video. But yeah, no, there's no way they're not charging us for DLC. Your homework tonight is to watch 25 YouTube poops, regardless of length and regardless of quality. Whoa, they're right on our tail! Also check out the Gmod Idiot Box. This is no longer about Smash Bros. Also, I wrote that bit earlier about Clay World before Robert Benfer commented on my YouTube video. My job is weird. The previous week, there were multiple different theories and little leaks and little bits of speculation that led us to speculate on what the final roster number would be. But this week's theme is that there was a lot of actual information that led the community to believe we would be getting new information very soon. The character trailer playlist on the Japanese YouTube channel had updated days prior, and this was after Isabelle had already been added to it. And our classic internet sleuths crunched the numbers and realized that the playlist was updated twice prior to this. Once, 10 days before Simon and Richter, and the second time, 10 days before Isabelle. Meanwhile, the new banner that was on top of the newest characters on the Smash Bros. Website was removed. And while by this point Isabelle wasn't new, it's still pretty soon to remove that, considering she's the most recent character. And the last time that happened was right before the August Direct. And if we're already throwing random numbers together, the August Direct was announced August 5th, and the September Direct was announced September 5th. Regardless of when the Directs actually took place and delays, they were both still announced on the 5th. And the August Direct was announced during EVO, and we have the Big House coming up, which runs from October 5th to October 8th. I'm gonna read this out loud because I want you to know that I wrote this bit prior to October 2023 when we got some more news. At the time, this seemed likely because Nintendo seemed to finally be supporting the competitive community with this game before they said, oops, actually, never mind, no takesies backsies. This is before all their bullshit rules. They've been doing this for years. Also, Minecon was this week. Could they announce something there? Maybe Minecraft adjacent? No. It happened and they didn't announce anything. Regardless of when it would happen, excluding July, ever since E3, we've gotten a new reveal every month, the 2 months prior to October. Those specific 2 months prior, we got some information at the very first week of those months. And I don't mean blog information like a Cap'n Assist Trophy or a Sheik or Fox character trailer or Saffron City or a Tomodachi Life remix. It's still insane to me that Nintendo has yet to port this game. Actually, you know what? I'm recording this months in advance. Maybe they announce this in the future. What's the future like? Especially weird that they did port Miitopia, because I played the shit out of this game, Tomodachi Life, when I was a teen. Also Mimikyu Spotlight, just to rub it in. It is worth noting, though, that for whatever reason, Fox's character trailer was followed by a new post on the American Smash blog called a flashback. You'll remember earlier that we talked about how the Japanese blog site only gets these posts called memories revolving around the debut game of the fighter. But now, all of a sudden, single-digit weeks to release, we get one for Fox? The theory behind the reason they didn't post any of these in America prior is because this is actually going to be a mode in the game, and they just didn't nail down the naming yet. Why it took them so long to think of flashback over memories when they could have just also called it memories, and also flashback is not that hard to come up with? Who's to say? But longtime Smash fans will know that Smash Bros. Brawl had a mode called Masterpieces where you could play bits from games the fighters were taken from. It's just weird that this many weeks into the blog, they only recently started doing it, and just with Fox in the middle of the week, and not for Sheik, who was shown off days prior. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, October.
The jack-o'-lantern.
I know I keep pulling back the curtain. I'm gonna read exactly what that said. I wrote in my fucking script, if I'm doing my job right, you should be seeing this video in October. Fuck me. Like this video if you're seeing this October 2023. Whoa, what a fucking idiot. That guy doesn't know what month it is. Like this video if you're watching this November 2023. What the hell is that guy talking about? Like this video if you're watching it in December 2023. Like this video if you're watching this in 2024. Anyway, we got some footage of people going to Best Buy's demo this week, competing and winning cool pins. And the Best Buy demos are specifically being pulled October 5th. Maybe so they could roll out a new announcement and make a new demo with some maybe new characters. Maybe after a direct. Maybe. We were starving. I keep using that as an excuse.
And Bill Trinan tweeted 72 hours remain. So does that mean 72 hours till we get some news about, you know, I don't know, some Nintendo Direct or something? Does that, you know, point to Skull Kid? Does it point to Skull Kid being the character we're about to get?
You see what I mean by starved? But that's only the beginning of speculation. While a lot of people did believe we would just be getting Ken and Incineroar, the argument was kind of split on whether those two would be the final characters or not. Because regardless, Ken is a sure thing. I think in general, everyone believed this leak with the thumbs up. But Andrew, what about box theory? Well, recently, and by recently I mean October 2018. We're not in the future yet, buddy, or the present. There was a download code for this game that you could physically buy in Japan. Weird thing to buy physically, but you know what, to each their own. But early October, you could buy this card. Well, you couldn't if you didn't live in Japan, but you get my point. This was a final finished product they intended to sell to people and did sell to people in Japan. And the card also had 2 missing slots, only up to Isabelle. Granted, the spots were next to Isabelle and Ryu, hinting that the new character revealed would be a new character and, well, Ken. But what I'm more interested in is that this proved that Nintendo is fully willing to sell promotional material that does not have the finished roster yet. So maybe we do get a reveal early October. It's Ken and Incineroar. They get added to the box is then sold, people can buy the box, but we still have more character reveals later to happen that just won't be on the box. Is that wishful thinking and kind of dumb? Yes, but what's the harm in believing a little bit? It's all in good fun. It's not like this could start a massive flame war and get multiple people legitimately mad at each other and kind of poison the hype train right before the game's release. That'd be ridiculous. That was gonna be the perfect transition into next week, but again, kind of fell out of Pokemon at the time. I completely forgot about Meltan. And although I will buy the game, because I always buy Pokemon games, I'm a part of the problem. I wasn't super into the Let's Go game. It's kind of like the same story with Mario 3D World. At the time, I didn't like it because it wasn't what I needed. New 3D Mario game on the new console, new mainline Pokemon game, but with the retrospect of having those games now with Odyssey and Sword and Shield, and also Scarlet and Violet, I can now appreciate these individual games for what they are rather than what they aren't. Oh, also the comments. I don't believe the card theory, but the 2 spaces missing are next to Ryu and Isabelle, which is where Ken and Incineroar would go. Just saying. Okay, so again, I'm writing these weeks at a time, and we're actually beginning to say the same things, and it's starting to scare me. I promise you I write these weeks at a time while doing my research. You are hearing me in real time get spooked at how similar my writing in 2018 is to my writing in 2023. I don't need to correct myself there, because I did write this in 2023, regardless of what fucking year you're seeing this video. Speaking of which, it turns out the Papagino's video I used the Majora's Mask clip prior as a joke. I actually left a comment on. We might be reaching a little. 72 hours remain is just from the game. Papagino's responds again. He really didn't need to. True, but maybe it's a hint since he tweeted about Metal Gear before we got Snake, and we might get Smash info soon. And this kid, in the presence of a YouTuber he liked, immediately drops his argument. Hey man, just want you to know that out of all the Smash speculation people, you're like the only one who replies and actually starts a dialogue. Love your stuff, man. Still stand by what I said though. And by that, of course, the kid meant is, how come every YouTuber doesn't respond to my comments? And now, as an adult and a YouTuber, oh, I get it. You can only be called Jay Schlatt so many times before you start to lose it a little bit. Thanks. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's probably just an MM reference / joke, but it's still interesting he said it. Listen, I'm still a fan of Papagino's to this day. I just feel a little disappointed that this kid kind of dropped it too easily. Where's your follow through? You caved because a YouTuber you like responded to you? On one hand, this is really embarrassing, and maybe I wouldn't do this today. On the other hand, I absolutely love getting comments like this. Oh my god, I love your stuff. So it brings a smile to my face, so I'll allow it. It was just meant to be private, in a public comment. You know what? Forget it. Ericsson Gaming made 2-part videos about potential Echo fighters, and you'll never guess what the kid said. Baby carriage for Bowser Jr. The 8 skins can be all the Baby Mario characters instead of the Koopa kids. What about Classic Link? I'm talking huge nose, yellow band, brown hair, etc. I look at the Papa comments and cringe at my younger self. I look at these comments and realize nothing has changed. This is proof, by the way, that I've had this baby carriage idea for years. At least when it comes to Baby Carriage and Classic Link. I am very deadly serious about Baby Carriage and Classic Link. Let's throw Miss Pac-Man in there too. Billy Bo made a video about a clearly fake leak that was emailed to him for some reason. And while everything is either a Smash 4 mod or an already existing render, the Shantae one looks surprisingly good. What if Shantae is real, but the dude filled the screen with a ton of obvious fake leaks to cover their tracks? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Kid Andrew was joking. I hope. And the final comment is just a kid complaining about a compilation of victory screen animations, which is now unlisted. Cappy seems like an afterthought. Everything else in the game is from Wii U downward. I'd say at most they had concept art of Cappy during development. Could you tell that my favorite Switch game, and really only Switch game at the time, was Mario Odyssey? And Celeste. I played the fuck out of that game. We mentioned earlier that the blog posts character trailers every week and that there's only so many left. And because of this realization, this fake 4chan leaker realized this was the perfect target for posting bullshit. Like, if there's only about 20 characters yet to be posted on the blog, and some of them could coincide with specific dates, it isn't that hard to make a lucky guess. You just make a text post where you say, oh, this character is going to be on the blog, and then put a bunch of characters you like below it. The first green text to pop up said that they had insider info, and the way to prove this is that they said that the next character trailer posted on the blog would be Wii Fit Trainer. And lo and behold, October 7th's character trailer was Wii Fit Trainer. Oh, by the way, nothing was announced at October 5th. I feel like I grazed over that. Of course, when Wii Fit Trainer was posted, it coincided with National Sports Day, which is a major holiday in Japan and is always the second Monday of October. At the end of the day, all these leaks are just a part of discussion and are more thought experiments than anything actually concrete. People only picked up on this leak because although it listed popular characters like Gino, Incineroar, and Ken, it also said that Zeraora, a Gen 7 mythical Pokemon, would be an Echo Fighter. An Echo of whom? It didn't say. It also specifically specified that Isaac Golden Sun was an assist trophy, which just seems cruel when you're making a fake leak. Echo of who? Lucario? The proportions line up, but they should have very different movesets. And then on the same video, minor note, I was watching the August Direct again today, and Sakurai said we have a few more to announce, talking about Echoes. If we get Ken, it's fair to assume we'll get at least one more Echo. Would you believe me if I told you this kid was failing math? It's also funny to note that even 2 months removed from it, I was still rewatching the August Direct over and over. I guess I wasn't too excited about Isabelle. Don't worry, Past Andrew, you'll have a legitimate reason to hate Isabelle once the game launches. Although at the time I was still pulling for more than 2 characters, it was more about the amount of characters than it was the individual ones. I was cool with Incineroar and Ken. I love Smash, I love Pokemon, I love wrestling. If Incineroar is in the game, he'll be the trifecta. I was left at 4:59, which means I was definitely on my lunch break. Refreshing to see him leave a positive comment while he scarfs down what barely constitutes as a sandwich. I ate those every day. Just to wrap up the comment section for this week, the kid also commented on Relaxalax's video about villain tropes. Talk about Porky, coward, which when I read, I assumed was about Smash, but upon rewatching the video, I'm not sure that's the case. Also, I remember not liking this video for whatever reason, so then I went back to rewatch it, and while I was watching it, I'm like, oh, this is just a good, normal Relaxalax video. But then I got to the end and realized it's because I hated Doki Doki Literature Club. If you're looking for another example of me being embarrassed by my past self, nope, I still fucking hate that game. If Incineroar being a mixture of fire-type cat who likes wrestling is the perfect thing tailor-made for me, then anime visual novel with a spooky gimmick is the game tailor-made to piss me off. People only care about it because it's anime. I'm not getting into this. Where was I? Oh yeah, fake leaks. Sure, we got posts about Dr. Mario and the Zero Assist Trophy and the boxing ring stage. Also, ID Purpose Remix or ID Purpose Remix, which I love because it sounds like a guy going bubba-dee-bubba. It seems that not understanding foreign languages has not left me in my old age. But all these posts did was thin the pot and make the next one easier to guess. Another Anon had insider information because he said Greninja would be the next character trailer, and it just so happened to coincide with the anniversary of X and Y. Another quick side note, not in the script, while I'm filming this, we've hit the 10th anniversary of X and Y. If I didn't already feel old, I'm decrepit as shit now. Who could have seen this coming? Clearly only a true insider could have guessed, I mean, know that. They said Karate Joe, Steve, and Incineroar would be in base game along with a huge amount of Echo Fighters. Dixie, Shadow, Ken, Dark, Meta Knight. It doesn't have Classic Link, Baby Carriage, or Miss Pac-Man. Scrap it. I'm gonna add Mike Jones to my list of desired Echo Fighters. Not because I think he's gonna be in, but because I think he's funny. And then also said Banjo, Bandana, and Dante would be DLC. It is interesting, though, to see the way all these fake leaks parrot real leaks, if we are to believe them, where it takes one reputable source to say, oh, there's probably going to be DLC for this game, where every fake leak after that is like, oh, here's the list of DLC characters. The only reason I'm bringing this up at all, aside from being annoyed by it, is kind of a slow week, but also it perfectly transitioned into the Greninja blog post. But the thing about these blog posts is that they didn't really tell us anything new because a large subset of people studied all these character trailers once they were posted in a playlist immediately following E3, and then also played the demo at all the different millions of places it was playable to see all the movesets for all the characters in the game. And I know I kind of stopped reading all these posts very early on, but Greninja's post reads, a ninja-like fighter that battles with moves like Water Shoryuken. Greninja can use a log to clever counterattacks, and this Pokemon can even stick to walls. During its final smash, it turns into Ash Greninja? Now, if you remember from one of the few things we actually talked about while going through all the character trailers earlier in June, is that there were a number of characters that didn't have their final smashes shown off. Greninja was one of them. But that blog post either outright says or hints that Greninja may be getting a new final smash in the form of Ash Greninja, which was an event released for Sun and Moon, but would also mark the first appearance of the anime protagonist in any form of reference in an official Smash game, unless you count the specific hats some of the Pokemon wear for their alt costumes, which I guess could be argued as references to the anime characters, even though a lot of those characters were taken directly from the game. Whether this was an accident or not, I think we now can all agree that Greninja does, in fact, have a new final smash for this game. We just haven't seen it yet. This could also mean something for characters like Yoshi or Young Link, whose character trailers also don't end with their final smash, and we haven't seen them playable at all yet. That is, if we are to believe that their final smashes missing from these character trailers mean that they are in fact going to get new ones, which why wouldn't they? I mean, why would they purposefully avoid showing the final smashes if they were just going to clone a different character? Just saying, I know we're speculating a specific handful of characters, but we still have yet to see the Skull Kid assist trophy, and also Isaac Golden Sun and Shadow, but really, who's counting? And I was going to end it there, but I feel like I need to call out my teenage self here for a second, if the point of this video is to be brutally honest about my time there in 2018. I came across this video.
But on this channel, I cannot stress enough!
Which is obviously very clearly a bit.
Say that was in this game is possible because of that leak and other leaks and other fucking leaks and shit. But there it is, picture, video, picture evidence of shit, a Banjo and Smash.
To which I commented, a little shitty teenager, invest in a mic.
Getting fired left and right, like holy shit. This is insane. Smash season has never been better.
Which is big talk for someone whose first video looked like this. 240p Andy. So I would like to use my platform and this time to formally apologize to Mario to Plumber. That was very wrong of me, and I shouldn't have said that. Clearly the joke went over my head for some reason. I'm sure I won't encounter this person at all in the future. And I also just considered deleting the comment and shame and not even bringing it up at all, but there's evidence and dinosaur bones around this because people responded to the comment. One from Plumber himself that said, "Don't you dare told I what to does," to which someone else responded, "They don't think it be like that, but it do." And I couldn't dare to take that comment string away from the internet. It's too important. I've talked about environmental storytelling before, where instead of being told information directly, you gather it by your surroundings. In the Portal video, I used the example of Skyrim, where you find a fire spell next to a burnt corpse and you could put it together without ever being told what happened. I bring this up because one of the major headlines this week is one of the big YouTubers that was allowed to capture footage of Smash Ultimate, like the actual non-demo version, used their minute to capture the main menu. Specifically the main menu theme, they couldn't show out the blurred green mode. And while I was doing research, I didn't actually watch the video, but I heard about this recording and immediately thought, there's no way they actually showed off the main menu theme, because the video wasn't the menu, it was just a song. And then I found the link to the video everyone was talking about, and the video was removed. Environmental storytelling. Well, that gives me all the answers I need. They wouldn't take down a video if it was fake. While that being said, it isn't really a leak because all the YouTubers who posted footage they captured from Ultimate had to go through Nintendo and they were allowed to post all their footage. Most of the footage we've gotten has been from a camera pointed at the screen. A direct feed is when the screen is captured directly from the game, like how Game Explain posts them. Speaking of Game Explain, barreling towards the end of the week, of course, we got to the end of the week roundup podcast that they do every week, where they talked about all the most important information in Smash speculation. At the time, I didn't really like these because, again, I was focused on every little thing, and I thought these guys weren't commenting on everything they should have. Come to realize, and it's just part of growing up, is they just weren't talking about the clearly bogus leaks. The tides have shifted. Of course, they talked about blog posts like Palutena and Cloud's character trailers, the Green stage, and Pokeball Pokemon Marshadow. Oh yeah, and Shulk. Good thing Shulk doesn't look like a photoshopped Little Mac anymore. That was a really funny joke at the time. It's because when the infamous ESRB leak happened for Smash 4, people would combat the leak by saying that Shulk was clearly just a photoshopped Little Mac render. It's not really funny if you have to explain it. Also, the new Flashman composition. You guys knew this was coming. Do we really have to do this every week? There's only so many left. That brings up an interesting point. Myself, from a couple seconds ago. Sure, we have a single-digit number of weeks left before the release, and we're never gonna run out of stages, but what about the rest? We talked about blog theory, but that doesn't really factor in Pokemon, or assist trophies, or even regular items. Do we have enough to reach launch date? I think we might need a direct soon. But that's not anything new. People were already saying that. People were saying it weeks ago, but October 5th passed and nothing was announced. Oh yeah, I forgot why I even brought this up. You guys could tell I clearly can't keep my head straight. I think this thing might be constricting my brain, actually. The leaked main menu theme, although the video was taken down, it was played during the Game Explained podcast, and as someone who has, in the future, played this game for hundreds of hours, yeah, that's the main menu theme. An actual leak, and it only took us... When did the Ken leak happen? Speaking of being told information, I assembled this playlist of videos based on who I was watching at the time and some newer faces, along with all the videos I commented on. And I do mean all of them. Around this time, Game Explained posted a video about the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee post-game, and this lad just commented, "Wait, what?" My hype for this game could not have been lower. Anyway, I do my own research to back up what is said and potentially true in these videos. That being said, again, my story starts specifically with Smash Ultimate speculation. I was never really in hype cycles other than Pokemon prior to this. So aside from Laws 18 and Vergeben, who have provable posts I can go back and look at, whenever people reference a leaker as credible, I kind of just have to believe them. What, am I supposed to look deep into the previous posts of every trustworthy source? Apparently, a credible leaker from Reset Era named Tansut leaked information we kind of already knew. Oh, brother. But they did say that apparently one of the leaks from the previous 5 months of speculation was in fact true and had feathers ruffled over at Nintendo HQ. While this is obviously not true, unless it's the Ken leak. Oh, it's probably the Ken leak. Oh, and then Tencent also later said it wasn't the Ken leak. Obviously this isn't true, but it is yet again another fun thought experiment. Just really to kill some time. I was at a job I hated, and a school I hated, in a room I hated, playing Brawlhalla on Steam. I needed something to help me get by, man. This Smash Ultimate was my meth. So basically, the community at large had to compile almost every fake leak we had been looking at for the last 5 months and try and figure out which one may be true. I knew the Wurmple leak wasn't fake. When did this teenager get funny? Where has this guy been the whole video? So every YouTuber was scattered into a different group and drew a line in the sand and picked which previous leak they thought was the most credible. And some were leaning towards... That'll be a really funny pun once I finish this sentence. This image of Gino leaning back resurfaced as a potential real leak. And this handy visual guide, which I always appreciate, you know your boy loves visual guides, came along with it. The main points of interest were really the two main things, is that it wasn't blurry and it wasn't a ripped model. I'm not gonna say we were starved, it's such a baby excuse. We were excited. People were beginning to believe this because, again, biases. People wanted Gino. I just used past tense because we're not currently in a Smash speculation timeline, at least for the new one, but people still want Gino. I want Gino. Dude, this is insane. I promise to you I have not read the script while going into this video. I have written right here, it's like you're lost in the desert and you see fresh water. Realistically, it's a mirage, but you want to believe so hard. You non-desert explorers wouldn't understand. That's a much funnier way of saying the joke I said earlier, completely off the top of my head. Pirates get to call non-pirates landlubbers. We need to think of a new word for people who don't go to deserts. Touch grass. Focus, sorry, people said the leak might be credible because how good the model looks. And while we are used to mods or blurry, shitty models, I get it. I feel like this works against the leak. Like, this model is too high detailed and close up to be in-game or zoomed in, and it can't be cinematic because the defenders proved he was standing in front of Delfino Plaza. And there's no place in-game where Gino could look this good. It's too good. Of all these arguments I could have brought up in the videos talking about it, I instead commented, sorry, a teenager commented, "Hey look, it's Ness and Villager." Again, complaining about the footage used in the background. In this kid's defense, this guy I watched all the time always used this match of Ness and Villager for the backgrounds of all his videos, and I know this because I went back and watched all the videos for this video. So really, who's the joke on now, Andrew? Someone made a video about a clearly fake Sora leak, but was weirdly enough saying it was fake, but for the wrong reasons. The supposed 4chan leaker who brought up Sora said that he was apparently finished in 2 months, to which this tuber thought was absolutely absurd. I don't believe the Sora image, but Ultimate has significantly more people working on development than Brawl, and Ryu, Korrin, Cloud, and Bayo were made in less than 2 months. Why am I defending a leak I don't believe? This guy just likes to argue. Interesting thing that happens upon compiling this timeline for the research of this video is that I watch this playlist and these blog posts in post order. I talk about these weeks at a time, so there's something I could jot down on my notes that is brought up in like Monday, which is then deconfirmed like a couple days later. If I did this video by day instead, it would be a different story. Also, it would be way longer. Like, this isn't already too long. Look how much I've drank. I bring this up because Nintendo of Canada posted something to their Facebook account, translated from French to English, said, "Come to Arcade MTL, the bar in Montreal on 10/18 for a very special event," which was thought to hint at a Smash reveal event, like how they watched them together in Nintendo of New York, which in the end turned out to only be a playable demo. I only bring this up because, well, I can't escape it. It's weird that the only actual news we got in the menu theme leak is the least interesting part of discussion. The rest is honestly just random speculation and wish list. Also, going back to the previous 5 months leaks, I wanted to highlight Alpharad's Echo Fighter video because he doesn't appear as much in this playlist as he probably should.
What about Medusa? We have to assume that Kid Icarus on the Switch is coming soon, maybe? You know, in at least a couple of years. I have no idea.
Yeah. This was 2018. Any day now. I really hope the joke still lands, and whenever I end up releasing this video, when I'm actually done with it, they haven't announced a Kid Icarus Uprising remake or port, because that would kind of ruin the whole joke. But also, I'd be stoked about it, so, you know, whatever. But that's actually not why I highlighted this video. I highlighted it because of this.
I've seen a lot of people throw out ideas for Miss Pac-Man. I'm just gonna be honest and say I'd be really upset if Miss Pac-Man was a skin, just because I don't feel like she adds as much.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? But that's now, this is then. Wait, I'll take any Smash content, even if I can't understand it. That's not funny. It's true, but See Guy's Shadow is in the game. That one is funny. I thought it would be a good idea to read all these comments, because I thought it would be like one a week, because I forgot how all-encompassing this game was for me in 2018. Senior year was rough. But research for this video has really kicked my ass. It's the reason it's this length. I've been watching Smash videos every day, from videos I don't even like. For example,
let's take a look at Smash's meta. No, I'm not talking meta like Doki Doki fourth wall breaking meta.
I am going to lose it. I'm joking, obviously it's all in jest, but just know in my groggy state watching through all these videos, I was a little surprised in a playlist compiled of competitive smashers and leak speculators that a game theory video popped up. It's here because the teenager commented, "So why'd you do this again?" The video itself, at least the first one, was just about Smash Bros math, but really it was just an excuse for Matthew Patrick to compile a Smash Bros poll. This marked the beginning of Game Theory's Psychology of Smash Player survey, which was an experiment in seeing if what character you play and main in Smash Bros, if it could say something specific about your personality. You ever see one of those what your main says about you videos on your feed, and instead of being specific jokes, it's just all the characters the person who made the video does not like? They just say, "Hey, if you main this character, everyone will hate you. You could take my Banjo-Kazooie from my cold dead hands. You're mad I'm playing a mid-tier?" Spoilers for later, obviously. I even commented on a DatPags community post about a Smash tournament. I ate, slept, and breathed this game, and it wasn't even out yet. Oh, shout out DatPags, by the way, if you haven't seen them. Cool Mario Kart mods. All things considered, not a terrible week. I know in the transition between each weeks I've been showing the little visual, but I do think we should take a moment here to talk about all the characters and popular speculation, because Isabelle was a little while ago, and I don't think any more characters have been deconfirmed since then. If we're doing this like a tier list, I'd say our most credible reoccurring character is Ken. I mean, he's the original Echo Fighter, some would say. We saw a pretty realistic looking image of him, and also Vergeben said so. And that's the only leaker that hasn't been proven wrong yet. Sort of. Laws 18 may be lining the walls with tinfoil to keep the 5G from hitting his head. That's a blatant lie. I made that up. They're in hiding and have questionable trustability, but they still technically haven't been proven wrong yet. So if we're believing Ken and Square character, it's only fair we believe Skull Kid too. I mean, why wouldn't we? His assist trophy from Smash 4 is still missing and has since been replaced by the Moon. We have yet to see young Link's final Smash, and he was a Mii costume in Smash 4 along the likes of Chrom, King K. Rool, and now Isabelle. And don't get me started on these fucking chairs.
Did you notice the purple and yellow chairs in the background when Mr. Sakurai was talking? Most people think that that's a hint that Waluigi is going to be included in Smash, but I know better.
Oh, so now the talking cheese is gonna preach to us.
Speaking of Echo Fighters and missing assist trophies, where the fuck is Shadow? Shadow the Hedgehog has been speculated since E3, along with the reveal and announcement of Echo Fighter. I mean, if Ken is the original clone character, then Shadow's the most popular one. His assist trophy from Smash 4 is missing, just like Dark Samus, and he's likely been replaced by Knuckles. And what about other Echo fighters? I mean, Dixie seems like a pretty safe bet still. We still don't know why they removed Diddy Kong's tail attack. Black Knight is still missing from the background of the Castle Siege stage, and you know, of course, Mike Jones' classic Link baby carriage Miss Pac-Man. Circling back to Vergeben and this Square character, sure, it could be another Final Fantasy character or even Sora from Kingdom Hearts, but what if it's Geno? I mean, we know for a fact that this game's roster is heavily based on the Smash ballot, and Geno was one of the Mii costume consolation prizes. And while we're talking about the ballot, why not Banjo? A lot of arguments for or against Banjo or for and against Steve are just the argument of if Microsoft would only get one rep, but why wouldn't they get both? There's no reason we can't get Banjo and Steve. In a hypothetical world where the Smash team sought out to only get Banjo, but Microsoft also requested they add Minecraft Steve. And it would line up with what Vergeben said about Minecraft representation. And they also basically confirmed Incineroar by this point, and while we want to believe everything they say 100% of the time, we have to err on the side of caution. A Rhythm Heathem character has been a big part of speculation for the whole timeline. Same with an ARMS character like Springman. These are characters we talked about even before E3. It's just a matter of if it's Karate Joe because of the Donkey Kong teaser, or if it's Chorus Kids because we know they were planned for Smash 4. We assume they were planned for Smash 4. Speaking of characters that would pop up all the time in speculation, what about Isaac Goldenson? I used to not care about this character at all, but solely due to Smash speculation, I want him in the game more than actual games I have played. Like Bandana Waddle Dee, for example. I mean, that Earthquake theory is awfully compelling. And just regular awful. And what's the deal with that one Rathalos image? Shantae seems to be pretty popular. She'd be cool, I guess. Or maybe a sleeper, obscure Nintendo character like Chibi Robo or Black Shadow, who could also be an Echo fighter. If blog theory is to be trusted, then we are to expect like 7 to 8 new characters. And we only need 5 more from new series to fill in the missing gaps from the Koro stage number leak. Any of these characters could hypothetically be in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Oh, and Mach Rider. I think we forgot Mach Rider. Because of that posable figure or whatever. Not to be a Xenoblade hater, but I care more about Mach Rider than I do, I almost said Elma. Week 20, 7 weeks until the launch of the game, October 21st. For those of you that know, well, you know. But before we get into that mess, it's been a while since I've told my side of the story. I already talked about watching all these reveals and speculation videos over and over while at work and on my break, but it's October, so I'm back at school now, my senior year, and I didn't really talk about that. Like, at all. If you just wanted to see an objective timeline about the Smash Bros. Ultimate hype cycle, you came to the wrong video. But you've already sat through this amount of video. It would be kind of lame to quit now, especially if you've already been through this diatribe from me over and over already. You clearly already sunk time into this. Why give up now? My senior year, like most seniors in high school, was full of me finding the best way to do the least amount of work possible. The only difference is that I did that throughout my entire high school career. I think by this time, our schedules changed around a lot. We had like 6 periods and each were about an hour. One of these classes was study hall, but I would just bail and either hang out with one of the only teachers I got along with and actually legitimately liked, my literature teacher, as you can tell, or the other room where a handful of us convinced our new librarian who had just started there to give us permanent passes so that we can go to there every day because it was the only room in the building that wasn't swelteringly hot, and also it had actual furniture. Oh, did I not mention that we didn't have air conditioning and had to wear polos and sweater vests? I had a religion class where they kept showing us PragerU videos and a different literature class that I kept passing out. See previously work schedule. Math, maybe, who could remember? But regardless of what alternating classes I had on specific days, every day I had 2 computer classes. My day would start with web design and my day would basically end with Photoshop. Guess which one of those 2 I still use today. You can't just make these visual guides out of thin air, buddy. All right, I paid attention to one of these classes, and by paid attention, I mean I watched YouTube tutorials and didn't listen to the teacher. This was because this computer teacher, who I loved to death, was one of the few adults I didn't have beef with. Crazy that these adults had beef with a teenager, but whatever, it's behind me. Love her to death. she did not watch us at all and didn't really care if we were doing our work. I never did my homework at home because 1, I was working all the time, and 2, I knew if I had an essay to write, I could easily just write it in my first computer class because I already didn't know anything about web design. It was too late for me. I wasn't going to learn anything new. And it's not like we were tested. All we needed to do was show up. Of course, a lot of websites were blocked on these computers, but there were a handful that weren't. They mostly blocked games and websites that can't be used for photoshopping. So, like I said earlier, I spent my days in class browsing YouTube and Reddit. And then occasionally I would play The Impossible Quiz, Pac-Man on Google, and Super Smash Flash for some reason. I know the reason. It's ever so slightly better than Brawlhalla. I don't know why specifically that one wasn't blocked, but I'm mentioning it now because it's Smash Bros. So basically every school day where I didn't have an essay I needed to write, I would drive to school completely exhausted and be groggy in my first period class and just spend the whole time browsing YouTube and Reddit, mostly talking and watching Smash Bros. Even at school, the Smash grind didn't stop. I was also attending regular rehearsals at this time. I was in a show called You Can't Take It With You. If you've never heard of that, don't worry, neither did I. It's still something we quote in our friend group where we say, hey, you know what they say, you can't take it with you, and only we understand. And then later this same year, 2018, we all separately saw Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, and where there's a scene where Kingpin says,
like my new toy? Cost me a fortune, but hey, can't take it with you, right?
And although it is a common phrase, we all collectively lost our minds. It's also weird to think about when I'm filming this. It's not only been 5 years since Smash Ultimate, but also 5 years since the previous Spider-Verse movie. Can't wait to see the next part of Across the Spider-Verse in another 5 years. No way that movie's making the 2024 release window. If this video gets super delayed, put it here if the movie came out. If that seems unimportant, that's because it is, but I just thought we should take a little breather before what is about to happen. October 21st, 2018, a Sunday, an apparent leak dropped that blew the entire thing wide open. But I didn't see it because I was at school. October 22nd, a Monday. Because it was a Monday, I had school and I started my day just like any. I spent my first period class browsing r/Smash Bros. And I came across this supposed leak. And I looked at the link, looked at the images, and then the bell rang. And I made my way to my next lit class to where I sat next to my former best friend. And I told him in my groggy state, hey, we know the final roster of Smash Bros. Ultimate. To which he responded, how?
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Your heart's an empty hole. Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot pole.
Voice.
Would you believe me if I told you this video was initially planned and written for December 2022? I'm not kidding. So if you watch back the grandma got run over by a reindeer video, at the beginning I said, oh, I had a much bigger video planned, but it didn't turn out. I don't think I'm ever going to finish this video, actually. Now, there's a lot of ground to cover here, and although we've been spending most of this video going in timeline order, I think I'm going to spend the next 2 weeks combining them, talking solely about this leak, because it was the most important part of speculation, and also there's a lot to cover. So again, starting from the top, the leak starts like any other, a series of images posted to 4chan that nobody really humored because they've seen so many by this point. Oh, real quick thing, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about anything else, but the same day this leak dropped, a lot of people found the original image that the Leaning Gino was from, proving that that leak was in fact fake. Just want to put that out there. Before we delve deep into it, let's just cover what's actually in these images. Well, right here we have the Everyone is Here banner that we've seen updated with every character. But this one, although a little blurry from left to right, features Shadow the Hedgehog, one of the most wanted Echo fighters, and has possibly had his assist trophy spot replaced. Banjo-Kazooie, who we can assume was very high up on the Smash poll, if these fan poll recreations are anything to go by. Isaac Goldensun, whose assist trophy is also missing in action at this moment. Always with the Isaac. Ken, who... well, that one's basically a lock. Mock Rider, bringing the posable figure theory full circle and also being this game's retro rep, which every game since Melee has had. Also worth noting that while there was an NES game, the Mock Rider started out as a toy made by Nintendo, and alongside Game & Watch Robin Duck Hunt would make our retro reps in each game represent a different early Nintendo toy as well as a game. I never thought I'd have so much to say about Mock Rider. This point was brought up on the Japan Time podcast episode about this leak. Everyone was talking about this.
If you look back at the history of Mock Rider, even though the NES Mock Rider game is the one people think about,
actually the first toy that Nintendo ever made as a company was a little Mach Rider motorcycle in the 70s.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So all 4 of them would have originated from a toy.
That episode actually offered a lot of valuable insight into this theory and leak and the coming war and arguments and mess.
Wait, what's the shit cowboys say to greet each other?
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy is nuts, Tay. Squeaked out,
this.
I got podcast over.
Fucking
got him,
podcast over. And maybe there's something else hidden under Mach Rider? To his right is Gino, a character that we know was so high up on the Smash ballot that he got his own Mii costume, which also happened to K. Rool, who is in this game. The Chorus Kids, who we believe were likely planned to be in Smash 4, as assets were still left in the game's code, and the trustworthy Gamatsu leakers said they would be in, along with Chrom. They would also break new ground as a potential trio fighter, one more character than the Ice Climbers duo fighter. And those are all the characters. But we've seen a ton of blurry leaked images. Why does this matter? There's more to cover here. We see other production material like instructions on how to assemble this display, a lower quality blank Battlefield banner without any of the characters, and of course a bunch of marketing material from the 2018 Grinch movie, the one with the Tyler song.
25 days in a month.
Thus where the leak got its namesake. People believed it because these Grinch renders had yet to be seen by the general public. Except I saw them. Again, at this time I was working at a movie theater and we had posters in the back with these exact renders they said that nobody in the public has seen yet. And while it's true the general public hadn't seen them, the leak kind of fringes on this company being the only ones that had access to these specific Grinch renders. And I just remember reading these comments being like, oh, whoa, that's a cool leak. And then looking to my left and seeing the exact render people were talking about. And I just pretended I didn't see it, I guess. It's interesting how some movies are remembered for different reasons because I probably wouldn't remember Grinch 2018 at all had it not been for Smash Bros. Hype cycle. I don't know if I'd call it the worst. It's definitely the most boring of the 3. But the images are way too blurry. That's always an immediate giveaway. There's no reason the pictures need to be blurry. That is until you look a little deeper into the images and see these cut off chat swipe up indicators on the bottom and the French caption that translates roughly to "Fuck Nintendo, laugh" on this gray bar. Bros, this is from a Snapchat story. The final major leak of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate didn't come from Reddit or 4chan. Came from fucking Snapchat. I used to use Snapchat a ton. It was legitimately the only way I would communicate with everyone I knew, and then I saw a post a couple years back that said like, why are you as a man in your 20s still using Snapchat? And I got self-conscious and deleted it. It stands to reason that if these screenshots were taken from a Snapchat video, then of course the images would be blurry. The images were moving, and I suppose whoever posted these to his story did not think the private story would get out. Not only did the leak get out, but the smashers over on 4chan doxed his name. Anyone that has used Snapchat knows that the snapper's name appears in the top right of their post, and this leaker thought of that and tried to scribble out the name as to not get them in trouble. But that wouldn't stop our good friend 4chan. I'm not gonna put the man's name here because it's a real guy, and I imagine he already suffered enough grief from the first time this leak came out, but I do know they all discovered his LinkedIn and found out he had worked for 2 previous French printing companies in the past, Marina PLV and ACP PLV. The man would shortly after private his LinkedIn account, but it was too late. The damage was already done. And you know what's interesting about these companies? Both of them on their official websites listed under the category of past customers had Bandai Namco, the company that's currently working on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So, holy shit. If we are to believe this leak, we're humoring it at this current point in October. There's a lot of interesting things here. I mean, 5 new series and 2 Echo Fighters would likely mean 5 new stages, which would coincide with the number Koro listed weeks ago. Of course, they would since correct this, but the general consensus was that Koro doesn't get their info wrong. Maybe the mistake wasn't that they got the number wrong, but rather that they reported on it too early. It would also line up with blog theory. 7 more characters would make it so we can get 2 to 3 character posts every week until release. Not that that really matters, but if 5 characters also got their own stages, then the character select and stage select screens would both be perfect squares. And since we're already talking about past theories, if we look at the art, you'll notice that Isaac Goldensun is planted right next to Isabelle, and I do mean planted. There's grass growing all around him. Around when Isabelle was revealed, some people were getting an image glitch on the website where the banner would cut off Little Mac's glove and part of Olimar. And who goes right there in the Grinch leak? Isaac Golden Sun. And then we take into account that Isaac may have been intended for the September Direct, but was removed last minute out of respect to the victims of the real-world earthquake. And maybe that's why it looked like this for some people, because it was a slapdash rush job to put Isabel in, but not Isaac. A rush job that they had a week to plan. The Direct was pushed back a week. In defense of this theory, though, they didn't have power for days. And the final piece of evidence using the eyedropper tool, people found a stray green pixel on Little Mac's shoe, who stands right behind Isaac Golden Sun's grass. This would combat the point that Sakurai said not to expect too many new challengers, and they already showed off 5 in one Direct, and this is 7. But if Isaac was planned for September, it would have been less than 7. It would have been 6. How did I fail math? And then to add even more fuel to the fire, Wendy's partnered with Nintendo to do a college tailgate tour where college students could play the game. And in the footage they put out to promote this, they accidentally showed off a new item. It's kind of hard to make out on the big blue SNES stage, but it looks to be a sprout in a bubble. And the sprout looks a whole lot like the Golden Sun growth synergy, which in the game is used to create tall vines. And then people dug a little deeper and thought, it's a little odd that in the huge E3 presentation, they felt the need to show off ladder mechanics in a game where there's only a handful of stages that even have ladders, unless this item can spawn on any stage and create a vine ladder that the characters can climb and fight on. But in the end, the most important thing to take away from this is that this is likely a Golden Sun item, which means that Isaac Golden Sun has to be in this game. And weirdly enough, the image lines up with a 4chan text leak that came out in September, but nobody really cared about because it's a 4chan text leak.
Suck my fucking cock. These sources are literally pulled out of someone's ass. They guessed a few things right, but they're broken clocks. Lol. Give Nintendo more credit. There is literally a team of people that curate the hype train. You think they'd fucking put Fire Emblem, literally who's and boring-ass Pokemon in the final stretch? I feel bad for the disappointingly large number of people who have accepted their fate and think that fucking Steve and a Grand Blue character will make it too. Christ. The team has made impossible shit happen, and you fucks are losing hype because you're humoring these shitty theories because someone saw a headline about Cygames and Nintendo working together, so proof. Wow, this source guessed Isabel and Simon. Proof. Isaac, back the fuck off. Here's an actual fucking leak, you shits. There is no new playable Pokemon. Boo-hoo. Be happy with the 9 you have now. There is no fucking Steve. There is no more Fire Emblem. There is no Grand Blue. But Shadow and Ken are Echoes. Isaac is in. Chorus Kids are in. Geno is in. Mach Rider is in. Banjo is in. Ray #1 was cut. Monster Hunter was cut. Dixie Kong was cut. Taboo, Necrozma, Crazy Hand, and Spirit Hand are bosses. Suck my dick and wait and see. Fuck you all. Fuck leakers. Fuck Nintendo. Fuck you.
The leak was named the Chad Ganondorf leak, or Chadendorf, because of the image used with the text. Can you believe 5 years later we're still using Wojaks? What adds another interesting wrinkle is a lot of people believe the man behind this Chad Ganondorf leak was actually YouTube denizen Mario Plumber. Wait a minute, why do I know that name? Is that the same guy I apologized to earlier for not getting the joke? It can't be the same guy. I thought he was a small creator I was annoying to, only to later find out that he was an infamous internet person that I accidentally crossed paths with. In my research, I gathered 2 things. One, around the time of this Ganondorf post, he talked, more so texted, in a similar cadence to how this leak was laid out. And 2, he once spent $4,000 to buy up the entire stock of Rosalina amiibo so no one else but him could have one. Moving on. It's interesting because if this leak is related, then the extra info we get is that Ray Mark 1 from Custom Robo was planned but cut during development. And then some online smashers looked up the trademarks for all these newcomers and found that Banjo-Kazooie, Rhythm Heaven, Mach Rider, and Golden Sun all had theirs renewed while they allowed Custom Robo to expire. Now, for someone who's followed leaks and speculation basically his entire life just with different games, these trademark renewals rarely ever mean anything. It's just mighty interesting that they all kind of happen within the same time period. It's a coincidence, but it's a cool one. Of course, it wouldn't line up with the Chad Ganondorf leak if you believe that this isn't actually Mach Rider's bike beneath Mach Rider, but is actually Majora's Mask likely worn by Skull Kid. And in a weird roundabout way, this would retroactively make Laws 18 correct the whole time, and while it doesn't line up with Chad Ganon, it doesn't change much. They could still fit 2 to 3 posts on the blog every week, and Skull Kid doesn't need a new stage. There's already a Majora's Mask stage. K. Rool and Ridley didn't get new stages. While we're looking at it, let's talk about this banner. It's blurry, which makes it hard to prove, but nobody could really pin down these specific pieces of art. Some people said that the banjo piece was ripped off of Artsy Omni's Smashified art. The fake Rayman leak guy. See, I told you it would be important later, and he will come back. Even when we know in the future what happened with Smash Ultimate, this story is still incredible, where every little thing we talked about prior comes to the head with this specific climax turning point. Artsy Omni would later come out in a blocked content video that he believes the banjo art is not taken from Smashified. And even aside from the art, there are a bunch of little details with the added context of the Grinch banner that make way more sense. We could see parts of Jigglypuff and Greninja's tongue we couldn't before. Now all the Miis are grouped together. And speaking of grouped together, not only are the Chorus Kids trio back to back with the other trio in the game, the Pokemon Trainer, but they're also reacting to Villager's Butterfly. Similarly, in the original banner, Snake wasn't pointing his rocket launcher toward anything, but in the Grinch banner, he's aiming at Banjo, which some thought could be a deep cut reference to a Metal Gear mission where Snake shoots a bear. And then looking at Inkling, we see something orange in the reflection of her eyes, but she's not looking directly at anything orange, but with Mach Rider added, her eyeline is perfectly lined up with Roy's orange hair. And I mean, timeline-wise, this is around the same time the ESRB leak happened for Smash 4. I think we might be looking at our final Smash roster. Okay, but Andrew, even if the character art is new and lines up perfectly, why should we still believe it? Taking us back to the companies mentioned prior, one of the companies, Marina PLV, probably after getting a lot of harassment from Smashers Online, responded on their Facebook page.
Rumors of privacy leak on the latest version of the Super Smash Bros. Game report a link to our company. All these rumors only support one idea. Journalism is not limited to searching Google. Indeed, the person involved in this rumor, if so, is no longer present in our company since November 2016, which has not put its LinkedIn profile up to date. Some wanted to make a rapprochement of the Marina workshops that cannot exist. Namco is a company we have worked with and with which we want to work again. This is not the case currently for the launch of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. These rumors are therefore discrediting our widely recognized professionalism, particularly with regard to our confidentiality commitments. We are now contacting all these sites in Namco/Nintendo to remove this false information and evaluate the judicial suites to be given. The Marina team. You would expect French translated to English would be a little bit more, comprehensible, but I guess not.
Okay, so shut and dry case. This guy does not work at Marina PLV. But he does work at ACP PLV, who are currently working on the same thing. So the Marina post isn't really related and is more just here as a warning to show how far Smash fans will go and annoy normal people in pursuit of their favorite characters. Because yeah, it's all fun and games, it's all about Smash speculation, none of this matters, it's all in good fun. But realistically, this guy definitely lost his job. Even if the leak is true, it came with so much negative publicity. And for what? A man lost his job for Smash Bros. Newcomers that might not even be in the game. Later on, he was actually interviewed, in which interview he said he didn't leak anything, which is also something I would say if I wanted to keep my job. Another interesting tidbit is Smashers found a video uploaded by a French bank that shows off ACP PLV's design schematics, and the screenshots taken from the video not only look like the Grinch Leak, but also that they use something called AutoCAD, which has inputs listed on the Grinch Leak. And this would likely mean nothing. I mean, it means nothing to me. I wrote it down and I still don't understand what it means. But remember, environmental storytelling, the video was then taken down on a Sunday, which is imperatively important. Like, sure, maybe this French company was upset about all the English Smashers arguing in their comments and thought it was bad publicity, so they immediately bailed. But the last video we stumbled across in the story that was also taken down did in fact leak the actual main menu theme of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which leads me to believe that this only really happens when information is leaked accidentally. Boys, I think something's afoot. That's not to say that everyone unanimously believed this leak, because there were some arguments against it. Because although we all thought this was the first time we would see the blank banner, they actually use a blank Battlefield banner for E3, and they look pretty different. The main difference is the detail. Maybe it's just blurry because it's a screenshot of a Snapchat video, but also maybe it's purposefully low detail. Some ignored this clear roundabout and thought, hey, well maybe it's a wristband. And although I did actually believe the Grinch leak at the time, despite seeing the poster and the render, even I thought that was dumb. Why would they put so many tiny details on a render they knew was going to be on a wristband? I know I have comically small wrists, but even the guy with the biggest wrist in the world, you couldn't make out anything. If you remember back, every possible leak, regardless of how high quality it was, I didn't want to believe because I didn't want to get my hopes up. But we were so close to the finish line. The game would be out in like a month and a half, so I thought, fuck it, I'm Team Grinch. But then the argument came up that maybe this background wasn't provided by Nintendo and the company had to reverse engineer it themselves, and that's why it looks like poopy caca. The next point against it is that the special Smash Edition Switch has been released already and it's lacking the copyright info for Camelot, creators of Golden Sun, and Microsoft benevolent banjo captors. But the counter argument is that apparently, I'm just parroting this stuff, I don't know if it's true, companies only needed to be credited on a box if their characters or copyrighted material was displayed on said box. It's not like the box theory. Oh wait, how does this line up with box theory? And also, didn't a bunch of people say Incineroar was going to be in this game? A bunch of reputable people? And thus the battle lines were drawn. But before we get into all that awful shit, I'm really interested in what this 17-year-old has to say about the issues. Listen, the ESRB leak was done by an anonymous coward when they were gonna be secret characters. The leaker is def gonna lose his job and showed us characters we were gonna see before release anyway. This ain't as bad. I don't even know what the context of this one is because the video is privatized. Anonymous coward is pretty harsh. They honestly should have expected this. It would have been smarter to reveal all the characters before they send out marketing info. Yeah, Andrew, you're definitely smarter than the billion-dollar company. Although I want to make fun of this kid for being so proud, Nintendo does occasionally make very dumb decisions for whatever reason. It makes it hard to defend them. We did get a slowdown, though. A few months is the longest we've waited since before E3. I think this is an argument against Sakurai saying they're planning on slowing down on character reveals before launch. Of course, what he said here doesn't actually prove anything or even argue well at all. But at the end of the day, I just wanted the Grinch Leak to be real. I just really wanted my banjo, and this was the only way we were ever going to get him in Smash Bros. And then we never did. What's crazy is we're all acting like this is something we'll never know the answer to. We'll legit have all the answers in a few weeks, if only he knew. If the Grinch Leak was the first leak made, it would disprove the Incineroar theory. I don't even know what that means, what this is saying. I think I just had a stroke. There are posters of the Grinch's back. They've been out for a while. That's me talking about the promotional material that I worked with. And on the same video, I guess they said they didn't want to talk about the leak, and then the kid was being annoying and said, "You're right, the Smash News channel shouldn't cover the new Smash characters." This leak brought out the worst in everybody. I promise it's not just me. On a video titled, "One more character in the Grinch Leak," the kid commented, "Haven't watched the vid yet, but I hope other people see Skull Kid." It was Skull Kid. 406, I think it's fair to say Smash Ultimate is being directed towards younger adults. College tailgates are not a thing you would do to get kids hype. I don't know if I still believe that. Or maybe I'm just thinking about Pokemon, because a common argument for difficulty in Pokemon games is that, oh, but it's not mostly kids who play it. Pokemon games are not made predominantly for kids, which is not true at all. Also, this comment was in response to Alpharad talking about the leak and Minecraft Steve's likelihood. I purposefully excluded the comments where I'm arguing about the Grinch Leak with insiders, not because I don't want you guys to see, but because it'll be more important next week. Like, it'd be weird to draw the line here after I've already shown you so many embarrassing comments. I'm basically bearing my ass here. And my heart. But one major thing I want to focus on leading us into the next week of this mess is a comment that the teenager left on Game Explain's weekly roundup. For anyone who actually cares about this week's post, Nikki Assist Trophy, Pac-Man, Green Hill Zone, Ditto, and Luigi. And the only new info we got is that Luigi's bio says he has a new grab and throw. Yippee! To move past the blog as fast as possible, play this week's song for one note. All right, thank you. The comment I wanted to focus on, because not only does it help tell my side of the story and what I felt at the time, along with the popular opinion at the time, so we're just pretending the Grinch Leak didn't happen now. Things are about to get a whole lot worse. At this point, it's been a week, so a lot of YouTubers threw their hat into the ring. And you could not be neutral on this topic. You were either Team Grinch or Team Incineroar. Somebody put together this awful image that reminds me of one of those 2016 political YouTuber maps of all the cool, based anti-SJWs facing off against these cringe liberal. It makes me want to shrivel up and die. When people talk about cringe, this is what they mean. And of course, we have credible leakers on both sides, but the only difference is that one side has credible proof, if you want to call it that. Both sides use the Ken image, so that's null and void. Sure, Vergeben has been correct so far, but we haven't seen any of that yet, at least none of the new characters. For better or for worse, we have seen the Grinch Leak. And that's where the major flame war came from. The third one in this story, if we're keeping track, is that the people who were were the most vocal about it clearly being fake were the higher up YouTubers who had a past relationship with Nintendo. And the tough thing is that there was a large subsect of actual insiders who knew for sure it was Incineroar, but couldn't prove it lest they give out actual information or leak an image and risk someone's job. If you put that alongside with these higher up corporate channels having a good relationship with Nintendo, if it was an actual leak, of course they wouldn't comment on it, which is how GameXplain became public enemy number one. I've made it abundantly clear I do not want to dredge up old internet shit, and I sure as hell don't want to make a drama video. All I'm here to do is give unbiased historical record, except for Mike Jones and Miss Pac-Man, that doesn't count, about what happened timeline-wise. I am simply here to report on what happened. So that being said, no ill will towards anyone and not calling anyone out. I love Papa Gino's to death, but he did not make this any better. And it wasn't just him. A lot of people, general consensus at the time is that these insiders were just covering their ass and losing their journalistic integrity for siding with Nintendo and not reporting on the story. I'll admit it, I'm easily swayed. I unsubscribed from GameXplain. I didn't think I could trust them. But Papa specifically called out GameXplain for not mentioning the Grinch leak at all and not covering it in depth and proving why they don't think it's real. Like, it being blurry was one thing, I understand that, but it was the top story and they didn't even humor it. Of course, now we know that it's likely they did know the final roster, but just couldn't say. But at the time, that wasn't doing them any favors. I had to make a decision, and Teenage Andrew just parroted the opinions of the people he watched at the time, and most of the people I was watching either believed it or at least talked about it a lot.
I was on Team Real from the start because it seemed like very, very strong evidence, and just the more stuff that has come out, the more convinced that I am that this is a real leak.
I think this is real. I really do. This is either real or one of the best leaks I've ever seen.
Are we leaning Team Real or are we leaning Team Fake? Let's just go in Discord order and give our thoughts.
It doesn't matter about the Discord order. It's a real.
Yeah, it seems pretty real. As more stuff keeps coming up, it keeps looking more and more
Look,
real.
man,
Hey, if this is fake, I'm giving $5 to everyone in the Twitch chat right now.
Don't do this.
Don't say that.
Bro, Doom is
There's
right there.
2,100
Don't make
people.
that call. Doom is right
That's
there.
$10,000.
This just looks real. It's honestly 100% real. The game's been fucking spoiled.
If they would actually take the time to really dig into the leak, it is simply unfakeable.
It's also worth noting that Japan Time was involved in drawing battle lines. Not that they did it to themselves or anyone, just that they gathered a lot of information on what people were saying on both sides. It was being painted like this group of rabble-rousers versus this giant conglomerate of sellout corporate YouTubers, and these little guys were the voice of the voiceless. This is where GameXplain member John was brought into question. I have here in my notes, John brackets British, so that I don't forget.
The guy, John, which GameXplain guy is that?
The British guy.
He made some crazy accurate predictions all the way down to Kirby's Epic Yarn getting a port for the 3DS, which nobody expected. I'm not saying he had insider info. Of course, telling this story, I'm telling it at the point where I was in October 2018. We know now what actually went down and what was true and what wasn't. And obviously none of these people deserved hate. Maybe he didn't have insider info, but definitely something was going on. GameXplain just said it was blurry and immediately moved on, and the people did not like this. It was also then brought up on Japan Time that GameXplain also said the ESRB leak was fake. I don't know, guys. Legitimately, it's surprising that this teenager didn't become a political extremist or in a cult, because the way I was swayed to one side, I was legitimately convinced it was us versus them, which is a dangerous mindset. And we believed that everyone else who wasn't covering it and didn't believe in it was just lying. Do you actually think it's fake, or are you just doing a bit? Gotta say, pretty objectively funny comment for such a serious time. Who cares about Banjo when we could see Ness versus Villager again? Oh, this is another Billy Bo video. As soon as you repeat a joke, it ceases to be a joke and continues to be a running gag. Although, while we're being objective and fair, Papa was also withholding information, but on his end, it was more about not showing his hand with the source and more about being too vague. I want to believe you, but it's hard to believe when your only proof is an anonymous source. Again, I have no current beef with these people, and it is just Smash speculation. Just because I disagree with someone doesn't mean I think they're a bad person. I'm just retroactively proud of my past self for actually questioning my favorite guy at the time and not just believing whatever they said. Yeah, follow the facts. Can't believe I was radicalized by Smash Brothers. But let's humor this source for a second. The source, who allegedly is involved with Microsoft, said that Banjo-Kazooie would be in this game for sure, but also that other insiders were confused by the Grinch leak. And that was actually a common third decision among actual insiders. What if instead of picking one side and drawing the battle lines, you were just both or either. The Gamatsu leak was correct about almost everything in Smash 4 except for Chrom and Chorus Kids, but it's not because they were inaccurate, it's probably more likely they just got outdated information. Allegedly, Sakurai left E3 immediately to go meet with Microsoft to get the rights to Banjo, and once he did, he allegedly pushed back Incineroar to put all hands on deck to getting Banjo for base game. So Incineroar would likely be DLC announced immediately like Mewtwo was for Smash 4, another Pokemon. And so the Incineroar crowd and the Grinch crowd can both be right. In a way, Vergeben could still line up with the Grinch Leak. I mean, if you think about it, Gino could be the Square rep they were talking about. We all could have been one happy, peaceful family, but then Vergeben came out a little bit later and said that the leak was for sure not true because they know for a fact that Isaac Golden Sun is an assist trophy. So really, you were either Team Grinch, Team Incineroar, or Team kind of both. In a worse timeline, we would have had to argue about this leak's legitimacy for weeks, constantly throwing toxicity at each other. But actually, it was luckily announced that there would be a new Smash Bros. Direct November 1st, a Thursday. And the Game Explained video gathering all this info began like this.
However, I think there is something we should probably address before we get to our actual predictions. It's been a pretty big issue, and that is the fact that The Grinch is a holiday classic. Straight up, it's a fantastic movie.
Finally, somebody says it. It needed to be said, and the Jim Carrey version should just go away. It is awful.
But it makes for amazing thumbnails.
Yeah, it does.
I think all versions of The Grinch suck.
Wow.
I hate The Grinch.
He's spoken like a true Grinch himself.
But before the slaughter, we could enjoy Halloween. This would make more sense if I release this video in October. Maybe I'll wait another year. Normally this would be the point in filming where I would run out in the middle of it and then change my costume again. But this year, 2018, I actually dressed up as Christmas for Halloween. It was adorable. More 2018 nostalgia. The party got rained on, so everyone filed inside. But luckily, somebody set up a karaoke machine. It was a theater adjacent party. And me and my one friend sang Sideline by Chills, the Top 15s guy, and nobody laughed. Ain't it funny? You with him, you say you love me. I love that song. It really does take me back to 2018.
This feels so real, but only partly. Not coming over, guess I'm tardy. See me in the sky where the stars be.
Also, Red Dead Redemption 2 came out while this whole thing was going down, and I got it a little bit. It lasted me about a month, and then new Pokemon came out, which lasted about a week, and then new Smash Bros. Came out. Find out more about that in Xbox video. So here we are on the cusp of a new Super Smash Bros. Direct. Sure, if you're not in the know or talking about any of the leaks in circulation, there were a number of characters that still could have easily been roster members, like Bandana Waddle Dee or Echoes like Dixie Kong and Black Knight, if Black Knight even is an Echo. But the most in the know, and I don't even mean Smash YouTubers, the Grinch was everywhere. Split into two factions that we would either get Shadow, Banjo, Mach Rider, Chorus Kids, Isaac, or we would get Incineroar. But regardless of which team you were on, Ken fans were eating good. Ken was pretty much a lock. And this is going to be a 40-minute direct. And the final direct before the game releases, there's still a ton of modes we still don't know about. Where's the stage builder? Where's home run contest? Where are the events? And what's the deal with that blurred green mode? It's always smart to go into these with tempered expectations. Not because you're going to be disappointed, but because it's more fun that way. But I couldn't help it. I was expecting 7 to 8 new characters and a full in-depth story mode. Because how could it be fake? You mean to tell me someone found the 7 most likely characters, made a green text post in September, made a fake banner full of new original art, moved other characters around, reverse engineered the banner, found a random French guy who worked for 2 separate printing companies that have both worked for Bandai Namco, got access to previously unseen Grinch 2018 promotional pieces, then faked a Snapchat video and purposefully scribbled out the name poorly, assuming that Smashers would be able to figure all this out? Whoa, for a second, let's just talk about my favorite subject. Me. I mean, this video is me telling the hype cycle story from my perspective. Thursday was a school day, but I'll be damned if I didn't watch this trailer as soon as it aired. In a weird way, I kind of made this situation for myself. I dug my grave and now I must lie in it. If I couldn't avoid spoilers after being awake for a couple minutes, how could I avoid spoilers in a school filled with people I constantly talked about Smash Bros at? Not with, but at. I wanted to watch the entire 40-minute direct, but all it took was one person to scroll through Twitter and be like, oh, characters in the game. Hey, look, Andrew, you like Smash Bros. I was determined to not be spoiled this time. My plan was to sneak out during class and go to the bathroom and watch the direct in a stall on my phone because we weren't allowed to have our phones out during class. Part of me is like, oh man, it's not like it used to. Now it is. Kids can just have their phones out, but I think I'm just old and out of touch. I'm pretty sure you're still not allowed to have them. Only issue is the direct is 40 minutes long. If I was in the bathroom for 40 minutes, they'd either send a teacher or send an ambulance. So I would sneak out of my religion class because it's religion class, come on. Not that I cared about any of my subjects anyway, but what could I have missed that isn't, hey, you guys hear about this Jesus guy? I would watch the first 10 minutes or so and then return before the teacher got suspicious. And I would do this for every subsequent class until I finally got to my lunch period, in which I would sneak away and nobody would notice and watch the rest of it, or just watch it at lunch. So the plan started out great. I managed to escape Bible discussion and held myself up in the stall with my headphones in as the direct began. The November 2018 Smash Direct started out with a cute little opening of all the new and previously missing characters battling it out in-game. And then we fade to the man himself, the father, Sakurai. We just started a 40-minute direct and they're already talking about the character count. Father says they've confirmed 72 fighters so far, and that this direct will reveal every fighter available at launch, and then we immediately jump into a Smash trailer. Hypothetically, in a 40-minute direct with 7 or 8 characters, of course you would want to start right away. But the other Smash Direct both started and ended with a character reveal. Just as we think something is about to be proven wrong, all the Smashers sit on the edge of their seats. We see a boxing ring, and then we zoom in on Little Mac fighting before he is knocked out cold by Ken. We see Ken's splash screen and some of Ken's moves, and yet nobody is changed. Not because Ken isn't a cool character, or even when people wanted in for a long time, just that neither side has been proven at this point. We see more of the CG trailer of Ken fighting in the ring. A stray fireball flies past Mac, and then Ken moves as we see glowing eyes illuminating in the back. Eventually, Ken knocks Little Mac out of the ring into the screen up top. We see a POV shot of something running towards Ken, embers beginning to fill the screen. Ken stands proud until he is jumped by Incineroar. Incineroar enters the ring.
The Grinch died.
The Grinch just died. How did someone fake that leak?
And I mean, Incineroar is cool. I like Incineroar, and even does wrestling moves. Lariat, dropkick, lariat, German suplex, lariat, muscle buster, moonsault, kind of, lariat.
Lariat! Lariat! Lariat!
And the trailer ends with King, K. Rool, Bowser Jr., and Villager, all with their own boxing gloves, asking for the next round with this new fighter. Well, it's Jover. Whatever sliver of hope I had left was dashed out when they said these were the final characters and showed them on the banner.
So Ken's not even in the spot where the leak was showing him at.
Is that really everybody, bro? Come on, Shadow's gotta be in that bitch.
But that looks just like Ken from the banner. That looks just like Ken from the banner.
And I, in a form of disappointment, got up from the gross toilet I was watching this direct on and sauntered my way back to class. I went back to the religion room and made a beeline for the same friend I told about the leak a couple weeks prior, put my hand on his shoulder. He was actually a lot taller than me. And I said the Grinch leak was fake, man. To which he responded, "What are you talking about?" It's like I got the air knocked out of me. This is what I'm talking about, man. It's the one time I allowed myself to get caught up in speculation, and it ended up breaking my heart. I'm never trusting anyone ever again. And I completely abandoned my plan. I just went about the rest of the day thinking that maybe I'll finish the rest of the Smash Direct whenever I have time. And honestly, it's not like I really missed anything. We get a closer look at Ken, the original Echo Fighter.
Though perhaps you could say Luigi is the original Echo Fighter.
I cannot deal with this man anymore. And our last new challenger, it's important that you get that detail through your skull. This is the last one, Incineroar.
Is that it?
We finally revealed all of
Oh, okay. Woo! That's it.
He does little poses after every move he lands because he's a wrestling heel. At the time I was disappointed, but now in the future that the dust has settled and I've thoroughly annoyed my friends with my Smash Bros playing, I love Incineroar. Just to be clear, I wasn't the only one thoroughly disappointed by this, but it wasn't just because of the lack of characters. Your starting roster will be the original 8, and then you'll unlock more, and the character select screen will look like this.
I hope you'll enjoy battling with all 74 fighters on the roster.
That doesn't seem right. No Banjo? No Skull Kid?
Wow. Grinch Leak was fake, man. I can't believe it. My heart was set on the Grinch Leak, and it was just fake.
Can't be the last one. Like, Sakurai wouldn't have said, by the end of this direct, you will know every new challenger. He would have said, by the end of this next trailer, you will know.
Yeah.
Like they still have to show Shadow. Like, come on. I do not believe Shadow's not in. Yeah, like that'd be ridiculous.
New characters are new characters, and Smash Bros. Will always be fun, but this is a 40-minute direct, and we're only 5 minutes into it, and we've already revealed the final characters. The rest of the direct is just really nothing. Amiibos exist. Did you know you could save replays? There are tips in the menu. Challengers look cooler now. You can buy things. There are options in this game. Don't forget to turn your brightness all the way up and turn the language to Dutch.
Now, I'd like to cover a variety of other features in the game.
Help. Kind of glad I didn't risk losing my phone over this. This game is doing away with trophies, but it's okay because there's a bunch of other ways to represent characters that aren't playable, like assist trophies and Mii costumes and the actual reveal of spirits.
And I don't mean the spooky kind.
Well, great, that theory's dead now.
Can you raise my spirits with Banjo-Kazooie?
Remember, even before the Grinch Leak, even before we expected Incineroar, and even before we saw Ken, we knew about the existence of spirits. It was a purposefully blurred out green mode on the main menu screen. That means it is, or it has to be, a Super Smash Bros. Story mode. But get ready for everyone to get disappointed all over again, because by this point in the direct, it was not that. Spirits are like event challenges, and they're like Pokemon, evolve them, and rock, paper, scissors rules, and we're gonna talk about it for a long time. Mario has a gun, and again, this is a time capsule and historical record of what people were saying and thought around the time of November 2018. Now, having played the game for years, alright, I actually really like Spirit Mode. I think it's a fun distraction, and a lot of them are really inventive, and they built on top of it for a different mode, but at this current juncture, this is not at all what people wanted. It didn't help that this direct was super early. I can't imagine being an adult around that time. The only reason I was up is because I legally had to go to school. It's crazy to think back that I used to legitimately wake up every day at 6:30 a.m. I can't ever imagine that. Now I wake up about the time when school would have ended. Spirits are meant to represent characters that aren't playable, along with assist trophies and Mii costumes. Would you like to see all the representation of characters that aren't playable on the roster of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Bandana Waddle Dee is not playable, Octoling is not playable, Dixie Kong is not playable, Shadow the Hedgehog is not playable, Isaac Golden Sun is not playable, Black Knight is not playable, Springman is not playable, despite having a final smash. I think Ribbon Girl is not playable, Chibi Robo is not playable, Raymark 3 is not playable, Geno is not playable, Rex is not playable, and Pyra is not playable. And she never will be. There's some cool other assists and costumes like the Labo guy, a Mario Paint reference, and Akira? Oh, I've heard so much about your bike slide. But if Canon Incineroar was the knife and the spirits were the flatline, then all these characters being deconfirmed was the burial. God, I hope that makes sense. At least the online is better. The online modes, not the online itself. Preferred rules are a fantastic change, and I spent hours in this online arena, but we'll get into that later. Global Smash Power is still kind of confusing. Why is your number counting the people below you and not above you? Sakurai begs everyone to get a LAN cable. You can make these things called Smash Tags, and when you beat someone, you're literally taking their names.
You can select short messages and send them before and after battles using the directional buttons.
I'm using tilt controls.
When you're in a battle arena, this should come in handy.
Alright, I'm moving on. Stage Builder is still missing, same with Target Smash and Home Run Contest. All-Star Mode has been reduced to an endless Smash mode. We do finally get to see Yoshi's final Smash, and it's not just a new animation set to his old transformation, it's actually a reference to the opening of Super Smash Bros. Melee. Well, I thought it was cool. By the time this was airing live, I hadn't seen any of it. Again, I had abandoned it. But by the time I got to my lunch period, we still weren't allowed to have our phones at lunch, but I made the rest of the table keep watch and jam myself in the corner and continue to try and finish this direct. Maybe they could have shown something cool. But just like everyone else, I was a little disappointed and kind of lost interest. So I was like half listening to the direct, and I just started talking to my lunch period table, and we did hypotheticals about if you had a clone, would you suck them off or whatever high school lunch hypotheticals are. That is just one of many examples. But then something caught my attention. While bringing up characters again, it's announced that they will begin developing DLC for this game. One $5.99 price tag consists of a new playable character, a new stage, and some music tracks. And I do mean new, since everyone is already here. The DLC can only be a character new to Super Smash Bros. And obviously nobody wants to pay money for a clone, but he also specifies this means no Echo Fighters. This will be a hotly contested issue of assist trophies actually deconfirming future characters, but as it seems right now, these Echoes will not be playable in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. There's also a Fighter's Pass you can get for only $24.99. You can get 5 of these DLC sets, confirming that there will be at least 5 more characters released through February 2020. All of a sudden, this hypothetical video just got a lot longer.
I wonder if I'll ever get to take a break.
This is an interesting game. Although we now know that this game is not a port of Smash for Wii U, it was still built on top of that game and is kind of an extension of that project. So this man has basically been working on what is technically the same game since 2012. It's widely believed that Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate was the final project given to Masahiro Sakurai by Satoru Iwata right before his passing. And that's probably why the team put everything into making this game the best, making it the ultimate Smash Bros. Despite the disappointment felt about this Direct and the Grinch not being real, you could not tamper my excitement for this game. And now DLC will open the door to even more character speculation. Maybe Vergeben was right, maybe we will get a Square character. As Sakurai announces there will be an extra special bonus for buying the game now, we could be about to see that magical doll we've wanted in for over a decade.
Yo, Mario looks pissed.
Why does Mario look so pissed for?
Gino! It's Gino! Oh my god, it's Gino! Holy shit, it's Gino! It is actually Gino!
It really is.
No, it's Gino!
No, it legitimately
it's Gino!
just is. Yeah.
Oh my god, my childhood dreams are coming true. It's Gino!
I died.
It's Gino! It's fucking Gino! Watch!
Yeah.
Look at this!
It's Piranha.
No. Oh! Don't wait.
Oh.
No.
What? It's Piranha playing a...
Hey. What?
What? The
What?
fuck?
Is that a fighter? What, is that a fighter?
What? It's something from the Mario series. I don't know if it's Gino. Waluigi.
Waluigi?
Waluigi.
No, it can't be.
Waluigi.
There's no way. It's a piranha. What? What is this? What's going on here?
Oh my freak.
What the fuck?
Audrey 2, baby! Feed me, Seymour!
A lot of people were upset by this, upset that it was a waste of a slot and then it stole the position from Waluigi or Gino. I thought it was sick.
You had Banjo, is scheduled for
you had
completion
Gino,
after
you
the
had
launch
Shadow,
of Super Smash
you had
Bros.
so
Ultimate.
many characters, and you put in a plan.
My excitement levels were immediately through the roof again because I was legitimately surprised. This was not only a character that I actually knew and liked and had actually played one of their games in a technical manner, but it's also something I didn't expect, and it was new and fun. To me, this is what Smash Bros. Is all about. And this isn't just retroactive. I have historical record at the time, immediately after YouTube Circle Tune HD uploaded the last Smash Ultimate Direct in a nutshell.
It's not a surprise that Gino didn't make it in, but Piranha Plant though, fuck yeah!
Honestly, probably more people know Piranha Plant than Gino. And on a video right before that, but immediately after the Direct, love wrestling, love Pokemon, love Dark and Fire types, love cats, and love Smash Bros. This is like someone dig in my brain to make my favorite thing. And then it was all coming back to me. The thing I said months ago, that even immediately after E3, I was sold on this game. I was sold as the concept as a whole. And we could play as the Piranha Plant if we buy the game right now. As soon as I got home, I hopped on the internet and ordered the special Steelbook edition, and then I hopped in the group chat and made sure everyone was free that day, December 7th. And then I went to work later that day and made sure I had that day off. December 7th was about to be the best day of my life at that current moment. It won't be ready until months after the game launches, and if you buy the game physically, make sure to exchange your Nintendo Gold points for registration. I'm sure that won't be wildly confusing and hard to manage later down the line. And apparently people in the US can actually play the full game before it releases if you know where to find it. I didn't care. I was holding out to December 7th. I had already waited this whole year. I could wait a little longer. Also, I didn't like driving. I still don't. Almost immediately after, footage would surface of people playing these full demos, and we get to see Luigi's new grab and Chrom still in Robin's Final Smash. They didn't even change it? I'm gonna guess Chrom gets replaced by someone else if Robin is fighting him. The question is, who? To which a young Andrew Ultra responded, Alfonso. I'm back on the board, and I love all these new characters. I would have really liked a story mode, though. As the Direct winds to the end, Sakurai talks about Spirit Mode some more, but asks, what happened on that fateful day? He says that the adventure mode they planned this time around is nothing like what they did for Subspace, and that it's more about fun than story. Now, if you've seen my Portal video where I complain about cutscenes, you know I'm all about that. But like I said earlier, Smash Bros. Is already fun. The cutscenes are used here not as a replacement for gameplay, but as a reward, all right? I like playing Smash Bros., but just give me the cutscenes. I think people think I hate cutscenes, which I guess it did come across like in the Portal video. I don't hate cutscenes. I just don't think they're a suitable replacement for a fun game. We fade into a horizon as Fox's gun enters the frame and we hear voice acting. And let me tell you, I watched this trailer so many times, I have it engraved into my skull. We'll each need to take out about 10. Stow your fear. It's now or never. We'll win this. I know we will! Of course, the about 10 he was referring to is an army of master hands flanked by a biblically accurate angel. The hands shed their gloved skin and transform into sickly blue skeletal hands. The future seer Shulk gets a vision of everyone getting blasted away and only has enough time to look back at something. Or someone close to the ground. The monsters from the sky shoot a series of lasers that take out every character regardless of ink, box, or tree pose. And all the characters turn to dust. Do you remember what else I said was huge in 2018?
Mr. Sakurai, I don't feel so good.
Thanos, what are you doing?
They all got Thanos. Yeah, they all got Thanos.
It's Smash Brothers Infinity War! No! 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 They're gone! No! No Thanos for Smash characters!
Aw, Sonic slowed down to save Pikachu. I knew they always had some kind of cosmic connection. In the end, the only character that managed to escape is Kirby on a Warp Star, and we can assume he was the one that Shulk warned with that one look. As other non-roster characters get reduced to these spirits. Now these are the spirits we've been waiting for. The planet, the universe is reduced to wandering around as loose gusts of souls. And when we see Kirby plummet to a now ravaged planet as the new theme begins to play, but this time with lyrics.
Colors weave into a spire of flame. Distant sparks call to a past still unnamed. Bear this torch against the cold of the night. Search your soul and reawaken the undying light. On that day when the sky fell away, our world came to an end. In our eyes did a fading sunrise in the dark, glimmering shadows. Silence grows in the spaces between, stretching out beyond time. Rising up as a chorus of souls finds a voice, flickering through the void. These little sparks cling on to life, everyone caught in this struggle. And then the storms of change, they fan the flames, scattering ashes to the wind. Every soul contains a whisper of light, gleaming faintly as it dwindles from sight. No escape, no greater fate to be made. In the end, the chains of time will not break. Colors weave into a spire of flame. Distant sparks call to a path still unnamed. Bear this torch against the cold of the night. Search your soul and reawaken the undying light.
You may be wondering why I just showed you the entire thing and not just a clip, and that's because I was too busy tearing up again. Every time I watch back the Everyone Is Here trailer, I feel like I have to run around the room. Every time I watch the K. Rool reveal, I get a giant smile on my face, but every time I watch back this specific part of the direct, I get a wash of emotions and get excited for a game I've already put hundreds of hours into. And after I got home, where I had to go to work, I played the song in my car on the car ride there. But by this point, they didn't have the actual song in full posted anywhere yet. So actually, I had my phone in my hand. I shouldn't admit to this. I had my phone in my hand, and I just kept looping the song. It was a 40-minute video and like a 1-minute song, so I kept my hand on the scrub bar to make sure I could loop the song because my commute was a little longer than that song. So much of that is dedicated to memory. Finally, a song with actual lyrics. It's a shame I wasted my one allowed yearly Brenofloss joke on the Castlevania stage. There were normal blog posts leading up to this day, like Rosalina, Claptrap, Living Room, Zero Suit Samus. I almost forgot, but I didn't. And the direct was followed by an Incineroar character trailer. But our weekly song posted to the blog was actually a remix of a Pokemon battle theme. What a missed opportunity. We're not even gonna listen to that one. Legitimately, the only way I could listen to the song I was obsessed with and still am is I had to keep going back to the direct and looping that 1-minute part, which I did often. And as much as I'd like to delve deep into this trailer frame by frame, hey look, Gallium is back as a boss from Brawl. hey look, Shantae is a spirit.
Oh.
But I don't have to, because beloved channel Game Explain made a whole analysis video about the overworld of World of Light and how it's hiding different Nintendo consoles and references. To which the 17-year-old chimed in, looks like Lumios is above it too. They also made a video discussing Piranha Plant's moveset, and that he commented, pretty sure his back throw is in the Duck Hunt bit. Might be wrong, though also I don't think the poison actually dizzies the characters, considering it didn't affect Luigi. Alright, I guess he immediately resubscribed to them in shame after backing the wrong horse. No shame in admitting that you're wrong. And while there's no way they ever saw any of those comments, and I didn't publicly engage with this flame war of us versus them, I would like to take this time to apologize to Game Explain after this big controversy. They just kept going on and then never did anything bad ever again and never got caught in any other scandal. You guys should really subscribe to Good Vibes Gaming. And that's where we are. Once the dust is settled, either through excitement or disappointment, we learned that basically everything Vergeben has said has been true. Not all of it's been proven, but he hasn't said anything that's been factually incorrect. Other than Isabel being an echo, but in their defense, everyone thought that. And we basically know everything about this game, and I do mean everything. They dedicated a sizable portion of that direct to talk about the options menu. But there would likely be little details that would seep out between now and the release of the game, but little Andrew Ultra only really cared about character speculation, and now that that was all over, didn't want to be spoiled on anything else. I mean, there was some new information on the website, like Piranha Plant's character trailer and the Skull Kid assist trophy. Yay! Sakurai had an extra Japanese presentation shortly after the direct that showed more of a specific menu, and there was a category that roughly translated to watch adventure mode movies / cutscenes. So we're likely getting more, if these internet translations are to be trusted. Despite now having a playable demo of all the characters in the game out in the wild, people were more preoccupied with speculation of the potential DLC characters they announced during the direct. Nothing really changed. Before the direct, we were speculating multiple playable characters, and after the direct, we're doing the same thing, except this time we have to pay for them. Smash 4 did have some massive third-party characters and Nintendo characters that have been wanted in these games for a long time and pleased a lot of people, but I think most fans would agree that their true heavy hitters didn't start rolling out until DLC. That's not to say that the demo didn't give us any new interesting information, because people were able to film this mostly completed game. We finally got a full look at the alternate costumes for all the characters not featured in demos prior, and we saw the return of the Meta Ridley skin that we saw in his trailer but was missing from the demo from E3 for whatever reason. Maybe this could still mean we can get more than 8 costumes for each character, but it's seeming unlikely. On top of touring different colleges and Best Buys, the Nintendo Holiday Experience would start touring around November 10th. It would feature playable games like Mario Kart, Mario Party, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate around malls in the US. And guess who is still too far away to be able to drive and go play any of them? I lived in the middle of nowhere, but it didn't matter. After deciding I would get that special edition with the steelbook and controller and taking that specific day off, I made sure all my friends were thoroughly hyped, because the day that game came out and was shipped to my house, it was gonna be like a holiday. I played that Lifelight song, which is what it's called, from the World of Light, on loop. I studied the original 8 fighters to see which one I would start the game with. I had it all planned out to a T. I liked playing heavies, and this game was faster, so I planned on playing Donkey Kong early on, and picking the white skin, which as a kid, when we were all playing Brawl, we would call the Yeti. And you could play all of the stages once you boot up the game in 8-player Smash. They all work with it. And that was the plan. There were a couple non-DLC related speculation points though, mostly from Game Explain trying to analyze the footage we saw from World of Light.
After all, in Smash Wii U, there was a brief moment of invulnerability when she used it for her up smash. This could be a reference to that ability, but I suppose she just mistimed it here. Or, you know, she could have literally been trying to make like a tree and leave.
We better make like a tree and... Also, like, none of the locations they pointed out in the cinematic actually made it into the playable game. And we got some more footage. We learned that the Mii fighters' faces are blacked out on the matchup screen. We didn't know that yet. And Nintendo made an official statement that they are going to remove Mr. Game & Watch's side smash animation prior to release due to complaints. The original animation looked like this, with a feather protruding from his head and a skirt dripping down, which came from the original Game & Watch game that had Native Americans. Who could have seen this coming? Remember when I said I was doing pretty good in Photoshop class? It became a meme in our group chat to get this image of Game & Watch and Photoshop the offensive from the Great Cave Offensive title over it. and pasted over people we assumed were racist. Now that I say it out loud, it's actually not that funny. Like most of our memes, I imagine, you kind of just had to be there, I guess. Yeah, you had to be there with all those 16 to 17-year-old boys. I must stick to the historical record. All right, let's talk about DLC. The race for credible leakers was beginning to wind down. I don't know where I'm landing on this, because I know I'm already close enough to December that I can keep this on, but it's getting really hot in here, because as soon as it becomes December in this video, then I'm gonna wear this again. So do I, through the end of November, put it back to the Ryu headband, and then just do it for a little bit, and then go back to this fit, or should I just keep this while I'm sweltering? I think I'm just gonna have to suffer. A green text surfaced that had an army Wojak predicting not just Incineroar and Ken, but also Piranha Plant in his pot, all on September 24th. Just goes to show that even beyond insiders or just niche internet micro-celebrities, a lot of stuff does tend to slip through the cracks. Checking in with our pal and really only credible named leaker Vergeben doubled down and said that there would in fact be a Square Enix character, that it would be the first DLC character, and that it would be announced at the Game Awards, which were taking place the night before Smash Ultimate dropped. And if you're getting it digitally, that midnight it drops. Made it really hard for me to avoid spoilers. Another famous leaker I didn't really mention at all, Leaky Pandy, chimed in. They're famous for getting the dates of Nintendo Directs correct, but the contents of them very wrong. They did say Isaac was an assist trophy. I just didn't want to listen. Anyway, they piggybacked off of Verg and said that the Square character would be a Dragon Quest character. Interesting. Broken clock is right twice a day.
Joker from Persona 5 is now my #1 most wanted character for Smash Ultimate.
Sometimes you just strike oil. But we don't know anything yet. Where we are right now in the timeline, we're still arguing over DLC. And the arguing is about to get a whole lot worse because Masahiro Sakurai's company Sora Limited tweeted out, in English, mind you, that the DLC roster has already been finalized and that the characters were decided by Nintendo. Uh-oh. People harassed this poor man so much that he had to tweet out, hey, fucking leave me alone. And it says a lot about the majority of people who were harassing him that he had to tweet this out in English. We fucking suck, dude. Most people took this as a negative, meaning that the evil company conglomerate picked the characters and not the benevolent game director. But they forget the important detail that Nintendo likes money. Let's use a character like, I don't know, Waluigi, for example. Hypothetically, Sakurai could come across a character like this, but cut them for very specific reasons to them. Sakurai has always said that Waluigi doesn't feel like an actual character, and most people want him in insincerely. Said the same thing, something similar with Ridley, saying it was too big. But once Nintendo goes over his head and realizes, hey, a lot of people want Waluigi, we're gonna put him in anyway, going over Sakurai. As much as I like Sakurai directing these games, he has very specific hang-ups. Not to say that Waluigi would be in their lineup. I mean, he's an assist trophy for this game, but he is a Nintendo character. Nintendo's picking the DLC fighters. But that leads us to an interesting argument about what deconfirms a character. We basically had 3 levels of deconfirmation: assist trophies, Mii costumes, and spirits, and argued on the merit of all of those. Although the assist trophies, which most believed could not become characters in Smash Ultimate if they were already assist trophies in the game, still had the possibility that Nintendo just doesn't care about our rules and puts in whoever they want because they want people to buy their DLC. Mii costumes had some more stank to them. Not even sure what I meant by that. Because the Chrom Mii costume was spotted in the shop in some extra footage, meaning that we have Chrom as a costume and a fighter. But this may not actually mean anything for the likes of Rex Xenoblade, which was a Mii costume shown off during one of the announcements. Just because these original costumes were in Smash 4, and if it's built on top of that game, it'd just be really easy to port them. But it's worth arguing with people over. This is the first week since June that a teenage Andrew Ultra did not comment on any videos about Smash Bros. Or any videos at all, for that matter. I guess I was busy playing Red Dead 2? Maybe? Spirits are a different story. Not only by this point have we seen a spirit of Captain K. Rool with his Super Nintendo render, even though K. Rool is playable in this game, but another argument is that they're basically just new trophies. Smash 4 had a Lucas trophy before he was added back in through DLC, but again, he's a first-party Nintendo character. We don't know what this could mean for non-Nintendo characters like Shantae or Geno. And speaking of non-Nintendo representation in this game, most major companies that have a form of representation in Smash have a couple characters and then other representation in stages or music or spirits, mostly Konami, Capcom, Square, and Sega. Of course, there are some characters from smaller companies that don't have any playable representation, like Isaac and Shantae. But there's also a Rabbit spirit, which means that Ubisoft is in this game. And that's a pretty major company in the year 2018 to have spirits but not have a playable character. Which brings us all the way back to my main man, Rayman. It's like 2014 all over again. Sure, he's in Brawlhalla now, but who else could be the Ubisoft rep? Assassin's Creed, what a joke. I know I said no songs would ever top Lifelight, but they didn't stop updating the blog. Most of the recent posts did tie into the direct, except for Olimar, for some reason, but the rest were assist trophies like Springman and Yuri, a post about spirits, and then Street Fighter, the never-before-seen Ken character trailer, and a song from the base series. It's a shame I already cut off the music bit because it's Guile's theme, and the whole bit running joke with this video is that I've set songs to popular dancing memes or just clips I liked, and Guile famously goes with everything. I only bring it up because, not that it matters anymore at all because we know the characters, but this would support the music theory that was brought up prior, that all the new character trailers coincide with a corresponding song. And last week we got a new Pokemon song, even though we got one weeks prior to that. Because after the direct, this would be the point of the video where we go back into the little visual guide I made, except we have to figure out what characters have been deconfirmed and some stuff is a little muddled. So we basically have to scrap this whole thing and make a new one that looks like this. Confusing, I know. The thing about leakers is there really hasn't been a trustworthy prominent one since E3. Like, we still have the same ones, but we didn't get any new ones. Like, the Grinch leak was believable, and I still, to this day, do not understand how all that stuff lined up perfectly, but that was not an insider, it was just an image. Every now and then, a different leaker will pop up on Reddit or Smash forums where they have their actual display name and have some credence because Vergeben hyped them up or backed them a little bit ago, and then they go on to say nothing that is true. I only bring up this name, I'm not gonna do the bit of, oh, I hope I don't mispronounce this, I'm caving, I can't say that. Who specifically called out Papagino's quote-unquote Microsoft source, and we got this response.
Then he goes on to say, effing hell, I swear to God, if another YouTube video pops up because of this thread, you people need to get a life. LOL.
I don't like to engage drama. I know I've said this, but it's just Smash Bros. And this conflict is really funny. Think about the messiest bitch you know. It's a man, isn't it? We got another Sakurai Famitsu column that most people ignored because it was really just about Incineroar, and how he only chose this character because he always wanted to do a wrestling character in his fighting game. Based. I wrote the script before the summer where I played through new Street Fighter, new Mortal Kombat, and also got into Tekken and realized it's actually a very common thing in fighting games. But then he would also go on to confirm that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate project plan was actually finalized in December 2015. No more guesses, we have an exact date. Well, we have an exact month. We assumed it was around the time DLC ended for Smash 4, but now we have an actual date right from the horse's mouth. That means that this game was finished in 3 years and was ready to show off in 2, if you think this Mario render counts as ready to show off. We know that the Smash Ballot for Smash 4 wasn't used for Smash 4 and was instead used for Smash Ultimate, but we didn't know if that was the intention, but we could likely assume it was always the plan to do that. Instead of it deciding the DLC for Smash 4, it would pick the roster for Ultimate. And the DLC. This ballot, on top of Nintendo really wanting to make money, we may be on the cusp of the most iconic Smash reveals of all time. Some people thought that because Nintendo was picking the characters that they would exclusively pick first-party characters, and because of this, Bandana Waddle Dee raised through the ranks. I mean, he still hasn't been spotted in Mass Deity's Final Smash. This specific Bandana Waddle Dee has not been spotted as a spirit. And again, if the visuals are to be believed, grain of salt, that he was pretty high up on the ballot. It's not that I don't want Bandana Waddle Dee in. It's more so that I don't want a Three Houses rep. Anyway, we finally got the results of Game Theory's Smash survey. Apparently, according to the survey, girls are more likely to pick pretty characters, boys are more likely to pick monsters, and non-binary people are more likely to not have any bias at all. And if we take a look at all my mains in Smash Ultimate, it's official. I am cis. You can stop with all the egg comments now. So, no real new speculation, but we did get the reveal of something I actually want to talk about. In a new commercial for the game, the Everyone is Here banner comes to life as the characters run around with absolutely no music playing for some reason. So the internet at large took this opportunity to add music to this commercial to later find out that it goes with everything. All the previous Smash themes, Take On Me, Africa, Don't Stop Me Now, along with the DK rap, they were the most popular among this experiment. But my favorite, and the one that stuck with me and means a lot to me, is this trailer set to Happy Together by the Turtles. For those of you who don't know, Brief history lesson. There's an iconic commercial for the first ever Super Smash Bros. Game released in America that stars Pikachu, Mario, Donkey Kong, and Yoshi frolicking together, set to Happy Together by the Turtles, but then the record scratches as the four costumes begin to beat each other up as the narrator says something's gone wrong in the happy-go-lucky world of Nintendo. And maybe there was a lost media search about an event where the costume characters fought inside a wrestling ring that only pictures surfaced for, and I want to watch so bad. So seeing the story come full circle and hearing Happy Together in Smash Ultimate's trailer, even if it's not official, it's really cool. But I wasn't alive when Smash 64 came out. My first game was Brawl. I'm sure if you're around my age, which I assume a lot of you are, you may have noticed that in the late 90s, early 2000s, a lot of lovable video game characters had kind of an edgy phase. Bomberman in the 90s, cute mascot. Bomberman in the 2000s, realistic guy who holds a gun. Bomberman in the 2010s, back to cute mascot. Same with the classic design of Dante from Devil May Cry, Ratchet & Clank's gameplay, lest we forget Shadow the Hedgehog on too soon. And even Smash Bros. Wasn't immune to this. Brawl was rated T for teen, and internet culture at the time followed suit. People wanted edgier adult games and thought Nintendo was passé because it was too kiddie. And while Smash Bros. Is for everyone, it's not exclusively for adults, Brawl specifically has blood and post-apocalyptic stages and new designs that are edgy and cool. Look at the denim on this man. I think it was maybe the first game I ever owned that was rated T for teen, and the bit where Master Hand starts to bleed, I was like, this is the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Alternatively, the first PG-13 movie I saw was Revenge of the Sith, and you may think like, oh, what a kiddie thing. That's worse than most rated R movies I've seen. A man burns alive. The only reason I bring this up is that my version of this running gag is a Super Smash Bros. Brawl AMV uploaded in 2008 in glorious 240p. It's a Super Smash Bros. Brawl AMV, their cutscenes set to Happy Together by Simple Plan. It doesn't get more 2008 than that, brother. And it's interesting that it follows that pattern of cutesy, edgy, cutesy again, where if you think, oh, Smash 64, Happy Together, Smash Ultimate, Happy Together, the edgy phase, Happy Together, except instead of the turtles, it's Simple Plan. I implore you guys to watch this video. As of me writing this script, it only has like 9 comments, one of which is me saying, wow. This isn't official. Nintendo didn't do any of this. It's just kind of like a specific internet running gag that I really liked and found really cool that shows the changes throughout each era. Whenever I hear Happy Together, similar to Grinch 2018, I only associate it with Smash Bros. He also commented on the initial reveal of this silent trailer with, wait a second, you're not Mock Rider. I don't get the joke.
Will you explain to me, the joke? Because I don't get the fucking joke.
There's a lot of comments this week that aren't really tied to Smash Ultimate, but at least Smash in general. I just want to mention them because we didn't have any comments last week. Commented on a video titled Charizard's Idol Animation, to which I will show you right now. Sure is. And then for whatever reason commented on Etika's reaction to the Smash 4 DLC reveals. Because I wasn't really involved with that hype cycle, I thought it was the Devil DLC, and I wanted to see what it was like, I think.
She slows down time! She's broken. She's fucking broken.
Good job, comment. The last comment is on some more DLC speculation, to which he left. Nintendo wants to sell DLC, so they would pick the most wanted characters according to the ballot, regardless of third party or not. Gotta get those Battle Pass sales. It's beginning to freak me out how much I agree with this teenager. And the blog posts are just as boring as ever. And I'm not saying that to be spoiled or reductive. I understand it's a really cool idea to drip feed these individual character trailers on the blog to get you constantly hyped so there's always new information. I'm just saying they shouldn't have allowed us to watch all of these prior to this. They should have held them off. Except this week it was just Little Mac and Meta Knight. I guess the blog theory didn't account for them just slowly winding down characters as we barrel towards the release date. While we did get some more info about spirits in these posts, it isn't actually new. It was a more simplified version of what was said in the Direct. So what should have been in the Direct. The Akira Assist Trophy looks cool, and Pokemon Stadium stage is always nice to see. Grasping at straws here. I could have mentioned that the first official Pokemon game on the Nintendo Switch, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, dropped this week. Anyway, I played them for like 2 weeks and I beat them in like 3 days. And it makes sense, we were only 3 weeks removed from the game and Teen Me did not want to be spoiled any further, which would become harder in the coming weeks. The game is leaked. A bunch of YouTubers were allowed to capture footage of the game and post it to their individual channels. Somebody managed to get the game playable early and posted a bunch of images to Twitter before afterwards taking them down, and the game has been data mined. Now, by this point, teenage Andrew Ultra had completely checked out of internet speculation. He had been burned and also didn't want any spoilers. All he wanted was for this release day to be the best day ever possible at that time, and maybe just ever in my life. That's really sad to say. I'm gonna backpedal on that, and was determined to not be spoiled on anything else that wasn't in the directs. But there weren't a whole lot of surprises. I mean, really all that still could have been spoiled were a bunch of classic mode details. Got the first look at this board the target-esque run near the end of classic mode, and the data mine gave away the entire list of bosses in the game. I wasn't spoiled because I didn't want to be. However, apparently the data mine determined that there were 30 blank character slots following after Piranha Plant, likely just there for extra placeholders. Wow, I can't believe for sure 100% fact we're gonna get 30 new DLC fighters. Bad news, if spirits do in fact deconfirm new fighters, which we aren't really sure on, now the game has been data mined, spirits for Bandana Waddle Dee, Elma, and Paper Mario have been found in the game. Does this mech figure mean nothing to you, Sakurai? All of this info was gathered in another Papagino's video where he continued to beef with Hitagi. I'm kinda glad I wiped my hands of this, but I will be back with a vengeance. While Sakurai didn't mention the action figure, he was interviewed by gaming magazine Game Informer, to which he said that they occasionally dip their fingers into the Smash ballot. They wanted to find the most wanted character. Every time a new thing comes out, I continue to say, oh, you know, them picking from the Smash ballot was heavily implied, but it was basically outright stated like 4 different times. It's hard for me to say that anything is true anymore after the Grinch leak. I just refuse to trust anyone on the internet ever again. I mean, Sakurai must be doing a victory lap by this point, because even before the game came out, Smash Bros. Ultimate became the most pre-ordered Smash game of all time, and not only that, but also the most pre-ordered Nintendo Switch game of all time. At that time. I don't think that's how of all time works. Truly making this game the ultimate Smash Bros. Oh, and since we covered marketing material last week, I think I should bring up that there was another overview trailer that was narrated by the announcer of the game, to which he called the game The Ultimate Showdown. Now I can't get the song out of my head. Old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground. We are now 20 days away from this game, and I'm excited all over again for a game I can currently play right now and have already put hours into. However, GameXplain posted a bunch of clips of the new Palutena's Guidance Easter eggs for the new characters, and I legitimately did not know these were in the game. I thought they did the Snake Codec thing where they just didn't add any new ones. This is why the research is fun. You learn something new every day. I'm not taking this off. We're almost in December. Surprisingly, the blog was still managing to post multiple characters a week. Although we're obviously thinning it down to 2 a week now, as this week we got Robin and Zelda character trailers. Do I even need to talk about these anymore? Without the weekly song, which they're still posting, I just stopped caring about. It isn't nearly as exciting, and I can tell you teenage Andrew Ultra definitely checked out by this point. Guile and Chef assist trophies, and the Pac-Land stage with Miss Pac-Man in the background. There, are you happy? We're still missing the better Pac-Man stage, but whatever. Actually, what was the deal with that 108 stage counter? It sounds like I'm complaining, but ironically, around this point in the timeline, this is the part of the story where I was at my hypest. My most hype? All I had to do now was wait until the game dropped and avoid being dragged back into speculation. However, the kid did not avoid it. On a video titled Final Thoughts on Ultimate's Port Debate, which is a crazy video to release after everything we've seen, and the game is weeks from release. Smash Ultimate is a port equal I do not own a Switch. Ahaha, look at this broke ass. The joke would work a lot better if I had dollar bills, but I only had coins in my wallet, proving that actually I'm the broke ass here. Mii costume speculation continued on whether or not they had a chance to be a DLC fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Someone commented, do not believe Mii costume deconfirms a character. Did everyone forget the Link, Samus, and Captain Falcon outfits? Which is obviously a joke about how they don't deconfirm. To which the kid swang back with, however, they did go out of their way to say Rex wouldn't be DLC. If I had to have my dreams crushed, so does everyone else. Why isn't Mach Rider in this game? We can't even really change anything about our weekly visual guide update because we didn't get any more information other than finding new spirits. But we still don't know if that deconfirms characters. We know that assist trophies do for sure. Those guys are dead. Also, this game was almost out anyway. Who cares about DLC? The game was dropping December 7th. You know this, but if you remember from earlier, I was getting the game physically, so I couldn't load the game up December 6th when the clock struck midnight. I had to wake up the next day, go to school, avoid spoilers throughout the day, come home from school, wait for my package to arrive, hope it showed up, and then wait for all my friends to show up so we could all play the game together at the same time. The plan was simple. I didn't have to avoid spoilers or gameplay on any day other than that. All I had to do was keep my head down on December 7th. Little did I know that I would have to begin avoiding these weeks in advance. Not only had the code to the game already leaked, but by this point, internet pirates had already found a way to play the game. And I will say this, I know I've come across like a corporate show through most of this video when I talk about how giddy Nintendo makes me, but I think piracy is perfectly alright if there is no alternative and greedy streaming services are deleting shows or specific companies will not allow you to play their game. If there is no alternative to buying it, then I think it's totally okay for preservation and gameplay. But I don't want to sound like I'm privileged here. You saw my handful of dimes up in my ivory tower, but I'm just gonna say this. I think the game isn't even out yet. You don't want to consider buying it a little bit? Call me a corporate chiller or bootlicker or whatever, but pirating a game before it even hits store shelves is insane to me. Anyway, I just had to get that off my chest, combined with how, I guess, upset it made me at the time. I did manage to avoid spoilers for the most part, but my entire year prior to this was spent exclusively watching Smash Bros content, maybe some wrestling, maybe some Slender Man, but like 90% Smash Bros. So YouTube, being YouTube, of course, recommended me all these videos. Even in videos that weren't overtly about Smash, like IGN's top 10 guest characters in fighting games, where the Miracle Kid still manages to get in an argument about Smash Bros in the comment section. But I was recommended a lot of regular, normal Smash Bros videos, but those contain spoilers. So to satiate myself, I had to watch the weird ones. You ever make a weird post for your community and then it leaves your niche audience and other people reach it and it doesn't make any sense? It doesn't mesh well with others. Well, apparently I watched this video that I thought would be a normal unboxing of the Smash Bros edition, but instead it was the kid commented, "This makes me so incredibly uncomfortable." At least he knows his boundaries. I don't know when I forgot this, but it took me a while to learn that one. And then there's a comment on the fastest way to unlock all characters in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate that just says, "I shouldn't be watching this." I distinctly remember being in my computer class when writing this comment. Newsflash, buddy, you don't have to watch it. Go try the impossible quiz again, or maybe do your work. Learn how the eyedrop tool works. I have had senioritis my entire life, even when I'm out of school. I cannot believe I logged into the YouTube account you are watching right now on a school computer. Oh god, I really hope I logged out. The only piece of speculation is admittedly a juicy one. All the boss battles had already been leaked through the source code, so the people viewing all the leaks already knew the lineup. But then most trusted and correct leaker Vergeben came forward and said, "Oh, Minecraft is represented as a boss in the game, and my most trustworthy source has confirmed this." And then all the people on the internet responded, no it's not. We can play the game right now. We see the list in the code. There's no Minecraft in here. But what was going on? It's not like they could add an extra secret special boss to the game's code with an update on day one. Could they? A Redditor who allegedly leaked Piranha Plant said that there would be a day one update that would add missing modes from the data we're looking at, or I wasn't, but internet people were looking at that time, adding beloved modes like Home Run Classic and Stage Builder that were missing from the base game. And that's not unheard of for modern gaming. It seems like most massive games in the modern era, none of them launch without a day one update, unless they're really good games. So maybe what will likely be an Ender Dragon boss fight will be added to the game on the night it gets up. Maybe. You could think that maybe they did this if they did in fact do it to avoid spoilers, but it likely has more to do with timing. It's worth noting that the data mine code does feature cut spirits for N64 games Jet Force Gemini and Blast Corps, which were both made by Rareware, who also made the Banjo-Kazooie games. I knew the Grinch was real. I'm still holding out hope. And this only added fuel to the fire as we got our final Sakurai Famitsu column before the game came out, where he officially announced that there would be a day one patch, but only for people who bought the game physically. And that's where people got the code they've been looking at. Oh great, now I have to wait even longer on the 7th. I have my game, I have to wait for my friends to show up, I gotta make pizza rolls or whatever, and I gotta wait for the game to update. Sakurai also flexed a little bit about the new song with lyrics in Lifelight, which is fair. That song rocked my balls. He also went on to say that the Japanese version of the song was performed by a 17-year-old prodigy. That's insane. Do you want to know how amazing that is? 17. What were you doing when you were 17? You want to know what I was doing when I was 17? commenting on videos like this, thinking about Smash Ultimate. After we moved on from the Famitsu column, with the benefit of hindsight, I think we know what happened with this boss speculation in the day one update. I don't remember how true this is. I couldn't find anything on it. I'm just going off of potentially a false memory, but I'm pretty sure Rathalos is listed in the game as end_dragon because it's one of the many final bosses. And maybe the trusted source saw this name in the code and just assumed it was the Ender Dragon instead of Rathalos. But if that's the case, if this is in fact true, then wouldn't that mean the people who were currently looking at the code would, instead of responding, hey, Ender Dragon's not in this game, wouldn't they also then be like, hey, I think you're confusing it with end_dragon, which is Rathalos? I don't know. It's another example of something I've heard repeated a lot, but I don't know anything about coding or data mining, so I can't actually confirm if this is true or not. I'm gonna go with no. I'm just bracing you now because I'm sure the teenager will bring it up later as he regurgitates information from all his favorite Smash tubers. Diddy Kong, Yoshi, Lucas, Flies in Hand, Assist Trophy, Street Fighter stage. We are on the cusp of the final week before the game drops, and the only characters yet to be posted to the blog were these ones, so I can't imagine any of them will be surprises or show us anything new and interesting. The song they chose for this week's post is titled Nintendo Switch Presentation 2017 Trailer Background Music Song, but they also finally posted an official extended version of the Lifelight theme for World of Light, so there's no way that long-ass title could compete with this. And here we are, the release week of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Think of how far we've come, from a glint in Inkling's eye to Everyone is Here, to Ridley, to Codenames and Riddles, to Castlevania, some echoes, to K-Rool, Earthquake speculation, Isabelle, Grinch Leak, a Flame War, to Ken and Incineroar, to that, them, to now. It's kind of sad in a way. I know I say this for a lot of videos, but because I do these on a month-to-month basis, basically whatever I talk about for a video topic becomes my life for a month, but this is the longest I've ever spent working on one specific video. I've been doing this for multiple months, so it's weird to say goodbye to something and have it completely escape my life after it dominating research for months, and this time I don't even have a new game to look forward to. It just ends. So let's put myself in the kid's shoes at December 2018. I didn't play Red Dead 2 as much as I would have hoped. Let's Go was just as big of a disappointment as I thought it was going to be, but this game is the hypest I had been for anything. It's the most hype I ever have been, and the most hype I probably ever will be. I could talk about some more DLC speculation right before the game came out, and I will tell you I was in a Discord call with my friends watching the Game Awards 2018 all together on my shitty cracked laptop, but I think I'll save that for another time. Do you really want to hear about the Bayonetta blog post, or the Tiki Assist Trophy, or Roy, or Midgar, or Mewtwo, or Game & Watch? Well, of course we gotta listen to the How to Play song, or that he commented on a Noggin video that would determine the Pokemon types of all the roster members of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and said, Falco has feathers and can't fly. Flying. Pit has feathers and can't fly. Not flying. I guess he got really heated about this subject for no reason. Is any of that really important? Is that integral to this story? This video exists for two reasons. To lay out the timeline of events for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate hype cycle, and to tell my story, my place in it. And speculation's basically already over. December 2nd to the 6th may as well not have even existed. All I cared about was that Friday. December 7th, the school day had finally ended, and after spending a year's worth of classes just sitting on a computer and looking at Reddit and YouTube and thinking about Smash Ultimate, it was finally time for me to back it up. While some players got the game digitally the second it went up at midnight, this was a new Smash Bros. Game. I had to get it physically. I'm trying to get better at getting physical versions of like modern games like Xbox or whatever, but the Switch's whole thing is that it's portable. So the only physical Switch games I got still to this day, I have hundreds of games on my Switch, I only got a couple of them physical, are new Pokemon generations, and Smash Bros. All my homies hate Let's Go. It's also cool that the 3 Switch games I have physical, I technically made 3 separate videos about all of them. I gotta get the Portal Collection physical now. So I got home and hoped that my package would be there, either so I didn't have to wait any longer, or to ensure that it wasn't stolen off our stoop. But it was there, a box within another box, but I promised I would not touch it until everyone was there. I get it, everyone is here. I may have mentioned it before in passing, but the boy's name was always kind of meant to be ironic. Like most of my life, I had always been a girls guy for whatever reason, so this group of guys was my first, like, prominent male friend group, and it was in senior year of high school. We all met through theater and would hang out mostly at school. Months after the release of this game, 2019, I would take over the basement area, the decrepit, and just make it my chill hangout spot, and we would all congregate there after rehearsal, school days be damned. That basement, if you're a super long-time fan, you may know pretty well. We had a lot of good times down there. But we're not there yet. We're still up in the pink room. And this would be the first time they would all be over to this new house. Because I invited all of them. Despite owning Smash 4, I never really, this is gonna sound sad, I never had enough friends to be able to do an actual in-person physical 8-player Smash, and I was determined to finally do that. As my best friends in the whole wide world showed up to the new house I was still getting accustomed to, funneling in as we opened up the box to the game, cooked some pizza rolls, and strewn Mountain Dew all throughout the room. I know it smelled crazy in there. After opening up the box and waiting through the day 1 update, the game started. I guess I didn't really show you the box that, yeah, box theory was in fact correct. Yes, I have video evidence.
Hey! Fuck you!
That white teenager saying fuck you was young Andrew Ultra, unsure about his place in the world, but sure about one thing. He wanted to play Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Just in these videos, you can see all the cans, the Mario Odyssey poster I got from MagFest but folded up, and the Eat, Sleep, Game, Repeat sign that I can only hope was ironic. Christmas lights in the front and LED lights in the back. The vibes in this room were so off, but what else would you expect from a depressed teenager? It's not like my rooms would get any better. Show the giant Sonic hairy leg standy. I try my best not to make videos dated, and that's why I make them months at a time, but this one I actually don't know when it's gonna go up, so I hope this isn't an accidental time capsule, but there's a recent trend going around of the whole Mojo Dojo Casa House thing, and because of the Barbie movie, and being like, oh, look at these lame guys putting shit all over their houses. Get that shit out of here. And it makes me legitimately sad. You gotta get out of that relationship, bud. Put your knickknacks everywhere. Don't let her tell you what you can do. I have one of those animatronic fish hung up, but it doesn't have batteries in it. It just simply is standing there. So the 7 of us, we didn't actually end up getting a full 8. Technically, I didn't even end up getting 7 because one of the 7 was my little baby sister. I meant what I said about my best friends in the whole wide world. These were all my closest friends, but again, I wanted to fill out the roster, so I did ask my other kind of regular acquaintances that we only really talked because we were all troublemakers in class, but we never really hung out outside of school. So I hit this guy up and asked if he wanted to swing by and play Smash Ultimate with us, to which he responded that he'd actually planned on dropping LSD that day and could actually swing by and bring us LSD so we could all drop it while playing Smash Ultimate. So I took a census of the room and we all decided, no, we don't want to do that. Nothing against the idea. I just did not want my first experience with Super Smash Ultimate to be compromised. I had to be sober. So the 7 of us loaded up the game. I had the song dedicated to memory by this point. Consult the video. We picked 7 of the current 8 playable characters. I was Yeti DK. I distinctly remember my first ever match in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate because it was a big moment for me. It was on the Gerudo Valley stage, and we had items off but Smash meter on because we at least wanted to give it a shot. But despite having it memorized, I knew at the time that I wanted to save this moment because I knew I would be talking about it for years to come. The first time me and all my friends in the senior year of high school gathered together to play my favorite game that I spent the entire year getting hyped for, so I saved the replay as a perfect time capsule. But then the game updated and deleted the replay because characters got buffed or whatever, and that memory is now gone forever. There's no proof. Whoops. I do have a bunch of these screenshots saved on my Switch from the dates listed above, which were likely taken on accident while we were playing during class. When I tell you I was obsessed with this game, I mean it. I was playing it every waking hour of my life. I would prop my Switch up in my backpack enough to obscure it from the teacher, but have it like visible to people. And the nature of the Switch is you could pop Joy-Cons off and I would hand them to people behind me. Even people that normally didn't play Smash Bros. I just wanted everyone involved. I was known as the Switch guy for a little bit. I was so excited for this game. I just wanted to play it with everyone close to me that during our rehearsal for our senior show that had a cast of maybe 40 people, I put together a 36-person bracket. I got in contact with everyone I could on the cast list and asked them if they wanted to be a part of this tournament. I really wish I kept the bracket because I kind of remember a couple years back finding a crumpled up piece of paper of the bracket written out, and although I don't know all the people anymore, it would have been a nice thing to keep. 36 theater kids, maybe 12 of which or so have actually ever played this game, all competing at specific times when we knew they wouldn't be on stage. I scheduled this shit to a T. I was excited. The fucking lead role in the show was competing in my Smash tournament. While the director and choreographer were yelling at some people dancing on stage or whatever, people gathered in the back rooms to watch these Smash matches go down. And they got legitimately hyped. Still, to this day, some of the hypest matches I've seen in this game, and I watched legitimate tournaments were from this theater kid tournament. Not to get too much into school details, because, you know, it was forever ago and also not really relevant to the story, but when I was in my first show at the school, I kind of got the feeling nobody really cared about the ensemble. Like, the seniors didn't even notice us. So when I was a senior, I wanted to make everyone feel welcome. In a weird roundabout, pseudo-ironic way, we took the younger guys under our wings of our group, the boys. I know it's cringy, but it was kind of like a half joke. And it helped that I was, despite being a senior, still in the ensemble anyway. And the winner of this tournament was an underclassman. And before that, I put together this little cardboard championship belt to give to the winner, and I gave it to him. And a lot of people got really emotional because it was during our last show. I mean, I was stoked to finally be out of high school, but who was I going to play Smash Bros. With now? But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But right now, December 7th, 2018, we're still in the gamer room playing the video game. I knew it smelled crazy in there. After the first couple matches, we managed to unlock Ness, and I had to play against him nonstop, which made me miserable. And then shortly after, we unlocked Zelda, and at this point, we still had Final Smash meter on, and then we figured out Zelda's Final Smash, which made everyone else miserable. I'm joking, obviously. I'm not one of those people who, like, smashes controllers. Even at my maddest, I could not pry myself away from this game. I talked about the bracket I made on paper, but this game did have a built-in bracket mode that we wanted to try. I do have a Snapchat memory I dug up from my missing account on December 28th, 2018, which is just a picture of this bracket. I think I wrote the paper bracket up at this time by looking at this screen, but also for longtime ultraers, I can tell by looking at the surroundings of this TV and this image that this was taken at the Gummy Bear Brothers house. Long story, not really, but just watch the other videos. They come up a lot. Earlier I said I've been mostly a girls guy, and that was true in middle school and late grade school and high school, but prior to that, I would go over to this Gummy Bear house when things weren't going super great at my house, which was like all the time, and these guys basically became my surrogate brothers. One of the Gummy Bear Brothers is behind the iPhone filming us loading up this game. And while we're bringing up other modes, this is a video of my buddy Chris playing on his own Switch by himself because he really wanted to run through the story mode to unlock all the characters as fast as possible. So much so that he brought his own TV to play the campaign himself. The Switch has a screen on it. We just wanted to unlock them by naturally playing the game. But in doing so is when we learned that it got really difficult. Like, I'm not exaggerating. We were all pretty good at Smash. It's kind of hard to explain or even show because the game has since been nerfed. But anyone who played the game on launch day knows that the CPUs you had to fight to unlock characters were legitimately pretty hard. Like, even seasoned veterans were having issues. We got rest comboed by a computer Jigglypuff. And this isn't me complaining. It's actually more just surprise. I legitimately like when characters are hard to unlock. It takes me back to my childhood of playing Brawl. We tried multiplayer classic mode where we discovered that Marks was a boss fight in the game, which wasn't spoiled for me ahead of time, which it was a magical time. I could go on and on about what this game meant to me, future DLC character speculation, how every day after rehearsal, even when people didn't come over, I would hop online in this cold basement and play online with my friends during a call every day. This game dominated my friends and I's lives. But you've already heard that from me. Why don't you hear it from... I lied. That was a lie. It's me. Listen, I know I sound weird. I'm technically still getting over a sickness, but I really had no other way to end this video. I mean, I had other ideas. As you know by probably watching this video, this has gone through a lot of production. It is provably the longest I've ever worked on a video. Like, most of these video ideas I've had since I started doing this. I knew, oh, someday down the line I want to do this. Someday down the line I want to do that. I knew in 2018 that I wanted to talk about this someday because it's something I'm really passionate about. So I started writing the video for Christmas 22, and then it got a little bit too daunting, so I pivoted into talking about grandma. And then this was going to release at the end of October 23, and then got pushed to November 23, and then was thrown up in the air. The original intended ending, because this video was all about looking back and then moving on in a way, and we are going to get into that. Drudging up all this shit from 2018, all my fond memories of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and then getting ready to move on to the next thing. Potential next Smash game, potential next console, the next thing. And I was going to end it by interviewing all of my friends, my close personal boys, the people I played Smash Ultimate with the most, and we would just tell stories about playing it. Because there are a lot of classic stories, a lot of good time. Initially, the video was also going to feature me talking about the DLC, but just the game itself was long enough, so that did not happen. I'm not even going to say like, oh, you know, maybe part 2, because this thing was huge and it took so much of my time and effort. You could tell how much has changed. Look, my hair looks normal now. I don't look like a balding 40-year-old man and I have to hide the line with this thing. I am ready to move on, but in working on this video, I got re-obsessed with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and started just getting old memorabilia, I guess. Like this is the, I think GameStop poster maybe of Final Destination, if you could see it. And then this pin from the pin set, I think is one of the ones you would get at Best Buy if you went to go play the demo. I bought these after the fact because I didn't have them at the time. The first planned ending was to transition into talking about DLC. The second planned ending was to interview all of my high school friends, but now it's been 5 years since my senior year, and we're still friends, you know. Whenever people meet back up, we still have a good time, but those are happening more and more infrequently. You kind of grow up and grow apart. Not that we're different people, but people get busy, you know? It's hard to get everyone together. Everyone has their own lives. As much as I would like to get everyone back together and have a fun little moment where we talk about Smash Bros., I don't think Smash Ultimate is over. I'm going to get into it. The second ending planned, right, was I was kind of on the back burner. I was in denial. I'm like, you know what? There's no way. We're not getting this new Switch, this new Nintendo console for a while. I believe we're not getting it until like 2025. And when I said that in 2023, I'm like, that's 2 years from now. Now that I'm in 2024, 2025 is next year. And also, that year might not even be correct. So as I was working on this video in November, it was announced for whatever reason, I don't know why, that they were making a Super Smash Bros. Ultimate OLED Nintendo Switch, OLED. And I knew I had to have it because I was deep in my Smash Ultimate phase yet again. The plan for this section, the plan C, I guess, was that I was going to do a triumphant moment a la the Xbox video where in part 2 I transferred all my stuff to the Series X, mostly my GTA Online save, where I would transfer all my saves from my Nintendo Switch that I've had since 2017, that I've carried around everywhere, that I've held up and waved around in this video, and transfer everything onto this OLED, moving forward, both with Smash Ultimate and Nintendo, moving on from the previous Switch. I was going to do an unboxing, I was going to do weird ASMR bits, it was going to be a whole hoot. And I was getting ready for that day, getting ready to transfer to this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate OLED, this Switch. Then, I said earlier that I wanted October to coincide with 2 years since Sora, November to be Mario RPG and Middle Ground, or December to be the 5-year anniversary of when the game came out. This video got pushed back more and more and more, and then I ultimately decided, you know what, end of January works, because I believe January 21st, 2024 marks 25 years since Super Smash Bros. For the N64 came out in North America. I think that's right. No, that's not. Wait, no, it is right. I keep forgetting how close in proximity 64 and Melee came out to each other. No, they came out to each other. That's nice. So that's the day I was waiting for, right? The day passed. January 20th. Don't do this. I could see him getting ready to jump up. Hi, baby. So the day came, January 21st. 25th anniversary of Smash Bros. At least in North America. And I thought, okay, this makes sense. This is a good anniversary. Nothing could possibly happen in January 2024 that could change my mind about anything. And then the day I am filming this, January 25th, there were completely randomly, and you know, maybe you don't need to believe these or put a lot of stake into them, there were a lot of actual media-based Twitter accounts coming out saying, oh yeah, the new Switch is coming out later this year. It has an 8-inch screen. Just out of nowhere. Nobody announced anything. Everyone just started saying that. So now I've got quite the conundrum, because do I just wait until the new Switch comes out and get that on release and then transfer all my saves to that? Or do I transfer them to the OLED, play this for maybe, I don't know, like 10 months and then transfer to the new Switch if it is even coming out in 2024? I guess this coincides perfectly, right? If this video came out in 22, it wouldn't have meant anything. If it came out in 23, it would have been whatever, you know? 2024, if this video doubles as me telling my story alongside the Nintendo Switch, at least for the first couple years, the rest are on stream. Are you going to jump up too? So I don't know where I fall on this. I don't know if I believe any of these reports. Maybe I just don't want to believe. I don't want to get my hopes up. I've been thinking and dreaming about the Switch 2 for so long. But why? See, because I like the Nintendo Switch. I honestly, hardware-wise, have no issues with it. There are, however, specific video game hype cycles that I would really like to be a part of in my adult life when I have an actual platform. I meant what I said earlier. If they announce a new Smash Bros. Game, hi, baby. If they announce a new Smash Bros. Game, I am pivoting, all right? I am making my content just Smash Bros. For like 6 months if I have to. The idea, the theory I had in my head is that obviously, Nintendo can't make a new Smash Bros. Game until they announce a new console. Regardless of how similar this new Switch is, if that is even what they're calling it, it is a new Nintendo console like the Wii U was a new Nintendo console, and the Wii U got a new original Smash game, meaning that we are going to get a new Smash Bros. Game, fully new Smash Bros. Game on this new console. That's what I thought. And then, all of a sudden, it really is perfect that I waited a little longer to make this video. In January 2024, we got a bunch of new spirit battles. Like, they added spirits to the game. I thought they were done updating and adding things to this game after Sora. But randomly, in the year of our Lord, January 2024, that's not a year, that's a month. We got spirits for Hades and baseball and some other stuff. And it's strange, because we've had a lot of DLC, we've had even just spirits added to Smash Bros. Post-release, but what does this mean? Because the other major game series I would like to see a new one is Mario Kart, you know? Because we've been building off of the same Mario Kart game for a long time, and as much as I really enjoyed the DLC, I would like to see some new stuff. But if you think about that, Mario Kart 8 was such a huge game and had so much DLC that they just made it into a deluxe package and put it on the Switch. We're coming full circle. This is how the video started. Is Smash Bros. Ultimate going to be a deluxe package of Smash 4? The question is no longer, is it a Smash 4 deluxe package with DLC? The question is now, are they just going to keep adding more DLC to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Because quite honestly, as much as I would like to see characters like Waluigi or Bandana Waddle Dee that can't be in the game because they have other representation within it, I don't mind more characters. I would like some more stages. Because you see videos still a lot of people talking about what the next Smash game is going to be. And I feel like they either fall on, well, it can't be Everyone Is Here, so why even bother? Or, oh, we need to reboot it, we need to start from scratch, which I don't buy into either of those. As cool as Everyone Is Here was, bringing every character back, if you think about it for base game, we got, what, 9 new fighters and like 4 or 3 new stages? For a new Smash game, that's not a whole lot. And I don't want to sound greedy or anything, because I love Smash Ultimate. I love all the characters they chose. I love that they brought everyone back. But if you really think, oh, there's no way we can top Smash Ultimate, it brought back everyone, all you have to do is just add more characters. Because Smash 4, regardless of it kind of being underwhelming in the grand scheme of Smash Bros., they added a lot of characters. I want to see new stuff. As much as I like everyone being back, every playable character, and as heartbreaking as it is to see your character get cut in the next Smash game, all you have to do is add new stuff. Whether that be in a new game, or just adding to Smash Ultimate. I wouldn't mind just adding new character to Smash Ultimate, because there are a couple characters on our huge list of characters we've interacted with in this video that could still be added into this game. But it's probably going to be Jonesy Fortnite. That's really all I have to say. Now I have this Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Nintendo Switch OLED edition, 3 months of online, and a full game download, just in a box that I haven't opened. I may never open the box. Does this count as a business I don't think it does. These videos tend to end triumphantly or maybe a little sad that you're ready to move on. But at this point, I'm just beat. I still love Smash Ultimate, and I would love to keep talking about it, but I've been working on this video for longer than most things in my life. And now, I would like to move on. Thank you for joining me all these hours. I edited most of it except for this bit right here, so if my math is correct, this may be an 8-hour video. Oh my god. But I didn't lie when I said I had a lot to say about Smash Ultimate. You could see how much changes just in my mic and how I look in this video. It is kind of a shame that a handful of, I guess, the first quarter of 2024, the videos are just kind of me wrapping up stuff from the previous year using old footage that I already filmed, and I would like to move forward. You know, I'm a sporadic guy. I don't want to stay in one place for too long. Despite this video being the longest script I've written, I didn't script this part at all. I just wanted to have an earnest talk. I'm trying to get better about that. I'm trying to talk directly to you. That also being said, this is going to drop the very end of January, and, you know, I'm never wrong. There's going to be a Nintendo Direct in February. I'm telling you this now. There's also going to be a Pokemon Presents. I'm going to lock in my answer right now. Legends Celebi. If they were to announce a new Nintendo console, it would be in that Direct. So maybe I should push this video off another month, you know? Let's keep stalling. Let's see how long we can keep people on their toes. In working on this video, I started something called Ultra Month, so that exists now. January has kicked my ass, but so is this video. I really hope you like. This is weird. We should cut to the outro. At this point, I'm just elongating the video length for no reason. I'm waiting for my camera to turn off, I suppose. So if I just cut off in the middle, you'll understand why. So my idea is that I just kind of keep talking until inevitably the camera cuts me off. Of course, making the raw footage I have to cut longer and making my job harder, but I don't want to be finished with this project because the next project is kind of daunting. Not more daunting than this, but still in general. I promise this whole year isn't just going to be video games, although I do intend to talk about a lot of them this year, probably more so than I ever have. In my defense, last time I talked about cartoons, they kind of smacked the shit out of that video, so I can't even promise this video won't be claimed because I used a Succession clip for no reason. 2024 is going to be different. I can feel it. If you don't know me or any lore about me, hi. I'm Andrew. We may have met in the video you just watched. If you're a greater member of the Smash community, hello, I would like to be welcomed in, but if not, I totally understand. I seem off-putting. All you have to do is make a video, and then people will believe what you have to say. So I can't wait for the next Smash hype cycle where I could just lie, and people will believe me, because I have a number. I am a little worried, now that we're in the age of AI, that fake leaks are going to be significantly less fun because it's just going to be a high-res render of Mario with 6 fingers like holding a gun. Ba 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 ba. So happy together. Ba ba da ba ba da ba da 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 da.